Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black. Chapter 51, A Surprise. The school year ended with the feast, and honestly, I had been expecting some kind of trick from Dumbledore. After all, his beloved lion cubs were losing by a considerable margin. But he did nothing. No illegitimate points, no last-minute penalties, though Snape had apparently been a terror in class, at least according to rumor. Even that, however, had done nothing to change the fact that Ravenclaw won this year. And truthfully, the closer the feast and winner announcement drew, the more bonus points the students in my house earned, and the more cheerful Flitwick became. Well, I could understand him. By his own account, the House Cup had not found its way to his office in 10 years. Not that he was desperately clamoring for it, but that did not mean he would not be pleased if the cup came to him of its own accord. And when Dumbledore did announce that Ravenclaw had won, and decorated the hall in our house colors, Flitwick actually bounced in his seat with delight, drawing amused laughter from professors and students alike. Now I was sitting on the train, waiting to head home. So, what are everyone's plans? Tracy decided to break the silence and looked around at the whole group gathered in the compartment, though it had taken some effort to fit us all in. Well, I'll be studying. Penny Clearwater shot me a brief glance, but left it at that. Speaking of Penny Clearwater, I had spoken with my mothers, and they had given me permission to speak with Flitwick. However, he had declined to take her on as a student. Not because she was not good enough, but because, it turned out, there was an unwritten rule that a master could only teach one apprentice at a time. On the other hand, for a small additional fee he could advise her on what and how to study. Even so, by Flitwick's own assessment, that was not the ideal arrangement, and it would be better to find her a proper master of her own. So after another consultation with my mothers, we decided to hire a master after all. Not a famous one, but a capable one, and for the summer only, at least to start. Getting Dumbledore to grant permission for a master to be present on school grounds, one entirely outside his authority, was unlikely in any case. So when she spoke of studying, she already knew she was facing a very hard summer, with the only saving grace being that it would be spent in France. I'll probably be going to France with my parents. Hermione shrugged. Regarding Hermione's parents, I had been in contact with them as well, but they had declined to sign any contract, saying they were perfectly capable of paying for their daughter's tuition themselves. From what I understood, however, they had hired only a transfiguration apprentice for her. Still, at this stage, even an apprentice could teach her a great deal. I'm going to my godfather's. Harry closed his eyes with a slightly dreamy expression. Right, Harry sorted, but what about you, Daff? Me. I'll be studying. You too. What do you mean, you too? In case you haven't noticed, I still have a great deal to learn to become a worthy handmaiden to my lord. Yeah. Daff, I've gotten used to your new persona by now, but sometimes it seems like you settled into that role awfully fast. Maybe someone planted mental blocks in you. It doesn't matter. Daphne shrugged with complete indifference. What do you mean, it doesn't matter? Tracy hadn't even noticed me glaring at her. I'd been thinking of offering her my help, too. But after something like that. Even as a joke, to suggest I'd brainwashed someone. 100, even 150 years ago, she and her whole family would have been put to the knife for that. Damn. How infuriating. Tracy. You're being very out of line. Padma and Parvati had noticed my expression and tried to rein Tracy in, but she waved them off. Oh, come on, everyone knows I'm only joking. You're not. You don't. The twins shook their heads. Even a joke like that can hurt. Really hurt. And Draco, are you actually offended? Let's say. I found that suggestion deeply unpleasant to hear. Not from some stranger, but from someone in my inner circle. What? But I chose not to respond to Tracy any further. I simply opened a book and began to read. All in all, I was nearly indifferent to her now. I knew perfectly well that I would never be entirely rid of her. This girl meant a great deal to Daphne, and for that reason alone, she would sooner or later find her way back into my circle. Draco, you. Daff. The twins are right. You went too far. But I was joking, haha. She let out a few uncertain laughs. It wasn't funny. If you were a bit older, I'd simply wipe the floor with you. Nymphadora shook her head. Oh, come off it. I was just. You were just. Nymphadora mimicked Tracy. And yes, I won't be talking to you either. Same. Penny gave a confirming nod. There was helplessness in Tracy's voice. Draco, please. She turned to me, but I glanced at her over the top of my book and returned to reading. I was only joking. Poorly. Daphne restated the obvious, then decided to address me directly. My lord. Draco, may I ask you something? What is it, Daph? Could you find it in yourself to forgive this idiot? After a whole year, you must have realized that her mouth moves faster than her brain. Daph, I'm not offended. I'm simply drawing conclusions. I'm not forbidding any of you to talk to her, and I have nothing against anyone who does. I shrugged. But as for me, I shook my head. Certainly not right now. Perhaps by fall I'll have gotten over it. But for the time being I have absolutely no desire to speak to her. But what actually happened? So she made a bad joke. Hermione, it was. I gave her a long, unblinking look. In short, an extremely unpleasant and deeply unfunny joke, and quite an offensive one at that. In any case. I shook my head. Ugh, honestly. Tracy shook her head. Don't worry. We'll still write to you. Just by letter. And home tutoring. I see. I won't be in the country either, but I'm happy to write. Harry shrugged. Damn it. The girl hit her knee. She was clearly upset about what she had said, and honestly, the person I had been in my previous life would have forgiven her by now. But the upbringing I had received from Sissy and Bella had instilled in me a somewhat different approach to such things. Look, I genuinely didn't mean to. Draco, I'm sorry. I'll think about it. I gave a short nod. In the midst of all this, we had not even noticed the train pulling away from the platform and beginning to gather speed. I had no desire to talk any further, and the mood in the compartment had been dampened enough that we simply sat in silence and rode toward London. Several hours later. Mothers. I hugged Sissy first, then Bella, one after the other. I was very glad to see them, and even my slightly sour mood receded to the back of my mind. My lady. My lady. Daphne, stop that. Our feelings toward you haven't changed. So you may simply call me Bella, and call her Sissy. None of this, my lady, business. That only pleases Draco, and even he, as you know, prefers not to overdo it. Yes. A faint smile appeared on Daphne's lips. Excellent. And since we are all here, I suggest it's time to go. Come, let's head to the Flo. And so our small group made its way to the Flo fireplaces, where I took a handful of powder, tossed it at my feet, and announced in a clear voice, Black Hall. Green fire engulfed me in an instant, followed by a couple of seconds of rather unpleasant sensation, and then I was standing in the drawing room of the house on Grimmauld Place. I took a few steps forward to clear the way for my mothers and Daphne. Home, sweet home. I looked around, took out my wand, and with a casual gesture brushed away the ash that always seemed to settle on one's clothes during Flo travel. Creature. The house elf appeared before me with a quiet pop, and at that very moment Daphne stepped out of the fireplace. My lord, you cleaned yourself up. There was a faint note of reproach in my faithful handmaiden's voice. Daph, don't worry, you will have plenty of opportunities over the summer to prove yourself an excellent handmaiden. Creature, is my room ready? Yes, master. Your room and Miss Daphne's room are both ready. Excellent. Then I shall go change and freshen up. Daphne looked herself over with a critical eye. I've already started to miss my lovely dress and apron. She shook her head, and I responded with only an amused shake of my own. Daphne and I had already started toward our respective rooms when Sissy and then Bella stepped through the fireplace. Don't be long. We have a celebratory dinner this evening. Understood. Daphne and I exchanged a glance and ran toward the staircase in a decidedly unaristocratic fashion, then onto our rooms, where I simply dropped onto the bed and allowed myself a couple of minutes to lie on a mattress considerably softer than anything Hogwarts had to offer. Then I got up, undressed quickly, and headed to the bathroom adjoining my room. After my bath, I began to get dressed, but I had no intention of dressing as though I were attending some formal reception. I put on a plain pair of jeans, a white t-shirt, and my favorite rabbit ear slippers. In that particular ensemble, I made my way downstairs. Creature. The house elf appeared before me with the same quiet pop. Young master, your mothers and Miss Daphne are expecting you in the small dining room. Everything is laid. The house elf was plainly looking at me with a disapproving eye, but I could not have cared less. I'd had more than enough of being properly dressed at school, and now that I was home I intended to let my soul rest a little. Good, thank you. I headed in the direction he'd indicated, and the moment I appeared in the doorway, I heard a familiar, melodious laugh that made me quite literally stop in my tracks and sweep my gaze across the small dining room. My next impulse was an overwhelming urge to flee. Those slippers really suit you. Ah, yes. I gave a slow nod and, having firmly suppressed the urge to run, smiled gently at the girl in the light blue, airy dress. She was sitting at the table looking at me, and I was looking at her. Draco, we did tell you we were having a celebration. There was a note of reproach in Mother Bella's voice. Mother, a celebration and having guests are two rather different concepts. I brought myself fully under control. I'm glad to see you, Fleur. I'm glad to see you too, Draco. Chapter 52, France. That was not, however, the last surprise awaiting me. The following morning, Penny and Nymphadora showed up at my place, shooting rather unkind looks at Fleur. Fleur had spent the night in the guest room. I could at least understand Penny's reaction. I dropped hints, and really, more than hints. I'd all but told her directly that I was interested in her romantically, though I'd also warned her that her chances of marrying me weren't especially high. But why my little sister was giving Fleur that look was a complete mystery. The celebratory breakfast did, in any case, smooth things over somewhat. Now then, my dears. You have 1 week before your lives become a living nightmare. Bella smiled at everyone present with such extraordinary warmth that it was, for precisely that reason, all the more terrifying. Bella, don't frighten the children. Sissy looked at her sister with mild reproach, though there was none in her voice. Anticipation was closer to the mark. We, meanwhile, had already settled into the dining room and were eating breakfast. I think it will be much more pleasant for them to know now that the training they have been scheduled for begins in exactly 1 week. And we will spend this week at a private beach in France. Yahoo! Nympha actually jumped in her seat. A vacation and a beach. That's brilliant. I could only shake my head. On the one hand, I understood her completely, but on the other, I still had 6 years ahead of me, whereas Nympha had only 1 year of school left. If anyone should have been working harder than ever, it was her right now. Still, it was her life, and my mother, as far as I could tell, meant her no harm, so she wouldn't have delayed her training if it would harm her future. What kind of beach is it? I decided to ask, since the answer would determine how I should pack. The fact was that British wizards, at the very least, held a rather unfavorable view of the minimalist Muggle approach to swimwear. Things were likely much the same in France. A private beach. Essentially, it'll be just us and a few other people. Mother. I frowned slightly. If you want to play at keeping secrets, I have no objection. Simply tell me what to bring, swim trunks or a swimsuit. What sort of company will it be? Hidebound reactionaries who'll start frothing at the mouth the moment they see me in trunks and cause nothing but problems, or sensible people who know what century they're living in and would sooner raise an eyebrow if I turned up in full bathing dress. Trunks, my boy, bring trunks. Though as it happens, once we arrive today we shall all be heading to a mall to buy suitable swimwear. So you need not worry about that. I gave an understanding nod. They've decided to finish me off. Did you say something? Bella ruffled my hair with a tender smile. I was merely noting my impending death from an excess of pleasant emotions brought on by watching such beautiful young ladies try on swimwear. Oh, please. Nymphadora snorted, making her feelings about my words abundantly clear. Yes, yes. I believe you, little sister. Right, enough of this. Let's finish up, get ready, and get going. We still have shopping to do. With those words we all finished breakfast quickly and went to get our things together. Is everyone ready? Sissy looked around at the group and, giving a satisfied nod, gestured for us to follow her. Before long we left the house and made our way to an inconspicuous little street, where we all took hold of the portkey together and were transported elsewhere. What the? I was momentarily disoriented, but recovered very quickly. I had read about this sort of portkey effect before. I had simply never used one that deposited its users high in the air while casting a slowing charm on them for a brief period, allowing them to descend from a height of several hundred meters quite comfortably and without injury. I performed no aerial acrobatics and simply held still, letting gravity bring me down to earth. Nymphadora, on the other hand, was doing loops in the air and laughing with delight. Bella and Sissy, like me, simply stood and waited for their feet to touch the ground, while Fleur made a point of reclining against the air as though on a sofa. Penny Clearwater and Daphne took a different approach, stepping lightly through the air as though descending an invisible staircase. Now then, allow me to welcome you. When we had all landed, Fleur spread her arms wide and announced this with a broad smile. This is the Delacour estate, and for this week we invite you to be our guests. I gave her a grateful nod. Honestly, I didn't know what had been arranged between the parties involved, or how Penny Clearwater and Nymphadora Tonks came to be included in the invitation. But I certainly wasn't unhappy about it. I would need to think about how to repay such a generous gesture. It wasn't that I had helped Fleur during the tournament, or rather, stood up for her on several occasions. What mattered was that. Well, perhaps it had simply been Fleur herself who wanted Penny Clearwater and Nymphadora Tonks there. She had always gotten along well with them, even if she considered Penny Clearwater a rival. Thank you. I smiled at her. For your hospitality. Oh, think nothing of it. Fleur dismissed the thanks with a wave. It is simply Draco. A miniature version of Fleur came flying at me, and spotting her just in time, I ducked and caught her in my arms, spinning her around. Hello there, little one. Hee hee, ha ha, hee hee. Genuine, joy-filled, adoring laughter rang out across the meadow where we stood. The little one was truly glad to see me. And I was glad to see this small bundle of happiness. Gabrielle, how many times have I told you? Draco is not your brother. Call him by his name, or people will get the wrong idea. Not yet. I'd already set her down, and she looked up at her sister with a very serious expression. It's only not yet, but one day either he'll be your husband, or, if you're foolish enough to let him slip through your fingers, I'll grow up and marry him myself. Ahem. I cleared my throat at the little one's candor. Gabrielle. Fleur. I'll lock you in your room. I'll tell Draco. Both blondes stared at each other furiously, though they calmed down remarkably quickly and seemed to lose interest in the quarrel altogether. Draco, come on, I'll show you our estate. The estate ought to be shown not just to Draco, but to all the guests. So if you volunteered for the duty, dear sister, be so good as to give everyone a tour while I go powder my nose and have a word with mother and father about your behavior. Bleh. Gabrielle stuck her tongue out at her sister and waved for us all to follow her. The Delacour estate was quite sizable. We were first taken through the grounds, which were planted with fruit trees. The paths were laid with fine gravel. There was a neat lawn and several clearings with garden pavilions. One of these stood beside a small pond where frogs splashed about. We were then brought to a fairly large house in the classical style. What do you think? Fleur and her parents were waiting to greet us at the entrance to the house. Fleur asked. Very beautiful. I nodded. I think one of our country houses would benefit from a park like this, with a pond. We are delighted that you like it. Now please let us invite you inside. We went into the house for a brief tour, after which Fleur took us to a shop. I quickly chose a pair of swim trunks for myself. The girls, however, approached the selection of their swimwear with the utmost seriousness. While Nymphadora chose not to show me hers, the others. Damn. I had died and gone to heaven. I simply sat on a poof and watched as the girls changed into one swimsuit after another, appearing from behind the curtain. I wasn't required to say anything. They emerged, saw my somewhat glazed expression, smirked with satisfaction, and disappeared behind the curtain again. Damn. Even Sissy and Bella did exactly the same as the other girls, and thoughts began creeping into my head that incest was, all things considered, practically a family tradition. The moment I caught myself thinking that, I shook my head sharply, got up at once, and walked straight out of the shop. Young man, where are you going? A young French shop assistant tried to block my path. I need something cold to drink, preferably something ice cold. Having mentally calculated the total of whatever the girls had taken into the fitting rooms, I pulled out several bills and handed them to the assistant. That's for whatever they decide to take. It should more than cover it. Ah, yes. She nodded, looking a little flustered. Right, that's that, although, no. I fixed the girl with a hard stare. If I find out you charged my companions anyway, I'll come back. I'll come back with some large gentlemen I've hired, and they'll do a great many unpleasant things to you. I understand. The girl took several steps back and nodded rapidly. After that, I finally left the shop and made my way to the nearest cafe, where I cooled off with iced drinks and ordered something for my companions. And just as I'd expected, the moment I began to relax, Mother Sissy settled into the seat beside me. Darling, it was extremely short-sighted of you to simply get up and leave like that. What if someone had bothered us while you were gone? Mother, honestly, at the moment I left, I had rather more pressing concerns. When you and Bella joined the game with the others, who were already nearly my peers, you only made things worse. And when I caught myself having thoughts entirely unbecoming of a son, I shook my head. That was when I realized I needed to put some distance between us rather urgently and clear my head. Ooh. Darling, I am of course flattered, but there is no need to pay such crude compliments. That wasn't a compliment. I shook my head. It was a statement of fact. Just then, my order arrived, and Sissy gave a grateful nod as she took her little cup of coffee. I hope they didn't take any money from you. No. Mother smiled, the corner of her mouth lifting. You needn't have frightened the poor girl quite so thoroughly. I only shrugged. Oh, come now. When I offered to pay, she practically fell to her knees begging me to put my money away. PFF. I shrugged. I merely suggested it would be unwise to try to swindle my companions. Yes. Bella settled in beside me, followed by the rest of the girls, all looking at me with slight smiles. Did everyone find something? Yes, a shame you missed seeing our choices, but I imagine tomorrow, when we reach the beach, you'll be able to appreciate them properly. I sighed. Yes. I imagine I will. At that moment, I felt pretty good about choosing swim shorts instead of proper briefs. I figured that would give me a bit more freedom of movement. I don't hear a lot of enthusiasm in your voice. Fleur, let's not. It's just that I have this feeling that if there are any other men on that beach, I'm going to spend the whole time running interference against guys who want to meet you, which means no rest for me whatsoever. You really don't need to worry about that. She waved a hand dismissively. Defending our honor definitely won't be required of you. If anything, we might end up defending yours. What do you mean? I felt uneasy. I couldn't quite grasp what she meant, yet it seemed impossible that things could turn out the way she suggested. You really should have stayed with us. Then you'd know. A mischievous smile crossed Penny's lips. As it is, you'll just have to wonder. Chapter 53, The Beach. The beach. We were standing on the beach, and I was quietly coming apart at the seams. There I was on the sand, surrounded by my friends and my mothers, with young women all around us, several of whom had apparently decided swimsuit tops were optional, and every one of them kept casting meaningful glances my way. Remind me, please. I closed my eyes for a moment. Why exactly did you choose this particular beach? Because here we won't have to deal with overly persistent men. Fleur shrugged. I see. And what exactly do you see? Penny Clearwater stood beside Fleur, and I could clearly see they'd chosen very different swimwear styles. Not that I needed them standing together to notice. I could say with absolute certainty that both girls looked absolutely stunning, and I was in no state to choose between them right now. That this is going to be hell for me. You think we are demons? Only the most enchanting of succubi. I smiled, and both girls exchanged a satisfied look before heading down to the water. I started setting up our picnic spot. I will help, my lord. Thank you, Daff. I smiled as she joined me. While I handled the bulky items, setting up the awning, umbrellas, and lounge chairs, Magic made the work considerably easier. She busied herself laying out a light spread. Excuse me, might I join you? A charm hit me like a physical blow. Though, thanks to Fleur and her mother's training, I was fairly confident I could resist that sort of compulsion. I looked up at the young woman who'd approached us and shook my head. I'm sorry, but we're a private party, and I'd rather not open it to strangers. Oh, come now. A sly smile touched the girl's lips, her eyes bright and intent, and the pressure on me increased slightly. My friends and I would not be any trouble. Quite the opposite, actually. We could be very helpful. I'm sorry, but no. Genuine surprise flickered across her face, and then something else, a kind of challenge. And if I offered to fulfill one of your deepest desires? She ran her tongue across her lips in a way that was clearly meant to be inviting. It had the exact opposite effect on me, like having a bucket of cold water dumped over my head. The revulsion was immediate. I understood perfectly well that I did not look nearly 12 years old, more like 15 or 16, if anything, but even so, it was obvious I was a young boy, and the woman attempting to worm her way into my good graces was plainly somewhere around 30. I am actually only 12. I beg your pardon. She stared at me, clearly thrown off. I wasn't entirely sure whether it was my age or the flat, cold tone in which I delivered the information that had startled her more. I said I'm only 12, and everything required to fulfill all of my desires is not yet in working order. Nor would I be particularly interested in fulfilling them with you in any case. Now, would you mind leaving us? You. Agassiz, not again. Fleur appeared at my side without a sound. The moment anyone in the community brings a man along, you try to draw his attention to yourself. Does it never get old? Have you not worn yourself raw by now? Delacour, you think you have some kind of advantage here. In our coven there is a proper order of rotation for men, and you. I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Since when, exactly, am I supposed to care about your rotation? I may be young, but I am a man, and I will decide for myself who I wish to spend my time with. Boy, stay out of this. You are doing well enough, and... Right. So the hen has decided she is wiser and stronger than everyone else, has she? Very well. I smiled slightly. You are welcome to bring the full weight of your charm down on me. But when you find you cannot make me submit, I will make you eat sand. Are we clear? Draco. Fleur's voice carried a note of uncertainty. Stay out of it, Delacour. The boy chose this himself. And I have absolutely no intention of denying him his rather overconfident wish to become my little lapdog. We will see who ends up as whose lapdog. The pressure crashed down. For just a moment, barely a second, I wanted nothing more than to dissolve on the spot and tell the girl before me that she was the most magnificent creature in existence. Then the image of Fleur and Penny standing side by side on this beach rose before me, and the compulsion dissolved entirely. Boy, wouldn't you like to kneel? I drew my wand with perfect composure. What are you doing, boy? Confundus. I poured enough magic into the spell to turn the girl's eyes glassy. From this day forward, you're simply a dog. A bitch who does nothing but eat, piss, defecate, and bark. Off you go. The girl promptly dropped to all fours and trotted away down the beach, barking cheerfully. Draco, wasn't that a bit much? Nymphadora, who had appeared beside us, asked with slight uncertainty. No. Too much would have been making her eat sand. This. I shrugged. She'll bark for a day or so, and perhaps afterwards her brain will start working again. Incidentally, what was that about a rotation? Ahem, don't trouble yourself. My mother spoke to the elders. They know you're simply a guest, one who has helped me enormously. Just a guest. I looked at Fleur carefully, and she turned slightly pink. That's between you and me. And Penny, perhaps. Puffed. Yes, yes. Though it's precisely because of that absurd little habit of yours that I'm willing to consider you at all. Consider. Simply consider. Yes, yes. And I only think about you because you're a little bird. The two girls exchanged a look that could have drawn blood. Right, that's enough. Let's actually eat something. That distracted everyone from the budding argument, and after the picnic we all went for a swim. Some time later. So, how did you find it? Jean looked at me with mild curiosity over supper, and I simply shrugged. We were at their manor house now, and after a full day in the sun, despite the various tanning and sun protection potions I'd applied to the girls' backs, returning to the house felt like a gift from Merlin himself. Well, I confess I wasn't expecting an invitation to a private beach for Vila. But at least one could cast freely there. I knew that would be the part you appreciated. And the beach itself. The beach was lovely, but certain visitors. I shook my head. Were rather excessively clingy. Were there problems? Well. I shrugged. I rather think not, at the moment. Though there may be in the near future. I did, after all, compel one particularly persistent individual to behave like a dog. I'm sorry. Confundus. Ahem. Jean tilted his head slightly, and I could see the amusement in his eyes. And did it actually work? It actually worked, Papa. That awful Agassiz woman got down on all fours and went tearing across the beach, barking, even at her own friends, who'd been looking forward to her bringing them a new victim. Something just occurred to me. Yes. What exactly was this rotation she was talking about when she was the one trying to use her charm on me to keep me for yourself? It's not a simple system, but briefly, after she was done with you, she would have passed you on to the coven and earned points for it. Earn points, you say? Bellatrix frowned. And it never occurred to her that we would not forgive that, and would hire people to. There is no need. Apollon interjected. None of that would have happened. We wouldn't have allowed it. Fleur and Gabrielle were both there, and even if that differently gifted young woman had managed to charm Draco, Fleur would have sent word immediately. We could have reached that beach within minutes, and what followed would have been punishment enough, perhaps slightly less colorful than what Draco arranged, but punishment nonetheless. I shrugged. She brought it on herself. I asked her to leave several times. No objections whatsoever. We simply need to contact the elders this evening after supper and make it clear to the more enthusiastic members that attempting to use compulsion on a guest under Delacour protection. Apollon shook her head. Her displeasure was evident. Is not acceptable. My dear, do try to keep your temper in front of our guests. Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing it. I couldn't help but smirk, and Jean looked at me with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Well, they do say that if you want to know what a girl will be like when she's older, look at her mother. Oh, you're already looking that far ahead? Apollon calmed down immediately. More like I'm keeping my eyes open. I'm not even 12 yet, and making any serious moves on that front would be rather premature. Even a declaration of intent. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Penny go rigid. Well, I rather fear that at this rate, I'll have acquired a collection of such declarations by the end of the 3rd year. Apollon raised an expressive eyebrow. I'm not a philanderer, but I already care about 2 girls, your daughter and Penny here. I don't want to hurt either of them, which means if I were to make that kind of declaration to Fleur, I'd have to make the same one to Penny. And from there. I tapped my fingers thoughtfully on the table. I'll almost certainly meet more girls who catch my attention, and by the time I'm finally forced to choose, that choice will inevitably offend someone. And what does the young lady herself have to say about it? I don't know. It's also, on the one hand, it would be to my advantage, and on the other hand. She shook her head. It's all. I understand. You haven't sorted out your own feelings yet. You know you like Draco, but you haven't decided in what way. You want to say, as a future husband, but you're not certain. Penny went crimson, so deeply that I half expected steam to come from her ears. Maman, stop embarrassing her. And Penny, don't mind Maman. She simply can't resist playing matchmaker occasionally. Well, perhaps I really ought to. Apollon surveyed Penny with a thoughtful eye. Find you a nice boy. Someone who will adore you and treat you like something precious. Oh, thank you, that's very kind, but no. I think I'd rather manage on my own. As you like. Apollon shrugged and changed the subject entirely, and I glanced mournfully across at Jean, who looked back at me with perfect understanding. We had another week of living among this female company. Breathe in. Breathe out. It was going to be a difficult week. Then again, if I thought about applying suntan lotion to the girls' backs, it was going to be an extremely difficult week. Perhaps I ought to consider holy orders. Chapter 54, Back to School. The week passed like a single day. Fortunately, no more women with delusions of grandeur, or simply a desire to bring me to heel, appeared in our vicinity, and so the remaining days were spent swimming in the sea, lounging on chairs, and, on my part, entertaining increasingly serious thoughts about a monastery. But that was then, and this was now. The week was over. We had moved out of the Delacours and rented a small house not far from theirs in the wizarding quarter of France, so Fleur had promised to visit. And now I stood before Flitwick, who was tapping his wand thoughtfully against his forearm. Right. To begin, I want to assess you in your other subjects. I have spoken with my colleagues, and they will be prepared to examine you at the end of August. So you will be coming to Hogwarts with me a week before the rest of the students. I nodded in understanding. It made perfect sense. That way the other teachers would not have to carve time out of a busy start of term, and Flitwick himself would not have to figure out how to fit exams into a schedule that already included teaching all year groups, conducting my lessons, and running his extracurricular sessions. A sensible arrangement, and one I had anticipated. So let us see what you have absorbed over the past year. As you wish, Master. Though in any case I will be working with tutors who will be bringing me up to speed in the other subjects, so I expect that by the end of the summer, I will be at a third-year level across the board. Good plans. The right sort of plans. Flitwick gave an approving smile. But I will still run the assessment. And so the tests were produced. Nothing in them was particularly difficult, so I worked through them without trouble, and then demonstrated to Flitwick that the year had not been wasted and that I had genuinely mastered the entire second-year program to a very high standard. The tests, the discussions, and the practical work took nearly 3 days. My master approached the assessment with considerable thoroughness. But finding no gaps, he was satisfied, and my summer program began in earnest. Day after day. Week after week. Knowledge, skills, everything that could possibly be driven into me was driven in, and in certain areas, driven in was entirely the right phrase. Memory-enhancing potions became my closest companions. One cannot take them continuously, but even so I made full use of every hour they were effective, absorbing information at a rate I would previously have considered impossible. And that was before factoring in the ordinary tutors who were catching me up on Hogwarts' other subjects. And the practice with my gift. The ongoing work to lift the curse on Daphne and Astoria's parents required me to return to Grimmauld Place every 3 days. The curse itself was no longer particularly difficult to manage. If I had wanted to reveal the full extent of my abilities, which had grown considerably, I could have lifted it by now. But I was keeping that hidden, so I had to leave the final removal until the end of the summer. In short, summer had begun, and I had simply lost all track of time. Sorry. I looked at Flitwick with a slightly vacant expression. I said, you've worked extremely well for 3 weeks. You've earned 2 full days off. I blinked slowly as his words gradually sank in. Sorry. Days off. Yes, days off. And this is not merely a reward. It is a requirement. For 2 days you are not to touch a book, and you are not to use magic unless there is a genuine emergency. Is that understood? Yes. I nodded, though the concept of a day off drew a complete blank in my mind. Somewhere in the back of my mind I understood that I needed rest, that I was absorbing information less effectively, that the ordeal would resume after the break, but none of that helped me except that I was, in fact, on vacation. The beach. The sea. A lounger and an umbrella. That was all I said before I turned and walked back to the house, where I changed into swim trunks, packed a bag, and headed to the beach. When I arrived, I set up my lounger and umbrella without a thought in my head, went to rinse off at the water's edge, and came back to find a large, smug man sprawled on my lounger. Go find yourself somewhere else, kid. The tone was dismissive and slightly patronizing, and only 2 thoughts crossed my mind. I was not supposed to use magic. And this was my bloody day off. The next thing I knew, the man was face down in the sand. His arm wasn't broken, but he definitely dislocated it, and he was making that fact known in a loud voice. He ceased to interest me. I settled calmly onto the lounger and closed my eyes. You little. I opened my eyes and the man froze, staring at me the way a rabbit stares at a snake. Listen here. This is my first day off in 3 weeks. My master is an absolute beast who spends his days knocking the stuffing out of me. If you do not walk away right now, I will be very, very, very upset, because I will have to waste part of my day off dealing with you. And when I am upset, I have been known to lose control of myself. Not just a dislocation. Something more along the lines of a compound fracture. Right. I got it. Just, don't do anything rash. The man took several steps back. I closed my eyes again and sank into a thoroughly pleasant doze. Just look at him, Penny. Honestly, this is really bad form on his part. Girls. I recognized Fleur's voice immediately, and Penny's too. Not that Penny was hard to recognize. She had settled so thoroughly into that ridiculous little verbal habit that it had started slipping out even in conversation with her tutor. He would make a noise of mild exasperation each time but say nothing about it, though apparently he had once asked about it, and she had told him about our wager. Wait. How do I know that? I opened one eye lazily and looked at the girls. Right. Confess. Which of you has been talking my ear off? No, actually, withdraw the question. I shook my head, looking at their puzzled faces. Memories surfaced unbidden, something about what a tyrant Monsieur Jean was, and what a despot, making poor, beautiful Fleur train in dueling until she could barely stand. I shook my head. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? What are you talking about? I am talking about the fact that my head is already buzzing from everything my master is driving into it, and then you all pile on with your stories. I am barely holding together as it is, and... But you remembered. Fleur smiled at me, settled herself on the sand beside the lounger, and kissed me on the cheek. On my other side, Penny did the exact same thing. Yes. You remembered, and you never sent us away when we came to you. I sighed. Well, for starters, I am genuinely surprised I remember any of it, because I cannot for the life of me recall the actual moments when you were talking to me. And besides, I would have to be a pretty poor sort of person to simply wave you away. Ahem. Fleur looked down. The thing is, when I think about it, today is the first time in a long while that you have actually talked to us properly, instead of just humming and grunting. Are they really working you that hard? There was a slightly lost quality to Fleur's voice. I might even have described it as guilty. Oh. Penny reacted to Fleur's words with a small start, followed immediately by visible panic. Right. All of that later. I got up from the sun lounger and went into the sea, rinsed off, and came back. As I returned, I noticed that Fleur and Penny, who were looking slightly put out, had been surrounded by 5 young men of roughly their age. Take a walk, pal. Someone waved me off as I approached, and my already fragile mood took another dive. It seems the earlier demonstration taught no one anything. I shook my head and kept walking forward. One of the young men swung at me. He found himself face down in the sand before he had finished the motion, and I planted my foot on the back of his head to discourage any ideas about getting up. So I am going to have to demonstrate once more to everyone on this beach that picking a fight with a combat arts apprentice who has not had a single day off in 3 weeks is a spectacularly poor decision. Something in my expression gave them pause. They took a step back. Fleur had focused her charm on me, and whatever had been emboldening them began to dissipate. So. I finally lifted my foot from their friend's head and took a step forward. There are more of us. And I am clearly angrier. Shall we see which of you gets away with minor bruising and who ends up in the hospital with broken bones? Come on, then. Who wants to spend the rest of the summer in? I noticed Fleur's eyes widen slightly, and her mouth began to open in warning. I immediately sent magic flooding through my body. I sharpened my vision and read her eyes. Someone was about to hit me from behind. I accelerated just enough to avoid any visible reaction, crouched slightly, and turned to meet the blow with an open palm. You. The young man was clearly not entirely in his right mind. He took a moment to realize his fist had simply been caught. By then it was too late. I had already spun him, shoved him face down in the sand, and his arm cracked audibly on the way down. Right. I looked at his companions. What will it be? Walk away, take your friend with you, or attack, and possibly, only possibly, get away with bruises, or at worst spend the rest of the season bedridden with broken arms and legs. We're leaving. The most sensible one gave the order, and the rest promptly collected their injured friend and made a swift exit. We will meet again. I sighed, lay back down on the sun lounger, and closed my eyes. I want to sleep. Sleep and do nothing. Don't worry. Someone's fingers found their way into my hair and began gently working at my scalp. We'll keep your sleep safe. Rest, our hero. It was very, very nice, and before long I had drifted off. Nobody move. I opened my eyes without any particular urgency and found a French police officer, accompanied by several colleagues, pointing their pistols at me and the girls. Not that I was unconcerned, but the young man from earlier was standing behind the officer, his arm already in a cast, which told me they had no intention of shooting anyone. Officer, do you understand what you are doing right now? Shut your mouth. I'll continue, actually. You're putting your career at risk. I don't know who that young man's family is. Still lying on the lounger, I raised one hand very slowly so I wouldn't provoke anyone into firing, and pointed toward the boy, simultaneously casting an extremely weak wandless confundus. Not nearly enough to make a wizard miss a step, but more than sufficient to make an ordinary person feel uncertain and slightly off balance. But I'm a citizen of another country, as is one of my friends. The other is French. All 3 of us have the resources to hire excellent lawyers. Those lawyers will dig up the entire story. They'll uncover how your employer. I pointed toward the boy again and cast another confundus, leaving my reserves roughly halved. Without a wand, it was a costly spell to throw around. Came to this beach with his associates and harassed my friends, and how I was simply defending myself. They'll find out everything that happened here today. They'll find out exactly how much you were paid. After that, the young gentleman, and you yourselves, will be going to prison. And his family will be paying us a very substantial sum in damages. All the officers, and the young man himself, became visibly uncomfortable. Now. I stood up slowly from the lounger and extended my hands toward the nearest officer, casting one more charm as I did. Either you put me in handcuffs and we work through everything I've just described step by step, or you arrest the young man for attempting to bribe a police officer. Well. What is it to be? You wouldn't dare. The officers, however, were of a different opinion, and after only a moment's hesitation they redirected their weapons toward the young man. I gave a small nod. The right choice. With that, we wasted no time gathering our things and leaving the beach as quickly as possible. How? Fleur asked as we walked toward the house my mother's and I had rented for the whole party. Confundus. 3 of them, and very weak ones. Without a wand, that spell was difficult to control at any strength. The boy will almost certainly be charged, or rather, they'll try. I have no idea who his family is, but I'll want to drop the memory into a pensieve and let my mothers look into it, so they can stop these people from interfering with our lives. Or we could simply go to that beach next time. I considered it and shook my head with genuine regret. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I could resist the charm of an entire gathering of Vila in my current state. Even your presence right now is, rather noticeable. And if there were several others like you nearby. I understand. Don't worry about it. Today simply caught me off guard. Tomorrow I'll look into renting a private section of the beach so we can have it to ourselves. Or maybe just a pool. No. I shook my head. A pool isn't the same thing. Though we might be able to arrange something similar at Hogwarts eventually. But right now the sea is 2 minutes away, and it's the sea or nothing. Chapter 55, The Black Beast. The next 3 weeks were hell again. I studied, and studied some more, striving to meet the high standards Flitwick held me to. My mothers looked into the young man's parents. They turned out to be ordinary business people, not particularly wealthy, at least not by comparison with the Blacks or even the Delacours, who weren't themselves especially active in business. They wanted to pull their son out of trouble, of course, but when a rather imposing gentleman paid them a visit and explained very plainly how a single phone call could demolish part of their business, they decided to cooperate and let the boy answer for his actions. They asked only that he not receive a custodial sentence. We promised to consider it, and my mothers ultimately decided not to push for jail time. Instead, the fellow would be kept in suspense for a very long time, thoroughly frightened, and then, with great apparent reluctance, be permitted to exchange a prison term for community service. Fleur and Penny also stopped talking my ear off quite so much, for which I was grateful. Instead, Fleur took to massaging my head in the evenings, while Penny, still not especially skilled at it, did her best to work the tension out of the rest of me. The attention from my girls was very welcome, as was the way they made sure no one else pressed in on me too hard. But all of that was beside the point. What actually mattered was that I had been given another 2 days off, this time with advance warning, so I rented a small section of the Wizarding Beach and went to enjoy it with the whole company. My mothers joined us, as did the entire Delacour family, and even Flitwick. Quite a gathering, all told. A sun lounger. An umbrella. The sea. Grilled meat. What more could one want? Oh, yes, 2 girls who, having gently elbowed a slightly put-out Daphne aside, were attending to my every need. This is perfect. I stretched out and looked at the sea. The view was wonderful, although the more spectacular sight was Nymphadora, who was making enthusiastic use of the water and pausing periodically to strike rather dramatic poses. What on earth is she doing? Fleur hissed under her breath. Don't worry, said Penny. They're too closely related. She's simply jealous that we're stealing her little brother away. She thinks we'll take him from her. Fine. I can bear it. She'll understand eventually that the only one with any claim to the little sister role here is Gabrielle. I'm afraid none of us could possibly compete with her on that front. No, competing with her really is rather difficult. Fleur looked over at her little sister, who was eating ice cream and apparently deep in conversation with Daphne. Or rather, not so much a conversation as a sustained monologue, with Gabrielle leaning close to Daphne's ear and showing absolutely no sign of letting go. "The remarkable thing is that even you can't shake her off," said Penny. "Well, I love her." It came out sounding slightly flustered. And so the first day of our vacation passed, listening to the girls chatter, wading into the water occasionally, eating grilled meat, and joining the conversation from time to time. I fully intended to spend the second day in exactly the same fashion. I was in a wonderful mood. The moment that thought crossed my mind, several tears tore open in the air nearby, with a sound so terrible it went straight through you, a wrenching, rending noise, as though the very fabric of something was being torn apart. Not portals. Tears in space. Yes. That was a more accurate description. And rather large creatures began pouring from those tears. In appearance they most resembled wolves, or very large dogs, though somewhat bigger than any dog, standing roughly chest-high to an average person. They were entirely black, with bone-white masks and bony growths jutting from their bodies. What the bloody hell? I was on my feet the moment I heard the tearing sound, wand already in hand. I had kept it on me even at the beach, since we were in the wizarding quarter. "Master. The girls are yours to protect. And you." Flitwick followed my gaze and understood. Nymphadora had left her wand behind when she went into the water and was staring at the chaos around her with undisguised shock and fear. Accio Nymphadora's wand. I caught it as it flew to me and immediately sprinted toward her, channeling magic through my body to increase my speed. As I ran, I cast continuously, sending combat spells at the creatures, which kept pouring through without pause. They were not individually dangerous. I understood that the moment my first Sectum Sempra passed clean through one, then through a second, before finally dissipating on the third. The problem was simply the sheer number of them. A wordless flick of the wand. A wall of water rose before Nymphadora, freezing rapidly. It didn't have time to freeze solid. One creature slammed into it and crashed halfway through before the ice finally caught and held it fast. Here. I'd reached her. I held out her wand. She snatched it immediately, nodded her thanks, and moved to stand beside me. Back to back. She muttered something under her breath but pressed herself against me. Sectum Sempra. Sectum Sempra. Sectum Sempra. 3 spells, each striking with a little more force than strictly necessary. I could afford the extra power with a wand in hand, and at this level of output I could cast all day. Those 3 spells alone tore through the small wave of creatures converging on us. We fall back to the others. One step at a time on my mark. Understood. Yes, though you're keeping all the fun for yourself. Shut up. Fun. And what if a tear opens underwater and things start coming up from below? Will that be fun too? Awaiting orders. Nymphadora understood I was not in the mood to be trifled with. She stopped talking about anything irrelevant, and after that I simply cast Sectum Sempra, which had already proven itself, at the oncoming creatures and called the march. Step, step, step. Sectum Sempra. Step, step. Sectum Sempra. Sectum Sempra. Sectum Sempra. I kept one eye on the rest of our group, but their situation was considerably better than ours. They had been able to form a circular defense, dividing into those maintaining shields and those attacking. Only Gabrielle stood at the very center, watching everything unfold with wide, frightened eyes. On my mark, run for the others. But 3, 2, 1. Run. I did not wait for a response. She obeyed, sprinting flat out toward the main group, drawing on her Metamorphmagus ability and flooding her body with magic. The moment she was clear, I unleashed a rapid volley of spells and ran after her. What do you need from me? I asked the moment I was back with our group. How much have you got left? Flitwick wore a fierce grin and was working his wand with remarkable precision, dispatching the creatures one after another. I checked my reserves and smiled slightly. 4 hours if I cast hard. All day if it's only Sectum Sempra. Then use Sectum Sempra. It's shown itself to be effective enough. Understood. I gave a short nod, took up position beside Flitwick under cover of Penny Clearwater shielding spells, and began pouring Sectum Sempra into the oncoming creatures, cutting their numbers down steadily. Minute by minute. Time passed, and at some point we simply became aware that there were no more enemies. The tiers had closed. And still we stood in our circular formation, wands raised at nothing. What on earth was that? I tilted my head, thinking. Only one memory came to mind, bleach. Hollows. But when I was old enough to gain access to the library, I found nothing about creatures like these. The bestiaries had been among the first things I looked through, purely because of the entertaining moving illustrations. I think I've read something like this somewhere. Bellatrix said in a very uncertain voice. So have I. Narcissa nodded. Or perhaps not read. Perhaps one of our relatives told me something similar when I was small. I seem to recall hearing something as well. Flitwick looked deeply troubled. Right. I suggest we pack up immediately and get back to the house. We can contact the Delacours from there and try to find out what this was. Jean, as head of the Aura office, may know something. Papa would never. I looked at Gabrielle in surprise. Little one, nobody is accusing your father of anything. Fleur put an arm around her sister and threw me a sharp look. Gabby, Fleur is right. I may not know your father especially well, but I know him well enough to say that he loves you both more than his own life. And even if I had somehow managed to tread on his most cherished principle, he would never arrange an attack on me when you are nearby and could be hurt. And given what Fleur and I mean to each other, he would not do it at all. He would try to drive a wedge between us first, not this. Fleur nodded slowly. So my words. I kept flicking my wand to pack up our things as I spoke. Didn't mean what you took them to mean. I only wanted to say that your father may have heard of similar incidents before and could help us understand what is going on. Oh. The little one calmed down. My mother and I finished gathering everything, and the whole group moved toward the beach exit. Mother. I gave Narcissa a disapproving look when she spotted an injured bystander and moved toward him. I know, sweetheart. But I am a healer. She looked at me steadily and walked on without hesitation. There was nothing for it. We halted our procession and set up a temporary camp, raising walls from the sand, arranging makeshift watchtowers, and establishing a space where the injured could be brought. A small illusion of a red cross over the improvised fortification let anyone who was hurt know exactly where to go. I think this memory alone would be sufficient for Minerva to award you marks for second year, possibly third year as well. Could I take defense against the dark arts the same way? Unfortunately not. Flitwick shook his head. Not this year. I barely managed to arrange it with Dumbledore for you to take that exam early with a different examiner. The appointed teacher. I closed my eyes. No. Yes. Once again, entirely without merit. Would it be terribly forward of me to ask who will actually be teaching it? Lockhart. No. I shook my head. I'm afraid so. I watched, only half present, as Penny and Nymphadora stood on the watchtowers, scanning the surrounding area while the injured began making their way toward us. The man is a complete fraud. Let us, simply not continue this conversation. I sincerely hope the headmaster will change his mind and not hire him, but something tells me he won't find another willing candidate. I sighed. Blast. At that moment, a series of cracks announced the arrival of Aurors, who took a moment to register that the situation was already resolved. Identify yourselves. Wands swung towards our improvised fortification. Uncle Thomas, tell Papa we're all right. Fleur leaned out of the entrance so the senior Auror could see her face. Fleur. He recognized her and came inside. Yes, I was here with Gabrielle and some friends, and... Understood. He conjured a Patronus and sent it to Monsieur Delacour. Most of his squad fanned out to survey the beach while the rest took up positions inside the fortification, reinforcing it with their own spells. The defenses are rather thin, Thomas observed. Bear in mind, Uncle, that a Hogwarts second year built this in 10 minutes. I beg your... Yes. It's not elegant, and it wouldn't have held long under a sustained assault, but it would have bought time, and more importantly, it gave the defenders room to work. And most importantly of all. She nodded toward the building at the center. His mother is in there. She's a healer. Ahem. I see. My apologies. The men met my eyes and gave a respectful nod. But why didn't the others help build it? Why would they? I shrugged. I built it myself, and the others saved their magic in case the creatures came back. Incidentally, do you happen to know what those creatures were? No. He answered too quickly. I noticed. So did everyone else. The Creatures, Chapter 56, it is not over yet. Well. I looked at Jean, who had come to the house in person to explain what these creatures actually were. The truth is, we have not been able to establish who sent them or where they came from. We simply call them the creatures. They are not particularly powerful. I would even say that an average witch or wizard, caught alone with one, could kill it without much difficulty, provided they kept their nerve. I gave the faintest snort. Flitwick and my mother shared the sentiment entirely. Yes, I understand how that sounds. I only said it to convey their general level of strength. The trouble, unfortunately, is that they never appear alone, and what you witness today is only a taste of things. They sometimes emerge in far greater numbers, and on a couple of occasions we learned of a breach the moment it opened and brought our unspeakable sin. Jean fell silent, lost in thought. They haven't been able to say much as yet. Only that it reminds them of something, but tracing exactly what could take years, given the size of their library. They have, however, managed to study the spatial tiers themselves, and they say the tiers will most likely grow larger over time, and what comes through them will not always be creatures like these. Stronger things will follow. I sighed. This is probably a first-year wild notion, but what if these aren't simply tiers in space? What if they're a passage to the negative side of the Earth, a place where all our, call them inner demons, collect? No. Jean shook his head. What you're describing doesn't exist. There is something adjacent to it, however, a place where unquiet souls go before they pass through cleansing, and we know of it well enough. Yes, souls can linger there for a very long time, and yes, they can lose their minds and become predatory things that feed on other souls, but that is all part of the machinery of the universe, and there has always been a balance between those predators and the purer souls strong enough to defend themselves and destroy them. I blinked in genuine surprise. A soul society and a local equivalent of Waco Mundo. I wonder if they would ever let me study it. I can see your interest. But everything I've told you is classified, and I'm sharing it only because I know you are sensible, and because the situation is going to worsen. Even so, under normal circumstances knowledge of that dimension belongs to unspeakables alone. I understand, and I'm grateful for your candor. Jean's lips twisted into a wry smile. Very well. But might this be an invasion? An invasion? Well. I shrugged. A neighboring world, broadly Earth-like, with its own life, created this sort of living weapon and decided to expand. But since that world is already unified under a single empire, it chose to expand into other worlds rather than continue expanding at home. Into neighboring worlds rather than onto other planets. Flitwick asked skeptically, looking at me. You haven't covered the relevant theory yet, so the question makes sense, but trust me, even opening a portal to the moon and constructing a fully viable settlement there would require less energy than tearing through to a neighboring world. Never mind the moon. Any planet in the solar system, or even planets in nearby star systems. I listened carefully. All of those are still closer than punching through to a parallel world. At our current level of development, and to the best of my knowledge, a portal to a neighboring world, a demonic one, mind you, which lies practically adjacent to ours and is precisely what demonologists draw from when they summon creatures. Such a portal would require all of Britain to drain itself of magical energy for at least a year. Completely. To nothing. As for what it would take to open a portal to an Earth-like neighboring world, I cannot even begin to imagine what that would require. I see. Thank you for the lesson, Master. Yes, the unspeakables reached the same conclusion. I sighed. So this will keep happening? Yes. And it will only get worse? Yes. I frowned. Sweetheart, don't worry. Draco, truly, don't take this on. It's a matter for adults, for now. You're clever and responsible, but do allow yourself at least a little of your childhood. I will. Once I'm back at Hogwarts. There I can play teacher and spend time with people my own age. Ha! Nymphadora snorted. You're more like their father than their peer. So. Nymphadora, I am not in the mood. Jean, is there any possibility of a tier opening at Hogwarts? At Beauxbatons and Durmstrang? At other schools? The right question. Jean gave an approving nod. Everyone else simply stared at me. I put the same question to the unspeakables. I can't speak for every school, but I was assured that institutions of that kind are generally protected by spatial stabilization barriers as well. No, they can't cover the entire planet, and they refuse to tell me what exactly these barriers are, calling it an unspeakable secret. But they assured me the schools are safe. The magical signature coming off the tiers indicates they won't open on school grounds. I closed my eyes. Draco, there's no need to dwell on this so heavily. Mum. I appeared to lose all interest in Jean, or so it seemed. Yes, sweetheart. Narcissa and Bellatrix answered at the same time. Put Black House on a war footing. Our ancestors were not fools. The house must have some kind of barrier, or something close to a barrier. Everything from the other houses. I shook my head. The libraries, the furniture, all of it, move everything to Blackhall. Sweetheart, I hate to say this, but the house at the moment. There is more. I looked at Bellatrix, and whatever she saw in my expression made her go quiet. Buy 5 buildings adjacent to ours. 10 if possible. How exactly you acquire them is for you to determine. The one condition is this. I took a sip of tea from the side table. Extending Blackhall's protections across them must be straightforward. Sweetheart, don't. Mum. There's still more. I cut Narcissa off. I am perfectly aware that none of this can be done before the end of summer. I also know we don't have the right specialists. Fortunately. I glanced at Jean, then at Fleur. We have access to the Vila community. There will certainly be skilled witches willing to do everything required, for a substantial fee, provided they sign non-disclosure agreements that include memory modification clauses covering any house secrets they encounter. My mother's looked thoughtful. I also understand we won't have sufficient energy reserves for all of this, which means it's time to remember what our family name actually signifies. Sweetheart. Both mothers' voices held something close to reverence. I expect the Vila specialists we hire would also be willing to conduct the ritual sacrifices. The sacrifices themselves could be Muggle convicts purchased from the crown. I imagine Her Majesty would be glad to relieve her prisons of the burden. The key is having a few cauldrons of Veritaserum on hand beforehand to verify every single candidate and make absolutely certain they are guilty of rape, pedophilia, mass murder, or crimes of that nature. I expect Britain has no shortage of that sort of filth, and we could use them to create something that hasn't been practiced in our world for a very long time. You mean? I've only read about it, but it stayed with me. An artificial source. Yes, it means getting our hands a little dirty and preparing a soul trap, but we wouldn't be destroying the souls. We would simply be holding them and putting them to work generating energy. I really don't think I should be hearing any of this. Jean shook his head. And I really think you should be doing something similar. Jean flinched under my steady gaze. How many lives depend on your decisions? And I'm not talking about the Aurors. There, you would simply need to push through a mandatory training bill and remove. That's already in progress, boy, but what you've just described. It's a direct consequence of the information I've just been given. I looked at Jean seriously. And I would advise you to do something along the same lines. If these tears keep appearing, the statute of secrecy will become untenable before long. Wizards will be forced into the open, as will the Inquisition and every other organization. I shook my head. But wizards can offer something that most others cannot. A safe house, a place where you can actually lie down and sleep without fear. There is an enormous amount of power to be built from that, and a reputation that borders on sainthood. And no one will particularly care that a handful of unreformed recidivists, who were never going to change and had committed the most vile crimes imaginable, were quietly disposed of to make that safe place possible. We understand. Narcissa nodded. The Blacks are more than a family. Once every 10 years we may request an audience with the Queen, and the unspeakables are answerable to her. They will have reported what happened. So if I tell her we are establishing a place of safety and need to acquire an entire city block for the purpose, she is unlikely to refuse. Nor is she likely to refuse the purchase of convicts for ritual use, provided we genuinely verify them with Veritaserum first and kill only the guilty. Good. I smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Next, approach the Weasleys. The Weasleys. Bellatrix stared at me. Yes. Whatever I may think of the 6th year, Arthur is another matter entirely. Arthur has his own kind of value. I once overheard the twins discussing what further enchantments could be placed on a car. So we ought to arrange parking in one of the neighboring buildings, acquire a couple of executive-class vehicles, and pay Arthur to enchant them to within an inch of their lives. Ahem. Jean drew my attention. Yes. There are skilled girls among the Vila who would be happy to perform the enchantments for a reasonable sum. The result would be an extraordinarily complex artifact. You could layer almost anything into it, from spatial expansion to... Jean shrugged. Backslash, the only limit would be your imagination, backslash. Backslash, excellent. The Vila are even better. No need to involve the Weasleys at all, backslash. Bellatrix gave a satisfied nod. Backslash, you're being unfair. Some of them are perfectly reasonable. Relatively reasonable, backslash. I sighed. Backslash, perhaps. But I think you take my meaning, backslash. I looked at my mother. Backslash, by the end of this calendar year we need to own at least 10 buildings, a full city block, ideally. By the end of the academic year, Blackhall's protective barrier must cover the entire area. Every flat will receive an undetectable extension charm, with one room expanded to contain a full 3- or 4-room apartment, backslash. Backslash, it will all be done, heir. Anything else, backslash. Backslash, yes. Though this goes without saying, backslash. I paused. Backslash, the Patil family. The Tonks family. The Clearwaters. The Browns. The Grangers, backslash. I glanced briefly at Daphne, who had lowered her head. Backslash, the Greengrasses. And, backslash. I looked at Daphne carefully. She was already looking back at me with gratitude and something close to adoration. She still loved her family. Backslash, the Devisas. Though that last one is purely for your sake, backslash. Daphne nodded quickly, making it clear she understood and was deeply grateful. And Harry, and possibly his relatives as well. All of those families should have apartments in our building by the end of the academic year. Not free of charge, naturally. I leave the negotiations and arrangements to you. Ideally, we want their fealty, and yes, the Greengrasses, for instance, could receive help relocating their manor entirely. Draco. I'd rather not raise this, but... Serious. Whatever else may be said, he is family. He's wealthy enough to provide for his own safety. But... I looked at my mother, who had pressed her lips together. You're right. We can't simply leave him to it. I think the matter can be raised during the audience with the Queen. She can apply pressure to the ministry, and he would be able to return to the country. In any case, you all have an enormous amount of work ahead of you. So do I, though my work is of a different kind. And what is it you intend to do? Scout for talent. I smiled. I think if I offer a few dozen Muggleborns the chance to have tutors arranged for them in subjects they care about, they will be willing to sign work contracts in return. And if I dangle the prospect of apprenticeships with established masters, not the most celebrated, but real masters nonetheless. Draco, are you certain all of this is truly necessary? Penny asked, joining the conversation with some unease. I'm certain. I have no reason to distrust the Unspeakables or Jean, and if Fleur's father says things are only going to get worse. I shook my head. Then we need to be ready, by the time the statute falls, not to be pawns in the games of more powerful players, but to be powerful ourselves, with the ability to shape other people's fates. There is no other way. I shook my head once more. One last thing. I doubt galleons will still be in circulation when the statute falls. It would be wise to keep reserves of precious metals and other tangible materials. Understood, heir. Bellatrix gave a polite nod. There was still a great deal left to discuss, but not now. The table had just been set, and it was time to eat. Chapter 57, Trouble Never Comes Alone. From that day on, I had to work even harder. I now understood that Voldemort was not the only threat to my future. While his Horcruxes meant he was at least an enemy I could try to fight, there was also a phenomenon entirely beyond our control to contend with. That realization forced me to push my training harder. Not that I had ever been less than diligent, but until then, I had tried not to lean too heavily on potions. Now I went directly to my mother's and asked them to buy me a full supply for the rest of the summer, potions that would let me absorb theory dozens of times faster. Since I wasn't a complete novice at legilimency, or rather, in working with my own mind, the results ought to be excellent. According to Narcissa, though, by September 1st I'd be a vegetable. Not that I'd lose my mind, but life would feel gray and deeply uncomfortable. I would have to make a constant effort not to fall asleep the moment I sat still. But that didn't stop me. I simply promised to spend the last few days before Hogwarts sleeping. Until then. Seeing how hard I was now pushing myself, all my companions began working considerably harder as well. I had intended to stick to this schedule without exception, but a single letter made me reconsider. Who's the letter from? From Hermione. I was already frowning at it. The handwriting clearly wasn't my acquaintance's. That wasn't a reason not to read it, though. It had passed every check, even the most paranoid ones. So I opened the letter and stared in surprise at the opening lines. Dear Draco Black, this is Jean Granger, mother of your friend Hermione. I know your previous dealings with our family were not pleasant, and that my husband made certain remarks, but I hope what he said did not affect your friendship with my daughter. That opening already didn't sit well with me. I set the letter down for a moment, drew a slow breath, and let it out. Something serious? Penny asked, watching me carefully. Yes. Because it's not Hermione writing. It's her mother. With that, I returned to the letter. I understand that receiving a letter from me probably makes you think something terrible has happened. You would be right. I wouldn't have written to you if I weren't desperate. The truth is, this summer we were vacationing in France. While we were there, the beach we were staying at was attacked by strange creatures. We had to run, but... At this point, several teardrops had clearly fallen onto the page. They caught up with us. My husband shielded us with his own body, losing his arm and an eye, and he was left with terrible scarring all over his body. He is in a coma. And my daughter. More tears fell. She had, as a magical police officer who arrived later explained to me, a wild surge of accidental magic, which destroyed the creatures, but she herself is now on the border between life and death. She needs to be in a place saturated with magic, somewhere her body can absorb it and replenish what she spent. Otherwise she may become. I didn't catch the word exactly, but I was told it's a very unpleasant condition, something like a dark parasite, and it tends to appear in those who suppress their magic. Damn. I sighed. What's happened? Penny Clearwater asked. The beach where Hermione was vacationing with her family was attacked as well. She had a wild surge of accidental magic, and now, due to magical depletion, she's at risk of becoming an obscurial. I don't entirely understand the mechanism. Becoming an obscurial usually requires quite different circumstances, but... I shook my head. I am begging you, please save my daughter. If I lose her too, I will have nothing left to live for. I am ready to do anything. If you want, I will become your slave, your whore, available to any man you point me to. I will become a killer and cut down every enemy you have. Anything. I will give you all our money, our home, even my life and soul. Just save my daughter. God, Jean is desperate. May I? Penny Clearwater asked. One moment. I read quickly to the end of the letter. Seeing that Hermione and her father were in an ordinary French hospital, I produced a Patronus. Mine was coming together beautifully now. Tell my master that lessons are cancelled today. I need to help Hermione. She's ended up in the hospital with a very serious injury. The blue fox with several tails looked at me with calm dignity, gave a measured nod, and disappeared toward the other wing of the house. I got to my feet, handed the letter to Penny, and went to my room. Only when I felt the first Patronus dissolve did I produce another, this one sent to Mother Narcissa, asking her to come to the hospital urgently. Dressed in simple clothes that nonetheless announced themselves as bespoke at a glance, I stepped out of the house, walked to the road, and flicked my wand. A moment later, the French equivalent of the night bus pulled up beside me. I gave the destination, tossed a triple fare to the conductor to make it clear I was in a considerable hurry, and was assured I would arrive before I could say the hospital's name twice. They exaggerated somewhat. It took 10 minutes. My mother was already standing outside the hospital, tapping her foot impatiently. Draco. Come on, read this on the way. I had retrieved the letter from Penny before leaving, and now my mother read it as we walked. I watched her face change. Her expression was tight with fury at the opening lines, and then filled with something close to respect by the time she reached the end. We're here to visit Hermione Jean Granger. One moment. The woman behind the reception desk, somewhere in her early 40s, began checking paperwork, made one phone call, and then looked up at us with a mildly contemptuous expression. That's not permitted. Then please call her mother, Jean Granger, to come and speak to us. I am not a directory service or a... Something unpleasant crept into her tone. Very well. I nodded very slowly. If you would prefer not to do this amicably, I will contact the consulate with an allegation that you are holding citizens of another country against their will. Perhaps you have even harvested their organs. I knew perfectly well that was not the case. The letter had been dated today and written this morning, which meant Hermione and Jean should be all right, but the threat hit home. The woman went pale and began to tremble. I. I. One moment. She snatched up the phone and made call after call, then looked back at me with genuine fear. Jean Granger left the hospital this morning and hasn't returned yet. But we can take you to her daughter's room and her husband's room. Please. I gave the faintest smile. And kindly ask the doctor managing their care to meet us there as well. I'm not asking. I'm telling you it needs to be done. Otherwise, I'll take legal action, and believe me. I drew a very expensive watch from my inner pocket, a tasteless piece, frankly, but one that serves its purpose in situations like this, when one needs to put people in their place and demonstrate status to those who can't read a bespoke suit. If their doctor or doctors aren't in that room within 30 minutes, and I'm giving them that long only out of respect for the profession, I'll be forced to act. I'm certain my mother will support whatever decision I make. Of course, sweetheart. My mother nodded, looking at the woman the way one looks at something unpleasant on the sole of one's shoe. 3rd floor. Right wing. Room 312. The stairs are there. The woman was frightened. She'd encountered wealthy young men before and understood that if we had money, and my watch made it clear we did, we could make life very difficult for her specifically. It was obvious to all of us that the hospital itself wouldn't suffer greatly. The director would simply shift the blame onto her. Within a few minutes, we were in the room. I looked first at Hermione, pale and still in the hospital bed, and then at her father. Mum, do what you need to. I'll stand outside and make sure no one comes in. Understood. Narcissa nodded and drew her wand. I stepped out into the corridor and watched the patients and nurses passing by. Excuse me, who are? A family friend. My mother's a healer, and since we're all citizens of another country, she's conducting an assessment to determine whether Hermione and her father are fit to be transported. Ah, but visiting hours. I looked at the nurse with calm, unhurried patience that told her exactly where she stood. I'm sorry, she said, very quietly. Not at all. I would simply advise against speaking on matters you don't fully understand. I'm a pretty good-natured person, but if someone else from my circle were standing here, they'd have dismissed you for a single unfriendly glance. I'm sorry. And she vanished. I returned to my position beside the door, which opened 10 minutes later to admit my mother. Well. I stepped back inside. Hermione's situation is not as bad as it looked. The person who examined her was an auror, not a healer, so she was assessed incorrectly. In general, she should recover on her own by September. Her father is more complicated. The arm and eye cannot be restored, the scars will remain, and they will cause him considerable pain for another year or two. But bringing him back to consciousness should be straightforward. I nodded in understanding. At that moment Hermione's mother burst through the door, followed closely by the doctors. Jean's expression shifted the moment she saw me, from fear to overwhelming, trembling hope, while the doctors had a lot to say. What do you think you are doing? We will not stand for this. Mother, can they be transported? Yes, sweetheart. Excellent. Please prepare the patients for transport. A medical team will arrive tomorrow at the same time. Jean, all other questions can wait. I will send a solicitor. He will help with the paperwork. I will cover the medical expenses. Thank you. Tears began to run down the woman's face. The doctors looked uncertain about how to proceed. I took out the watch once more, glanced at it, and put it away. As for you, we are grateful for keeping my friend and her father alive. Your work will be well compensated. Then why were we called in here at all? The older doctor silenced his younger colleague with a light cuff to the back of his head. I had heard stories about how visitors from other countries are sometimes treated in hospitals here. I preferred to err on the side of caution. Fortunately, my concerns proved unfounded, so I offer you my sincere apologies for interrupting your work. Think nothing of it, young men, impulsiveness is the prerogative of youth. The older doctor nodded. As for Jean, everything else can wait. Your husband's health and your daughter's health come first, then we can talk. All right. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't worry. My mother went to Jean, put a gentle arm around her, and Jean clung to her, beginning to sob. I caught the doctor's eyes, and we stepped out of the room together. Is there anything you need? The younger doctor looked at me with mild hostility, while the older one gave a heavy sigh. Funding, our hospital's funding isn't bad, but there have been more and more patients like your friend's father lately, and soon we won't have enough supplies. I frowned. I wanted to help, and practically, it wasn't beyond me, but it would be a drop in the bucket. I'll speak with my lawyer. I think my family could make a charitable contribution to ensure your hospital can acquire what it needs. But strict oversight? Yes. I am not so naive as to think those in power won't try to pocket the money, so the oversight will be rigorous, and the reporting will be. I looked at the doctor. You know what, never mind the details. The important thing is that there are enough supplies. Something tells me this is far from over. Who can say? I shook my head thoughtfully. Who can say? If I were in your shoes, I'd buy a handgun and start going to the range. Carrying a weapon could prove very useful soon. Do you know something? The older doctor looked at me closely. A little more than most. But not enough to draw firm conclusions. All the same, carrying a weapon will probably be useful. Thank you for the advice, young man. The older doctor gave me a nod. Chapter 58, Agreements. Lessons did go ahead that day, and they were intensive enough. Flitwick wanted to make up for the few hours I had spent on the preliminary business with Hermione, and to build in some buffer for the time that would still need to be spent on her family. And now I was standing at the door of the manor house where a room had been prepared, watching the French healers, who had put on a very convincing performance in front of the Muggle paramedics as a medical transport crew transferring critically ill patients, carry Hermione and her father inside. Mrs. Granger. I gave a nod to the girl's mother, and she very nearly threw herself at me with embraces and kisses. I think the only thing that stopped her was the presence of strangers. Thank you. One word, but the weight of feeling behind it. Not yet. I shook my head. You can thank me when your family is well. My mother said your husband should be able to come round within about a week, but Hermione would be better off staying as she is for a month. But please. As a healer, my mother understands this a great deal better than an Auror does. If she says it will be better for your daughter, then it will. All right. Don't worry. I have no intention of standing at your daughter's funeral, or your husband's, and I have no desire to lose her company at Hogwarts because she's become an obscurial. Thank you. She held herself together while the healers were still with us, but the moment they left, she simply broke down and wept on my shoulder. All I could do was pat her gently on the back, though Penny oriented herself remarkably quickly. Here, take this, meow. This is. Jean looked in mild confusion at the vial Penny was holding out to her, my girl with her little ears and her attached tail. A calming draft, meow. You need it right now, meow. Thank you. She gave a small sob, took the potion from Penny's hands and drank it in one go. It made her sway slightly, and I had to steady her. But then she looked around the room again, and now her eyes held an arctic calm. That does help. Really? She gave a slow nod. Wonderful. Please sit here while my mother checks on Hermione and your husband once more. After that you'll be able to go through to their room. We can discuss all the particulars properly once your husband is conscious. Thank you. As I said, not yet. I rose from the small sofa where I'd been sitting beside Jean. Now if you'll excuse me, I have studying to get back to. The woman gave a slightly faraway nod, and I left her. Flitwick immediately descended on me again with tripled intensity. At that pace, nearly 2 weeks flew by, and at last Sissy told me it was time to bring Hermione's father round. John. Jean flung herself towards her husband and burst into tears on his chest, despite what was practically a horse's dose of calming draught. Jean. His voice was faint. You're alive. A weak smile appeared on his lips and he clearly tried to do something, but found he couldn't. That much was plain from the faint bewilderment on his face. I'm glad. Come now, why are you crying? Mrs. Granger, if you would allow me to speak with your husband for a moment. He needs to be fully briefed on the situation. At the sound of my voice he turned his gaze to me with a slightly lost expression. He had to turn his head a little, but that gave him no trouble. You. Indeed, Mr. Granger. Let's begin with the relatively good news. I'd ask you not to interrupt me. He gave a very slow nod. After you lost consciousness, your daughter had a magical discharge. Despite an initially rather poor diagnosis from the French Auror on scene, and the negligence that resulted in her being placed in a Muggle hospital, she is all right. Relatively all right, she is in a coma, but there is no threat to her health, and when we bring her out of it in 2 or 3 weeks' time, she will be a stronger witch for it. What's wrong with her? He looked at me with a demanding expression. The technical terminology won't mean much to you, so to put it simply. I glanced at his wife. Severe magical exhaustion. She was fortunate in that the damage to her magical core was minimal, and what there was has already nearly healed. If the discharge had been slightly stronger, she could have lost her gift entirely. I see. And how much do we owe you? For Hermione? Nothing. I shook my head. The potions we're giving her to maintain her weight and the spells we use to keep her muscles from deteriorating, those cost us virtually nothing. I see no reason to charge you for them. John gave a dry sound. Well, I can manage without an eye. I'm afraid your situation is rather more complicated, since you've lost not only an eye but an arm as well. A look of mild confusion crossed John's face. In addition, your body carries a great many scars that will cause you considerable pain for another year or two at least. Certain potions can help, and there are salves, but... Is it expensive? Not exactly expensive. I shrugged. You can quite reasonably afford it, assuming your wife is able to keep the business running without you. Or if you were to sell it and put the money into stocks. You know your way around the Muggle world rather well. Indeed. I gave a nod. The more pressing issue is the arm. You could manage without our help and simply have a wooden prosthetic made. Though it is within our means to provide you with a fully functional one. It won't transmit sensation, but otherwise the hand will work exactly as it did before. I saw skepticism in John's gaze. And how much would that cost us? It depends on the materials. The best option is silver, not pure silver, obviously, but an alloy of silver, steel, and certain other components. It's quite expensive, but it's a one-time investment that will last a very long time. There is a wooden alternative, but that won't serve you more than 2 years, if it's made from decent wood, that is. If the wood is poor, it won't last 6 months. How much for the metal version, and how much for good wood? The metal version, expect somewhere around 5,000 galleons. Cough, cough. John choked. The wooden version. I continued past his reaction. Roughly 2,000. I can't be more precise, since material costs fluctuate, and then there's the artisan's fee, an artifact maker who will inscribe the correct runic sequences and make the artifact compatible with an ordinary person. Incidentally, we can make you an eye as well. Rather a good one, in fact, but as you can imagine. Even more expensive. Yes. I'll manage without any of it. The men gave a dismissive snort. A man can live quite comfortably without an eye and a hand. And my wife and daughter won't leave me. Darling. Jean lifted herself from her husband's chest and looked at him with a firm expression. Please show some small amount of courtesy to Mr. Black and his family. You've been in a coma for 2 weeks, and believe me, I was ready to offer everything, including myself, just to save our daughter. And you. But instead of using the situation I was in to bind me to some ruinous contract, they waited until you had recovered sufficiently, and right now they are telling us that we owe them, in practical terms, nothing yet. Darling. I'm not asking you to love Mr. Black. I'm simply asking you to show a little courtesy towards someone who did not exploit the situation I was in, and who conducted himself as a true gentleman. All right, darling. John sighed. So, I take it this isn't the end of it. Precisely. I gave a slow nod. You see, these creatures, which the magical authorities are calling them for lack of a better name, have appeared before, and you were not the only family to be attacked. I expect you heard nothing of this because the memory department has been managing the situation fairly well so far, but... I sighed. Their capacity won't be sufficient for much longer. The breaches will become more and more frequent, and the most unfortunate part is that at the moment no one knows what these creatures are. If you don't know, that doesn't mean no one does. Fair point. I smiled at John. But as it happens, I am acquainted with the daughter of the head of the French Auror Corps, that is to say, the magical police, and he spoke with us very candidly. At present nobody knows what these creatures are, where they come from, or what they want. What has been established is that the frequency and the scale of the breaches are increasing. Before long it will be impossible to conceal this from ordinary people. Wizards will emerge from the shadows, and close behind them will come the Inquisition, and a good many other organizations. So what are you offering us? Safety. John blinked his one remaining eye in surprise. Safety? But didn't you just say? I remember what I said. But I also know that schools are, in the main, secure, and the wards on my home are not much weaker than those around the schools. My family is an ancient one, after all. In the near term we intend to acquire a great deal more property and extend the reach of the wards. All of that has already been planned out. I am offering you a place to relocate to, a safe one. That is, a very interesting proposal. It isn't especially urgent for the moment, since we still have properties to purchase, work to be done on them, wards to be laid, and you will need to think about how to keep yourselves and your daughter safe in the meantime. I have every confidence that the Crown will also be providing security. The army, the police, possibly hired wizards and members of other organizations. I shrugged. So I have to choose. Yes. You will have to choose which particular debt to put yourself and your family into. With the Crown, nothing is predictable. It could mean a lifetime of service in the armed forces for your daughter, or something in medicine for you and your wife. But all of that would be for conditional safety, at best. John gave a slow nod to indicate he had followed. From our side, on the other hand, you would simply need to retrain somewhat. What do you mean? I mean that if we fit you with an eye and an arm, you would make an exceptional engraver, one capable of covering every millimeter of an artifact with runes. Artifact makers would only need to design their work so that the runic sequences could be applied by an ordinary person, or improve their engraving machinery so that the result is indistinguishable from hand-cast runes. Your wife, meanwhile, could become a potion brewer, producing potions in volume. Naturally something truly complex would be beyond her, but brewing simple potions at scale, potions that are nonetheless effective for their simplicity, is entirely within her reach. And naturally, a contract from your daughter, that she repays me 5 times the sum spent on her education. Nothing beyond that. That's... Darling, hush. Apparently reading something in her husband's expression, Jean stopped him. Draco, my husband and I will think over your proposal. We can take a little time to consider it, surely. Of course. I gave a nod. You have until the end of this year if you want to choose your own flat. Longer, if where and how you live isn't a pressing concern. I simply intend to take on people fairly quickly, people who will be in my employ. We'll think it over. I don't imagine it will take us more than a couple of weeks. I think my husband can make some calls, reach out to old friends who haven't left the service yet. They may know something. Perhaps. I smiled at the voice of reason in that family. In any case, I'm not rushing you, and I'm happy to offer you my hospitality until you are well enough to leave the country under your own power. Thank you, Draco. Chapter 59, Hermione. Drama, intrigue, investigation. Well, no intrigue as yet, for which I was grateful. As for drama, after John had spent another week with us and could walk outside again, he and Jean got their hands on a phone and contacted some of his old colleagues. They confirmed that, yes, there were reports of attacks by strange creatures, but no details they could share. Even the frequency of the incidents remained unclear to them. Jean was doing her best to persuade her husband to accept my offer. John, for his part, was being stubborn as a mule and insisting they would manage on their own. Jean was not the sort of woman to take that lying down, and so the house had begun to fill with arguments. At first they made an effort to keep things discreet, hushed voices and careful restraint, but by now they were simply shouting at each other, and I did not like it. I had no desire to see Hermione's family fall apart. Though to be fair, we were still very far from that. At least, that was what Narcissa and Bellatrix told me, having spent time with Jean and formed something that fell short of friendship but was more than mere acquaintance. I, meanwhile, kept working, allowing myself only one day off a week, my focus shifting squarely to combat magic and, to some extent, dueling. This did not mean the other material was reduced, only that the time for practical work in other areas was cut back. We all agreed that the ability to defend myself was now more important than developing the particular gift I possessed. Especially since that gift was already well developed, to the point that I had lifted the curse from both of Daphne's parents. From time to time Jean and John would watch my practice sessions. I noticed the puzzlement in John's expression, and one evening Jean took me aside and mentioned that her husband had not expected someone of my background and means to push himself quite so hard. I could only smile at that. Perhaps, had it been someone else in my position, he would have been right, but I genuinely could not imagine not pursuing magic with everything I had. All in all, things were going reasonably well. My relationships with Penny and Fleur had settled into a comfortable rhythm. Nothing had happened between us, not in that sense, but we spent evenings by the fire, the girls' heads resting in my lap, or their hands moving through my hair. Sometimes we danced, the two of them moving before me in ways that made the curves of their bodies unmistakable despite perfectly decent clothing, requiring considerable effort on my part to conceal my physical reaction. Time passed. Everything was fine. And today was the day we were to wake Hermione, which was why we were all gathered in the corridor. Only her mother and Mother Narcissa were in the room. Papa. The panicked cry told us she had come around, and I cast Petrificus Totalis on her father before he could throw himself at the door. Don't. The last thing she remembers is most likely the attack. That's why she's crying out. I lifted the Jinx and watched him move very slowly to the wall and lean against it. I'll wait. Good. We waited. 5 minutes later, the door opened, and Hermione came flying out. The moment she saw her father, she threw herself at him. Papa. She wrapped her arms around him. He gave an exaggerated grunt and pulled her close with his one remaining arm. Everything's all right, sweetheart, because of you, everything's all right. I was so frightened, it was so terrible, they jumped, and then your arm, your face. I was so frightened, you would die. I couldn't, and then. She kept murmuring incoherently against his chest, clinging to him while he stroked her hair and her back. We all stood watching with quiet, slightly melancholy smiles, the kind that comes from understanding exactly what she had been through. But alongside the sadness was something warmer, relief that Hermione had woken up, and that she was going to be all right. Come on, sweetheart, no standing in the corridor. Let's go back inside. John and Hermione returned to the room. The rest of us did not intrude. It was enough to know she was back. We went our separate ways and did not meet again until dinner. Draco. Hermione was in no hurry to take her seat. I want to thank you. You saved my father. You saved me. Hermione, we didn't save you. Broadly speaking, neither of you was in any real danger. You would simply have spent longer in the hospital. Even so. I know this was your idea, and Mum told me that everything only happened because she wrote to you. So I'm genuinely grateful to you for helping us in this difficult moment. And I am ready to sign a life contract with you. Hermione Jean Granger. John tried to stop her, but she had inherited his stubbornness. If you give my father back his eye and his arm. I know you well enough to know you wouldn't make my life a misery. So. Hermione. I looked at her steadily. Do you want me sent to Azkaban? No. She turned red and actually stepped back. There are contracts that minors may sign, of course, but they are generally limited to fairly innocuous matters, not something like this. I shook my head. For a contract of this kind, your parents would have to sign on your behalf. I could swear an oath to sign it later. No. I shook my head, and her father visibly relaxed, understanding that I was not about to exploit his daughter's state of mind. What he hadn't yet realized was that this very refusal had only deepened both Jean's and Hermione's conviction that the contract was worth signing. As I said, your parents, not sworn promises to sign later. So. I smiled at her. Sit down and let's eat. But. Hermione. Believe me, this is out of your hands right now. Except for one thing, you must follow every recommendation my mother gives you as your healer. Even your father hasn't dared to disobey her instructions, despite having rather obvious reservations about our family. Hard to disobey when the women gang up on you and act like it was always going to go that way. John said it very quietly, but I heard it and gave him a sympathetic nod. The united front of Jean, my mother's, Nymphadora, Penny, and Fleur was, indeed, a formidable thing. Flitwick looked at John with a mildly pitying expression. Fine. Hermione gave her father a meaningful look, and I understood, from this moment on, both women in his family would be working on him simultaneously. Before all of this had happened, he might have imposed his will by sheer authority, but now, having faced the creatures alongside them, his wife and daughter would almost certainly wear him down. Another week went by, and then John simply left. He bought tickets and flew to Britain, ostensibly to meet with old friends and gather more detailed information before making a decision. But I strongly suspected he had simply realized he was about to be worn down and had made a preemptive retreat. Draco. Jean addressed me at dinner, where we had all gathered as usual. Yes, Jean. Could you advise me on where to begin with potion making? Well. I shrugged conversationally. Everything up to 5th-year potions you'll definitely be able to manage. Beyond that, it will depend on whether you're a squib or completely ordinary. If you're a squib, you'll have trace amounts of magic, and you could work through the entire school curriculum and reach mastery with 15 or 20 years of practice. Either way, once we're back in Britain, I would suggest buying 10 times the usual amount of first-year ingredients, along with everything else you need for brewing, and there's a very useful book called Potion Making for Beginners, or something similar, about processing ingredients correctly. Thank you. And in the meantime, rest and think. You'll need to prepare a proper brewing room, starting with good ventilation, and plenty else besides. Talk to Mother Narcissa. As a healer, she knows more about this than I do. She's the most knowledgeable about potions in our family. I'll help. Narcissa smiled. Dark times are coming. A potion brewer in the household will be more than welcome. But Jean, I genuinely believe that if this is what you need, you and your daughter will bring him around, especially once things really start falling apart and you need to decide where to turn. But the choice is yours. We're not pressuring you. No. Hermione shook her head. Hermione. A note of reproach entered Jean's voice. Oh. I'm sorry. The girl had realized she'd interrupted my mother and now looked suitably contrite, but decided to continue anyway. I know I don't understand much about the magical world. But I do understand this, among ordinary people, I'll always owe someone something. If I stay in magical society, at least I'll have the appearance of being free. I shrugged. Free? I doubt it very much, and please don't look at me like that. I'm not proposing any crushing contracts that would take 10 lifetimes to repay. But if all this unpleasantness really does keep intensifying. Draco. Language. My apologies. I nodded to Bellatrix, acknowledging the correction. As I was saying, if the creatures keep multiplying, if they keep getting stronger, then society will have to change. You cannot go on living as people do now, everyone for themselves, with a small tax to the state. On my land, in all probability, mandatory military training will be introduced. There will likely be rotating duties, both on my territory and on Crown territory, since we are all subjects of Her Majesty. There will be state commissions for producing various things, and the payment for those commissions will be at cost, no profit margin, simply covering expenses. That won't prevent people from doing their own work on the side, but... I understand. Jean gave a slow nod. And you speak of very adult matters for your age. Though my daughter said much the same. She thinks of you more as an older brother she can always go to for advice than as someone her own age. Oh dear. Fleur shook her head. I merely smiled, though several others looked at her in puzzlement. Is something wrong? I'm afraid your daughter is about to lose her spot as Draco's honorary little sister. By my sister, who has already taken to calling him her big brother and has no intention of sharing the title, not even with Nymphadora, who is actually related to him and could genuinely claim to be his sister. Ha! She may be the younger one, but I'm the older one. By age perhaps, yes. But in terms of how you two act around each other, and everyone here knows this, you come across as the younger one. Nymphadora puffed up slightly. I decided to bring the earlier conversation to a close. In any case, think it over, take whatever time you need. You have roughly half a year of relative safety left, I would estimate. Possibly more, actually, though around the half-year mark is probably when we will start putting our plan into motion, and if you want to choose your apartment. Could we have a small house instead? Jean looked at me hopefully. I'm afraid not. But the spatial expansion can always be made larger. I shrugged. In the rough plan, one room is expanded to the size of a proper 3-room flat with kitchen and bathroom. For a higher fee to the craftsman you could fit 5 rooms in instead. I calculated based on the room dimensions I know. Quadrupling the space should be simple and therefore not too costly. More rooms, or adding another floor. I smiled. Any indulgence, for the right price. You could also, in theory, have your house relocated to the site, though I suspect the cost would be beyond your means. I see. So a flat, but a very large one. Jean nodded. That's really quite good, especially with good neighbors. And that would be. I shrugged. I don't think you would have much trouble getting along with the Tonks's or the Clearwaters. All of them know the ordinary world, and all of them will receive the same offer. I see. Jean took another thoughtful forkful of pasta. Which means I need to bring John around. I have no desire to live in barracks, and I certainly don't want that for my daughter. And knowing him, that is exactly what he'll be negotiating for. Lord, if he could at least negotiate separate private accommodation, I might think twice, but given everything I've learned in recent days about what is coming. Jean shook her head. It simply won't be safe enough. Which means shared barracks. No. Absolutely not. She gave a small shudder. Hermione. Jean looked at her daughter with a very deliberate expression. Home to deal with, Papa. Exactly. This needs to be resolved in our favor before the end of summer. Chapter 60, The End of the Holidays. Chapter 60, The End of the Holidays. Well then, my dear student. Flitwick looked me up and down with an amused expression. Allow me to congratulate you. In a fit of madness, I've decided to send you to the Guild of Charms and Enchantments to take the examination for the rank of journeyman. Yes, you heard correctly. I've decided not to award you the title myself. Instead, I intend to petition the Guild to convene the most exacting examination board they can assemble, and you will have to pass before them. I blinked in surprise. Master. I will of course carry out your instructions and do everything in my power to achieve the highest possible result. However, might I ask what prompted this decision? To prove a point. Flitwick shrugged airily, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. I simply want to show all those idiots that my student can earn the rank of journeyman even under the most unfavorable conditions. They are all terrified that their own students will fail, so they award the title themselves. My master gave another casual shrug. They are within their rights to do so. But I want to show most of them, the majority, that they are simply beneath contempt, and that if their students cannot pass the journeyman examination, then they know far too little to ever become masters either. I nodded in understanding. Very well. When do I leave? I was confident in my abilities and saw no point in arguing with Flitwick. He could only have had one of two reasons for this. Either to put me in my place because I had grown too sure of myself, or to genuinely put the other masters in theirs. Knowing Flitwick's character, either was equally likely. There was no point dwelling on what he was actually planning. The portkey activates tomorrow at noon. Understood. I'll be ready. I took the small coin from Flitwick's hand, turned it over thoughtfully, and decided to clarify one thing. May I rest today and tomorrow morning, until I leave? Yes. Excellent. Then the beach is waiting for me. With that I went to my room, collected a couple of sun protection potions, changed into my swimming trunks, and headed for the beach. I picked up an umbrella and a sun lounger on the way, and settled in with considerable comfort. Would you look at him? I would know Fleur's voice anywhere. Stretched out and everything. And that was Penny. Girls, please. Not today. I have an unexpected day off, because tomorrow afternoon I won't be here at all. I'll be taking an exam before an extremely exacting board whose express purpose will be to fail me. So if you like, just join me. Oh. Oh. They said it almost in unison, Penny's version drawn out slightly longer, then continued right away. Very well, we'll join you, but you'll fetch us loungers and umbrellas and apply our sun protection cream. Agreed. On those terms, we won't torment you. Very good. I stretched, got up, and within a quarter of an hour had arranged a perfectly comfortable spot for the three of us. I was already applying the cream to Fleur's back. Oh, that's wonderful. She groaned with evident satisfaction. Your hands know exactly how to make a girl feel good. We made a promise, Fleur. I can't help it. His hands are extraordinary. I simply melt, like ice cream dropped on a hot pan. Ha! That laugh said it all. Penny knew perfectly well what was in store for her, and from the gleam in her eyes, she was very much looking forward to it. The day passed more than pleasantly. The following morning, however, neither of them was able to come with me, and I didn't go down to the beach either, preferring to sit in an armchair and watch the fire. At the appointed hour, I was ready. The portkey activated and carried me from the house to an enormous hall. Flitwick was already standing there, and waving me over, he led me toward a door behind which, presumably, the exam was to take place. Well, student, do everything you can. I certainly shall, master. I nodded to Flitwick. He grinned, baring his teeth, and I walked through the door. After a dozen steps into the rather modest room, I stopped not far from the tables behind which sat the examination board. Candidate for the rank of journeyman in charms and enchantments, the secretary said in a flat, monotonous voice. Please state your name, your family, the teacher who prepared you, and the country you represent. I nodded to her. My name is Draco, of the Black family. My teacher is Phileas Flitwick. I represent Britain. The board exchanged glances. Two men and an elderly woman sat there, and all three fixed me with a look I could only describe as predatory the moment I named my teacher. The examination board will now introduce themselves. Master of Charms and Enchantments, Albert Volt. The firstman smiled in the way of someone who expects his name to mean something to the listener. It did, actually. I had read a couple of papers bearing his name, and he was indeed an excellent master. Studying under him would have cost only slightly less than studying under Flitwick. Master of Charms and Enchantments, Herbert Rechkin. This master proved somewhat more restrained, though I knew of him as well. Master of Charms and Enchantments, Juliana Cook. The old woman looked me over from head to toe, and I very nearly choked. She was a genuine legend. The woman had become a master back in Phineas Nigellus Black's time. She was a living relic, one of the most respected masters in the field. I was quite certain that even Dumbledore, had he been here, would have bowed before her. My lady, allow me to express my gratitude to you and the other masters for taking the time to conduct my examination for the rank of journeyman. The two men threw me looks that were not entirely friendly, but there was understanding in them as well. Inclining my head before this old woman, as I did, was no affront to my dignity. Secretary of the examination, Marina Ragatea. And now, let us exchange the customary oaths. I, Marina Ragatea, swear by magic that I shall ensure the rules governing the examination in which Draco Black, student of Phileas Flitwick, sits as candidate for journeyman, with Masters Albert Volt, Herbert Rechkin, and Juliana Cook serving as examiners, are observed without exception. May magic bear witness. Candidate, please give your oath. She flicked her wand casually, and an open scroll appeared in the air before me. I, candidate for the rank of journeyman, Draco Black, student of Phileas Flitwick, swear by magic that I have taken no potions and have employed no other measures that could influence the outcome of this examination, with the sole exception of those taken in the course of my studies to aid in the absorption of the material. During this examination I shall rely on nothing but my own knowledge, my wand, and such items as the examination board may provide me. May magic bear witness. The masters then swore their oaths that they would assess me honestly. Naturally, we all understood that honestly did not mean leniently. They would hold me to the upper limit of journeyman knowledge, and somewhat beyond it. But then, wasn't that precisely why I had come here? To wipe the smiles from all their faces. The first question, from the first master. Master Albert Volt, if you please. Thank you, Secretary. The master placed a slight emphasis on the young woman's position, but she showed no reaction whatsoever, presumably long accustomed to every other master attempting to needle her. Or perhaps she simply did not care. Very well, Mr. Black. Tell us the principles governing the application of a charm, let us say a space expansion charm, to a trunk. A rather nasty little smile was directed at me. With pleasure, honored board. Since the esteemed Master Albert Volt has not specified the conditions, I shall take the liberty of providing some clarification, so that this question does not become the subject of a weeks-long debate. The trunk's dimensions shall be taken as those of a standard first-year trunk as used by students entering Hogwarts, which are. I then spent approximately 10 minutes giving a complete and highly precise description of every variable, from the trunk's dimensions to the lining material on the interior, down to the material of the clasp. I drew diagrams in the air with my wand as I spoke, and only once I had finished with the clarifications did I proceed to actually answer the question. The answer itself took approximately 30 minutes, after which the first master was looking at me with a very particular coldness. The other two members of the board were rather less visibly irritated. Supplementary questions from the examination board. Albert Volt. Herbert Rechkin. Juliana Cook. Very good, Miss Cook. Ahem, young man, tell me, and you may be brief, since it's quite clear you know this subject in general, what would happen if we were to substitute the trunk's material for something rather more exotic? Whalebone, for instance. I considered the old woman for a moment. I'm afraid I don't carry all the correction factors and coefficients in my head, and indeed, as everyone knows, there are reference volumes which even novice masters consult for exactly that purpose. The old woman smiled with evident pleasure, clearly satisfied that I was not omniscient after all. However, if we take all the variables I described above as our baseline and change only the material of the trunk itself, then the formula of the charm. I raised my wand, and the charm's formula appeared in the air. Changes here and here. These particular values would need to be obtained either by experimental verification, if the whale happened to be of a rare species not yet catalogued by magical zoologists, or from reference volumes, while these here are derived purely through calculation and a series of minor experiments that can be completed within minutes. The old woman gave a nod of approval. Any further supplementary questions? None. Excellent. In accordance with procedure, I asked the board to assign a grade for the first question. Without a word, the examiners raised their wands. Albert Volt gave me AP, the other two examiners awarded me AP+. This was not terribly surprising, as the oath did not permit grade inflation in the candidate's favor, but neither did it permit arbitrary deflation. If a master genuinely believed AP+ was warranted, he was obligated to give one. The second question, from Herbert Rechkin. Thank you, my dear Marina. My question is, in fact, quite simple: if you are truly ready to become a journeyman. There exists a charm known as Incendio. The master flicked his wand, and a small red spark leapt from its tip. I understood perfectly well that with exactly the same casual gesture he could, using that same charm, ignite a fire that would burn several villages to the ground, or a city. Tell me what would need to be done to that charm to produce the eternal flame. To begin with, I should point out that the question itself contains a trap that could lead the candidate to an incorrect answer. The reason is this: a truly eternal flame does not exist. The name was coined in antiquity to describe a charm that consumes fuel dozens of times more slowly while producing dozens of times more heat. Even when the inaccuracy came to light, no one chose to rename it, because when properly calibrated, the charm can heat a single room from a single log for nearly a week. What, then, must be done to transform Incendio into the eternal flame charm? The first factor to consider is the material that will serve as fuel. And once again I plunged into a labyrinth of correction factors, calculations, formulae, wand movements, and all that needed to be said, accounted for, demonstrated, and elaborated upon. It took me nearly an hour. But I managed. Supplementary questions. Again, it was only the elderly Lionheart who wished to ask one. It is a very great pleasure to encounter so well-read a young man. You have described the standard conditions for us: an apartment, a fireplace, the option to define the fireplace itself as a limiting factor, and setting a series of containment barriers to prevent the flame from escaping while simplifying the transformation. But what if you were in a forest? Candidate. The secretary moved to prompt me, as I had gone rather quiet after the question was posed. I cannot answer that question. Too many variables are changing simultaneously, and, to be honest, at my current level of knowledge I would not attempt to apply such a charm in a forest, or rather, to transform Incendio into the eternal flame in a forest. Ha! The correct answer. For once in goodness knows how long, a candidate is not afraid to admit he doesn't know something. Very well. I asked the examination board to assign their grades. This time all three examiners awarded me AP+. The final question. The secretary glanced at the old woman, who raised a hand to stop her. The question is as simple as Lumos. And it is, in fact, about Lumos. How does the magical force invested in the charm affect the intensity of its light? That depends on how the energy is directed. And once again I was off, delivering roughly a 10-minute lecture this time on what could be done with the energy and what luminous intensity each approach would produce. The outcome: 2 examiners gave me AP with evident displeasure, clearly finding the question beneath the dignity of a journeyman examination, while the old woman herself awarded me AP+. Excellent. As secretary of the examination board, I hereby declare that based on the results of 3 questions posed by Masters of Charms and Enchantments, Draco Black is found worthy of the rank of journeyman. Your seal will be sent to your teacher. You are free to go. I thank the honored secretary and the honored board. I gave a brief bow first to the secretary, then to each member of the board individually. Chapter 61, Before the Term. When Flitwick learned who had examined me, he simply walked over and embraced me. By his account, Juliana Cook only agreed to examine a candidate under one of 2 circumstances: either she intended to fail the candidate mercilessly, though she generally chose to do so on the supplementary questions, or she intended to give him her blessing, asking a relatively simple question herself. On rare occasions, when a candidate proved worthy of both, she combined the 2 approaches. I was obliged to acknowledge that her supplementary questions had not been simple. All the same, I had answered them, so all was well. The seal arrived in due time, and I now wore it with quiet pride on my finger. Flitwick, meanwhile, had set me a new task: composing a teaching plan for 1st through 3rd years. Naturally, he had not given me an impossible assignment. Rather, he had provided examples of the old plans and invited me to revise them somewhat. I revised them considerably to emphasize practical work. Now Flitwick and I were sitting in the staff room at a large table, with Dumbledore at its head. I had just finished being examined by the other professors, and was now present with every right to be there as Professor Flitwick's assistant and as a teacher for 1st through 3rd years. Forgive me, dear colleagues. The door burst open and something slick and pomaded swept in, wrapped in gold robes and trailing an exceptionally tasteless cologne. I looked him over and listened to my intuition, giving a barely perceptible shake of the head. The man before me was no stronger than my last opponent at the dueling championship. In fact, he was weaker. This one I could have put down without breaking a sweat. Coming back to these walls, I was quite overcome. So many memories came flooding back. At that point his gaze found me. "Oh, are you discussing the fate of this young man? What has he done wrong? Failed his exams?" Not at all. But the peacock was not listening to Flitwick. He walked over and clapped me on the shoulder. "Young man, you really shouldn't be so cavalier about your education. Believe me, what you are taught at Hogwarts will lay the foundation for your entire future, and..." I caught his hand and squeezed hard. Though, God knows, I very much wanted to wrench his arm, slam his face into the table, tell him exactly what I thought of him, and then pointedly remind him that I was fully entitled to challenge him to a duel. "Lockhart, you are new here. But I would point out that approaching someone else's assistant and delivering whatever lecture happens to enter your head is not the wisest idea you could have had." Lockhart's face twisted in pain. "You are simply the latest in a series of defense against the dark arts teachers. If you have anything to say, first survive the year, then renew your contract." You. I released his hand and he immediately stepped back and began rubbing it. It had to hurt quite badly. Now, let us all settle down." Dumbledore rose from his chair and called us to order. Yes, I suppose I may have been mistaken about something." Lockhart pasted on a tight smile, put as much distance between us as possible, and sat down in an empty chair. "So then, colleagues, do we all have our teaching plans ready?" "Yes." The professors answered almost in unison. Lockhart, however, immediately beamed. "But of course. I have prepared a magnificent program." On that note, I applied the barest touch of magic to my voice, just enough to ensure it carried clearly over Lockhart's, and he shot me a very displeased look. Since when has popular fiction, and exceedingly mediocre fiction at that, been accepted as educational material? "Young man, I understand that at your tender age a great deal is excusable, but don't make remarks about my age." I cut Lockhart off. He was visibly incensed by my words and had apparently been preparing to lecture me at length. "I am from the House of Black, and as it happens I have a rather extensive library." "Oh, I quite understand that you were unable to find." "You didn't let me finish." I cut him off again. "You see, in one of your books, a particular charm you claim to have performed caught my attention, and I went looking for it in the library. I found it. Now, you wrote with great confidence that you had performed a powerful ritual upon yourself, one that had imbued you with extraordinary strength." Lockhart puffed himself up and began to nod with great self-satisfaction. "The only problem is that the ritual in question is not merely dark magic. It is applicable exclusively to women." "Oh, I simply adapted it, and what did you use as the sacrifice?" "The sacrifice?" "Yes. You see, in its original form, the ritual is performed by a woman, a pregnant woman, who sacrifices her unborn child's magic for a fleeting increase in her own power. In other words, the ritual guarantees that the child born afterward will be a squib." "So, you've got it wrong." "In any case." I gave a slight shrug. "It doesn't concern me in the slightest where you obtained those stories, whether you obliviated people or simply paid to claim their glory. That is entirely your business. What does concern me is that in dangerous times such as these, defense against the dark arts will be taught from sensationalist fiction that does not contain a single correctly described spell. Fiction that makes no distinction between difficulty levels. You've had every student across every year purchase the full set of your works. What about progression by year? Did it not occur to you that a first year simply cannot handle advanced spells? Although, admittedly, your penny dreadfuls don't contain any particularly advanced spells either." Draco. Headmaster Dumbledore, believe me, I would not have cared in the slightest if this teacher had simply brought his fiction with him and handed it around, while students purchased proper textbooks. But instead he is using his position to drive sales, forcing students across all years to buy this drivel as a mandatory course requirement. Now. Be quiet." I cut him off again. I had lost count of how many times by now. "In short, that is the purpose of this. I am putting you on notice, Lockhart. If you do not refund the money to every student who was compelled to purchase your books as educational materials, I will take you to court. And believe me, you will go to Azkaban. Not to the levels where dementors are particularly prevalent, perhaps, but that prison is no picnic in any case. Draco, enough. The headmaster tried to interrupt me. Tried being the operative word. Headmaster, I simply felt that since you had apparently overlooked this matter, I ought to raise it myself and see that justice was done. Gilderoy, it really was rather poorly done, the business with the books. I was not opposed to you teaching from your own wonderful works, naturally, but I did not anticipate that you would require the entire student body to purchase the complete collection. Headmaster. I told you about that reading list he submitted as a curriculum, Minerva said pointedly. Forgive me, Minerva. I believe I had something else on my mind at the time. But actually refunding the money. If the matter concerns you so greatly, there is another option. There is a book called Defense Against the Dark Arts, Questions and Answers, by Dmitry Kozevnikov. It is divided into 7-year levels and is recommended by the Dark Arts Guild for introductory defense courses. A marvelous idea. Lockhart didn't seem to have grasped what I had just suggested, while Flitwick, and even Snape, were smiling, though carefully schooling their expressions so that our new guest would not notice. That will be a wonderful approach. Very good. Now, Professor Flitwick, I wish to address you and your assistant. Did it not seem to you that revising a long-established teaching plan was perhaps slightly short-sighted? Headmaster. Yes, Draco. Are you aware of what is happening across the world? I drew 2 pieces of parchment from inside my pocket, one bearing a sketch of a rift in space, the other depicting the creatures that were emerging from it. Yes. I have heard something of this. I would strongly advise you, as headmaster, to approach the minister for clarification, or, if you have any contacts among the unspeakables, to speak with them directly. They will almost certainly confirm that the rifts are becoming more frequent. And in my view, practical training is now considerably more valuable than it was even a short while ago. Though if you recall, even last year, when I first became an assistant, I always favored practical work. Quite. Dumbledore frowned. Oh, don't worry. I, Order of Merlin, first class, great wizard that I am, will certainly be able to teach the children how to defend themselves properly. I ignored Lockhart. Dumbledore did likewise. The information is reliable. I'm afraid so. It's possible my source was misinformed, but then I honestly don't know who else to trust on this matter. Very well. I shall speak with Fudge, perhaps certain things ought to be reconsidered. I approve your program. Dumbledore was unusually grave. While I remain at Hogwarts, the children are perfectly safe. I would protect them even at the cost of my own life. I closed my eyes and fought the urge to send a particularly unpleasant hex at this peacock. Right. Now, regarding certain other duties, corridor patrol schedules, for instance. Mr. Black, as an assistant you are now required to patrol the corridors of Hogwarts after curfew to prevent disciplinary violations. I nodded. I believe. McGonagall took the floor. I have already found the ideal arrangement for the immediate term. If no complaints arise about your patrols before the new year, we can revisit the schedule then. For now I propose giving you Monday evenings. It's simultaneously the simplest and one of the more challenging days. I looked at the Transfiguration professor questioningly. It's quite straightforward. On one hand, students haven't yet settled back into the school routine after the weekend, so they want to linger in the corridors. On the other hand, they've spent a great deal of energy during the day suppressing those impulses in class, leaving them with less capacity for mischief. I nodded. Very well, I'll take that duty. But I have a question, what means of monitoring will I have? Will the portraits help locate rule breakers, or will I simply be wandering the castle in hopes of stumbling across someone? Oh, young man, a wizard of my experience could teach you a couple of the most useful spells, and you would have no trouble whatsoever. Mr. Lockhart, I was not speaking to you. I was addressing the deputy headmistress. I cut him off briskly, though I knew I'd treat him far less politely next time. No portrait assistants, I'm afraid. They only intervene if a student faces genuine danger, and you must understand that portraits are not present everywhere. Some of those present have somewhat disagreeable personalities. I sighed and nodded. Professor Flitwick will no doubt share a few useful tricks for night patrol. Happy to, Minerva. Flitwick nodded. Excellent. Mr. Lockhart, your day will be Sunday. But of course, darling. The man's tone made me shudder. I had to endure him for an entire year. Perhaps I ought to have him imprisoned. Though frankly, what business was it of mine? As far as I was aware, my mothers had already passed certain information about him to the appropriate parties on my advice. If he hadn't been arrested yet, he clearly knew who to bribe. We could certainly make it our business to see him locked up if we chose, but we are not on such terms, and you have not earned the right to address me in that manner. The man was utterly unfazed. He just kept smiling. Right. The teaching timetable, then. The rest of the meeting concerned which days would suit each year group and which houses would be best combined for shared lessons. The discussion itself took no more than 20 minutes. McGonagall simply produced a completed timetable and presented it, and it suited everyone well enough. Wonderful. Dumbledore clapped twice. And to conclude, I would like to offer my congratulations to young Mr. Black, who has passed his journeyman examination in charms and enchantments with distinction. And at 12 years old, you have become the youngest journeyman in 200 years. Thank you, Headmaster. I gave him a brief nod. I shall endeavor to continue in the same vein, and in 2 or 3 years sit the examination for master. Every professor looked at me with respect. Lockhart's expression held envy and disbelief, though for once he had the sense to say nothing. Shortly afterward we were dismissed, and I used the fireplace in Flitwick's office to travel home. The new term was only a couple of days away. Chapter 62, Consequences of the Past. I was sitting in the drawing room when the fireplace flared green and Fleur and Gabrielle came tumbling out of it. Both girls were badly shaken, and I went to them at once. What's happened? Our manor was attacked. Fleur's voice was full of barely contained panic. Do you need help? No. She got that word out with difficulty. It was obvious she wanted to say yes, but Papa will manage, and he has already called a couple of colleagues who will arrive any moment. He simply decided to take precautions and sent us to you. He said the protection on your manor is better than ours in any case, especially since you and your mothers raised all the wards. I gave a single nod. Do you know who attacked? No. She shook her head, and made no move to step back from the embrace I had drawn her and Gabrielle into. Gabrielle, for her part, was sandwiched between us and clearly somewhat less comfortable, judging by the determined effort she was making to wriggle free. Then, my home is your home. I released Fleur and stepped back, looking first at her, then at Gabrielle. That is to say, I should have put it more formally, I welcome you to my home and offer you our hospitality. My home is your home. I ask only that you take care around certain doors, some of them carry protective spells. If a door doesn't open on the first try and gives you a small shock, that means you are not permitted to enter. Creature. The house elf appeared beside me with a crack. Prepare a room for the girls. I glanced at Fleur. 1 room or 2? She looked at her sister with a flicker of uncertainty, then something resolved in her expression. 1. Hey. Gabrielle protested, but neither Fleur nor I was inclined to accommodate her on this point. Prepare a shared room for them. They'll be staying with us for a while. At once. Would you care for something to eat? I looked at the girls. Gabrielle nodded with great enthusiasm. Yes. Something light, please. Nothing that will spoil their appetite for the main meal. Of course. The old house elf disappeared with a crack. You only have one house elf. Gabrielle. No. I shook my head, smiling. Creature is quite old, and even with the magical support we give him and the rituals we perform, he will serve our family for perhaps another 100 years, or 150 at most. So I have acquired other house elves for him to manage, tasking him with identifying the most capable among them to eventually succeed him. She didn't need to know all that. Fleur gave her sister a look of mild exasperation. It really was rather. Oh, leave it. If someone else had asked, I would simply have ignored them, but little Gabby clearly meant nothing by it. No harm done. Yes, if anyone else were in your place, we would now be sitting through a lecture about what is and is not proper to ask in polite company. And if it happened to be one of the radicals, we would have had our heritage thrown in our faces as well. There are idiots everywhere. I shrugged. So there's no point giving them attention. Especially since by the time you are 20 or 30 and have earned your mastery, you will be welcomed in houses across the world, not because your father is head of the Aura office and your mother leads a Vila community, but because you yourself are someone who has to be reckoned with. While they will still be nothing more than appendages to their surnames. I shook my head. That was well put. Fleur smiled thoughtfully. An appendage to a surname. I do like the way you say things. But you do know that not everyone manages to become a master. Fleur. I gestured for her and Gabrielle to follow me to the small dining room, where I intended to spend a little time with them. Are you so uncertain of yourself that you think you lack the ability, the knowledge, or whatever else it takes to become a master? Well, no. I know I can do it, but... Then if you know it, don't diminish yourself. Say plainly what you want to achieve. Even wizards of no great brilliance became masters, provided they possessed the stubbornness of a mule. And you are rather more than that. I had, in fact, looked into this. There had indeed been a few candidates who had failed the master examination more than 10 times. Only the first sitting was free, each subsequent attempt had to be paid for, and not cheaply. The current record was passing on the 17th attempt. The candidate in question had hammered everything required into his head through sheer willpower, paying instructors substantial sums, and had indeed become a master. He was no great star, but by my rough calculation, that stubbornness paid off. Within 3 years of working in his field, even he would have recovered the cost of all those examination fees. Within 5 years, the cost of his instructors, too. Provided he worked like a man possessed, rather than doing things the way certain masters tend to do, 1 golden teaspoon of effort per year. Are you trying to encourage me? Not at all. The most stubborn master alive only passed the examination on his 17th try. I half-turned so she could see the expression on my face, and her eyes went very wide. Whereas I am quite certain you will pass on the first. Thank you. She caught up with me and hugged me from behind. Oh, will you two stop with the hugging? Where are the sweets? That is what faith in one's parents does, combined with the promise of treats. Unlike Fleur, Gabrielle had all but forgotten that their home had been attacked. Fleur, on the other hand, needed support right now. We reached the small dining room and settled at the table, Fleur taking the seat beside me. I maintained physical contact with her throughout. I also let my mothers know that we had guests. I was unable to spend the whole day with the Delacours, as I had to stop by Hogwarts for a meeting with Flitwick, but I did my best to be present as much as I could. Toward evening, Jean arrived, and both girls launched themselves at him, shrieking. I take it everything is all right. More or less. Jean waved a casual hand. In the end there was nothing particularly dangerous there, but I decided to send the girls to you all the same. I hope this didn't disrupt any plans. Jean. I looked at him with mild disapproval. Don't say foolish things. You should have sent your wife here as well, and if she resisted, you should have pushed her through, quite literally. Ha! You'll never push Maman anywhere. Fleur couldn't help laughing. Jean was watching me with a fond smile. You needn't worry about me and Apollon. We can take care of ourselves. And honestly, there was no real danger to speak of. I spent most of the time not fighting off attackers, but rather sitting in an interrogation room. So. He shrugged. It's all resolved. And incidentally, we have you to thank for this attack. I blinked. Fleur, meanwhile, suddenly radiated heat. She was very angry. In what sense? Simple enough. Do you remember David Kauschman? No. Should I? Fleur, calm down. The girl's anger had been building rapidly. She looked ready to launch herself at me, her features sharpening as she barely held back from shifting into her combat form. But father. Daughter, do you really think so poorly of me? If Draco had ordered an attack on us, would I not have had you out of here instantly? And besides, it would be a rather strange move, commission the attack and then leave the flow connection open. If this were somehow normal behavior, not closing it afterward, cutting you off from your mother and me, would be equally strange. Fleur looked somewhat thrown. Or don't you trust Draco? But then why do you spend so much time with him? Jean, don't press her. I understand her feelings, and yes, it stings a little that she doubted me. But. I shook my head. Family is sacred, and personally, in a situation like that, my first instinct would have been to strike, not lethally, but hard enough to put everyone out of action before asking questions. So Fleur showed remarkable restraint. Now, would you mind finishing the story? Who is this Kauschman? The teacher of your opponent in the championship final. Wait, that man. The very one. In short, he only recently managed to put together a group. He's Muggle-born, but quite capable and determined. The problem was that by the time they made their move, you had raised the wards on your manor, and your home is exceptionally difficult to locate as it is. So he decided to strike at my family instead, judging us as an easier target. I drew a slow breath and let it out. Can I expect? He has already been sent to prison. Oh. Well, that's wonderful news. Which means before long he can simply be purchased and put to death. Jean sighed. Right, well. I came to collect my daughters, so. He gave a shrug. Though I honestly cannot understand what made that man think attacking you would allow him to take revenge on me. I shook my head. Actually, I can understand it perfectly well. I simply don't see what made him think I would agree to his terms if he took you all hostage. No, I would have had to seem to agree, to buy time, and after that I would have put a price on his head so large that they would have dragged him back from the afterlife just to spend an extra hour torturing him. And you're simply going to ignore what my father just said about us? Fleur gave me a slight smile. Fleur, I believe we have already discussed this, it's still too early to talk about a relationship. There is definitely something there, but as for the rest. Yes, yes. She nodded. I remember. Fleur, are you coming home? Could I go directly to Beaux Batons from here? Fleur asked uncertainly, looking at me rather than her father. She seemed unsure. I have no objection. I shrugged. Jean. Well, we had planned to spend the last days before school together as a family. I even took time off. Fleur was visibly beginning to waver. Go. I nodded to her. Family is sacred. Don't even think about it. Just go and spend time with them. Draco. And we can always speak through the mirror in the evenings if you like, so just go. Yes. She nodded and moved toward her father, then stopped 2 steps short, turned back, and kissed me on the cheek. Her lips caught the corner of my mouth. Forgive me. And thank you. And then she was gone, and I stood there grinning foolishly as the family disappeared, one by one, in bursts of green flame. The day had ended rather well, all things considered. But that particular individual would need to be bought out of prison, bought out and brought to the altar. I would need to find something especially unpleasant in the Black family vaults. There was certainly something there suited to those who wished to declare a blood feud. Chapter 63, The Hogwarts Express. I arrived at the station a little early and spotted Hermione, or more accurately, a very irritated Hermione, storming onto the platform. Hello. What's the matter? I took her trunk from her as I said it, cast a couple of charms, and sent it off to our compartment. What? Draco. Hello. She practically launched herself at me, throwing her arms around me. Easy, easy. You'll strangle me. Yes, yes. She released me and poked me in the stomach. You've put on even more muscle over the summer. You're like iron. Thank you. Now tell me what's happened. She gave a small wave of her hand. Papa has dug his heels in. We'll sort it out ourselves, he says. He's the head of the family, and he'll handle everything. He doesn't understand that there will be obligations no matter where they turn, and that yours are the only ones with any chance of being humane. Honestly, the opportunities that would come with signing a contract with you are obviously better than whatever patchwork of separate agreements he could scrape together. Has he made any progress at all? Oh, it's not that he hasn't. Why would you think that? Mom and I have been picking apart every alternative he comes up with. Our main argument at the moment is that Mom's already earning a decent amount just from selling first-year potions. Obviously nowhere near what the clinic brought in, but... She shrugged. I honestly can't explain it, but it's as if she has some kind of gift. We didn't even understand what was happening at first. She would chop an ingredient differently, or stir the cauldron in a different way, and a couple of times she simply forgot to add ingredients at all, but the potions still came out first-rate. The apothecary said so. So even that income, tight as it was enough to tide them over until the clinic sold. Not comfortably, but enough. Why didn't you write to me? I could have sent a little money through your father, so to speak. Oh, no need. She waved it off. They had some savings set aside from before, so it was fine. And now that the clinic has sold, there's enough for a couple of years of comfortable living. I see. I nodded, and noticing that Hermione had gone quiet, I moved to reassure her. Don't worry. I put the anti-eavesdropping charms on before I started asking you questions. Thank goodness. I was starting to think I'd said too much. Forget it. Come on. Let's get to the compartment. Daphne's already there. Penny isn't yet, but she's a prefect. They have some sort of meeting. Nympha hasn't arrived either. She'll probably come running at the last minute. I smiled. And Tracy, Harry, and the others? I shrugged. No idea. I haven't seen Harry since we parted ways after the train last year, and the same goes for Davis. Are you still cross with her? No. I shrugged. I've simply drawn my conclusions. Shall we go? Yes. We made our way to the compartment and settled in, though not before Hermione delivered a bone-crushing hug to Daphne, who bore it with dignity. So, Daph, how are things with you? Well. She gave a slow nod, and at that moment the compartment door opened and Tracy peered in. Daphne. Hermione. Draco. She greeted me last, and her voice was slightly uncertain. I answered her greeting with a brief nod. Tracy. Hermione and Daphne responded almost in unison. Am I intruding? No. Daphne answered for all of us, though she first cast a quick glance in my direction. I simply shrugged, making it clear that the decision was hers alone. She chose to give Tracy a chance. She did, after all, genuinely consider her a friend. He doesn't mind. I drew my wand and, with a slight sigh, cast a space expansion charm on the compartment. A simple one, but sufficient to accommodate our whole group in full comfort once everyone had gathered. That was. Tracy looked faintly startled, but before she could put her reaction into words, the compartment door opened again and a slightly bewildered face belonging to our resident hero appeared in the gap. There you all are. I've been looking everywhere. He stepped in with a grin. Hello, everyone. Hello. We replied in a loose, untidy chorus. Oh, and I spotted the Patil twins on the platform, so they should be joining us soon. There was not much to say to that, and once the twins did arrive, the compartment descended into cheerful chaos. Not so much because of them specifically, but because the number of people had reached a critical mass and it became genuinely difficult to keep track of who was doing what. We were contentedly simmering in our little cauldron when the door opened again. Oh. First years. I looked with some surprise at the two girls standing in the doorway, one red-haired, pretty enough that it was obvious she would be among the most striking girls in her year in a couple of years, the other a platinum blonde whose mind was clearly elsewhere. Is this one full too? What an absolute sweetheart. This verdict was reached simultaneously by the twins, by Nymphadora, who had appeared behind the girls, and, judging by the gleam in their eyes, by most of the other girls in the compartment as well. Air. The redhead looked quite thrown, while the blonde attempted a strategic retreat, and might have managed it had Nymphadora not already positioned herself directly behind her, so that when the girl turned to flee, her head came level with Nymphadora's chest, and Nymphadora made a very decisive grab. I looked the two girls over thoughtfully. Come in, don't be shy. Although you. I nodded to the redhead. You're a Weasley, aren't you? Yes. She frowned slightly, and then something clearly clicked, a habit apparently hammered into her by 6 older brothers. And is that a problem for you? Aren't we ferocious? Nymphadora regarded the redhead with fond exasperation. Though you might want to be careful. The person in front of you is Flitwick's personal student, who will be teaching you charms, and who earned his journeyman qualification before second year. So I wouldn't recommend being rude. Oh, leave it. I waved Nympha off. It's my own fault. I phrased the question in a way that was difficult to respond any other way in her position. And no, Miss Weasley, I have no problem with it whatsoever. I simply wanted to warn you that you might. You see, your older brother, Ron, is not on good terms with me. He picked a fight with me more than once last year, and if you choose our compartment, there is every chance he will not be pleased. But what about the twins and? I have no quarrel with your other brothers. The twins do push the limits rather often, and when I first arrived at Hogwarts I had them down as juvenile delinquents, more or less. The girl snorted. But they turned out to be considerably less alarming in practice. So we have a sort of mutual non-aggression agreement. No common interests to bring us into conflict. As for Percy, no quarrel there either. Then it's fine. She shrugged and walked boldly into the compartment. Wait. Conflict. Teacher. Nympha followed her in, practically carrying the blonde, who radiated the quiet acceptance of someone who had made peace with whatever was coming. You're Black. Draco Black. Malfoy's son. She said the last part with a note of uncertainty, as if she wasn't quite sure of her ground. There is that unfortunate chapter in my biography, yes. Though I prefer to think of it as Lucius having contributed the biological material necessary for my existence, rather than being my father in any meaningful sense. In any case, does that present a problem for you? Not exactly. She looked down. Not exactly. Could we talk later, once we're at Hogwarts? Of course. I nodded. Whatever house you end up in, I'll be teaching you charms regardless, so you can always stay behind after a lesson if another time doesn't suit. But are you sure you? Thank you. And yes, I'm sure. Ron will survive our association somehow. The girl nodded. Right then. I think introductions are in order. My name is Draco Black. This is my loyal lady's maid, Daphne. This is Harry Potter, Tracy Davis, the Patil sisters, Parvati and Padma. The girl currently in Nymphadora Tonks's arms is my honorary little sister, and this curly-haired one is Hermione Granger. Hey. And you are? Ginny Weasley. I had the impression that hearing Harry's name made her completely lose awareness of the outside world. But no, she did squeak out her own name and even managed something resembling a curtsy. And you? I looked at the blonde, who had now been released from the fearsome clutches of she who also happened to be my sister. Luna Lovegood. Though some people call me Loony. I frowned slightly. We will deal with that particular unpleasantness in due course. As for a nickname, Luna suits you far better, I think. You don't mind? No. Ginny calls me that too. Then it's settled. Please, sit down. We're still waiting for a few more people, and one particularly unstoppable individual, after which we will set out the food and the rest of the journey will be rather loud. If that suits you. Ginny nodded enthusiastically. Luna, meanwhile, was pulled back into someone's embrace before she could answer one way or the other. I'm here. The door opened and Lavender stepped in. Lavender Brown. I introduced her to the new girls. She greeted them, quickly found a seat beside the Patil sisters, and drew them into conversation. Right, I think we can start setting out the food. Penny won't be back for another 20 minutes or so. Prefect duties. Daphne immediately reached for her bag, pulled it down from the rack, and began pulling out an assortment of things. Not only sweets, but proper food, sandwiches, chicken, potatoes. The house elves, supervised by Creature, had prepared a great deal of very good food. Help yourself. Nympha gave Ginny a gentle nudge, then turned her attention to Luna, whom she began feeding with cheerful determination. Luna bore it with stoic dignity, though somewhere in the depths of her eyes I caught a flicker of pleasure. Or perhaps I imagined it. A whistle sounded, signaling 5 minutes to departure, and the platform outside the window grew busy. We, however, had entirely lost interest in it and simply settled into conversation. The occasional person did peer in at the door, and we made room when they did, but second years were generally looking for their own friends, and first years were too shy to join such a large group. Astoria, however, joined us with great enthusiasm and found herself immediately at home, particularly with Ginny and Luna, with whom she struck up a quick understanding. And so the time passed pleasantly until the train departed. After that, no newcomers could even squeeze in. After another whistle, the train began to move, and I smiled to myself. Up until the last moment, I had been half expecting something to happen. A rift in space. A Death Eater attack. Anything. After all, the second year was not going to follow the old path. The Horcrux responsible for it had never reached Ginny's hands. And yet everything was quiet. It was too early to relax, of course. We still had a very long road ahead. But at least this part of the day had gone well. And that was good. Chapter 64, The Journey, and the Sorting. The compartment door opened, and number 6 appeared in the doorway. Bloody hell, full in here too. Ginny. He spotted his sister and quickly registered exactly whose company she was in. What are you doing with him? Something had evidently been drilled into him over the summer, because he stopped short of an outright insult. Or perhaps he had simply lost his voice at the sight of his sister sitting among us. Though the latter seemed unlikely, since he did manage to ask the question. Ronald. I'm sitting here. Ginny's expression did not change in the slightest. Her tone alone communicated that her brother had asked a spectacularly stupid question. With him. And his. He could not find the word, because the moment his eyes met my pleasant and understanding gaze, he grasped that the instant he said anything untoward, the wand currently spinning lazily between my fingers would find a purpose. Yes, I chose to travel with the girls, and Harry, and Draco. Is that a problem for you? Yes. Well, nobody invited you. What's going on? What's all this? Then, Brother Ronnikins. Have you decided to bother? Our dear. Sweet. Beloved. Little sister. Ginny went slightly pink, but showed no reaction to the twins' manner of address. I would have said she rather liked it. Number 6 had visibly lost the ability to speak. Come along. With us. Before you. Once again. Say something foolish. Well done, Ginny. You've chosen. Excellent. Company. The twins collected their brother and steered him firmly away. We resumed our conversation, and roughly 20 minutes later, Penny appeared. Hello. What? Ginny, catching sight of Penny, stared at her in complete bewilderment. Luna's gaze at our prefect was rather more thoughtful. I'm here. Not for long. I have to patrol the train. I nodded. Join us and have something to eat before a long shift. Besides, you know you're always welcome. Why does she meow? Ginny asked it in a whisper, but the compartment had chosen that precise moment to go quiet, and her question was heard by everyone. Speaking of which, allow me to introduce our future first years to someone. This is Penelope Clearwater, Penny for short. Penny acknowledged the introduction with a nod. She's the Ravenclaw prefect. And these are Ginny Weasley, Astoria Greengrass, and Luna Lovegood, though we call her Luna. Lovely to meet you. If any of you end up in my house, I will be very glad to help. Though even if you end up elsewhere, you are always welcome to come to me. As for your question, I simply lost a number of bets to this unpleasant character. A finger was pointed in my direction. So I have to go about meowing. And wearing cat ears. So a word of advice, if he ever offers you a bet with a peculiar condition, think very carefully about whether you are prepared to carry out whatever forfeit Draco might assign. Oh. Ginny looked somewhat uncertain. Come on, stop frightening the girl. I shook my head. All right, but you remember, little one. Yes. We continued together until Penny had to leave again, though she came back once more before the journey ended, just as briefly as before. And when the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, we all spilled out of the compartment, wishing our soon-to-be first years good luck. Well, there they are. I shook my head, looking at the Thestrals. The girls nodded as well. As it happened, nearly everyone in our group had seen death by now, and those who hadn't were already well aware of what pulled the carriages from the station to the castle. I never thought so many students beginning their second year would all be able to see Thestrals. Oh, don't. I shook my head. There's nothing terrible about it. Though I won't pretend that death is a pleasant thing to witness. Right, let's get into the carriages. We had to split into smaller groups, simply to fit into the carriages, since loading the Thestrals beyond their capacity would have been unkind, even with a space expansion charm. Hogwarts. I shook my head slightly and took a careful look around the Great Hall, then settled with the rest of our group at the table and waited for the sorting. Though for us, the sorting was not particularly significant this year. We were watching for Astoria, and keeping half an eye on Ginny and Luna. Greengrass, Astoria. Daphne's sister walked calmly to the stool and sat down. The sorting had settled onto her head and did not remain there long. Ravenclaw. The hat announced it and lifted away. The delighted girl jumped up immediately and ran to our table, taking the seat beside her sister. After that, we largely lost interest in the sorting, until it was Luna's turn. She did not sit under the hat for long either. The moment it touched her head, it reached its verdict. Ravenclaw. And then the minutes stretched out in complete indifference to us, until McGonagall's voice rang out. Weasley, Ginevra. The girl walked to the stool and sat down. The hat was placed on her head. Gr. Silence. Did I hear that correctly? I murmured the question to Penny, who was sitting beside me. She gave a thoughtful shake of her head. I heard it too. We looked at each other and exchanged small smiles. It had not been difficult to notice the way Ginny had been looking at Harry during the journey. Only Harry himself had missed it, which was understandable, as he had been talking to Tracy, who had noticed all of it. Where would this lead? Goodness only knew. But it did seem to me that Ginny was not at all keen to leave Harry in Davis's capable hands, and that was precisely why the hat had gone silent mid-word. No, no, no. The hat began to shift around on Ginny's head, muttering to itself. But after sitting on her for nearly 7 minutes, it finally sighed and called out. Ravenclaw. The delighted girl leaped off the stool and took several steps toward our table. Miss Weasley, please come back and allow me to remove the hat. The girl turned very red. Laughter rippled through the hall. She turned around with excruciating slowness and walked back to McGonagall, who lifted the hat from her head, and then Ginny, on stiff, unyielding legs, made her way over to our table at last. She clearly wanted to take a seat at the far end, but she was caught, just as Luna had been, and placed firmly among us. The sorting concluded shortly afterward, and Dumbledore rose. My dear students, I am glad to welcome home those returning to continue their studies, and to those beginning their first year, welcome. The hall applauded. I am afraid I also have some less welcome news for you. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. It has recently come to my attention that strange black creatures have been attacking people indiscriminately, wizards, muggles, and magical beings alike. He shook his head sadly. I made inquiries among a number of authorities working on this matter. The news, I regret to say, is that these attacks are expected to continue. The hall fell silent. No one had expected this from Dumbledore. Not even me. Of course, some feel it is wrong to tell you this. But Hogwarts has always been a refuge, and a place of preparation for the life to come. This year, therefore, the principal emphasis in lessons will be placed on practical work, and the theoretical material will need to be studied largely by your own effort. Well, that's one way to do it. On the one hand, it was probably the right call. On the other, perhaps he ought to have announced it at breakfast rather than spoiling the feast. Though then again, he's a wise old man, grey head and all, so perhaps he knows better. I managed to lighten the atmosphere a fraction, as students who had overheard me began casting glances at Dumbledore and smiling with varying degrees of success. Now, eat. A clap of his hands, and the tables filled with food. Girls, don't overdo it. I felt obliged to save Ginny, Luna, and Astoria from making a common mistake. If you eat too much now, tomorrow morning will be very unpleasant. Yes. They nodded, and we ate in comfortable peace. Before long, however, Dumbledore rose again, and a second clap cleared the food from the tables. And now, let us sing the school song, each to their own favorite tune. Music struck up, and the whole hall sang along in cheerful, jangling discord. After that, we were sent off to our common rooms. Draco. Understood, Penny. You go at the front, and I'll bring up the rear. Thank you. Come along, everyone. 2 by 2, please. The first years looked at Penny with mild surprise, but she had long since grown accustomed to the attention and paid no mind to the extra notice her cat ears attracted. The children lined up, and we set off in a cheerful procession toward the Ravenclaw common room, where everyone soon settled in. Right. My name is Penelope Clearwater, Penny, if you like. Before anyone asks, yes, I meow because I lost a bet, and you will get used to it. I am very glad to welcome you to our house. I have an excellent helper in the form of Draco Black, who I'm sure will be happy to take responsibility for the first 3 years again this year. I nodded in agreement. I don't expect it to be any harder than last year. It'll be my pleasure, Penny. Wonderful. Now, I was going to say a few words, but... The common room door opened and Professor Flitwick came in. Actually, I'll hand over to our beloved head of Ravenclaw and Professor of Charms, Phileas Flitwick. Thank you, Miss Clearwater. I am delighted to welcome you all to Hogwarts, and to Ravenclaw, the house that values knowledge above all else. As your head of house, I also wish to say, my door is always open. If for any reason you cannot come to me, Miss Clearwater and Mr. Black will always be glad to help. Penny and I both nodded. I should mention that Mr. Black is my assistant and will be teaching lessons for the 1st through 3rd years. The first years looked at me with a mixture of surprise and mild skepticism. I won't say too much. Only this, Hogwarts is your home now, and all of us who already think of it that way will do everything we can to help you love it too. Illustration, Thestrals. Chapter 65, The First Day. Welcome, dear students, to your first lesson in Charms and Enchantments. My name is Phileas Flitwick. I am head of Ravenclaw House and have taught this subject for many years. However, since last year I have had an assistant. Flitwick gestured toward me, and I smiled at the first years. Young Draco Black demonstrated exceptional proficiency in my subject last year, and I accordingly asked him to take over the teaching of charms for the first through third years. He is your primary teacher. I will sit in on lessons from time to time, though not always, but that does not mean my assistant can be ignored. Flitwick allowed his expression to become mildly stern as he surveyed the first years. Mr. Black holds full authority to award and deduct house points and to assign detentions. I would therefore strongly advise you to pay careful attention to both my assistant and your primary charms teacher. Draco, I hand over to you. Thank you, Professor. I gave Flitwick a nod and stepped forward. So, dear first years. You all heard Dumbledore's speech last night. Yes. A ragged chorus of assent. Good. Then you understand that theory will be studied primarily on your own initiative. Do not think this means you can simply ignore it. This year's examinations will be somewhat different. There will be considerably more theoretical content, so anyone who does not study will not pass. The children were not enthusiastic about this. I can promise you, however, that you will want to learn the theory, at least in my subject. You see, last year I introduced a certain practice. I looked the children over. Twice a year I hold a competition between students in the same year group. Last year it was focused primarily on the practical execution of spells. This year I am adding a theoretical component as well. Winners receive a valuable prize. What prize? That's a secret. I said the word secret with a slight smile. Though I can tell you that last year's first-year winner received a trip to France for herself and her family. The children stared at me. The end-of-year prize will be of that order. The mid-year prize will be something different, but believe me, I will think of something interesting and genuinely worthwhile for you. So I strongly advise you to roll up your sleeves and get to work. Incidentally, as far as I know, a number of other teachers have been observing my approach with interest. I glanced at Flitwick. Indeed. Professor McGonagall is planning to try something similar, and has even secured a small prize fund from the headmaster. Professor Sprout has decided to provide the prize herself. I nodded and looked back at the students. The teachers, as you can see, intend to encourage you to study independently. And now, before we get into the material, let me show you what you can achieve if you pursue charms and enchantments with genuine dedication. I gave my wand a spin between my fingers and summoned a Patronus from it, silently, without the usual incantation or gesture, though it did cost me a little more effort. But what wouldn't you do to convince children that it was all possible, if only they applied themselves? Is that? Luna, unlike the other first years, recognized the charm at once and was looking at the multi-tailed fox with open astonishment as it ran a lap of the classroom, tickled several children with its tails, and settled on the desk beside me. Yes, Miss Lovegood. Is that a Patronus? It is. I smiled at her kindly. A Patronus, a light charm designed to repel Dementors. It can also. I leaned down and whispered a few words to the fox. The little creature trotted to the center of the classroom and spoke in my voice. Be used to send messages. It is considerably faster than an owl and well suited to urgent communications. I've heard of this spell. I gave Ginny an encouraging nod, as she had fallen silent after beginning to speak, afraid she had started without permission. It's supposed to be extremely difficult. Not everyone can manage it. That's not entirely accurate, Miss Weasley. Or rather, it is accurate, but as with everything in magic, there are certain caveats. For instance, this spell can in fact be performed by any third year. It won't produce a corporeal Patronus in every case. For many it will remain a semi-transparent white mist, but... I shrugged. That only means the person chose a less suitable memory. And like any charm of this kind, it demands less raw magical power than it does sheer force of will and correct focus. I will even share a terrible secret with you. Any first year who is sufficiently diligent and practices consistently will be able to produce the white mist form of this spell by the end of the year. I looked around the class. Yes, you, sir. Creevy. Colin Creevy. Are you saying that all the spells from the upper years can be done in first year? No. I shook my head. That is not possible, Mr. Creevy, and the reasons for it are something we will be exploring throughout the year. Those are precisely the topics I will be covering in person. The Patronus is simply a special case. Spells like it can be counted on the fingers of one hand. But you? Yes, Mr. Creevy. I nodded. I can perform it, along with everything else in the school charms curriculum. Or nearly everything. There are a handful I simply haven't had the chance to learn yet. And that is due not only to the fact that I have been training every available moment. Here it comes. He's going to say it's because he's a pureblood. The remark came from somewhere among the girls and carried a distinct edge. Miss Adelina Grupf. Miss Grupf, I gather you encountered some particularly unpleasant representatives of the pureblood world on the train. But there is a grain of truth in what they say. She gave a contemptuous snort. There's no need to snort. You're Muggle-born. Yes. Her voice had a defiant note. Are you familiar with horse racing? Of course I am. What do you take me for? Excellent. And do you know how the best racehorses are bred? Air. The girl faltered. She had not expected that question, and at her age she almost certainly didn't know the answer. I'll tell you. You take two horses with exceptional ability and put them together. They mate, and a foal is born. In a number of cases, the foal not only inherits the parent's aptitude but surpasses it. Among the aristocracy this is described rather more elegantly, a dynastic marriage, in the case of Muggle-ruling families, or a contract marriage, in the case of wizarding nobility. If a family line spans more than 5 generations, its descendants, provided no one made a poor match somewhere along the way, are genuinely more powerful magically than Muggle-born witches and wizards. The Muggle-born students all frowned. However, that is merely a starting advantage. In practice, any witch or wizard can become an archmagus. There is only one requirement: never stop developing. If a pureblood simply coasts on his inheritance while you, Miss Grupf, work on yourself consistently, by second year the gap between you will be minimal. By third year, you will be stronger. She blinked. As for me personally, I was simply fortunate. Fortunate to be born with a small anomaly that allowed me to begin studying magic considerably earlier than my peers. And, naturally, a great deal of relentless effort. Believe me, Miss Grupf, you would not want to live by my schedule, the one that got me to a journeyman qualification in charms at 12. But what if I want to try? There was a challenge in the girl's voice. A flick of my wand, and a weekly timetable appeared on the board in chalk. There you are. No need to copy it. It's been arranged around my own commitments, so it won't be directly applicable. But, where's the rest time? Ginny raised her hand to ask the question. Well, let me see, here. I pointed to the hours I spent in lessons with the first through third years. These can be considered rest. And here. I pointed to an evening slot. 1 hour to spend with friends and acquaintances. That doesn't mean they don't come and find me when I'm working, but... I shrugged. Everyone knows that during that 1 hour I am liable to be a very poor conversationalist. But you're responsible for the first through third years, not just teaching, but helping Penny too. Astoria looked equally taken aback. She knew I studied extremely hard, but not quite to this extent. Yes. This timetable accounts for the time I'll need to step away to answer questions or deal with any problems that arise. That's terrifying. Ginny shook her head, and every first year in the room agreed. You don't need to worry. Nobody is asking any of that from you. If you keep up with your work and stay out of detention, you will have plenty of time for friends and rest. But what if I wanted to? Ginny swallowed. Be able to produce a Patronus, not like yours, just something, by the end of first year. Then set aside at least 3 extra hours of spell practice per day. I shrugged. More is better. But we've drifted from the topic. I think. The bell rang. Yes, I rather talked too much. Though since today was the introductory lesson, no harm done. Your homework, read the first 3 chapters. They are about safety in this classroom. And I want you not simply to read them, but to learn them thoroughly, as you would a prayer, whether to God or to Merlin, whichever you prefer. Anyone who violates those rules in my lessons will be penalized heavily and assigned the most unpleasant detentions I can devise. You are all dismissed, except Ravenclaw, whom I'd like to stay. I'll finish up now and walk you to your next lesson. I filled out the register quickly. The students were easy enough to count, and it was simple to confirm everyone was present. Then I turned to face them. Right. When we leave the classroom, please line up in pairs, and I will take you to your next lesson. That's Defense Against the Dark Arts, yes. Yes, Professor Black. One of the boys answered, and I nodded at him with a slight smile. We set off together, and I waited until Lockhart unlocked his classroom before making sure all the Ravenclaw first years had gone in. Penny will collect you afterward. With that I left. Lockhart had been shooting unfriendly looks at me. He had probably either found out the price of the book I had recommended he adopt, or he had read it and realized he couldn't actually teach from it, given that he didn't know 2/3 of the spells it contained. I would ask the younger years about it this evening. As for myself, I headed to the small room reserved for my personal study, since the next lesson, 6th year, was Flitwick's to teach, which left me free to devote time to my own work and to prepare for a rather complex ritual. The rest of the day passed quietly enough. After a few more lessons I was genuinely satisfied with how they had gone. The second years were the most encouraging. They had clearly not lost too much ground over the summer, and some had actually improved their charms work. I had not yet assessed everyone, and the third years had no lesson with me today, but the pattern was promising. Right, first years, everyone together. I called the gathering for our evening session, which would run daily for the coming week and then 2 or 3 times a week for the month after that. I amplified my voice slightly, which made several of the children jump, but they assembled soon enough, clustering around Penny and me. While she and I sat in comfortable armchairs, the first years had been provided with poofs in every possible shape and color, which caused a brief but spirited argument about who should sit where. Right. First item of business. Have you been issued your defense against the dark arts textbooks? But we bought them ourselves. Ginny was the first to respond, hesitantly. When you say that, you mean Professor Lockhart's collected works. Ah. I frowned slightly. I see. All right, we'll come back to that. How was your day? And that question unleashed an excited torrent of voices, each trying to share their impressions before the others. The broad consensus was that Lockhart was a terrible teacher, Professor McGonagall was very strict but extremely impressive when she turned into a cat, and I had shown them an excellent spell. All in all, the evening was a success. Or at least the children seemed to feel that way about both their first day and the gathering itself. Chapter 66, Preparations. Mr. Lockhart. I had been waiting for this parody of a teacher outside the Great Hall before breakfast. Young man, were you not taught how to address your professor? He was clearly still saying the last part out of sheer momentum, because he had turned in my direction and immediately plastered on a strained smile. Ah. Mr. Black. Precisely. And I believe we had an arrangement, which you chose to disregard. I shook my head, doing my best to convey the depth of my disappointment. I don't recall any such arrangement. Perhaps you have a copy of the contract. His smile remained just as strained. Is that so? I shrugged. Well then, I take it you've already prepared yourself for the consequences. Young man, one really shouldn't speak to adult wizards that way. Who knows what those wizards might decide to do? Is that so? I shook my head with mild disappointment. In that case, I suppose I shall simply have to take my chances and find out. Don't disappoint me. I held his gaze for a moment, then turned and walked into the Great Hall, where I took my seat at the table. Stay alert and don't take off the protective artifacts I gave you. I murmured this while quietly casting a silencing charm around our group, though my technique was now refined enough that no one noticed I had done anything at all. Has something happened? Yes. I closed my eyes briefly. Lockhart has overplayed his hand. He's trying to profit off children by pushing his own junk as official course materials. And you. And I've decided to put him in his place. That's the end of the subject as far as anyone outside this group is concerned. The only reason I'm telling you is that it would be easy enough to figure out who I spend my time with, and someone might try to use you as leverage against me. The girls and Harry nodded. I lifted the silencing charm, and we went on with breakfast, talking of other things. I kept half an eye on Lockhart, who was directing thoroughly unpleasant looks in my direction. Not that it troubled me particularly. This wizard would never break through the protective artifacts I had given to those who mattered to me. After breakfast I had a free period, so I asked Flitwick for permission to use his fireplace, stepped home through it with no particular hurry, and from there made my way to the shop that sold international portkeys. Young man. The way I stepped out of the fireplace, and the offhand flick of my wand that swept the ash from my robes, prompted the shopkeeper to revise his greeting mid-word. His first instinct had clearly been something rather different. Not that it mattered. A portkey to Russia and back. Urgent. Air. I raised an eyebrow and produced my checkbook. The mere sight of it told the shopkeeper he was not dealing with an ordinary boy. The journeyman's ring catching the light on my finger presumably helped make the point that arguing with me was not a particularly intelligent idea. Right away, sir. The shopkeeper vanished into the back of the shop and returned in under 5 minutes. Here you are. A two-way port key. That'll be 50 galleons. I gave a short, surprised snort. I had expected it to be considerably more expensive. That was why I had reached for the checkbook in the first place, but this amount. I counted out the coins with my wand and lifted the port key from the counter. Before activating it, I examined it carefully. Enchanting one myself was still beyond me. That was master-level work. But checking it was another matter entirely. Until next time, young sir. Good day. I left the shop, adjusted the bag on my shoulder, and activated the port key. In the same instant, I was somewhere else entirely. Name, country of origin, and purpose of visit. A stern-looking man was at my side almost immediately, handing me a translation artifact before asking the question. Draco Black, Britain. Visiting the Combat Magic and Defense Against the Dark Arts Guild. I'll be in the country for about half an hour, possibly an hour. The man nodded. Do you need assistance? Well, if you have a guide available who could get me there quickly. 5 sickles. To you, or to the guide. Done. He gave his wand a spin, performing an incantation I didn't recognize. What was that? A modified spell. Sends a signal to a special artifact in the waiting room. Your guide will be with you shortly. I gave an approving nod, and sure enough, barely 2 minutes later, a young lad about my age appeared beside us. Sir. The young man is from Britain. Mind your manners. This was said in Russian, and the translation artifact had evidently been turned off remotely. I noticed the lack of it immediately. I understood every word perfectly and saw no reason to pretend otherwise. I may be from Britain, but unlike a great many of my countrymen, I don't have a stick lodged quite so far up that it comes out of my mouth. The man's eyes widened slightly, and the boy stared at me in open-mouthed astonishment. My accent was dreadful, admittedly, a consequence of having had precious little opportunity to practice what had once been my mother tongue. The Combat Magic and Defense Guild. Quickly, please. This way, sir. The boy collected himself. I returned the translation artifact to the border wizard with a nod, and he looked me over thoughtfully before nodding back. 20 minutes later, we were standing outside the main building of the Combat Magic and Defense Against the Dark Arts Guild. I paid the boy and went inside. Good afternoon. I approached the young woman at the reception desk. Sir. She looked at me sharply and clearly spotted the ring on my finger. Draco Black, Britain. I need an urgent consultation with a wizard who holds international qualifications in teaching, combat magic, and defense against the dark arts. Duration of the consultation. Approximately half an hour, perhaps a little longer, though it may be shorter if we can arrange for an expert assessment to be sent to me by post. That is possible. What would you like assessed? I swung my bag off my shoulder and placed a stack of books on the counter. These. She pushed them away with 2 fingers, a look of barely concealed distaste on her face. She had clearly recognized them at once. Hardly surprising, given that Lockhart's face was on every cover. Don't worry. I'm well aware of how the members of your guild view this particular variety of pulp fiction. She raised an eyebrow. However, this individual has been hired as a teacher at my school, and that would be one thing if he had simply assigned proper textbooks and had us work through the chapters, but he has pushed this rubbish as the official course material for every year group. I beg your pardon. Initially, I intended to be lenient, and I offered him a set of textbooks he could purchase and distribute to the students at his own expense. Very fine textbooks, ones I use for my own private study, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Questions and Answers by Dmitry Kozevnikov. But he chose to ignore my offer, an opportunity to avoid conflict entirely. Genuine respect appeared in the young woman's eyes at the mention of the book. So what I need is an expert willing to produce a written assessment, suitable for submission to a British court, confirming that this material is not only entirely unsuitable for educational purposes, but that the spells it contains have been so thoroughly mangled that it would be impossible to actually learn even the small number listed there. One moment, sir. She produced a Patronus. Igor, I have a client for you, an expert assessment, urgent. The Patronus disappeared. Barely 5 minutes later, a middle-aged wizard walked briskly into the reception hall. Sarah. This gentleman. She nodded first toward me, then toward the stack of books. The moment the men saw the stack, he looked at me with raised eyebrows, so I had to go through the whole story again. Well, I have, in fact, read these. He grimaced. The profession obliges one to be acquainted with even this sort of nonsense from time to time. But a full written assessment with a complete analysis will take about 2 weeks. I'll need to read through all of it again and take it apart properly. Could the assessment be sent to me by mail? Of course. And the cost? 100 galleons. A proper assessment of this sort usually runs higher, but given that you're doing this for the sake of children, and given the state of things in the world lately. The wizard's expression became faintly pained. In short, I'll do it at a reduced rate. Understood. I produced my checkbook and wrote out the check. Not a small sum by any means, and I only had 30 galleons on me in cash, so a check was not merely the convenient option. It was the only one. Satisfy my curiosity, would you, lad? If it's within my power to, certainly. I shrugged. Why didn't you arrange for an expert assessment in advance? Quite simply because I thought this peacock wouldn't dare take things to court. I thought he'd want to protect his reputation. It appears he's decided to handle this differently. I see. Goodbye. Hey, take your trash with you, a voice called after me. Someone glanced at the stack of books with contempt. We've already got a copy of this drivel in the utterly useless section. Ah, well. I levitated the books into my bag with my wand, then left the guild building and activated the return port key at once. Name, country, and Draco Black. Business meeting. Returning home. What's in the bag? Rubbish. Air. The border official looked taken aback, but I simply opened the bag, and he made a dismissive, disapproving sound. Right, off you go. The wave of his hand was slightly contemptuous, but I took no offense. I hurried home, and from there transferred back to Hogwarts, arriving just as my next lesson was about to begin. Everything sorted. Flitwick looked at me with interest. Yes. And in 2 weeks, the assessment will be completed and they'll send me the results. Based on those, it will be formally determined that this particular material is fit for only one purpose, burning. Flitwick studied me thoughtfully. And where did you place the order? Russia. That's where the guild's main headquarters is, so that's where I went. The right decision. Do you know something I don't? Well, I have a former student or two working in the ministry, and they contacted me with a warning that Lockhart paid Umbridge to certify a letter of endorsement declaring his garbage as legitimate educational material. In that case, I shrugged. I'll bury not only Lockhart but Umbridge as well. Frankly, she brought it on herself. After something like that, even the minister won't be able to save her. Her endorsement against the opinion of an internationally recognized teacher and combat wizard with guild-certified defense qualifications. I shook my head. Agreed. Had you gone to a regional branch, she might have found a way to wriggle out of it. But as things stand, she has no chance at all. Right, I have a class to get to. Off you go, then. Flitwick gave me an airy wave, as though mildly surprised I was still in the room, and I left his office with a smile, heading for the classroom. Chapter 67, The Dueling Club. Right then, everyone. I looked carefully around the room at all those present. I am pleased to welcome you to the first session of the Dueling Club for 2nd and 3rd years. I have decided to combine both year groups for this opening meeting, but going forward, each year will have its own separate session, with a joint gathering like this one taking place once a month. I hope I'm not intruding. Lockhart strolled into the classroom. I heard there was to be a Dueling Club meeting and thought my assistance might prove useful. I looked at the men. Mr. Lockhart, you were not invited here. Would you kindly leave the classroom, please? Oh, don't be absurd, assistant. The help of a hero of my stature will be enormously beneficial to you. He struck a heroic pose, and a sigh of admiration rippled through several of the girls. Might I ask whether you have any practical experience in dueling? Lockhart blinked. Nothing of the kind is mentioned anywhere in your books, and if you have no such experience. Experience I may lack, but I am a powerful and experienced wizard, and I offer you my assistance as an opponent. I think it would be tremendously educational for the students to watch a duel between a mature, powerful wizard and a wizard of your age. Oh, what a delicate little hint. A flick of my wand, and a piece of parchment beside me folded itself into a paper airplane. Professor Flitwick, would you be so kind as to come? I could use your assistance. Surely you're not afraid to face me on the dueling platform. Not in the least. I shook my head. If that is what you want, then we shall. The little airplane, enchanted in the same vein as a sonorous, though with a slightly different charm, flew out through the doorway carrying its message. I simply thought we ought to have someone of sufficient standing to referee the duel. Oh, splendid. Lockhart produced his wand with a flourish and made several thrusting jabs at the air, drawing another round of appreciative sighs from the girls. Those who knew me, or who already had some cause to respect my abilities, watched the performance with mild bewilderment. And my friends, for their part, were looking at Lockhart with something closer to pity. While we wait for the professor, allow me to continue. Students from other years are welcome to observe dueling club sessions. In fact, the first years are invited here today specifically for that reason. I would even say it's recommended to attend sessions for older year groups. It lets you see what others can do, and understand who is worth looking up to and who is not. I paused and helped myself to a sip of water from a bottle on the windowsill. Now, a few words about dueling itself. The basic rules are consistent across all official competitions and championships. No lethal curses. A duel is fought until one party is unable to continue, loses their wand, or sustains moderate injuries. I had stopped paying any attention to Lockhart whatsoever, and he simply stood opposite me, blinking. Beyond that, specific rules can vary. Official tournaments are generally organized by age group, and the younger the duelist, the more latitude they are given in terms of movement on the platform. Conversely, the most senior age groups may face strict restrictions or even a complete prohibition on movement. So if you intend to compete, read the rules carefully. Though in some cases it is enough to listen closely to the official, who is required to announce the rules by which the duel will be conducted before calling for it to begin. I looked over the children, who had their eyes trained on me. As well they should. They were here to learn, after all. Though a couple of girls appeared to be paying attention to something else entirely. Turpin, Bulstrode. I see my explanation isn't holding your interest. Perhaps you know the material already. Would either of you care to continue the lesson? The girls were startled and looked at me with alarm. No. You put considerable effort into joining this club last year. I imagine the reason you're not paying attention is that your families hired private tutors who covered everything I'm currently saying. Am I right? I'm sorry. Turpin said it quietly, but in the silence that had settled over the classroom it was perfectly audible. Now, Draco, there's no need to come down so hard on the girls. It's perfectly natural for them to be a little distracted by me here. I assure you, Mr. Lockhart, that is not an acceptable excuse. Everyone else has been listening. These two young ladies alone decided my explanations were not worth their time. I looked at Bulstrode. She stood with her head down. She clearly had no intention of apologizing. Let this serve as a warning: if I observe anyone at these sessions engaged in something other than the business of the club, they will forfeit their right to attend. Is that understood? Draco, there's really no need. Mr. Lockhart, you are not the head of this club. That role belongs to Professor Flitwick and myself. The second and third years, moreover, fall under my authority alone. It is I who decide who may or may not attend these sessions. At that moment, Flitwick walked in. Draco, what is it? Nothing serious. I simply need your help. Mr. Lockhart has kindly volunteered to demonstrate to the students what a proper duel looks like, and I thought having a referee of your caliber would be more than appropriate. Is that so? Flitwick's eyes lit up, and a slight, rather predatory smile appeared on his face. A most interesting idea. The platform is already set up, so I suggest you take your positions. I stepped to my side of the platform calmly. Lockhart took his. The first thing you do upon stepping onto the platform is bow. There are around a dozen recognized forms of the dueling bow, and it is, in general, a relatively free element of the opening ceremony. The following is considered the standard form. I placed one hand behind my back, held my wand in my bent arm so that it pointed upward and passed directly in front of my nose, inclined my head, and then brought it sharply back up while sweeping the wand down at a diagonal. This is the most basic and widely used bow in dueling competitions. You may also encounter a simple head nod, or something considerably more elaborate. I returned to my position opposite a somewhat bewildered Lockhart, who appeared not to have expected me to begin teaching right then and there. My wand hand came up to touch my temple. I took a broad step forward, sweeping the wand out in a wide arc as though doffing a hat. At the completion of the movement, the wand pointed directly at my opponent, my head bent in a bow. Then I stepped back, and the wand returned in the same elaborate arc to my temple before my gaze came back up to meet my opponent's eyes. Finally, the wand rose in a sharp upward salute. Both of these, and many others, are perfectly acceptable. However, I would encourage you to use the first. It is the most universal, and the more elaborate variants are sometimes read as a mild form of mockery. Excellent. Bow. Flitwick gave the command and activated the barrier above the platform. I performed the first bow, though I let it come across as somewhat careless, just enough to suggest I wasn't taking Lockhart very seriously. My opponent chose something of his own invention, elaborate and showy. And I will admit, absurd as the whole situation was, it did look rather graceful. One final point before we begin. Lockhart is permitted to move up to 5 meters from his starting position. Lethal and unforgivable curses are prohibited. The duel ends when one party sustains moderate injury, is rendered unable to continue, or loses their wand. Positions. The peacock opened his mouth to protest Flitwick's terms, then clearly thought better of it as my mentor began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Expelliarmus. Lockhart threw a grand sweep of his wand and bellowed the spell aloud. I caught it on the tip of my wand with perfect ease, fed an equal measure of my own magic into it, and sent it back with a casual flick. I didn't accelerate it, though I could have. Lockhart dropped flat on the platform, and the spell went sailing over him. Really, now? I rocked slowly on my heels. There's no need to be so reckless. After all, we're here to show the first through third years how a duel should actually be conducted. Lockhart picked himself up and straightened his robes. That part came out rather less elegantly. You're good. I didn't expect a second year to have skills like that. Right then, I shall take this more seriously. Expelliarmus. Petrificus totalis. Incarcerus. I caught the first spell on my wand tip and tossed it upward, then deflected the next two sideways with equal nonchalance, and returned a disarming charm of my own, one I had heard at the tournament. Lockhart lurched back, and in his eyes I read shock. Actual fear. Really, with this kind of assistance? I shook my head. A practice dummy would be more instructive. Snickers were beginning to spread through the room. Lockhart heard them, clearly. His expression shifted, and the contempt he had always felt for me surfaced plainly. Expelliarmus. 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 He began hurling disarming charms at me in a barrage. The speed of both his casting and the spells themselves was abysmal, however. I caught the first on my wand, fed just a touch of extra force into it, and drove it into the second, which exploded and clipped the third, sending it veering sideways. At the fourth I threw a counter-jinx that dissolved it in mid-flight. For the fifth I released a brief pulse of magical energy that slowed it just enough for the sixth to catch up with it, and the two collided and cancelled each other out. Really, now, with that kind of approach, we'll never teach anyone anything. I shook my head. You. Expelliarmus. 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 Obliviate. I gave an involuntary snort of surprise. Obliviate couldn't be blocked with ordinary shield charms, and there was no commonly known counter-jinx for it. No publicly available one, at any rate. Though I had known who I would be dealing with this year and had conducted a thorough raid of the Black Library in preparation, where I had found one rather interesting spell, I used it, but first dissolved the 3 Expelliarmus charms with counter-jinxes, and then Ice Deck. A spell from ice magic, largely useless for most purposes, but perfectly suited to dispersing certain kinds of magic. The Obliviate struck a small conjured shard of ice and vanished instantly. Interesting. I tilted my head. Well. At least you know something outside the standard curriculum. You. Lockhart had apparently forgotten entirely that this was a duel being observed by students. I think it's time to finish this. A lazy flick of the wand, and the disarming charm left my wand and struck Lockhart squarely, throwing him back into the barrier, which he hit spine first before sliding to the floor. His wand made a graceful arc through the air and settled in my hand. And there we are. I shook my head. Though I should point out that in a real duel, you will not encounter an opponent whose spells are this slow or this careless. And as for announcing every spell aloud, well, some duelists do vocalize, but just as often spells are cast wordlessly and without visible wand movement, which means you can only identify them by reading the signs. Something to keep in mind. The children were quiet, staring at me with shock and disbelief. One more note, if you use Obliviate in a tournament, You will be banned from competition for life. You will also likely face charges of illegal use of mental magic. Assuming you survive, of course. Had anyone thrown that at me at last year's tournament, I would have rolled aside and sent a dozen very powerful cutting curses after them. Draco, there is no need to be so graphic. Flitwick shook his head. I'm not trying to be graphic. I'm simply explaining what I would have done if I hadn't happened to learn that particular counter jinx over the summer, largely on a whim. And even now, if the spell hadn't come to mind in time, I would have done exactly the same thing. Well, I suppose that is, in fact, the correct approach. One really ought to be taught better than to try something like that. Yes, Miss Leafscombe. Are you going to revive Professor Lockhart? Why would I? I looked at her with mild surprise. Mr. Lockhart has just demonstrated to all of us that his bravado was nothing more than bluster. He is extraordinarily poor at dueling. And the moment he regains consciousness, he will without question begin strutting about telling everyone he simply let me win. I flicked my wand and cast a Petrificus Totalis on Lockhart, though to everyone watching it simply looked as if I had lifted his body and moved it to a quiet corner of the room. So we will simply continue the session, and I will revive him afterward. Good. Do you need anything further from me? No, master. I shook my head. And thank you. Not at all. It was a pleasure to watch. If anything of the kind is in the offing in the future, do invite me. Don't be shy. I will. I nodded to Flitwick. Chapter 68, The Attack. I was sitting in my study, absently grading homework. I assigned very little of it, having no desire to wade through reams of essays, but occasionally there was no getting around it. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since I had placed the order for the expert assessment of the books, and the results should arrive soon. In the meantime, Lockhart had barely troubled me at all, not since his attempt to inveigle himself into the dueling club, at any rate. Life had settled into something I might almost call comfortable, and had fallen into its familiar rhythm. I was working as relentlessly as ever, pouring my time into training and spending what time remained with the younger students, who had no shortage of questions. I tried to take my role as their senior mentor seriously, which meant helping them with things that were not always immediately obvious, how to handle a particular teacher, which supplementary reading to look for, which introductory textbooks explained the material most clearly. Draco, we have a problem. Hermione burst into my study. What's happened? Penny was attacked. I frowned. A flicker of real concern rose in me, then subsided almost at once. Hermione's manner was too composed for someone bringing genuinely terrible news. I drew a slow breath and let it out. Is she all right? Yes. Your artifact held. Who was it? A Gryffindor boy. He's in the hospital wing now. Penny didn't wait to find out whether he could break through the artifact's protection. She hit him first. Then what's the problem? McGonagall isn't at all pleased that one of her lions ended up in the hospital wing, and she's threatening Penny with expulsion. Flitwick is better placed to handle this than I am. Flitwick isn't here. He's away on business. I stood. All right. As his assistant, I can stand in for him in a hearing if need be. Though I never imagined I'd end up playing defender before McGonagall. Go to the tower. But. Hermione, go to the tower. And no one goes anywhere alone from now on. I don't like the look of this. Better safe than sorry. All right. She nodded quickly. I didn't let her go alone, though. I walked her to the common room myself, then made my way to McGonagall's office. Professor. I nodded to the older woman. She looked up at me with a faint frown. Mr. Black. What are you doing here? I sent Miss Granger for Professor Flitwick. She did try to find him. As she tells it, she couldn't, so she came to me instead. In all likelihood, he's left the castle, otherwise he wouldn't be difficult to find. A flick of my wand, and McGonagall's Patronus appeared beside her. Phileas, could you come to my office? I have Miss Clearwater here. She attacked a student from my house. I raised a hand to stop Penny, who had drawn breath to speak. She looked at me, startled, but I gave a small shake of my head. Not the right moment, she understood and pressed her lips together. The Patronus vanished. Perhaps, as Professor Flitwick's assistant and his personal student, I might help facilitate the matter. I was given a long, measuring look. Perhaps. McGonagall sighed. Though first I would like to confirm that Professor Flitwick is indeed not in the castle. I nodded calmly, took the chair beside the wall, crossed one leg over the other, and waited. About 5 minutes later, Flitix Patronus appeared in the room. Minerva, I'm not in the castle just now. I was called to the guild on an urgent matter. If at all possible, please involve my student. He is level-headed enough to remain impartial even when those closest to him are concerned. Very well. McGonagall closed her eyes for a moment, then looked at me. Mr. Black, your head of house's prefect attacked a student from my house. And it was not a simple matter of a broken bone or two. If that were the case, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I would simply assign detention, deduct points, and be done with it. She shook her head. Penny, what did you use? 2 cutting curses. A bone-shattering hex. And a castration charm. I couldn't quite suppress a short, amused sound. There is nothing remotely funny about this, Mr. Black. Professor, with respect, I would suggest we actually hear Penny out first. So, what prompted you to attack a Gryffindor student in that particular fashion? Or was it not an attack at all? It was self-defense. It may have been somewhat excessive, I'll grant you that, but... Penny shook her head. I don't regret it. Earlier this year, Draco. She glanced toward me with a grateful nod. Gave protective artifacts to his friends and said we should make a habit of wearing them. So I have been. Every day, even at night. She drew a simple-looking pendant on a chain out from beneath her blouse. The enchantment worked into it was anything but simple. I'm not quite sure what the artifact has to do with your attack. McGonagall frowned, though I could see from the slight shift in her expression that she was already beginning to guess. She simply did not want to believe it. I was on my way back from the library to the common room when I was hit from behind with a full-body bind. I didn't let on that it hadn't worked and stayed absolutely still, though I'll confess the position was terribly uncomfortable. A Gryffindor student stepped out from behind me, a satisfied smirk on his face. He was kind enough to explain the situation. He had received a letter offering him 200 galleons to assault me, rape me, and beat me badly enough to keep me in the hospital wing for a month. McGonagall went white. That cannot be. Stevenson is hardly a model student, but he is not capable of something like this. Professor, I would never presume to question your assessment. You know him far better than I do, and I'm not acquainted with him at all. But I know Penny very well, and I have no doubt she is telling the truth, particularly in circumstances like these. And there is a simple way to establish which of us is right, and whether someone's trust has been badly misplaced. Penny learned to extract memories over the summer, so we could use the pensieve and simply see what happened. McGonagall looked at Penny. She gave a slow nod, confirming that she could, in fact, extract memories. Very well. Tippy. A house elf appeared beside the professor with a sharp crack. Tippy is here. Professor McGonagall is calling Tippy. How can Tippy be helping? Go to Dumbledore and ask him for his pensieve. Tell him I need it urgently. Right away, Professor. The elf bowed so deeply her ears swept the floor, then vanished with a crack. Professor, why didn't you question Penny before I arrived? All of this could have been established without me. It's procedure. McGonagall sighed. Cases of this nature are always handled in the presence of both heads of house. It prevents misunderstanding and bad feeling afterward. We establish the facts and determine any punishment together. I see. The house elf reappeared with a crack and set the pensieve on the desk in front of the professor. Thank you, little one. You may go. Miss Clearwater. McGonagall looked at Penny and nodded toward the pensieve. Penny understood immediately. She held her wand to her temple, closed her eyes, and began to murmur an incantation. Then she drew the wand slowly away, and a thin silver thread followed it from her temple. One careful movement of the wand, a little uncertain but precise, and the thread separated cleanly and fell into the basin. Excellent. All 3 of us leaned over the silvery mist above the basin and fell into it. We were in one of the corridors of Hogwarts, one I recognized at once. It led almost directly from the library to the entrance of our common room. Penny was walking along it ahead of us. Petrificus totalis. Penny flinched. Unfortunately, since she couldn't see behind her at the time, neither could we. But the boy who had cast the spell appeared in front of us a moment later. Ha! Easy money. He shook his head. I'll be honest with you. I wasn't sure I was going to go through with this. But then I saw you, alone, defenseless, and I thought about how friendly you are with that jumped-up Black." He looked at Penny with open dislike. And I made up my mind. 200 galleons don't just fall out of the sky, and if someone is willing to pay me that to rape you, beat you up, or even cripple you, why wouldn't I take them up on it? Especially since you won't remember a thing. I'll dose you with forgetfulness potion first. I frowned. Oh, right. Can't have anyone knowing what's about to happen, and doing it here in the corridor makes that a bit tricky. You know, I spent the summer working on a wizard farm and got some practice in with a submission jinx. It's unforgivable, I know, but only when used on people, and no one's going to find out. So I'll cast it on you now, and you'll come to me yourself this evening. Walk in of your own free will. Petrificus totalis. Sectum sempra. Sectum sempra duo. Sectum semper quatra. Flipendo. Secretismus. Penny erupted in a volley of spells, and the boy was flung back against the wall. I drew a long, slow breath and let it out. Well done, Penny. Mr. Black. Professor, I understand that in my capacity as acting deputy head of house, I ought to reprimand Miss Clearwater. But after what that boy said. I shook my head. As an ordinary person and as Penny's friend, all I can do is commend her for protecting herself and ensuring that whoever hired him can never use him for this kind of work again. After all, had it been any other girl in Penny's place, with no artifact to protect her, a full body bind would have been sufficient. McGonagall pressed her lips together. Possibly. I shrugged, raised my wand, and rewound the memory to the moment the boy had first come into view. Mr. Black, we have already established that Miss Clearwater told us the truth. I never doubted it. I shook my head. Something just kept nagging at me as I watched. I want to understand what I missed. I watched the memory through once more, then twice, then a third time, then a fourth. Have you noticed something, Mr. Black? Look at his eyes, Professor. I rewound the memory and looked closely at the boy's eyes. Damn, he's under a compulsion. I shook my head. No, not a spell. I doubt anyone would have cast one on him. More likely some kind of potion, something applied to the letter he received. That may well be the case. Madame Pomfrey will have the worst of the injuries under control soon enough, and she'll no doubt be able to tell us what was done to him. But I am glad that your concern for your friend and your anger at my student didn't cloud your judgment. You noticed that something wasn't quite right. I shrugged, and the three of us left the memory. I wouldn't say I was particularly worried about your student. It was more that I've learned to trust my instincts, and my instincts were quietly insisting that things weren't quite what they seemed. That said, you were the one who actually saw it, not me. Left to myself, I'd probably have shaken off the feeling by the third viewing. You will notice more as you get older. McGonagall gave me a slight smile. Miss Clearwater. Despite the fact that you were genuinely defending yourself, I cannot overlook the manner in which you chose to do so. I'm afraid I will have to give you some form of punishment. Professor, if I might. And what did you have in mind, making her wear a little tail? McGonagall gave an amused snort, and Penny went pink. I don't think that would feel much like a punishment to her. I shook my head. But I'll think of something appropriate. I gave Penny a measured look. Very well. I think you may both go. Thank you. I nodded to the professor, and Penny and I left her office. Draco, thank you. For believing me. Don't mention it. It couldn't have been any other way. Chapter 69, The Hearing. They never did establish who had administered the compulsion potion to the boy. But as a goodwill gesture of sorts, I paid for his treatment at St. Mungo's, and everything that had been removed was duly reattached. He refused to return to Hogwarts, however, choosing instead to go straight into the job he had mentioned. As a sixth year, he was perfectly entitled to leave. I was now sitting in the Great Hall, waiting. The doors opened, and Amelia Bones walked in, accompanied by several Aurors. Amelia, what brings you to us? Dumbledore looked at the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement with a courteous smile. It's quite straightforward, Albus. I've come to escort Mr. Lockhart to court. To court? Yes. A complaint has been filed against him, specifically that he exploited his position as a Hogwarts professor to drive up sales of his own books by listing them as required course materials. The entire complete set was required for every student in every year. Miss Bones, I believe there has been some misunderstanding here. Lockhart threw a venomous look in the direction of my table, clearly aimed at me. I have documentation confirming that my books qualify as educational materials, and that is not relevant at this stage. Amelia cut him off. Present whatever evidence you have in court. And will I be able to file a countersuit for defamation? He had clearly consulted a solicitor. Bones winced slightly, but nodded. You will. Splendid. He rose, walked around the staff table, and positioned himself between the aurors who flanked him. I stood as well and made my way to Amelia. Miss Bones, would you have any objection to my accompanying you as the party who filed the complaint? I was just about to ask you. She smiled, and I understood at once that this woman was firmly on my side. Whispers rose from the tables. We made our way out of Hogwarts, and once we had cleared the protective wards, we all took hold of the portkey that Amelia produced from her robes. Portus. A brief, lurching pull, and we materialized on a landing somewhere inside the Ministry of Magic. I was glad Amelia had warned me this would happen today. Otherwise I would have had to run back to my room for the evidence. This way. Get ready, you little brat. I'm going to destroy you. Lockhart murmured this as he passed me, heading in a slightly different direction. Mr. Black, I hope you know what you're doing. I do. I smiled at her. Please don't worry. I should warn you. She glanced at me briefly. Your opponent has obtained a document from the ministry, and... Oh, don't trouble yourself about that. I shook my head. I came fully prepared, and a great many people are about to receive some rather interesting news. Not all of it pleasant. Good. Because it would be a shame if you lost. My Susie is very fond of your lessons. Your niece works hard. In charms, she isn't naturally gifted, and everything she achieves comes through sheer determination. Bones frowned slightly. But talent is only 5% of success. Determined people can reach the very top without it. That said. I paused. If I were in your position, I would encourage her to consider healing. I beg your pardon. Amelia stared at me. I have a reasonably sensitive feel for magic, and what I sense from your niece is something I also sense from my mother, Narcissa. She is a healer. And I believe your niece may have a talent in that field. That is, unexpected news. I had rather assumed she would follow in my footsteps. As I said, she is determined enough that with sufficient effort she could, in time, become a master of charms, and I am quite certain she could become a fine auror and eventually head of the department. But if there is a chance to put her determination behind a natural gift, is it not worth exploring? Yes. I think it is. If you'd like, I'll ask my mother for some introductory reading materials for beginners. I think that by the new year we would know whether what I sensed was correct. I would be in your debt. Not at all. I shook my head. I would have raised it with you regardless. As her teacher, it is my responsibility to help her discover her potential. This simply happened sooner than it might have otherwise, perhaps toward the end of the school year. We reached the courtroom and I held the door for Amelia, then followed her in. The chamber was still largely empty, but that would not last. This hearing in the matter of Gilderoy Lockhart is now called to order. Amelia's voice rang out about 20 minutes later. Bring in the accused. Gilderoy was escorted in and settled into the chair with the air of a man who had already won. The principal charge against Mr. Lockhart is that he submitted his books, works of popular fiction, as mandatory course materials for students from 1st to 7th year. Draco Black, does that accurately reflect your complaint? It does, Madam Chair. Very well. Accused, do you wish to speak in your defense? Indeed I do, Madam Chair. Gilderoy flashed a dazzling smile. My books have been entered into the approved register of educational materials. Here is the documentation. He produced a rolled parchment from his inside pocket. Please pass the document through the clerk. The young clerk retrieved the parchment from Gilderoy and carried it swiftly to Amelia, who unrolled it and read. The document is certified by Undersecretary to the Minister Dolores Umbridge. As you can see, Madam Chair, my paperwork is entirely in order. With that established, I would like to proceed immediately to filing my defamation suit. Lockhart beamed. The matter is not yet closed. When it is, you may file whatever you wish. Of course, of course. Please, do carry on. Draco Black, do you have anything to say? I do. I nodded. I am genuinely delighted for Mr. Lockhart for having obtained a properly stamped piece of parchment. However, I obtained my own documentation somewhat earlier. This I produced a document. Is certified by the head of the Department of Education, confirming that as of the 2nd of September of this year, Gilderoy Lockhart's books had not been included on any approved list of educational materials. Which means that regardless of whatever paper Mr. Lockhart now holds, at the time his books were added to Hogwarts students' required reading lists, he had no authority to do so. To do so. I chose to disregard Umbridge, who evidently wished to contribute. Furthermore, pursuant to Madam, if you are unwell, would it not be better to visit St. Mungo's? Young man, your remarks are no doubt fascinating, but we are examining the present state of affairs, not the 2nd of September. And at present, Mr. Lockhart's books, authored by a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, are fully documented. Madam Undersecretary, if you had not interrupted me, you would have heard that I was about to address precisely that point. Do you have any objection to my continuing? Oh, please do. I am most eager to hear what you have to say. She smiled coyly, and I made a considerable effort not to wince. Thank you. Madam Chair, might you tell me whether there are any signatures on that document other than Madam Umbridge's? There are not. Amelia shook her head. I see. Then I'm afraid I must disappoint Mr. Lockhart, because in Britain, the designation of required educational materials is the sole prerogative of the Department of Education, unless a given text has been endorsed by the relevant professional guild. Madam Umbridge is unquestionably a person of considerable authority. However, under the law, her signature alone means these books can only be treated as optional supplementary reading, not as mandatory purchases. And here. I drew a stack of envelopes from my bag. These are letters received by students from 1st to 7th year, across all houses, which clearly show that these books were listed as compulsory. Lockhart had gone pale. I should add that I originally attempted to resolve the matter amicably with Mr. Lockhart. I offered to purchase a properly certified textbook for the students at my own expense, a rather fine one I use myself, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Questions and Answers, by Dmitry Kozevnikov. He preferred to let the matter go to court. I gave a regretful shrug. Umbridge, I began twitching nervously. Furthermore, as set out in the laws of our beloved country, no single subject may have more than 2 required textbooks per year group. And if you look at the book list. I paused. Though I am sure most of you have seen it, it states that every student, from 1st year to 7th, is required to purchase the complete collection of Mr. Lockhart's works. I imagine he has made a considerable sum. The book list is Hogwarts' responsibility. It is the school that allowed this situation to occur. Umbridge practically shouted this from her seat. Undoubtedly a share of the responsibility rests with Hogwarts. That said, I had a candid conversation with Professor McGonagall, who told me that she wrote to Mr. Lockhart on multiple occasions asking him to specify which books were intended for which year groups, and informing him that no subject could have more than 2 required texts. Each time, she received the same reply: all books were to be purchased. The headmaster was occupied at the time with an extensive series of legislative amendments being processed at the ministry, and so Professor McGonagall had no recourse but to include all the books on the list, as the deadline for submitting it had already all but passed. I shook my head with an expression of deep sorrow. I also took the liberty of consulting a specialist, Igor Ratobyrovich, a world-renowned master of combat magic and defense against the dark arts, who undertook a full assessment of the materials students were compelled to purchase. I must protest this defamatory language. My books are masterworks of literature from which defense against the dark arts can absolutely be taught. Lockhart had reached his limit. Indeed. The world-renowned master's written assessment describes your work as, and I quote, scribblings not worth the paper they were written on, or the ink used to write them. In his words, and again I quote, no competent student could learn even how to hold a wand correctly from this lunatic's ramblings, let alone anything more advanced, though one might, admittedly, learn to smile, as the protagonist does on virtually every page. And lastly, I quote, only a person of truly extraordinary incompetence could so thoroughly distort the meaning of rituals and spells, including something as elementary as lumos. I looked around the courtroom, then handed all the documentation to the clerk, the letters and the legal extracts certified by the ministry's own legal departments. Umbridge had broken out in red blotches. I make absolutely no accusations against anyone other than Lockhart himself. His reputation speaks for itself, and a cursory examination of his purported achievements does confirm that the events described in his books did in fact occur. Monsters did attack settlements, and those monsters were subsequently defeated. Amelia, by contrast, was doing her best to conceal a smile that threatened to break loose at any moment. Unfortunately for Mr. Lockhart, Once I realized this matter was heading to court, I chose to look a little more closely. My home education had already made it clear to me that his books contained far too many inconsistencies to be explained away as creative liberties taken for the safety of inexperienced readers. I drew several more stacks of documents from my bag. A specialist in my employ verified every location where the events described by Mr. Lockhart allegedly took place. What emerged was rather. Lockhart snatched his wand and leveled it at me. Avada ko. One of the aurors present flicked his wand, and Lockhart went flying backward into his chair. I was already rolling sideways in the same instant, wand in hand. As it happened, I had no cause to use it. Several of the lords present in the chamber, every auror, and Amelia Bones herself all had their wands drawn as well. Commendable reflexes, Mr. Black. Amelia swallowed before she said it. It was clear that the attempted killing curse had come as a genuine shock to all of them, just as it had to me. Thank you. In any case, the documents before you establish that not one of the deeds described in his books was performed by Lockhart. Moreover, my agent was able to locate two individuals who, based on descriptions given by local residents, match the descriptions of those who actually performed these acts. And here is what is rather interesting: these individuals are now, to all intents and purposes, like children. Every memory they possessed has been erased. Completely and entirely. I shook my head slowly. We will review all of this in full. But I believe that one attempt to cast the killing curse on a 12-year-old child alone is sufficient grounds to send Mr. Lockhart to Azkaban. His assets will be confiscated and distributed among the Hogwarts students as compensation for his unlawful enrichment. Chapter 70, Daily Life. I returned to Hogwarts in triumph, and with a new defense against the dark arts teacher in tow. He was a retired auror who had fought through the war against Voldemort and knew full well that a good pair of legs and the willingness to fall face first in the mud, or worse, saved lives far more reliably than any shield charm. And given that he kept in contact with colleagues and had a clear picture of what was happening across the world, and Britain in particular. In short, a great many students had come to despise me, since he had introduced compulsory morning drills, for which everyone was now obliged to rise 2 hours earlier than before and submit to what could only be described as cheerful torment. At present, however, people were looking at us with a certain anticipatory gleam, because teacher Siegfried had agreed to help Flitwick and me run the dueling club. And right now, he was standing across from me on the platform while Flitwick raised the barrier and began the count. 1. Begin. I followed with 2 cutting curses and a disarming charm. He smiled faintly, raised a second shield, pouring considerably more energy into this one, and lazily sent several more spells my way. I couldn't dodge them from where I stood, so I conjured a small, dense shield on my arm. The key was not brute power. It was compactness. Rather than spreading it across my whole body and feeding it enormous amounts of energy, I kept it small and tight, putting in roughly 10% more than I normally would. It deflected every spell heading for me, though by the end it was laced with cracks. No time to renew it. I sent nearly a dozen spells at him at maximum speed, simple ones, disarming, knockback, binding, but with no shortage of power behind them. While he was occupied responding, I turned my attention to renewing. I'm lying on the floor. Thinking. Waiting for the paralysis jinx to be lifted. The magic of the mind has its uses. I've already reviewed the memory and can see precisely how he did it. While his right hand parried my volley, his left produced a second wand and sent a single paralysis jinx straight through the gap. Nothing to hear. Nothing to see. Just lying here, staring into memories. Ah. I slowly push myself upright, roll my shoulders and flex my hands, then stand and offer a respectful bow. The room is silent. Thank you for the lesson. I entirely forgot that some wizards can work with 2 wands, and that it isn't always a rare innate gift occurring perhaps once in 1,000 wizards, but a trainable skill. You did notice, then. Professor Siegfried, I was hoping you'd be willing to take me apart on the platform once a fortnight or so, and during the regular practice sessions as well. You have a mentor already. I do. I nodded. But although my mentor is considerably stronger than I am and makes excellent use of my body to test the durability of shields and walls, I am unconsciously memorizing his style. I'm not experienced enough for that to be a meaningful limitation against someone of his caliber, but... I shook my head. It's better to have a second opponent who will disrupt those subconscious and not yet formed habits before they set. Good that you understand that. Siegfried gave me an appraising look. Colleague. He turned to Flitwick. No objection from me. Draco will benefit from the shake-up. Excellent. Once a week, Sundays, let's say. I'll thrash you on a strictly official basis. Siegfried gave a satisfied nod. No complaints. Bruises and broken bones now. A life preserved later. If only everyone understood that. Look at this lot. He nodded at the students. Complaining I work them too hard. They just don't understand it yet. I gave a sad smile. When they run into the dark creatures that are breaking through out there, they'll be grateful, if they survive it. Fair enough. Now, who can tell me what mistakes Mr. Black made in his duel with me? He was too slow. That is not a mistake. Siegfried's shoulder twitched with mild irritation. It is a developing skill, and it is self-evident that he will be slower than I am. I have simply had more years to refine myself, and I spent those years working, not lounging about. I also fought a war. He attacked too infrequently. A second-year boy asked the question with a note of uncertainty. Not at all. He seized every opening that presented itself. His defense was inefficient. Hermione began. He could have used targeted shields rather than general ones, and... Incorrect. If you recall, I was not announcing my spells aloud, and identifying them under those conditions requires the expertise of a master of combat magic and defense. A second-year student, even one capable of passing examinations up to 5th year, had no realistic chance of identifying everything I was casting. Well. Anyone else? I was watching all this with a quiet smile. And what are you grinning at? Perhaps you'd like to tell me what your principal mistake was. I believe my principal mistake was a deliberate one. Oh. He raised an eyebrow. I am young and highly mobile. Consistent physical training keeps me flexible. For any real chance of winning, or at least lasting longer, I should have disregarded the stated conditions of the duel and begun moving around the platform, perhaps conjured a blade, and tried to close the distance. Whether that would actually have gotten me to victory, I very much doubt, but I would have lasted considerably longer. Correct. He nodded. However, I made a deliberate choice not to do that. This was a demonstration duel, not one designed primarily to improve my own abilities. Its purpose was to show the students what a real duel actually looks like, rather than the farce I had with Lockhart. Understood. I expect that when you spar for your own development, you will show me everything you're capable of. Without question. I nodded. Excellent. Now I'll stand back and watch what you do with this lot. I thanked him with a nod and moved on to a considerably more productive session. Several days later. Draco, is it true? Penny turned to me at breakfast with a look that left no room for evasion. I have no idea what you're referring to. If you hadn't noticed, I haven't opened the paper yet. Is it true that Lockhart tried to cast the killing curse on you in court? Yes. I shrugged with complete indifference. You're so calm about. A hand descended on my head and seized my hair in a firm grip. Brother. Is there anything you'd like to tell me? I sighed. Let's do this properly. I'll tell you everything this evening. Every detail. We'll sit by the fire and... The hand pulled. Quite firmly. Brother. Nympha, don't. I'm alive, unhurt. I came back without so much as a scratch, so there is absolutely no reason to panic. We'll talk about it this evening. Fine. But if you fob me off... Sister. Not in the middle of the Great Hall. She snorted, but released my hair. Although frankly, I'm surprised they only published it now. I expected an emergency edition the same evening. Damn it, you're so insufferably calm about everything. It's impossible to even be properly angry at you. Nympha shook her head, and the other girls just sighed. Harry kept looking back and forth between Nympha and Penny, then at me, then at the girls. Tracy. I'll explain everything later, Harry. She gave him a gentle smile, though she overlooked Ginny sitting on his other side. Lockhart tried to kill Draco with the killing curse at the hearing. She pushed the newspaper under Harry's nose. He blinked and began reading. He didn't notice Ginny throwing Tracy a look of cold, unhurried superiority, and Tracy returned it with a look of irritation that was no longer mild. Over the week since the 1st of September, Ginny had been encroaching on Harry's personal space with increasing frequency. Did she actually realize she was jealous over a boy who wasn't even her boyfriend yet? Right, time for lessons. I stood and headed to the classroom. Professor Black. I looked at Luna, who had her hand raised. Yes, Miss Lovegood, I'm listening. Professor, would you consider giving an interview to the Quibbler? Snickers rippled around the room. I closed my eyes. Miss Lovegood, this is not the time or the place for that sort of question. Even so. Luna was not deterred. We will discuss it this evening, by the fire. Until then, unless you have a question relating to the lesson, I would ask you not to distract the others. All right. She lowered her hand, and I continued the lesson, which proceeded in a pleasantly relaxed atmosphere. The first years were a source of genuine satisfaction, as were my other students. The great majority of them had thrown themselves into learning the minimal theory and were prioritizing practical work with admirable determination. Luna, for her part, devoured every piece of supplementary reading I assigned. That was precisely why I allowed her slightly more latitude than the others. Ginny, by contrast, relied almost entirely on sheer persistence. She was a bright girl, but had no love of extra theory, and tended to go to Luna to have things explained to her. Weasley, cleaner wand movement at the end. Your stress is correct, but the wand is drifting slightly as you complete the motion, which weakens the spell. Thank you. Ginny nodded and slowed the movement down, and this time it worked perfectly. Carstone, stress on the first syllable, not the second. I understand it feels more natural the other way, but the correct pronunciation places it on the first. The Gryffindor first year gave me a grateful nod. I continued making my rounds, thinking over everything that had happened recently. The boy who had been under the potion, for instance, had left Hogwarts before anyone could identify who had administered it. The court hearing had revealed that Lockhart himself had sent the letter. And there had been additional plans, for someone to set upon Daphne, Hermione, and Nymphadora. That news had put a cold fury in me that had come very close, in the courtroom, to something unforgivable. It was entirely thanks to my study of the magic of the mind that I had remained in my seat, smiling pleasantly. I thought I noticed Lockhart flinch slightly and go a shade paler when he caught that smile. No matter. I had already decided that his time in Azkaban would be rather eventful. Arrangements had been made. Professor, has something happened? I looked at Luna in mild surprise. She had come to stand beside me, while the other students were carefully averting their eyes. What makes you think so? The smile you were wearing. Luna looked up at the ceiling with a dreamy expression. And your Raxperts were extremely agitated. Back to the Raxperts again. I shook my head. Forgive me. I was remembering something that brings me a particular kind of joy in the darker corners of my soul, and it showed on my face. I see. Luna nodded. The lesson continued. I looked once more around the room to confirm everyone had mastered the spell, then offered them a new one. Who would like to learn another? Yes. The class answered in a cheerful chorus, and I took genuine pleasure in demonstrating the next simple spell, one aimed primarily at developing wrist flexibility and correct wand movement. I had done good work over the summer and found a couple dozen spells that served the same purpose for first years as the wrist exercises I had previously assigned as drills. The exercises still had their place, but everything had become considerably more engaging, and the results were already showing. The children were developing wrist control noticeably faster, though Luna kept giving me those knowing looks whenever I introduced something new. Her wrist was already well trained, not so exceptional as to suggest she had been practicing for years, but enough to indicate that her father had put some thought into preparing her for Hogwarts. Chapter 71, Fireside. Right then. Penny broke a silence that had stretched somewhat past the point of comfort after we all gathered by the fire that evening. Most of the common room had gone quiet along with us, and those few students who were talking at all were doing so in whispers. Well. I shrugged, at a loss for where to begin. The place to start is probably with the fact that Lockhart turned out to be an idiot with connections. He had managed to acquire a document certifying his garbage as a legitimate textbook. If I had been anyone else in that courtroom, or if I hadn't had a solicitor sitting beside me throughout, ready to intervene at any moment, the case could have been lost in the first minutes of the hearing. Never mind Lockhart, brother. Nymphadora fell silent as she caught the look I was giving her. Sister. Shall we wash that mouth out with soap? Ahem. Sorry. I was rather worried. But why? I would understand the worry if the paper had come out the same day and I still hadn't come back. That would be reasonable. I nodded, acknowledging that, in that scenario, concern would have been entirely justified. As it is, you can see that I am in one piece, alive, and came back without so much as a bruise. So sit down and enjoy the story. And I told them how the hearing had gone, the hearing at which someone had attempted to kill me with the killing curse. All things considered, there wasn't a great deal to tell, and within about 15 minutes I fell silent and returned to quietly sipping my cocoa. The girls, meanwhile, were bubbling over with righteous fury, the general thrust of their indignation being that they wanted to get their hands on this villain and do something extremely unpleasant to him. That was the gist of it, at any rate. I really do appreciate that my well-being means enough to all of you that even knowing I'm perfectly fine, you're expressing yourselves with this much passion. I looked around at the girls, and then at the boys, who were considerably more restrained about the whole thing. Understandably so, given that Lockhart was already in Azkaban and there was nothing left to be alarmed about. The expressive outrage was largely a female production. Could I ask a few questions for the quibbler? Luna materialized in front of me, wand tucked behind her ear, radish earrings swaying, hair slightly disheveled, with that faraway look she carried everywhere. It immediately made one want to sit her down on one's knee and tidy her up. I had no particular objection to that impulse, so I simply caught the girl, settled her there, conjured a comb with my wand, and set about what turned out to be a rather meditative activity. If I think I can answer a question, I will. I nodded. Luna, for her part, went completely still, apparently uncertain how to respond to finding herself in this situation. That's not fair. Penny Clearwater shook her head. I wanted to turn holding her and doing her hair. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Luna's face, threaded through with something that looked rather like alarm. That's not happening in front of me. Nympha shook her head, a spark of unmistakable black family lunacy glinting in her eyes. Right, both of you. Stop frightening the first year. I shook my head. Penny Clearwater, you can help with mornings. Nymphadora can take evenings. Hey. What about us? Several other girls, not in my immediate circle but apparently just as observant, had clearly noticed what a lost little fledgling she was and were not at all satisfied with my having already allocated her care. And what about you? Aren't there enough first-year girls to go around? How many are there on our floor? Including Muggle-born girls, too, who could certainly use a hand settling in. Take one of them under your wing. I gave a mildly perplexed shrug. And the boys could do something similar. Even just pointing out where everything is and explaining the basics would be helpful. The older students were now surveying the first years with an enthusiasm I could only describe as faintly alarming. I realized I needed to take control of this before it escalated into open competition. Let's introduce a rule. I smiled. I'm sure Penny Clearwater and Professor Flitwick will support me on this. If you'd like to take responsibility for a first year, show them spells, and introduce them to the wizarding world, then you are required to maintain a strong academic standing. A number of sighs rose from around the room. What are you sighing about? Did you think it would come free? No. I shook my head. Applications to take on a first-year mentorship are open to any student from fourth year onward, submitted in any form. However, I would encourage you not to rush. I'll discuss the idea with Penny and the dean first, and we'll draw up a proper set of rules and a list of responsibilities for mentors. I expect Professor Flitwick and I will also introduce a recognition system for mentors whose students perform well. I looked around the common room. And naturally, no first year can be assigned a mentor against their will. May I begin asking my questions now? Luna had composed herself at last. Of course. I nodded, continuing to work through her hair. Do you believe Raxburts could have influenced Mr. Lockhart's behavior and caused him to attack you? That is a complicated question. I shook my head. From everything I know, Lockhart's behavior did not change in any observable way between his appointment at Hogwarts and the moment the hearing began, at least not in a way that would have attracted attention. And given his history, which I imagine will be covered in the coming editions of the paper. I shook my head again. The probability that Raxburts played any role is very small. I see. A small notebook and a quill appeared in Luna's hands, and she began carefully writing down my answer. For a minute or two she was quiet. Do you think it would be possible to find circumstances that might influence Lockhart's sentencing and lead the judges to show greater leniency? No. Are you certain? Quite. I know his case well, and there is nothing that could reasonably be considered a mitigating factor. Understood. She went back to her notes, writing carefully and adding her own annotations. Draco, are you serious? An older student approached, a boy looking at me with a slightly superior air, as though he was about to enlighten me on some terrible secret I had obviously missed. The Quibbler is something nobody reads. It's a magazine for eccentrics. I looked at him with a touch of irritation. Simon, did I ask for your opinion? Come on, I'm just doing you a favor, so you don't look foolish afterward. A favor? You think I require your favor? The boy faltered. He was fully aware of every publication available in Britain. In fact, he subscribed to most of them, with the exception of single-sheet rubbish. The Prophet simply had a rather conspicuous delivery time, meaning everyone could see it arrive. But if you'd paid attention, he almost never read at breakfast. He read his papers when he was alone, the Quibbler included. Daphne was looking at the boy with mild contempt. And for what it's worth, I find the Quibbler a very interesting publication. Certain articles do raise questions in my mind, but that can be said of any newspaper. The format itself, and the way they present information, in my opinion, other outlets would do well to study it. I'm not sure I can agree with that. I shook my head. That particular style suits the Quibbler precisely because of what it prints. If the Prophet adopted it, it would lose readers. How do you think the Quibbler could be improved? Luna looked at me with tentative hope. I'd add a couple of crosswords and puzzles at the back of each issue, with the answers printed in the following one. That's interesting. We do publish crosswords occasionally, but we hadn't thought of making them a regular feature. A mistake. I gently smoothed her hair. But a conversation about what to do with the Quibbler really belongs somewhere else, don't you think? In bed. Luna looked at me with perfect, innocent gravity. Though I suppose I am rather young for that. Luna, I have no idea where you are picking up these ideas, but what I meant was that a conversation about a publication, its future, and professional matters in general ought to take place in a meeting room. Or a restaurant. I see. Luna. Penny appeared beside me, lifted the girl, and began carrying her in the direction of the girls' dormitory. You and I need to have a serious talk. But Draco isn't going anywhere. If you want to ask him more questions, you can do that later. But right now, you and I need to talk. Very much so. I gave a quiet snort and rose from the armchair. Right, I'd better get back to work. I slipped out of the common room and returned to my study. Several days later. The story of Lockhart, as told by Rita Skeeter's pen, stirred fresh waves of feeling throughout the school, primarily, it must be said, among the Muggle-born students. I found myself gathering my house in the common room again, though this time many of the Muggle-borns had brought friends from other houses. Right, everyone. What would you like to know? Why did the paper say you didn't care that the professor had stolen other people's accomplishments? Well. I shrugged. That's my honest opinion. If he managed to take them, through cunning or through strength, then in a sense he earned that right. That is how things have always worked, everywhere. Even in the ordinary world, people buy degrees they haven't earned, and athletes take substances to outperform their rivals. I looked entirely untroubled by this. As the saying goes, if you can do something and you're confident you won't be caught, the odds are you'll do it. Naturally, all manner of things hold people back from acting that way, different values, different priorities. But the problem here wasn't what he did. It was that he misjudged himself. Are you saying you would have done the same in his position? No. I shook my head, making it clear by my manner that it would simply never have occurred to me. But I don't have the need he apparently had. There was presumably something that drove him down that path. People like him have always existed, always will, just as there is a law that says Aurors must establish what such people have done and punish them accordingly. But if that's true, why didn't you report it to the Aurors yourself? Probably because the relevant people already knew. I'm sorry. What? The children were astonished. It's quite simple. Awards like the ones Lockhart held are not given out on the basis of a good story. The details are checked. Which means that everyone who needed to know already knew about the fraud and said nothing. It was a conspiracy. Had I simply filed a report, I would have acquired a string of minor inconveniences. Not life-threatening, and perfectly manageable, but pointless. Why would I want that? I don't understand. I sighed. It's difficult to understand if you didn't grow up in the wizarding world. But if you look around and talk to friends who did, you'll find that for us, family comes first. If we can spare our family even a small inconvenience, we do. Many of the purebloods and half-bloods were nodding. We also value strength. Far more than people in the ordinary world do. And if someone managed to do what Lockhart did, our instinct is to judge him more harshly for being caught than for having done it in the first place. That doesn't mean we approve, and it doesn't mean we'll all start stealing other people's achievements. It simply means our priorities are ordered somewhat differently. That's all. That's strange. One of the girls shook her head. You'll come to understand it. Hermione joined in. It was unfamiliar to me too, at first. But the more you learn about magic, the more spells you master, the more you find yourself genuinely respecting power. Chapter 72, Ravenclaw. Are you just going to keep following me? Helena, I caught a glimpse of the hem of your robes before you disappeared into the wall. Given how many times I've noticed something similar since the start of the year, I think it's safe to say you've been watching me. Is there a particular reason? Stare. Helena's head emerged from the wall. She fixed me with a look for about 10 seconds, then retreated back into the stone. Helena, if the reason you've been following me so closely is the promise I made last year, I haven't forgotten it. I simply didn't manage to gather all the ingredients over the summer. As soon as the last one arrives, I'll perform the ritual, and you'll have a portrait of your mother that you can speak with. She emerged again, but this time her gaze was directed at the floor. Helena. I sighed. Figuring out what any girl was thinking was hard enough. When that girl happened to be a ghost, it became all but impossible. Helena, I have no idea what you're thinking, and unless you tell me, I can't address your doubts or confirm your hopes. Forgive me. I doubted you. It's all right. I understand, and I hold no ill will toward you. I smiled at her, and she tentatively smiled back. Right. I should have everything I need by Halloween, and I'll be able to bind the imprint of your mother's soul, drawn from the planet's informational field, to the portrait. The ritual itself shouldn't take more than 2 or 3 hours. We can manage it during the feast. Yes. She nodded and hurried back into the wall. Women. How is anyone supposed to understand you? I shook my head and returned to my work, though thoughts of Helena's behavior kept drifting back, uninvited. Some time later. Halloween. Right. I'd better be off. I headed for the common room door, but Penny grabbed my shoulder. And where exactly are you going? Me. Business to attend to. I told you a week ago that I wouldn't be able to make the Halloween feast. I shrugged easily. And if I said I wanted to come with you, then I would say I have no objection, but the matter doesn't concern only me. I'd need to ask the other person involved, a girl, as it happens, whether she minds having company. I looked at Penny, who had developed the very faintest of frowns. A girl. Yes. Fine. Ask. Excellent. If she's agreeable, I'll send you a Patronus with directions. Does that work? Yes. I could see Penny wasn't entirely pleased, but she was sensible enough to understand that not everything depended on me. And since we'd managed to shift some of the responsibility for the first years, particularly the Muggle-born ones, onto other older students, we'd been spending considerably more time together. She had no desire to begrudge me the work. That said, the spark of jealousy in her eyes when I mentioned the girl had clearly given her pause. There wasn't much to be done about that, so I made my way to the room of requirement, where Helena materialized almost exactly 30 seconds after I did. Helena, would it be all right if I invited Penny? She's rather put out that we can't spend the evening together, and I don't mind. She cut me off. I gave her a grateful smile, conjured a Patronus, and sent Penny instructions on where to go and when to expect me. In the meantime, I began the preliminary preparations. 10 minutes or so passed before I went to the door and opened it. What the? Penny stumbled back against the opposite wall, staring at me in shock. First, language. Second, come in and close the door behind you. I have work to do. I was in no mood for discussion, so I simply returned to what I was doing. A moment later, I heard the door close. Questions afterwards. I interrupted Penny before she could speak. She closed her mouth at once. I went back to checking the ingredients, again and again, until I was certain everything was as it should be. Right. The portrait. I looked at the canvas. Helena and I had moved here from one of Hogwarts' hidden rooms several days ago. Present. All other ingredients prepared. Now, silence, both of you. Don't disturb me. I began drawing out an extraordinarily complex ritual schema. Different lines required different materials: ordinary chalk, black chalk, charcoal, and the blood of various magical creatures. Portraits were normally made far more simply, but only because they were created while the subject was alive. In this case, Rowena had been dead for a very long time. A simple ritual circle would never suffice. This called for something considerably more elaborate. Still, it was a genuinely interesting exercise for a wizard of my level, and I found I was looking forward to it rather than dreading it. Now, the portrait goes here. I set it with great care at the center of the first circle, then immediately began completing the second, which overlapped the first at one edge while the rest of it existed only as chalk outlines, guiding the geometry of their interlocking shapes. Some time later, the second circle was finished as well. "Helena, please take your place at the center." Without a word, she drifted over the floor and hovered at the exact midpoint of the circle. What remained was to enclose the entire configuration in one final ritual ring before activation. I completed that too. I had not calculated all of this independently. My notebook was open the entire time, and it contained notes detailed enough to explain nearly every centimeter of every circle. But I did it. I stepped back and looked at what I had made with something rather close to pride. Well. The moment of truth. Breathe in. Breathe out. I was terribly nervous. Helena was terribly nervous. And Penny, who understood nothing of what she was watching, was catching our nervousness like an illness. I activated the ritual. The room blazed with light, and then, perhaps 10 minutes later, the light went out. Where am I? Hello. Mother. Helena's ghost threw herself over the portrait, drinking in the sight of it as though she had been starving. My daughter. You're dead. Wait. How? Where are we? What does this mean? Helena spun on me in an instant, fury blazing in her voice. Helena, if you had waited 2 minutes, you would have understood, since I intended to explain everything to Rowena in any case. Daughter, calm down. And you, young man, come closer, where I can see you. I gave a quiet snort and stepped past the retreating Helena with complete composure. My greetings, founder of my house. My name is Draco Black. I am an apprentice in charms and enchantments, and tonight I carried out your daughter's request to animate your portrait. Rowena's eyes widened slightly. A great deal of time has passed since your death, far more than you can currently recall. Your memories will return gradually over the next month. I regret I could not do otherwise, as any swifter restoration would have required not merely costly ingredients, but legendary ones. So I am dead. I nodded. Dead for a long time. I nodded again. And you spent a great deal of money to animate my portrait and bind my soul to it, at my daughter's request. There was anger in Rowena's voice. Not your soul. I am not foolish enough to meddle in death's domain, and in any case, given how many years have passed since your death, your soul has almost certainly been reborn by now. You may well have children, a husband, a life that makes you happy. I would not dream of tearing apart your new existence. What I used was an imprint of your soul and personality, as preserved in the planet's informational field. Ahem. It seemed Rowena was briefly taken aback. I beg your pardon for my hasty conclusion. That said, I doubt you would have done this without reason. What do I owe you? Not you. I shook my head. Your daughter. Last year, when we agreed that I would prepare and carry out the ritual, she promised to take me to the place where your diadem is kept. My diadem. What do you want with it? Some time ago, a wizard shattered his own soul. Eek. Penny took several sharp steps back from me. I winced. I had simply forgotten she was there. But now that I'd said that, there was no avoiding the rest. And he hid a fragment of his soul inside your diadem. I wanted to retrieve it, so that when I am ready, I can destroy all the fragments of this wizard's soul at once. A madman. Rowena shook her head. Even Salazar, and he was hardly averse to the dark arts, never dared to shatter his own soul. And this wizard, if I understand correctly, shattered his into several pieces. Yes. I nodded. I know of 6, possibly 7, fragments, in addition to the primary piece. A lunatic. After doing something like that, he can barely be called a creature, let alone a thinking being or a human. Quite. I shrugged. Several fragments are already secured and waiting for their time. But destroying them one by one is too dangerous. He might sense it and begin to act. Daughter, show him where the diadem is. I can't. Helena's voice was very small. My stomach dropped. Daughter. You made an agreement, and young Mr. Black has fulfilled his part. Now you must fulfill yours. Mother, I didn't say I wouldn't. I said I can't. Daughter. The diadem was still in its place at the beginning of this year. But when I went to check on it in mid-September, it was gone. I simply don't know who took it. I closed my eyes. I wanted to swear. To shout. To kick something. Asterisk breathe in. Breathe out, asterisk. I turned sharply, summoned my bag with a silent spell, and walked toward the door without a word. I had no desire to speak. No desire to do anything, or rather, no desire to do anything I would regret. The thought of destroying the portrait crossed my mind with entirely too much energy. I kept walking. Young man, wait. Rowena's voice reached me. I heard it. I did not stop. I walked out of the room and headed for the common room. Behind me, Penny's small heels clicked in quick pursuit. Draco. I half-turned. I'll say nothing. But I hope you'll find time to tell me more at some point, because what I learned tonight, it frightened me. I gave a short nod. Was that really her? I nodded again. I see. She asked nothing else. When we reached the common room, I dropped into an armchair and stared blankly into the fire. Rowena Ravenclaw, Chapter 73, Interlude. Daughter. I did not raise you this way. Rowena looked in the direction the young man had gone. Unfortunately, because of the angle at which her portrait hung, she couldn't see exactly where he had gone, but from the sound of the door, it was clear that she and her daughter were now alone. Mother. Helena was lost, guilt written plainly across her ghostly face, along with a stubborn thread of pride. Daughter, why didn't you tell him before the ritual? He might have refused. And I needed. Ghostly tears ran down the ghostly face. I owe you such an apology. Helena's ghost sank to her knees before her mother's portrait. Even knowing that what looked back at her was merely the imprint of an imprint, a copy of a soul and a personality, it made the conversation no less real. She herself was no longer the girl who had run away. She was a shadow of what she had been, bound to this world by nothing but guilt. Daughter, what is all this? I may not remember much yet, but believe me, there is nothing you could have done that would change how much I love you. Rowena spoke quietly, and there was real sincerity in it, alongside a certain awkwardness. She was aware that these words might sound strange coming from her. In life, she had been rather sparing with them. But she was a portrait now, just a portrait, and perhaps that meant she could try, at last, to be honest and open about what she felt. Mother. Helena wept harder. She had wanted to hear those words so desperately, with everything she had left of a heart, and she had been terrified she never would. That her mother would look at her coldly and name her a thief. There, my darling. Could you perhaps call a house elf and have them hang me on the wall in here? I think we could both do with a proper talk. Yes. Helena let out several unsteady little sobs, then vanished through the floor. She didn't have nearly enough magic for a house elf to hear her directly, so she went straight to the kitchens and appealed to the elder of the community for help. The elf did not refuse. It was true that a ghost could not share magic with a house elf, but Helena had always been courteous to them, and hanging a portrait on a wall was no great matter. The elf helped without a second thought. Mother. When the portrait was on the wall, Helena hovered before it with her head bowed in guilt. Now then, daughter. That young man told me my memories would return, but I would like to know what happened in our lives and in yours, from your perspective. My own, as he said, I would eventually recover. Well. Several hours later. Daughter, really? Rowena looked at her daughter with tender eyes. How she wished she could embrace her, but she was only a portrait. And having heard the whole of her daughter's story, she wanted to say 1,000 words of gratitude to this Black, for giving her the chance to speak with her daughter again. And she wanted to wring his neck for leaving her so helpless and unable to hold the girl who was her own blood. I won't pretend I'm pleased to hear you stole the diadem. But do you truly imagine a thing like that changes how I feel about you? Mother. Daughter, I forgive you. Helena flinched at the words. I am certain that even when I remember everything as it appeared from my own side, I will not be angry with you. Perhaps I was, in those first days. I don't remember. What I do remember is that I was never able to stay angry with you for long. So I forgive you. Thank you. Helena let out a shuddering sob and wept openly before her mother's portrait. She had wanted to hear those words. She had hoped for them and despaired of ever receiving them, all at once. Now then, my darling. About 20 minutes later, when Helena had finally quieted, Rowena turned to the matter at hand. Tell me who this boy is. And then explain to me why you didn't warn him that the diadem was no longer where you knew it to be. I was afraid. Helena sighed and began again while Rowena listened. She understood what she was hearing. Her daughter had been deceived once before, and she had come to believe that trust was something she could no longer afford. That was why she had said nothing. Rowena could have said a great deal about how wrong her daughter had been. But she did not want a quarrel, and she did not want to break what had barely been rebuilt. She had been alive once, and she had failed to notice her daughter drifting away from her. She was not going to consider herself too clever to make the same mistake twice. Daughter, I cannot say I support your decision. Helena looked down. But I understand it. What we need to decide now is what to do next. Mother. Her voice was small and heavy with guilt. Daughter, we need to put this right. Mr. Black helped us, and now we must think about how to help him in return, or at least repay the debt. Yes. But what can we offer? To begin with, go to him. Ask to speak with him. All right. Helena departed, reluctant as she was. She had no wish to face Draco. She felt guilty, because she had, in effect, deceived him. But she had been alive, or rather, she had existed, for a very long time, and she understood well enough that what she had done was wrong. Draco. Helena emerged through the wall directly in front of the spot where the boy was sitting. He did not acknowledge her. Draco. I am sorry. Again, nothing. Penny could see her, of course, but she had decided to stay out of it and simply watch. Helena was not pleased about that at the moment. She would have welcomed help from the head girl, but she understood it was unlikely to come unless she asked directly. Draco. Helena shook her head. She wasn't going to reach him on her own. Penelope, might I ask for your help? I am truly sorry for betraying Mr. Black's trust. I would like to make amends, but he doesn't seem to want to hear me. I'm sorry, Lady Ravenclaw, but if I must choose between you and Draco, I choose Draco. I'm not asking you to choose. I'm simply asking you to help me make amends to him. But the head girl shook her head, to Helena's surprise. Forgive me, Lady Ravenclaw, but I won't intervene. This is between the two of you. I'm sure Draco will cool down in time and you'll be able to speak with him. For now. She shrugged. Helena sighed and slipped back through the wall, emerging a few minutes later in the room of requirement, before her mother's portrait. Well. He's ignoring me. And the girl? I couldn't see her, of course, but I could hear her voice perfectly well. And the fact that Mr. Black spoke openly about the soul fragments in her presence suggests a very high degree of trust. She refused to take my side. She said I should wait for Draco to calm down and then speak to him. Rowena shook her head. That is not good. I doubt he will cool down quickly, and even when he does, the trust between you will already be damaged. And I have no wish to remain indebted to someone who might be in a position to help me. Help you? Yes. This state of affairs. Rowena spread her hands. Is somewhat limiting. I would very much like to discuss his ritual with him, and then, with his help, refine it so I might gain a ghostly form like yours. Helena bit her lower lip, realizing that by her actions she might have driven away the very person who could help with this. But wait. There's the headmaster. The headmaster? Rowena looked at her daughter with mild skepticism. But you never went to him for help yourself. There must have been a reason. Mustn't there? Yes. There, you see. And what's more, Mr. Black performed the ritual here rather than in the castle's ritual chamber, which means he doesn't trust the headmaster either. Well. What is it? Rowena noticed the hesitation in her daughter's expression, though not its cause. The ritual chamber has been closed for a long time. The curriculum taught in this castle has been drastically reduced compared to when you and the other founders governed it. Some subjects were removed because the knowledge was declared illegal, but that's not all. What the hell? Rowena erupted, flinging her arms wide. Fury filled her instantly and demanded release. What sort of damned law? The castle is extraterritorial. No one has the right to dictate what is taught here. That hasn't been true for quite some time. Helena shook her head. There have been many wars since then, 2 world wars, conflicts between wizards. They all wore away at the enchantments you placed on the castle. Outside wizards were brought in to preserve it, wizards who answered first to the Council of Lords and then to the Ministry of Magic. The headmaster still wields considerable authority here, but... Helena looked at her mother, who appeared ready to commit violence, and wished she could say anything other than what she was about to say. The castle is no longer extraterritorial. The ministry has a strong influence over the curriculum. We could have sacrificed a couple of hundred slaves. Mother, there have been no slaves for 100 years or more. I can't say exactly. What do you mean, no slaves? Rowena ran into that particular wall with visible force. Wait. That's not the point. She shook her head sharply. No slaves. Fine. There are magical creatures to sacrifice instead. Harpies, dragons, any number of things. The enchantments we cast would have renewed themselves. Mother. Wait. Rowena held up a hand, silencing her daughter. A moment. I need to calm myself. She began taking slow, deliberate breaths, entirely unnecessary for a portrait, but effective on a purely psychological level. I understand that the castle's extraterritoriality would have been inconvenient for the lords and utterly unacceptable to this ministry. I do understand that. But knowledge. A school is the one place where people should be able to learn from the mistakes of the past. Helena watched her mother and felt a familiar envy. She had always marveled at how quickly her mother could ignite, and how quickly she could settle. Not that Helena herself hadn't developed something similar over her long years of existence, but still. Daughter, we very much need Mr. Black's help. Mother, perhaps we should consider going to the headmaster instead. And what would he do for us? There was a wry edge to Rowena's voice. Destroy the portrait. No. Helena shook her head. The headmaster values knowledge above almost everything. He would relish the chance to speak with someone as, well. He wouldn't refuse to help. We simply need to think carefully about what to tell him, and how. All right, daughter. Let's do this. Tell me everything you know about the current headmaster, and then we'll decide together whether to trust him or try again with Mr. Black. All right. Helena nodded, gathered her thoughts, and began. She told her mother everything she knew, his school years, what sort of teacher he had been, what he now did for the castle. But the longer she spoke, the more clearly she understood, her mother would never trust this man. It wasn't that the headmaster's record was especially dark. It wasn't. He had his failings, as any thinking creature did, but too many of his decisions and choices were, at the very least, questionable. If Helena could see it and understand it, her mother would see it 10 times more clearly. And the number of questions that would arise in her mind would make genuine trust impossible. No, daughter. Rowena shook her head, and there was real regret in her voice. Forgive me for not deferring to you, but there are simply too many questions I would have about this man to place my trust in him. I understand. I was telling you about him and realized that you'd find too much to question. Which means it comes back to Mr. Black. We wait for him to cool down, approach him again, and by then decide how to repay him for what he has already done. Chapter 74, The Attack. The moment Helena disappeared, I let out a long breath. Draco, you're being childish. I know. I sighed again. But she really did hurt me. It wasn't even because she failed to tell me the object she promised was gone. It was because she thought I would refuse to help her. And for that reason, I have absolutely no desire to speak with her. You do realize you'll have to talk to her eventually. Later rather than sooner. TCH. Penny shook her head. By the way, you've stopped meowing. Penny gave me a slight smile. I noticed. But I still wear the ears. You do. I smiled back, then waved a hand. Fine, you don't have to meow. It is very endearing, but the joke has run its course. Thank you. Though I'll still meow sometimes, when we're alone together, for instance. She said that last word directly into my ear, and a stampede of shivers ran the length of my body purely because of the way she said it. Damn it, if I were even slightly older, I'd have. Penny. Don't play with fire. At that moment, the common room door opened and a crowd of children tumbled in, frightened and agitated in equal measure. Draco, something happened. Hermione was at my side before the others, already poised to pour it all over me. And what might that be? Someone attacked Mr. Filch's cat. I blinked. Inside, I went completely cold. No. No, no, no. Not this. Ginny doesn't have the diary. I made sure of that. I've been watching her and she hasn't done anything remotely strange. I beg your pardon. Mr. Filch's cat was attacked. He assumed it was the twins at first, but then Dumbledore said the cat had been petrified and that no student could have done something like that. Filch is still cursing the twins regardless. Damn it. I shook my head. It wasn't them. Ginny stepped up beside me, and in her eyes I saw a plea. She was begging me to believe her. You know, I might have pointed to your brothers myself. Their pranks do get out of hand sometimes, and you've seen that. Ginny gave a reluctant nod. But if the headmaster says no student could have managed this, I'm inclined to believe him. Thank you. The relief in Ginny's voice was palpable. The other students were already looking at her with considerably less suspicion than they had a moment before. It wasn't as though Filch's cat was particularly beloved, nor was Filch himself, but the students of our house had a certain steady regard for the man. And something like this could not simply be ignored. Everyone was waiting for my assessment. Interesting, I hadn't realized how much authority I'd accumulated in this house without quite noticing. Right, so the cat was attacked and is now petrified. Did the headmaster say anything else? No, he just sent everyone to their rooms. But there was a message on the wall above the cat, "Enemies of the air, beware." I sighed. This was what came of Helena's silence. Children were now in danger, and I refused to let that happen, which meant I was about to go on an extremely inadvisable walk. One consolation, at least, a basilisk is not a stupid creature. It is perfectly capable of making its own decisions. If the cat was petrified rather than dead, either the order was not to kill, or the basilisk had chosen to hold back. But still, walking into a basilisk's lair. It would be genuinely difficult to think of a worse plan. Though an even worse plan would be to report my suspicions to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. They would simply send a squad and destroy the basilisk, but it had served this castle for centuries and was still serving it. The spiders in Hagrid's care hadn't taken over the Forbidden Forest or mounted raids on the castle largely because every creature out there was afraid of what lived below. Remove that, and the balance collapses. Licka. With a soft pop, my little house elf appeared at my side and bowed so deeply her ears nearly touched the floor. Licka is here, Professor's assistant. Licka, would you please arrange a cup of warm cocoa for every Ravenclaw student, with a few drops of calming draught. Check the exact proportions with Madame Pomfrey. It will be done. She vanished. All right. No one leaves. We wait for the cocoa, we drink it, and we go to bed. I expect the headmaster will sort the situation out, so there's no cause for alarm. And if he doesn't? One of the seventh years posed the question. Then those of us who are teachers and assistants will help him. Don't worry about that. The boy nodded. As a precaution, however. I looked around the room carefully. As Professor Flitwick's assistant and Penny's deputy, I am introducing a rule: no one moves through the castle in groups of fewer than 5. Do you think there'll be another attack? Tracy asked this in a slightly tense voice. I don't know. But as someone with a degree of responsibility here, I have to hope for the best and plan for the worst. At that moment, Licka returned with other house elves, and they began carrying in trays of cocoa. Students took their cups and drifted away to their rooms. Draco, are you planning to spend the night in the armchair? Penny. I just need to think. Shall I keep you company? There was a faint note of shyness in Penny's voice. Well. I shrugged. If you'll let me lie with my head in your lap. Of course. She nodded quickly, and I took her at her word. A short while later, we were comfortably arranged, with me lying with my head on her knees, eyes half closed, Penny's hand moving carefully through my hair. Any thoughts? She asked this about half an hour after the common room had emptied. Plenty of thoughts. None of them fit for polite company. I see. We fell quiet again. I stared at the fire and thought. The diadem. I needed to find whoever had taken it, or rather, whoever had been taken over by the fragment inside it. He wouldn't walk around the castle wearing it on his head. He'd hide it somewhere. A search of students' belongings. No. That was absurd. I couldn't manage something like that alone. Though, perhaps I could suggest to Flitwick that he pass information to the department, a hint that the attack might have been carried out by a student in possession of a certain artifact. Draco, will things actually be all right? I think so. I nodded slowly. Or at least as all right as things can be in a dying world. Dying. Well, we still haven't identified the dark creatures that attacked us in France last summer. Even our mothers haven't found anything in the library yet. So for now, let's say the world is dying. Damn it. You're really not making my life any easier. Penny shook her head. Probably for the best. A simple life breeds complacency. We're better off staying sharp. The following morning. Draco, would you mind coming with me? Flitwick caught me at the entrance to the common room as I was returning from the morning training session. Of course. I nodded to the girls as they headed inside, then followed the professor through the corridors until we arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office. Twix. The gargoyle stepped aside, and we made our way up to find the others already assembled. Mr. Black. What a gathering. I kept my expression carefully neutral. Might I ask the reason for the invitation? Certainly. Dumbledore gave a genial nod. Mr. Black, we would like to understand where you spent yesterday evening. As you may have heard, a rather unpleasant event occurred during the feast, and... I heard. I nodded. When the students came back, I made sure each of them received a cup of cocoa with a few drops of calming draught. You can ask the house elf Licca and Madame Pomfrey. Licca should have consulted her about the exact proportions. Very good. I'm glad you were already informed. But you still haven't answered the question. It's quite straightforward. I shrugged. I was conducting an experiment. I'd accumulated a number of theories I wanted to test, and last night was an ideal opportunity. Miss Clearwater was with me, so she can confirm that I was not wandering the corridors. I see. Tell us more specifically, boy. I winced slightly. I had no desire to reveal what I had been doing, but I had even less desire to invite greater suspicion. It would be simpler to show you. Show us. Dumbledore and the other staff looked taken aback. Yes. I was not entirely straightforward when I said theories and experiments. What I was actually doing was performing a rather unusual ritual. But since my account clearly hasn't put anyone's mind at rest. I shook my head. I see no point in building theories and giving you cause to doubt my honesty. And what, exactly, can you show us? Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm. Licca. I called the house elf with a slight thread of magic behind the name, and she appeared at my side at once. Do you know of the room of requirement? Of course. She nodded vigorously. Good. There is a portrait in that room, the portrait I was working on last night. Could you bring it here? Of course. A ripple of confusion passed across the faces of everyone present. When Licca vanished with a pop and then reappeared. And what is the meaning of this? Rowena looked around with mild puzzlement at whoever happened to fall within her field of view. My apologies for disturbing you, but last night, while I was carrying out the ritual to summon the imprint of your consciousness and soul and bind it to the portrait, an incident occurred at the school. I found it simpler to present you in person than to construct a story that would only increase suspicion. I see. Would someone hang me on the wall, please, so I can see everyone present? The room was thrown into complete disarray. Even the other portraits were staring at the newcomer in open shock and disbelief. But Dumbledore found it within himself to nod, and the portrait was duly placed on the wall beside the other former headmasters and headmistresses. Miss Ravenclaw. Flitwick was the first to recover his voice. Yes, that is who I am. And I can confirm that young Mr. Black spent the evening performing the ritual that bound my image to this portrait. But that's impossible. Portraits are made when the subject is living. That is true. I nodded. However, Lady Ravenclaw left a profound mark on history, and her daughter remains in the castle, so with the use of certain costly ingredients, summoning an imprint of her personality was only barely possible. Binding that personality to the portrait was considerably more difficult. Lady Ravenclaw, I hope you'll forgive me, but I must be certain that this portrait was indeed created last night. Dumbledore raised his wand. Rowena grimaced slightly but nodded, and Dumbledore began his examination. Chapter 75, Conversations. Confirmed. The portrait itself is quite old, but the enchantments laid on it are recent and bear a clear impression of Mr. Black's magic. I believe our suspicions regarding his involvement in the incident were unfounded. Wonderful. Flitwick was visibly relieved. Miss Clearwater's name can be cleared as well. She was with me at the time. Helena can confirm that, as she was present. Very good. Dumbledore nodded. Mr. Black, would you be able to create portraits of the other founders? McGonagall asked this, and I simply gave a slight smile. I could. But at the moment, I have no interest in doing so. Mr. Black, I understand that my daughter made a mistake in not telling you that she no longer knew where the item was, the item for which you helped her create my portrait. But her friends and mine are not to blame for that. I merely shrugged at Rowena's words. Did I understand that this was foolish and deeply short-sighted on my part? Absolutely. But I could not bring myself to do anything about it, or rather, I did not want to. Mr. Black. Professor, the other portraits would cost far too much. And given that the other founders have no children here who could help direct the ritual, it would cost considerably more than Lady Ravenclaw's did. Are you quite certain you wish to part with a few 100,000 galleons for a founder's portrait? KH. Everyone around me erupted in coughing. A few 100,000. The looks directed at Rowena's portrait shifted noticeably. No. This portrait came to roughly 5,000 gold coins. But as I said, I had a very convenient factor in the form of Helena. The other founders have no such thing, and so. I shrugged. In truth, portraits of the other founders ought to cost considerably less, assuming everything went smoothly, but I had decided to quote the upper ceiling straight away. Right, then. Mr. Black, I believe you are free to go for the moment. We have a few more students to speak with. As you wish. I shrugged carelessly, turned, and walked towards the door. Mr. Black, I would like to speak with you. Later. Perhaps. I did not look back. But not any time soon. The headmaster's office. The door closed behind Draco Black, and everyone turned from it to look at Rowena Ravenclaw, who now hung on the wall beside the other former heads. Youth. Flitwick did his best to offer some defense of his student. Please do not trouble yourselves. I hold no grievance against young Black. He is young and does not always act wisely, I quite understand. Thank you, Lady Ravenclaw. Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Phileas Flitwick. I am Professor of Charms and Enchantments, I run the Dueling Club, and I serve as head of Ravenclaw House. Rowena nodded, studying the half-goblin. In which fields do you hold mastery? Charms and enchantments, and dueling, those are the ones I have formally certified through the guilds. I am also effectively at master level in numerology and arithmancy, but I have not seen fit to pursue formal certification in those. Very well. Master in 4 fields, that is commendable. But all your titles should be formally certified. The head of my house ought to demonstrate to everyone that he is both a learned and a capable wizard. I will give it some thought. Flitwick replied with as much diplomacy as he could muster. Good. Now, if it would not be too much trouble, I would ask to be returned to where I was. My daughter may become rather distressed if she comes looking for me and finds me gone. We could let her know where you are now. McGonagall offered this. There is no need. Rowena shook her head. Ahem. I sense we have displeased you, though I am not entirely sure how, we have only just met. Dumbledore said this with a note of uncertainty. You know. I am only a portrait. Rowena looked at the headmaster, then let her gaze drift around the room, as though glancing at the other pictures, though they were outside her field of view. But I do have my pride. And sitting in company with those who have allowed my school to fall into ruin. I beg your pardon. The school is flourishing. McGonagall took strong exception to this slight against the Hogwarts administration and actually interrupted the founder, at which Rowena winced with theatrical displeasure. Is it? I have spoken with my daughter. Sorting students into houses based on personality traits, that is simply absurd, and that alone was nearly enough to make me regret raising the subject at all. But when I learned that out of nearly 30 compulsory subjects, fewer than a third remain. She shook her head. This is no longer a school. I am not quite sure what it is. But the knowledge taught in your time has been declared illegal. Dumbledore sounded genuinely at a loss. Ah, yes, and that is yet another grievance to lay at the feet of every headmaster who has held this office. You have surrendered Hogwarts's extraterritoriality. In the old days, only the headmaster or the Founders' Council decided what was taught and when. Now that is in the hands of a collection of bureaucrats. She paused. In any case, please return me to my place. Licca. When the house elf appeared before him, Dumbledore continued. Would you please take Lady Ravenclaw's portrait back to where you found it? Licca took the portrait and vanished. The staff were left in thought. If Rowena Ravenclaw, widely regarded as the most composed of all 4 founders, had reacted to the current state of affairs this way, how would the others take it? End. Mr. Filch. I saw no reason to delay, and went directly from the headmaster's office to find the caretaker. H.M. You. Yes. I came to see how you are getting on. Bloody awful, boy. Filch shook his head. Do not know who did this to my Mrs. Norris, but I will find the little wretch and sort them out myself. What are people saying? Saying. A sad, hollow smile crossed Filch's face. Saying I need a mature mandrake, but I have not the money for one, and the ones in the greenhouses will not be ready until spring. My little cat will be stuck like that all that time. Well, I can help with the mandrake. I shrugged. And with whatever else is needed. Boy. Filch stared at me. Let us do it this way, you find out the full list of ingredients needed to bring your cat round and get her back to catching troublemakers, and I will purchase everything on it. Boy, I already told you, I have not got that kind of money. You will not need it. I shook my head. I have a great deal of respect for you. You have worked in this castle for years and you do your job well. And I particularly appreciate the way you play the deranged old men when you are hauling rule breakers to their heads of house, telling them all about how students used to be punished in the old days. I gave an appreciative click of the tongue. It is masterful. By the time they reach the head's office they're so terrified that whatever punishment they actually receive feels like a gift from heaven. Filch gave a smile, not a happy one exactly, but grateful, in the way of a man whose work has been properly acknowledged. So, find out the full list and let me know. I will come back tomorrow evening for it. Agreed. Yes. He nodded, and I left him in a considerably less wretched mood than I had found him. My own mood was somewhere in the middle of grim, because I now needed to find whoever had done this. That said, finding them was not terribly complicated, I simply needed to prepare. Going down to the basilisk myself was something I still very much wanted to avoid. My plan, then, was to place a few monitoring charms on Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, ones that would report back to me whenever anyone entered, along with a couple of detection charms on the sink basin whose opening led to the Chamber of Secrets. The best possible outcome would be to learn when someone went down there, wait for them to come back up, release the basilisk and seal the passage behind them, and then strike them from behind while they were off guard. Yes. That was probably the cleanest solution. The rest of the day passed in quiet thought and work. Draco. I was about to leave my study when Helena came through the wall. What is it? I asked this with a heavy sigh, making it rather clear that the conversation was unwelcome and I was in a hurry. Forgive me. I was truly afraid that if you knew the diadem had been taken, you would not help me. And it meant everything to me to be able to speak with my mother again. I said nothing, just shrugged. Well, forgive me then, if you like, I will serve you for the rest of your days. She said that in a rush of feeling, and any self-inserted protagonist in my position would certainly have said yes, then found a way to restore her body, bound her in a servitude contract, and done something rather unsavory with the arrangement. That held absolutely no interest for me. I heard you. I do not need that. Now please leave me in peace. Helena bowed her head and slipped into the wall. I made my way to the great hall, settled in with my friends, and got on with eating. So then. How was everyone's day? Fine. Everyone gave roughly the same answer with roughly the same shrug. Though I did hear something strange. Did you? What? Daphne put the question to Tracy, who had raised the subject. Ahem. There are rumors going around that Draco is the heir of Slytherin. I could not help it, I burst out laughing. What exactly is funny about that? Well, to start with, by the same logic you could be the heir, since one of your parents is a wizard. Or it could be a muggle-born student whose parents are squibs who do not even know it, with Salazar somewhere far back in the line. I shrugged, keeping my voice light. And as for the pureblood families, how many times have we all crossed bloodlines over the centuries? Harry could be the heir. Bones could be. Ginny, even. Everyone stared at me. In short, there are a great many possibilities, and simply throwing the idea at someone without anything behind it. Well, the rumor did not come from nowhere. Whoever started it pointed out that you were not at the feast. So you had no alibi. Tracy was frowning at me. The headmaster and the staff thought the same thing, but I demonstrated quite clearly that I did have one. That was this very morning. All suspicion has been lifted. Oh. Right. Who was spreading it around, anyway? 6, apparently. Tracy gave a careless shrug. Ron. Ginny frowned slightly and glanced over her shoulder at the Gryffindor table, where the walking food disposal unit that was her sixth-born brother sat in his natural habitat. Why cannot he just leave it alone? Oh, come on. I shook my head. He is being positively restrained. Last year he was actually making trouble, this is practically nothing. I waved a hand as if to say there was genuinely nothing here worth our attention. But he is not talking to me either. Demonstrably. And he is my brother. I love the idiot. You said it yourself, he is an idiot. Harry put a hand on Ginny's shoulder in an attempt to settle her. The Raxburts have simply got into his ears and softened his brain. That is why he is behaving so badly. Softened his what? Parvati and Padma exchanged a glance and then looked in puzzlement at Luna, who had delivered this line. His brain. Luna, my brother was born without one. He only uses his head for eating. He does not even wear a hat. Ginny shook her head, and I gave a quiet smile. It seemed I had chosen my friends well. Not one of them had believed for a second that I could be the heir, or if any of them had, they gave nothing away. That was as it should be. Chapter 76, Promises Must Be Kept. Miss Bones, would you stay behind for a moment, please? I called to Susan after the lesson ended. She looked at me with mild surprise but did not argue, simply gathered her things and waited while the rest of the students filed out. Professor. Here. I held out a small booklet. Oh. She took it with a puzzled expression, turning it over to look at the plain cover, which gave absolutely nothing away about what was inside. It is a study guide. When your aunt and I visited the ministry so that I could attend the hearing in the Lockhart case, we spoke briefly, and I made a promise to try to help you discover a particular talent. My talent. The girl looked at me with genuine bewilderment. I think you must be mistaken, Professor. She shook her head, and there was a faint edge of hurt in it alongside the disappointment. I have no talent for charms and enchantments. When we spoke last year, you confirmed as much yourself, and Professor Flitwick said the same, that his subject is not where my gift lies. And I looked at her with mild surprise. Heir. The question clearly threw her completely. Well. Without talent, mastery is almost an impossible dream. Nonsense. I shook my head. Neither Professor Flitwick nor I could ever have said that to you. What I said was that mastery would be harder without a natural gift, harder than for those who possess one. I did not say it was an impossible dream. After all, my own gift does not lie in charms and enchantments either, and I am already an apprentice. The girl's eyes went wide with shock. In any case, I think the fault lies partly with us. Flitwick tends to say things as they are, in order not to raise false hopes, and I am used to speaking mainly with adults, so neither of us thought for a moment you might take our words that way. She did not know what to say, and simply opened and closed her mouth, occasionally managing a small I. Regardless, having no talent for charms and enchantments does not mean you have no talent at all. And you know, I might have stayed quiet about this. I studied her carefully. But you surprised me. Even after learning you had no gift for my subject, you kept working, and right now you are at a level most of your yearmates can only dream of. Why? She dropped her eyes to the floor. I allowed myself a faint smile, because the answer was written plainly enough in her posture, anger, most likely. The desire to prove Flitwick and me wrong. I just wanted to show. She was speaking very quietly, and I caught only those few words, but they were enough. Almost. Speak up. I wanted to prove that I could succeed even without talent. Prove it to whom? To you. To you and Professor Flitwick. I gave a slightly disappointed shake of my head. The desire to prove something to others is all very well, but remember this. She looked up. It helps to have someone to look up to, someone to model yourself on. But what helps even more is having not just a vague goal, but a specific person to surpass. And in your case, that person should be you. Myself. Yes. I nodded. Did you learn a first-year spell in 3 days? Then the next spell of the same difficulty, you learn in 2.5. Did you cast Lumos 100 times? Next time, you do it at least 110. I am being crude, of course, but the point is, you are always the opponent standing directly in front of you. And the best thing about competing with yourself is that you cannot lie to anyone. I looked at her steadily. I was a little. Do not worry about it. Just read through the guide. From what I can see, and sense, from you, I expect these exercises will come surprisingly naturally. I still do not quite understand. It is a guide to basic exercises in medical charms. Medical. Yes. I kept my eyes on the girl. My mother is a healer. I copied this guide from our home library with her permission. I think you may find yourself making progress considerably faster than you would expect. That is. Thank you. She clutched the booklet as though it might vanish. Bear in mind, I will be checking what you have managed to learn at the end of the year. That assessment will determine whether I continue to help you, or whether I simply leave you with the knowledge that you have a gift for healing and the understanding that you will need to seek further information on your own. Susan looked at me with eyes that had gone quite wide. A gift? Me. The look on her face told me she would do absolutely anything to avoid letting me down. Though I already knew she was not the sort to sit idly on her potential. She was determined, this girl, and she would not let an opportunity like this slip by. In any case, once I had made the promise to help Susan, I had already sent word to our mothers to arrange some form of lodging for her and her aunt. Yes. And why are you so surprised? Almost everyone has some talent. Most people simply never meet anyone who has encountered that particular talent before and can point them in the right direction. For my part, I would have no way of identifying talent in, say, necromancy, or music, or physics, any number of things. I shook my head. You were lucky. My mother is a healer, and I grew up feeling her magical energy, which is slightly different from the energy of other people. And when I sensed something similar from you, I recognized it. But why did you not say anything last year? To what end? I looked at her quizzically. Last year you were not ready for even the most basic instruction in this, you likely would not have taken anything useful from it by the end of the year. And giving something to someone who has not yet shown the determination to use it. But I am just the same as everyone else. You are. But you have determination that genuinely deserves some recognition. I nodded. And now it depends entirely on you whether that help continues. I will not let you down. Quietly. I came around the desk and placed a hand on Susan's shoulder. There is no need for that. Simply be yourself and work as hard as you have been, and if things go well, I will write you a recommendation for St. Mungo's. They will not let you near any patients, naturally, but once or twice a week you will be able to attend classes there for the nursing and care staff, and they will teach you new spells while you practice the ones you have learned this year. Yes. She nodded quickly. Thank you. I will not let you down. I know. I smiled at her. You may go. Susan. I called after her as she was nearly out the door. If I find out you have been pushing yourself to the point of exhaustion, I will personally see to it that your wand is only handed to you during lessons. She stopped and looked back at me with alarm. Because preserving your magic is far more important than expanding your abilities. I trust we understand one another, and you will not be too harsh on yourself. Yes. I will not let you down. She left. I heard the little cluster of girls who had been waiting outside fall into step with her. Mr. Black. Helena drifted out of the wall and I looked at her with a resigned sigh. I am listening, Helena. Yes, my emotions were screaming at me to ignore her. Yes, that would have been consistent with my biological age. But my mind was older than that, and I understood well enough when it was and was not appropriate to act on childish impulses. I knew perfectly well that walking out and spending the evening ignoring her had been rather juvenile. I simply had not been able to stop myself in the moment. First, I want to ask your forgiveness. I am deeply ashamed that I concealed what I knew about the diadem. I was afraid that if you found out it was gone, you would not help me, and speaking to my mother again meant everything to me. I closed my eyes and said nothing. Childish. Perhaps. But it had genuinely hurt. I did not keep my eyes closed for long. I opened them, looked at Helena, and let the look say what words did not, that I was listening. I am truly sorry. Is that all? I raised an eyebrow at the ghost hovering before me. No. My mother also asked me to pass on a request, she would like to meet with you and speak. I sighed and glanced at the clock. I have some free time after lunch. I can come to the room of requirement and speak with Miss Ravenclaw. I could ask no more. She bowed once more and slipped swiftly into the wall. I calmly gathered my things, locked my study, and headed for the great hall. The students treated me exactly as they always had, but the heads of house were looking at me with entirely new eyes. Understandable, really. It is not every day a second year successfully animates a founder's portrait. For now I chose to let that attention sit unacknowledged, though it was undeniably flattering. Draco, what exactly is going on? I looked at Penny, who had asked this. The staff keep looking at you strangely. That is their prerogative. My attention at this particular moment is on my food, on you, and on my friends. So I am not even first. Penny put on an expression of wounded dignity. Penny, a hungry man can only put a girl first if she is the one cooking. And even then, the moment the plate appears, she drops to second. PFF. She snorted, but from what I could tell she was not actually offended, which was good, because offending her was the last thing I wanted. She was sensible enough not to push it, and lunch passed in a pleasantly comfortable atmosphere. After lunch I saw the others to the common room and made my way to the room of requirement, but when I reached the spot where it ought to have appeared, the door simply did not come. I tried again. Then a third time. Still nothing. Well. I shrugged and was about to leave when Helena emerged from the wall. I beg your pardon, Mr. Black, the headmaster is in there at the moment, speaking with my mother. That is why the room will not open. I nodded to Helena and leaned back against the opposite wall, closed my eyes, and settled into wait. Mr. Black, what would it take for you to forgive me? I know that what I did likely upended some of your plans, and at the time I believed I was doing the right thing. If I faced that choice again, I would tell you the truth. But the past is the past. Helena, I do not know what you could do. I do not need anything from you, and whatever I might need I can obtain through my own family. I cannot say I fail to understand why you kept quiet about the diadem. But in short, I will forgive you eventually. Just not yet. I shook my head. We fell into silence and waited for Dumbledore to leave Chapter 77, A Conversation. I was on the verge of leaving when the wall opened and Dumbledore stepped out. You're Draco. He looked me over with an assessing eye. Come to speak with the founder. I was invited. I nodded towards Helena, who was still hovering nearby. So I came. Good. I won't keep you. Only, please take care in the corridors. I would rather the cat remain the sole casualty. I gave a quiet snort. Headmaster, I would actually have a better chance alone. Some spells simply can't be cast with bystanders nearby, if only because you don't have to worry about a stray curse hitting an ally. Yes, of course. Dumbledore nodded, said his farewells, and made his way down the corridor while I stepped inside the room of requirement and found myself standing before Rowena's portrait. Lady Ravenclaw. I gave a brief but respectful nod. The founder returned it in kind. Mr. Black, to begin with, and even though my beloved but foolish daughter ought to have done this herself, I would also ask you not to hold a grudge against her. I hold no grudge. I shook my head. But you are hurt. Yes. I didn't try to deny it. And for more than one reason. Beyond her failure to tell you the diadem had gone, the diadem that had become a Horcrux. Yes. I nodded. It goes further than that, though it does stem from the same act. How so? On the day I had the portrait brought to the headmaster's office, an attack took place. The caretaker's cat was petrified, and a message was found nearby, enemies of the heir, beware. The woman in the portrait raised an eyebrow. Based on everything that is currently known about the founders, a phrase like that could only come from someone who genuinely believes themselves to be the heir of Salazar Slytherin. Enemy. After all this time. Salazar had very few enemies even in our day, though calling him pleasant company would have been something of a stretch. Still, attacking a cat. I'll add something further. The last person to call himself the heir of Slytherin was a wizard whose name is avoided due to a taboo curse, the same wizard who shattered his soul. You're saying that a fragment of that soul somehow attacked the cat? Rowena gave a dismissive snort. Well. I shrugged, making it clear I had no intention of arguing the point. Time will tell. But this is most likely only the first strike, a warning shot, so to speak. In any case, I'd rather leave that topic for now. That isn't the reason you asked to see me, or not entirely. Not entirely. I was now looking at a sharp, extremely experienced witch. I wanted to propose a bargain. I raised an inquiring eyebrow, keeping the sardonic smile from my lips. Though Rowena had almost certainly caught my reaction anyway, because she sighed and gave a small, resigned shake of her head. I understand that after what my daughter did, you have little desire to agree to work that will only be paid for once it's finished. So I would like to pay you before you begin. Why don't you start by telling me what you want, and then we can decide whether I'm willing to take on the work at all. To begin with, I would like you to repeat the ritual for my brothers and sister. I want you to bring back Godric, Salazar, and Helga. I sighed. Do you have any idea what that would cost? I suspect a very great deal. But believe me, I set aside more than enough gold in the castle and in various other places to cover both the ingredients and your fee. Very well. I closed my eyes. To avoid compounding the existing distrust, I propose doing the rituals one at a time. I'll reserve all the ingredients at once, then purchase them in stages. Before each purchase I'll provide you with an itemized estimate, the cost of the ingredients, plus 10% for me as the ritual practitioner. Following each ritual, you pay an additional 5% of the ingredient cost. Then we repeat. 15%. She studied me closely. Yes. And that is a reduced rate, given that you are the founder of my house. You, as a master in numerous fields, will understand that any other apprentice would ask for at least 30%, and a master wouldn't even inquire what you needed for less than 60. That is rather surprising. Not really. I am hurt by your daughter, not by you, that is one. I have genuine respect for you as one of Hogwarts' founders and as the founder of my own house, that is two. And for me personally, even a brief chance to speak with all four founders would be extraordinarily interesting, that is three. Perhaps you could stretch to a larger discount. No. I shook my head. At another time I might have considered it. But I shook my head again. Times are unsettled, and money will be needed, especially in the form of gold and other precious metals, or gemstones, rather than Gringotts galleons. Unsettled times. What do you mean? That is precisely the problem. I don't know what is happening. All across the world, rifts have been opening in space, and dark creatures are emerging from them. According to information passed to me by the French Department of Mysteries, the rifts will grow larger and the creatures stronger. But what is causing it, and how long it will last? I sighed. Be quiet. Rowena had gone darker than the darkest storm cloud. Be quiet and let me think. Are you certain that what you're describing is a true spatial rift? Yes, I saw one myself, before it closed. That is very bad. Very bad indeed. Do you know what this is? The convergence of worlds. I stared at her. The convergence. That's an ancient legend. You were going to say fairy tale, weren't you? I gave a mildly sheepish shrug. It is not a fairy tale. Wizards came to exist in this world as a direct result of such a convergence, though very few people remember that now. Our ancestors acquired this ability through exposure to a strange energy, what we now call magic, that entered our world along with certain magical creatures. I looked at her in profound astonishment. And that was not the only convergence. I know of 3 others beyond our own, and many of history's most catastrophic events were a consequence of them. No one knows how often they occur or why. But our world has been fortunate, and it has been a very long time since the last one. It seems our time has come again. I listened carefully. The information Rowena was giving me. I wouldn't say I disbelieved her, but I was obliged to pass it to our mothers and to Jean so they could verify it. And if it proved to be true, things would be very much worse than anything I had imagined based on the information I already had. It seems that our world is somewhat stronger than the other, which is why the rifts are opening here. If the reverse were true, we wouldn't know about the convergence until it was nearly over, until we found ourselves standing in the ruins of our cities, stripped of everything, in the middle of a world we didn't recognize. What can we do? Rowena had gone quiet, so I asked. Nothing. She shook her head. We can do nothing except prepare, and hope that magic protects the magical districts. We can't even be certain it will. The weaker world will appear in fragments, here and there. She closed her eyes. And we will be very fortunate if the inhabitants of that world are at a similar level of development to our own. In that case, we might establish a fragile equilibrium. Or if they are weaker, we may be able to bring them to heel. But if they are stronger... Fear entered her voice. Stronger. But our world appears to be the anchor. That means very little. It's possible they simply drove their own world to the point of collapse, and the convergence began at precisely that moment. I pressed my lips together. This is all very bad. Tell me, how well prepared for a convergence is the world, in your assessment? That's hard to say. I shrugged. I beg your pardon. I mean, it's difficult to answer. On one hand, magic is somewhat more sophisticated now than in your day. I expect a wizard who has completed their first year today probably knows more than your second or third years did. Wand focuses were less refined in your time, and spells weren't as optimized. On the other hand, that very sophistication means wizards overall have grown less powerful. More skills, less raw strength. Yes. In net terms it probably balances out to roughly where you were. That said, masters and apprentices are no small thing, they likely match your equivalents in raw power as well. But a great deal of knowledge has been forbidden, or is taught only in specialist institutions. Some of it has probably survived only in the old families. Well. Rowena shrugged. Unpleasant as it is to admit, every era has had its prohibitions. In my time entire disciplines were forbidden too, the Sumerian school, the Atlantean. I blinked. As for ordinary people, they would fare considerably better than in your day. Their weapons are something like a cutting curse compressed to the size of a fingertip, but instead of slashing, they punch straight through. One shot and done, I suppose. Rowena gave a wry smile. No. Multi-shot, and quick to reload. Anywhere from 6 or 10 shots to several thousand. Rate of fire varies enormously, and some weapons are comparable to a powerful bombarda. And there are some that combine the bombarda and a firestorm. Extraordinary. Rowena shook her head. There's nothing extraordinary about it. Ordinary people have been reaching into space, slowly, admittedly, but still. I shrugged. So there is hope. Good. Then I need to accelerate my plans. You know, I spoke with the headmaster, and I cannot say I find him satisfactory as headmaster of my school. But right now I am nobody, just a portrait. She gave a dry smile. Which means I need you to conduct the summoning and binding as quickly as possible, for all 3 of my brothers and sister. Unfortunately, I don't have portraits of them. This one Helena found, I suspect she knew where it was all along. But the others? Don't worry about that. In one of my caches there are portraits, as well as vials of blood and hair from all 4 founders. I thought ahead on a great many things. And I'll need the full working notes for the ritual. Is that a problem? No. I shook my head, she had clearly interpreted my sound as reluctance. It's simply that, and forgive me if this is presumptuous, I'd like to understand what you're planning. I raised a hand to stop her before she could deflect, because that was clearly what she'd been about to do. Please don't misunderstand. But the summoning and binding of your brothers and sister is plainly only the first stage. Something else follows, and based on what you've asked of me. I shook my head and opened my hands. It could be any number of things. I would simply rather not come to a quarrel with you once we're halfway through. I want to return to this world. As a ghost, if nothing better is possible, but to return. Hogwarts, if it is properly restored, will collect the surplus magical energy of its students, and that energy would be more than sufficient for my brothers, my sister, my daughter, and myself to acquire physical forms of a sort. I looked at her with very great interest. You want to restore Hogwarts' extraterritoriality? Yes. I can't say that displeases me. But as I understand it, what you'll be asking of me is a very great deal of work. The rituals themselves won't be the longest part, it's the procurement of the ingredients. I scratched my jaw thoughtfully. I think after the new year I could conduct the first summoning. By the end of the year at the latest, all 4 founders should be summoned and bound to their portraits. But that's only the beginning. Hogwarts will need to be restored, and my skills aren't sufficient for that. I will teach you. My eyes lit with genuine eagerness, then dimmed. Time. I sighed. I learn quickly thanks to the magic of the mind, but there still isn't enough of it for everything. With lessons under Flitwick, developing my gift, teaching 1st through 3rd years, acting as deputy head girl, and now studying under you and helping restore the castle, I simply can't carry all of that. Ah, but I have a rather useful spell. Hearing your schedule, I think you will appreciate it more than most. And what spell is that? I looked at her with a flicker of curiosity. Ho, ho, ho. Projection. Chapter 78 New Knowledge and Preparation. Projection. Yes. A spell from my time. You may well be able to manage it, since I used it extensively and refined it considerably. It draws on mind magic to create a mental projection capable of studying theory independently. In other words, you can set it to work through textbooks, freeing up part of your time for other things. Could it work with documents as well? It could. In practice, it functions as a parallel consciousness. You will be aware of yourself in two places simultaneously. The only limitation is that magic cannot be used through the projection. That is. I closed my eyes. An extraordinarily attractive proposition. I have never heard of such a spell, and I suspect very few people know it exists. Naturally. Rowena gave a slight smile. Who would ever want to hand an advantage like that to someone else? Very well. On those terms, I am willing to help you. I nodded, understanding that this was my chance to secure my own survival. Excellent. We shall begin with the wand movement. The founder began walking me through the spell step by step. I listened and followed along. The core movements were already familiar enough that she could describe much of the spell in terms I readily understood. That said, however brilliant Rowena was, the spell itself was enormously complex. Beyond the wand movement, I also had to learn how to properly divide my consciousness into two separate streams, one of which would remain dominant. Late that same evening, I was in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, concealed beneath charms that kept the ghost from seeing me. Preparation was critical, and I carried it out to the highest standard. A dozen scanning spells confirmed that beneath the sinks there was indeed a large cavity, a very large one indeed. Once I understood what I was dealing with, I stepped out into the corridor and began layering enchantments over the entrance. But after the 10th one, I stopped. No. A quiet murmur escaped my lips. This approach wasn't going to work. Tom would almost certainly sense the magic and go to ground, finding some other means of seizing a student's body. Even now, he was no weakling. None of the students who had been absent from the feast had been identified as suspects, despite Dumbledore questioning all of them. Taking that kind of risk was simply not worth it. In a few quick movements I cancelled every enchantment I had laid, then stepped into the nearest empty classroom, sat down at a desk, and thought. Do you need help? Helena had materialized beside me, watching me with a guilty expression. What if I told you I knew who carried out the attack? Helena gave a slightly uncertain shrug. I don't understand how you could. Even Dumbledore wasn't able to identify who did it. I didn't say I knew who ordered it. I said I know what attacked the cat. And what was that? The basilisk. That's impossible. Helena shook her head. Completely out of the question. We can go back to Mother and she will explain why, but we ghosts of Hogwarts all know about Salazar's familiar sleeping down there. She nodded toward the floor. And she didn't go to sleep just to wake up one day and attack students. She sleeps so that she might one day wake and protect them. Protect them, you say? Yes. Helena nodded. She is part of the castle's defenses, which means she is physically incapable of harming any of the children here. And if you believe that further attacks will follow, attacks on students, not just a cat, then it cannot be the basilisk. I closed my eyes and carefully turned the new information over in my mind. It was important, but it didn't necessarily rule out the basilisk as the creature being used to attack students. At the same time, it did explain why there had been no deaths in the original version of events. The basilisk was a guardian, not a killer, and even acting on the heir's command, she could not simply override the orders of her true master. That opens up new lines of thought. I stared thoughtfully at the floor. If I found a way in. I nodded downward. Would the basilisk attack me? No. She would not react to you at all. The school is not in danger at this moment. I see. And are there other entrances besides Myrtle's bathroom? There are. Helena nodded. You are sitting 3 meters from one now. Sorry. I looked at her in mild surprise. She drifted to the wall and passed her ghostly hand through it. Right here. And you know how to open it? I do. Helena nodded. You touch specific points on the wall with your wand and channel magic through them. Show me. I stood, drew my wand, and Helena guided me to each point in turn. Several seconds later, the wall simply parted, like the entrance to Diagon Alley. Well. I may be able to settle my doubts sooner than I thought. I sighed and stepped through the opening. A staircase began almost immediately on the other side, leading down. I sealed the door behind me at once. I had no desire for anyone else to follow. Step by step, I descended. There were a great many steps. But eventually I reached the bottom and came to a halt before a door, not quite ready to open it. Stupid creature. The voice from the other side was thick with displeasure and had an odd, doubled quality to it. I raised a hand to stop Helena, who had been about to pass through the door. My wand moved in a quick gesture, and dim letters appeared beside me, forming words. Not a sound. Stay still. From the other side, does this look like a door or a wall? Helena held up 2 fingers. I let out a very quiet breath. It was made perfectly clear. Kill the cat. But no, you had to do things your own way. I didn't receive the necessary amount of energy, and now subduing the boy will take considerably more time and effort. In response came a hiss. Faint, but deeply displeased. Don't hiss at me. The master may have forbidden it, but I am your master now. Or would you prefer to die? Listen carefully. If you disobey me again, I will simply kill you. Now the hissing was resigned. Then came footsteps, and the scraping sound of something heavy. I conjured another barely visible message and asked Helena to check, very carefully and without being seen, whether the visitor had gone. She nodded and shot upward, apparently intending to peek through the ceiling of the room below. 3 minutes, no more, and she was back, though she had returned through the door. Only the basilisk remains. There was fear in Helena's voice, and a kind of quiet dread. She won't harm me. No. You are a student. Without a direct order, she will not. But I cannot understand why she attacked anyone in the castle at all. It was only a cat, but still. Let us go and see. I paused. Can you understand what she says when she hisses? No. But she understands human speech. Or at least, that one was communicating with her in English. Yes. I sighed. Right. How do I open the passage? Tap here, and here with your wand. I did as she said, but before touching the final point, I hesitated. Part of me wanted to turn around, find some oars, and bring them here. But not trusting Helena. I did have reasons for that, yes, but I didn't want one lie to stand between us forever. She was a clever girl, and if everything went to plan, she would eventually be almost alive, one of the figures who would stand at the head of Hogwarts. She wouldn't govern it, most likely, but she would have some role. And if Hogwarts' extraterritoriality was truly restored one day, being on good terms with her would matter. But God, it was frightening. You don't trust me? There was sadness in Helena's voice. I do. But fear like this is very hard to overcome, because on the other side of that door is Salazar Slytherin's own basilisk. I shook my head. A legendary creature. Her gaze is lethal. Deciding to face her is not exactly simple. It took me a full 5 minutes to make up my mind. Then I touched each point on the wall again in turn, and the stone parted before me. Bloody hell. I leaped backward because the basilisk's face was directly in front of the opening, and she was looking straight at me. I am not bloody hell. The basilisk's voice was a low, whispering hiss, or rather, it wasn't a voice at all. She was transmitting her thoughts directly into my mind, bypassing all of my mental shields, and I hadn't the slightest doubt that this creature was female. Asterisk, the savior gave me the name Vasilisa. You can keep words like that to yourself, boy. I am forbidden to harm students, but I am perfectly allowed to bite you, asterisk. That is, well. Draco, what happened? It's the thoughts she's projecting. Ah. Helena looked at Vasilisa. She couldn't do that in my time. I learned. I can't do it with ghosts, however. But if you tell her I'm glad to see her, I'll be grateful, little boy. She says she is glad to see you. And she can't project to ghosts. Understood. Forgive me, may I ask why you attacked the cat? Orders. Vasilisa lowered her head, and beneath the projected thoughts was a flicker of guilt. Faint, but real. I cannot resist. He came while I slept and did something. Now I cannot disobey him. Only when his orders directly contradict the Savior's can I find a small way around them. I see. Will you allow me to examine you? You came with Helena. I'll trust you because of that. But know this, little boy, I sense threats. If I sense one from you, I'll simply eat you. I'll remember. With that, I raised my wand and slowly passed it over Vasilisa, casting every diagnostic spell I knew. With each one, my expression darkened a little more. Draco, what do you see? I can't be entirely certain, but what's been used to control her is not a standard jinx or a ritual. It's a curse, and a highly complex one. Vasilisa's head sank until her nose touched the floor. I can't be saved, can I? Then kill me. She jerked her head up sharply, and the rush of air from the movement swept me off my feet. Now why would I do that? I got up with a lopsided smile, checking my wand for cracks. You're lucky. My gift is specifically tied to lifting curses, and I've been learning to do it for a very long time. Though, more accurately, we're lucky. That fool chose the most reliable method of control he could, one that doesn't depend on his own body. Yes. He is nothing but a parasite. I can see it, feel it. But what do you mean, we are lucky? Simply this, if he had used a ritual, I wouldn't be able to free you from his hold. But a curse is my domain, and I can lift it. The only difficulty is. There was unmistakable hesitation in my voice. Say it. I instinctively clapped my hands over my ears, but the shout had been mental, so it didn't help in the slightest. It will hurt. A lot. The curse has to come off quickly, or he might return and reinforce it, or switch to a different method while you still obey him. It'll have to happen in a single working. And it will be very painful. I closed my eyes. I'll also need the assistance of an experienced wizard, because once I lift the curse, we'll need to set a trap for whoever arranged all of this. I agree. I'll endure the pain. Do it now. Lift it. Not right now. I need to talk to Flitwick first. I think he'll agree to help. Chapter 79, The Ritual Room. Draco. Flitwick looked up when I entered his office. He was alone. Then his gaze shifted to Helena, who drifted in behind me, and he blinked in mild surprise. I could have simply shut the door before her, she was a ghost, after all, but I chose to be a gentleman. Professor. I gave Flitwick a nod and drew a small circle with one finger, indicating the possibility of listening charms. You may speak freely. Professor, I've found the basilisk. What? He coughed sharply, staring at me with a mixture of shock and profound skepticism. It's true, Dean. Helena nodded, and Flitwick let out a breath and closed his eyes. You intend to go down there and kill her? No. That will not be necessary. The second reply came from Helena, and her tone made it clear that she found the very idea deeply objectionable. I don't follow. It's straightforward enough. As Helena said, Vasilisa is part of the castle's defensive systems. She didn't simply crawl out and attack the cat on a whim. Someone has cursed her, and through that curse they're forcing her to obey. You want to lift the curse? Yes. And I'd like you, as a charms master, to weave a trap into her den that not even Dumbledore or Voldemort would detect. Something that would stop whoever cursed her from getting close enough to give another order. Flitwick stroked his beard thoughtfully. Sound thinking. And for the curse removal itself, Vasilisa, yes. Yes. I nodded. She's female and has developed enough to project her thoughts directly into someone's mind. I tapped my temple, and Flitwick coughed again. I understood why. That level of ability belonged only to the very oldest and most powerful magical creatures. As for the ritual itself, I'll need somewhere between 2 and 4 dozen young, strong bulls. Though that shouldn't be a problem, our mothers are buying cattle for rituals that don't require human sacrifice, so I can get them from there. Besides, a dozen or so will go to Vasilisa as food, and she may well be willing to share some venom in exchange. Looking to turn a profit? Very much so. I nodded eagerly. That venom will fetch an enormous sum. Enough to buy more cattle, and a great deal else besides. Money is absolutely essential right now. I'm building our own Muggle magical quarter. Understood. I take it you need access to my flow. Yes. A brief wave of his wand, and I understood that I had been granted access. I walked to the fireplace, took a pinch of powder, stepped in, and tossed it at my feet, speaking the address of Grimmauld Place. In a flash of green flame I appeared inside the house, and my family's faithful house elf appeared before me at once. Hello there, old fellow. Young heir. Creature, fetch one of the mothers. I need their help urgently. At once. He vanished, and 30 seconds later reappeared with Bella, who was holding his thin, dry little hand. Draco. I need 40 bulls. Young and strong. Right. Mother shrugged, disappeared somewhere, and returned with a trunk. I pushed it into the fireplace and nodded at it, and the powder sent it ahead to Flitwick's office. A minute later I followed. So then, Professor, are you ready? Yes. He sighed, and together, the three of us with Helena, we made our way to Vasilisa's den. Vasilisa. I stepped inside, and she lifted her head from her coils. You came back. I did not expect you so soon, and with company. This is Professor Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw. He will set the trap for whoever cursed you, so they cannot do so again. Good. Now, I need to prepare the ritual circle. And I set to work. 4 hours. That was how long it took me to lay out the ritual circle around Vasilisa, who watched my progress with magnificent, languid indifference. Vasilisa, forgive me, but this is going to hurt. I will endure it. She swayed her head once and tucked it inside her coils. I began the ritual, sacrificing 3 bulls at once as the opening act. Vasilisa's body began to shudder with pain, but there was nothing I could do about that. I was already moving my wand over her, slowly unpicking the curse. It was undeniably complex, but it did not reach the level of the greengrass curse. I sacrificed more bulls. Then more. Then more again, until the 20th fell, and the trembling of Vasilisa's body ceased. Above her a black stain had appeared, still clinging to her, but now only by a handful of threads. I brought out one more bull and began the careful work of drawing those threads over onto the animal. Right. I'm finished. Flitwick wiped his brow and came to stand beside me, watching my work with quiet attention. Only when I completed the transfer, another 2 hours, did he give me a light pat on the shoulder. Well done. I'd say you're ready to take commissions for mid-level curse breaking. I could. I agreed with a nod. But at the moment there simply isn't time. I walked forward until I was close to Vasilisa and began stroking her scales. It's done. I've moved the curse onto the bull, so you are no longer bound to follow that person's orders. And he does not know the curse no longer holds. Good. Tell me, what was the one who came to you wearing black and green robes? The badge of my creator's house. A disgrace. Vasilisa's head rose above me and swayed slowly from side to side. The savior would never have done such a thing. Vasilisa, if I may, could I ask you for some venom? Your venom is worth an extraordinary amount, and it will help prepare for the difficult times ahead. And in exchange, the remaining bulls stepped out of the trunk. These fine fellows are yours regardless. SSSSSS. She loomed over the first bull, opened her jaws, and took careful aim, but then stopped before swallowing. The horns are in the way. Easily fixed. Flitwick shook his head and removed every horn in the room with a single spell. The first bull vanished whole. Then the second. Then the third. She stopped at the 5th. Good. Her tone was thoroughly satisfied. Where do you want the venom? A wave of my wand conjured a large 3-liter jar, which Flitwick immediately reinforced with a hardening charm. Vasilisa filled it with nearly 2 liters of venom, a truly extraordinary quantity. Is that everything you need? Only thing is, the savior used to collect my shed skin as well. Vasilisa tilted her head towards one wall, then pressed a mechanism with the tip of her tail. It opened, and we found ourselves looking at a very large quantity of basilisk skin. Though shed skin loses a little compared with skin taken from a dead basilisk, it still surpasses dragon hide considerably. And the remaining bulls? No, not now. Come back in a month and I could manage another meal, but 2 or 3 bulls will be enough then. I'll be hunting those lovely spiders in the forest in any case. In that case, fresh bulls next month. And for now, I'll take 4 skins. A spell transferred 4 skins into a separate compartment of the trunk. The surviving bulls followed. I herded the cursed bull into a corner and shut it behind a grating, which Flitwick secured with locking charms. Vasilisa, please don't touch that bull. We need whoever cursed you to come here himself, completely unsuspecting. Agreed. Go on then. I want to sleep. Vasilisa yawned, bearing an impressive set of fangs, but her voice was so incongruously endearing that I couldn't help myself. I stepped forward and gave her nose a gentle pat. Sweet dreams. And we left Vasilisa's den and made our way back to Flitwick's office. I glanced at the clock and saw that I had already missed breakfast and the first lesson was about to begin. I wasted no time getting to the fireplace. Creature. He appeared before I had even finished saying his name. Fetch the mothers, right now. Urgent. Everything else can wait. Creature blinked his great eyes and vanished with a crack. He reappeared with Bella first, who was still in her dressing gown, and then with Sissy, who was in trousers and a brassiere, which suggested she had been in the middle of getting dressed. Draco. No time. I shook my head. I have a lesson to get to. Your task, urgently, is to purchase the correct containers for storing extremely potent venom. I'll say it again, extremely potent. I found Vasilisa. She is Salazar's basilisk, and she has given me 2 liters of venom. Both mothers' eyes simultaneously widened to roughly the size of sickles. You what? That's all for now. I'll come and explain everything this evening. For the moment, just accept what I've told you, source the right containers, and transfer the venom. It's currently in a hastily conjured 3-liter jar that Flitwick reinforced. There are also 4 shed skins in there. I want at least 1 complete set of clothing made from those skins for each of you, for Flitwick, for the elder Delacours, and for Penny's parents. Draco, perhaps it would be better to. No, it would be pointless for me. I'm still growing, and no one is going to retailor a basilisk skin garment. So set my skin aside for when I've stopped growing, and when the others are done growing too, and have the clothing made then. As for the venom, you may sell some of it, but not all. Sell a liter, keep the rest at home as a reserve. Understood. One more thing. I need a trunk that can hold roughly 100 bulls in stasis. I intend to supply the market with basilisk venom on a regular basis, which means feeding Vasilisa regularly as well. I'd advise against that. Bella shook her head. The price will drop and. I don't care. I looked at her steadily. A great many genuinely useful potions can be brewed with this venom. So I will insist on this: if a representative of a magical clinic approaches our intermediary, they receive the venom at half price. Draco, that is very noble, but you can take payment in potions containing basilisk venom. There are very few potioneers capable of working with this ingredient, very few indeed, so having finished potions on hand is better anyway. Payment in high-quality healing potions, antidotes, that sort of thing. Mother. I looked at Sissy. You know better than I do which high-quality potions are easiest for hospitals to produce. Yes. I'll draw up a list. We'll also need to purchase a few stasis cabinets with spatial expansion. Buy them. I shrugged as if to say there was nothing complicated about that, glanced at the clock, and shook my head. Right, I have to run. And rather than just bulls, you could pick up all sorts of animals, pigs, goats, antelope, bears, anything really. I'll come for them in a week. Now I really must go, my first lesson today is about to start. Run along then. Bella sighed and waved me off. I stepped into the flow, appeared in Flitwick's office, and sprinted for my own classroom, outside which the students should already have gathered. Chapter 80, Progress and Preparations. Chapter 80, Progress and Preparations. Draco. Penny came over to me and looked at me with a faint note of concern. Yes. What are you doing? Reading. I looked at her and gave a slight shake of my head. But. Penny, believe me, I know exactly what you want to say. If you want to discuss it, the best time is this evening, when we can be alone. Not a trace of uncertainty in my voice. Draco. Over here and over there, I know. I caught Penny's eye, and once she understood what I meant, she let out a breath. This evening. All right. Penny nodded and left me to it. I went back to the book I needed to work through as quickly as possible. Several hours later. So then, Draco. Simply put, this is one very useful spell, and I intend to pass it on exclusively within the family. It allows you to create a copy of yourself capable of studying theory while you attend to other things. In practice, my learning speed has already roughly doubled over the past 3 days compared to what it was before. KH. Penny stared at me. Damn. Draco, I keep thinking there's nothing left that could surprise me, and then something happens and I'm standing there again like a complete idiot trying to work out what you did and how. Well, occasionally it's very useful to give one's mind a proper workout. Yes. She gave me a dark look. And sometimes it's very useful to talk to your parents, who have each received a set of clothing from your mother. Not ordinary clothing, mind, basilisk skin. What on earth is going on? Nothing. I shook my head. Nothing I'm prepared to discuss with an attractive girl who is nevertheless not yet part of my family. You can ask Fleur, she's equally in the dark. So, this is a topic you'll only discuss with a wife? Yes. A single, unhesitating nod. In my head I was adding it all up. It had taken just over a month to master the projection spell. And throughout that time I had been doing everything else as well, studying under Flitwick's program, developing my gift, working on the founders' portraits, only one so far, Helga Hufflepuff, who was now deep in conversation with her sister in all but blood as they laid out a plan to restore Hogwarts to its full original rights and responsibilities. I had also visited Vasilisa again, and she had happily shared more venom in exchange for a few goats. And naturally I had continued training as a duelist and combat wizard. The next international tournament was approaching, and I needed to be ready. I just don't understand. She shook her head. I've already told you what there is to tell. Believe me, you already know more than most of my acquaintances, and that's precisely because I do genuinely like you. As does Fleur, who will learn more in due course, when we can meet. But telling you everything. I looked into Penny's eyes. I understand. She gave a short nod and sat down beside me in thoughtful silence. Actually, you know, there's something I've been wanting to propose. A declaration of intent. I looked at her questioningly. A betrothal agreement of intent. You're a good person, Draco. Very good. And I can see that if I let you go I'll be the biggest fool alive. You look after me, you look after my family. No one else would ever do that. Anyone else would put me in a position where I'd have to choose between my future husband and the people I love. You never make me choose. Only the most extreme sort of person would put someone in that position. I shook my head, remembering how I'd told our mothers what Rowena believed was coming. They had gone straight to the library the moment they heard about the convergence. There were only references in our library, footnotes and old tales. But when I passed the information to Jean, he had found more. 24 hours later he sent back a short message, probability of accuracy, 90%. In other words, he confirmed that what Rowena had told me was true. Things were, in short, very bad. There had been some encouraging developments, though. Our mothers had managed to purchase nearly 36 homes from residents across Britain, creating an entire district under the Black family's patronage, and had reached an agreement with the Crown that all land beneath those homes would pass into our hands. The taxes had gone up considerably as a result, but it made our future considerably more stable, or at least I wanted to believe it did. The mothers were now looking for builders, or rather, they had approached the goblins, asking them to demolish everything and replace the old 3-entrance townhouses with somewhat smaller 2-entrance buildings, larger flats, and a small garden in front of each. Several plots were also set aside for relocating the homes of noble families. The work was in full swing. Still, Draco. I can see you've been working even harder lately. That's clearly connected to something you've found out. It is. I nodded. Did anyone read you the tale of the coming of the other peoples when you were small? The one that begins, and the worlds met, and from one came others into the next. I looked at Penny. She gave a slow, slightly thoughtful nod, and then, a second later, her eyes went wide. You're saying? I'm saying it plainly. It is not a tale, and we are living through those times right now. This information should already be in the hands of every department of mysteries and every minister of magic. I sighed. I don't know what the ministry will do about it. All I can do is prepare, and look for capable people who will come to depend on my family. My parents. A 3-bedroom flat is already being prepared for them in one of the houses closest to ours. The interior can be expanded, a 3-bedroom flat becomes something very close to a small manor. Everything is being built from the finest materials. That's. Penny looked a little lost. Draco, we need to sign the agreement. She met my eyes. That is, if you genuinely want me as your wife, and you're not simply treating me as a rather ridiculous admirer you can string along and discard. She bit her lower lip. Just, please don't. I raised a hand to stop her. Whatever you were about to say, judging by your expression, it was something rather foolish. We don't need that. So, here is what I propose. I agree to signing the declaration of intent. However. I held her gaze. Not now. We sign it during the winter holidays, between myself, you, and Fleur. Assuming Fleur wishes to. Yes. All right. Penny nodded, and I smiled at her. Good. Now come here. Let's just sit for a bit. When Penny had settled next to me with her head against my shoulder, I quietly cancelled the privacy charms. After that, no important topics came up at all. Some time later. Just before the winter holidays. Now then, my students. I had gathered the first 3 years in the room used for dueling club meetings. You have all worked very hard, and over the past week those of you who were most dedicated received their rewards for excellence in charms and enchantments. I looked over the students, who were visibly keyed up, but catching every word. Also, during the past month I ran a small tournament within each year group, with the option for the winner to challenge the champion of the year above. And we all know who our champions are. I paused. Champion of the first year, Simon Tower, Slytherin. The applause that erupted across the room made me smile. Champion of the second year, or rather, champion of the second year, Tracy Davis, Ravenclaw. More applause. Champion of the third year, Arthur Shaw, Hufflepuff. Applause again. As you can imagine, I couldn't let students this dedicated go without a proper reward. So I have arranged tickets to the Dueling World Championship, which takes place during the winter holidays. The children exchanged glances. The delight in their eyes was impossible to miss. Naturally, the tickets aren't just for you, they cover your entire families. I hope that attending the championship will inspire you to work even harder. And with that, the awards ceremony is concluded. I looked over the students, some watching the winners with barely concealed envy, the winners themselves practically glowing. They began drifting into groups and filtering out. I made my way calmly to my office, and Susan Bones fell into step behind me. Miss Bones. I nodded to her and held the door open. I'm pleased you came on your own initiative and I didn't have to send for you. I take it you're here to report on your progress. Yes, Professor. She nodded. I smiled at her and gave a light hop up onto the teaching desk, perching there and tilting my head with an air of mild interest. Let's have a look, then. I watched her expectantly. She drew her wand and looked at me with slight uncertainty. Clothing removal spell. With a flick of my wand, a set of clothing appeared on one of the dummies that stood idle in my office. To anyone watching it would have looked as though the clothes had materialized from nothing, but I had simply transfigured part of the mannequin itself. One spell from Susan, and a sleeve was detached and slid off the dummy's arm. A little imprecise. I shook my head, watching her carefully as she pressed her lips together. Ideally your spell should not merely separate one part of the garment from another, it should also split the garment itself. Put differently, you didn't visualize fully. I moved my wand, and the second sleeve not only detached from the shirt but was also cut lengthwise, so instead of bunching up around the mannequin's wrist, it simply fell to the floor. Do you see the difference? Yes. She nodded. I restored the sleeves. Again. This time her spell was better. The cut in the fabric wasn't as clean as my demonstration, but the sleeve didn't catch at the wrist, it fell straight down. Excellent. Now the same on the torso, but with one condition. A flick of my wand and the dummy was lying on its back on the floor. You need to clear the fabric from the chest. She moved her wand in 4 precise cuts across the dummy's chest, then cast a levitation charm on the freed piece of fabric. I sighed. Susan. She heard it in my voice immediately, she had done something wrong. Remember what the guide said. Regardless of what anyone tells you, you do not yet have the skills to work independently with a patient. There is a difference between fabric falling to the floor on its own, as with the sleeve, and you actively lifting the fabric yourself. I said nothing about the nature of what's underneath. What if it's a cursed wound, a burn, gangrene, an infection, any number of things could be under that cloth. I shook my head. You make the cuts, then you step back and say, further work is outside my competence. At this stage you provide only the help a healer has specifically directed you to give. If they told you to give the patient something to drink, you do that. If they said to knock them out for anesthesia, you do that, but nothing beyond your instructions, and no contact with any wound. I understand. She swallowed. Continue. I took Susan through the rest of the guide's material, and on the whole I was more than satisfied with her progress, which I told her plainly, handing over a second short workbook for her to complete before the end of the academic year. I also gave her a letter for Amelia, containing my recommendations on how Susan should spend the holiday. Chapter 81, Arrival in Germany. Purpose of your visit. After celebrating the new year, we traveled to Germany the next day, where this year's dueling championship was being held. On the apparition platform, we were met by Aurors in full combat gear. Draco Black, with my mentor Phileas Flitwick, as well as our family and friends. Here to compete in the Dueling World Championship. Ah. The Auror gave a good-natured smile. Last year's champion. Good to see you. Your bouts last year, and the nerve you showed in issuing those challenges, had my colleagues and me talking for a long time. Pleased to hear it, sir. I gave a polite nod. I saw the Auror hesitate slightly. Is something the matter? Well. I have a daughter. She's only 9, but your performance genuinely sparked her love of dueling. I was wondering if you might possibly. An autograph. Yes. He nodded, a little abashed. You know, I have a better idea. We've already reserved a box, so you're welcome to bring her along. I'll not only sign something for her in person, but take a photograph with her as well. The Auror's eyes widened. Mr. Black, thank you. The gratitude in his voice was entirely genuine. Not at all. I shook my head. Encouraging young minds is our duty. I'm more than happy to help a young lady find her footing on a new path. He gave a grateful nod, then quickly collected himself. Red door for you and your mentor. Your companions should go through the green door and wait for you there. Thank you. I nodded to the Auror. But before we go, could you tell me your name and your daughter's? I'll let security at the box entrance know to expect you. I'm Greg Schultz. My daughter is Greta Schultz. I'll remember. I nodded to him, and Flitwick and I headed in the direction he had indicated. The moment we stepped through the door, a small translation artifact was pressed into our hands. Please wear this for communication with staff. I gave a faint smile. I have my own. As does my mentor. The young woman behind the door nodded and gestured for us to continue to the registration desk. Mr. The men behind the counter looked me over and almost immediately offered a slight smile. Draco Black and his mentor, Phileas Flitwick. Exactly. I gave a brief nod. As you are last year's champion and are competing in the same age group, 11 to 12, I am required to ask, do you wish to compete under general conditions through the qualifying rounds, or shall I enter you directly into the quarterfinals? Flitwick had warned me about this, and that champions were expected not to let pride stop them from starting at the beginning. General conditions. Very good. The men visibly relaxed and entered our details into his scroll, then nodded to us both. You're registered. Your first bout is the day after tomorrow. Here is your copy of the bracket. And on a personal note, Mr. Black, I know I'm supposed to remain impartial, but I'll be cheering for you. Thank you. I'll do everything I can to make sure you and the rest of my supporters aren't disappointed. That's all I ask. Flitwick and I left the registration room and stepped into a spacious hall, where I quickly spotted both mothers and the rest of our group. Well, we're registered. Now we only need to wait for the Delacours. I smiled. We had agreed to meet the family today, around. I raised my wrist to check the time and caught sight of a figure approaching quickly behind me in the reflection of my watch face. A moment later, 2 hands covered my eyes. Guess who? I really couldn't say. I made a show of thinking it over. Could it be Gabrielle? Have you really grown that much in the few months since we last saw each other? Someone nearby giggled. No. There was a cheerful lilt in the blonde's voice. Second guess. Apollon. Don't tell me you're pretending to be Fleur. I won't argue, you really do look more like her sister than her mother. More laughter followed, this time from slightly further away and very clearly not from the girl covering my eyes. No. Third guess. Air. I put on an air of bewilderment. Jean. What on earth has happened to you in the last 6 months? The men laughed outright, and Fleur took her hands away and spun me around to face her. She was trying very hard to look aggrieved, but her eyes betrayed her completely. She was thoroughly enjoying herself. Draco. She attempted a reproachful tone, then abandoned it entirely and laughed. I'm so glad to see you. I'm glad to see you too. How is my little flower? Yours, is it? She raised an eyebrow. Mine. She gave a quiet snort, but my words had clearly pleased her. Right. Jean moved to interrupt our reunion, but nobody was listening. Gabrielle, who had entirely run out of patience, simply launched herself at me, wrapped both arms around my neck, and hung there. Big brother. Hello, Gabrielle. Still as energetic as ever. Yes. She was absolutely delighted. Jean, you were saying. Oh, hello to you as well, Apollon. Yes, I was going to suggest we find rooms. Of course. I adjusted Gabrielle's position slightly so she was sitting on my left forearm rather than strangling me, and we all made our way to another desk, where a member of staff explained the hotels in the magical district and which ones offered the best service. We were assigned a guide who led us to a hotel where we took our rooms, or rather, effectively bought out half a floor, given the size of our group. That evening Fleur came to my room without any ceremony, though she did bring Gabrielle, who had clearly invited herself, along with Penny. I wanted to clarify a few things. Of course. I nodded. You're proposing a three-way declaration of intent, with the option to dissolve or extend it. She watched me carefully. Yes. You and Penny both know I like you, and the longer I spend with the two of you, the clearer it becomes that I simply couldn't choose between you. So the only option that works for me is a three-way agreement. And the extension clause? Penny looked at me. You're not seriously expecting us to agree to that? I sighed. Girls, very dark times are coming. I mean that quite literally. I know. Father has already told Mother, Gabrielle, and me about the information you sent through him to the departments of mysteries, and not just the French one, from what I gather. Yes. I simply nodded, not rushing her. The convergence of worlds. Very little information to go on, no one knows what to do about it, but you think differently. Not different exactly. I sighed. I simply prefer to act rather than talk in circles, unlike politicians. Your father probably feels the same way, but he's constrained by his position and his superiors. The best he'll likely manage is improving the Aura's combat readiness, perhaps upgrading their protective equipment and issuing potions. The bare minimum, really. Fleur gave a measured nod. I'm not bound by any of that. We've already purchased several homes surrounding our own, demolished them, bought the land from the crown, and brought in specialists to build residential blocks in their place, all according to the latest developments in magical construction. After that comes the work of warding and sealing the quarter. Eventually I want to expand it to at least 50 houses. And I want it to house ordinary people as well as wizards. Draco, do you actually understand what you're proposing? Breaking the statute? Yes. Fleur sounded tense. My dear, the statute is going to collapse on its own within a few years. The breaches will become impossible to hide from civilians, and governments will announce our existence themselves and call on magical law enforcement to operate openly. We won't have enough people to work in dedicated groups, but assigning one wizard to support a Muggle unit will be possible. Fleur sighed. How did we end up talking about this instead of our actual betrothal? It's all connected. The extension comes precisely from the fact that the convergence is coming. It will sharply reduce the planet's population. We'll need people to pass the family's knowledge on, and the more the better. And I rather doubt either of you wants to give birth every year. Penny gave a small shudder. Absolutely not. I have no intention of becoming Molly Weasley. I gave a quiet snort. So the expansion of the betrothal is first and foremost about increasing the number of wizards, second about ensuring your well-being, and third about potential alliance building. A well-chosen marriage can go a long way towards establishing new relationships. Damn it, you can't even argue with that. Fleur closed her eyes. All right. I'll tell Father and Mother that I have no objections to the agreement. But before I sign it. She looked at me intently. You need to show the world you're a force to be reckoned with. At a minimum, 2 championship titles this year. As you wish. I nodded to Fleur, then looked at Penny, who was biting her lower lip. I'm with you regardless of her decision. She nodded in Fleur's direction. Unlike her, my parents have no resources at all. Marriage to you will keep them safe. So. Is that the only reason? Fleur looked at her in surprise. Of course not. It's just, family is everything, and I won't pretend that knowing my parents will be safe isn't a very large part of my decision. But I also won't deny that I find Draco entirely agreeable. So yes, I agree right away. When do we sign? Well, we could do it now, actually. I already have it prepared in 3 copies. I took out the agreement and handed copies to Penny and Fleur, then picked up my own and signed it immediately. Penny skimmed through hers and signed as well. We exchanged copies and signed each other's copies. Oh, to hell with it. As if I'm going to let him go to you alone. And Fleur signed hers as well, then traded documents with us so that all 3 copies bore all 3 signatures. Well then, my brides-to-be, I propose we celebrate. I produced several bottles of a sparkling drink labeled Junior Champagne, and the girls laughed. Chapter 82, The First Bout. Greg. I nodded to the Auror who had come to the box with his small daughter. And you must be Greta. The little girl stared at me with enormous eyes, all but unable to move, both hands twisting the fabric of her dress. My name is Draco. Very pleased to meet you. Me too. The tiny squeak from her was enough to provoke severe fits of excessive goodwill in every adult present, including her own father. Allow me to introduce. I introduced everyone in the box, then suggested a photograph, which Greta received with enormous enthusiasm. On the back of the wizarding photo, as is customary, words appeared, to young duelist Greta Schultz, from Draco Black, with every good wish. Remember, never turn back from the path you've chosen. In the photograph itself, I not only had her settled in the crook of my right arm but was spinning my wand with my left, making small fox ears appear on top of her head. When she looked at it, all she could do was squeak and hide behind her father's back. Thank you, Mr. Black. He smiled and extended his hand, which I shook warmly. Best of luck in the tournament, and to you as well, Miss Delacour. Thank you. Fleur was reserved, but she accepted his good wishes with a smile. Greg and his daughter left after that. I had offered to let them stay, and Greta had clearly wanted to, but the Auror plainly didn't want to impose on two families as prominent as the Blacks and the Delacours, so he made his excuses promptly. Jean, for his part, took Fleur's signing of the betrothal agreement in relatively good stride. He gave her a mild scolding for being hasty, but in truth he had already seen this coming. Draco. Apollon had decided to speak with me. She had spent the entire previous day in a state of happy celebration. Her elder daughter had acquired a fine match, and now, it seemed, she was ready to talk. Yes. Tell me, could you take in part of the coven? I know you've been purchasing houses and don't expect to be given a great deal of space. I shook my head. But I could allocate 5 3-bedroom flats to the coven. Apollon pressed her lips together. Don't react like that. I shook my head. That is actually quite a lot. Any wizard with a working knowledge of spatial expansion could turn each room into a full 3-bedroom flat in terms of floor area, and a skilled one could turn each into 3 separate flats. Apollon relaxed slightly. In that case, that works out to 45 3-bedroom flats. If you're not extravagant and go with 2-bedroom layouts. I shook my head. I understand that you're used to different arrangements in the coven. What if I told you we need 10 flats, and that some of us would be happy to convert part of the space into growing areas for potions ingredients? I glanced briefly at Bella and Sissy. It's your call, son. It's not really my decision. I shook my head. Are you still planning to buy more houses? Yes, at least 10 more are being bought out gradually, though some residents are being stubborn. If necessary, a little persuasion could be applied. But as you said, only as a last resort. I nodded and turned back to Apollon. In that case, I'm prepared to give you an entire house. She looked at me in considerable surprise. On the condition that you take on not only plant ingredients, but some animals as well. I'll cover the cost of converting the flats and of bringing in the very best spatial expansion wizards, so the house will offer as much space as all of your coven's land in France combined. And if you're also willing to take on partial responsibility for supplying the quarter with food, I'll need to speak with the elders. Apollon clearly had not expected this approach. Am I right in thinking you want to draw the entire coven to your side? You are. I nodded. Though for now that won't be entirely straightforward, and living in Britain will not be entirely comfortable, given that certain politicians simply don't understand when to act and in which direction. I've heard. Even so, there are girls in the coven who would come to Britain right now if asked. They'd wear a collar bearing your family's crest just to keep people from bothering them. I raised an inquiring eyebrow at Apollon. Simply because everyone already knows you're reasonable enough. And once you take my daughter as your wife, you'll have the recognition of the Villa of France, just as Jean once earned their recognition and support. The men let out a small snort. A pity we never managed to get him to become minister. Then there would be no need to think about moving, but that's no longer relevant. Calling the first combatants in the junior age group, 11 to 12. First combatant, Andrei Urilov, from Russia. The applause for the boy was sparse. I glanced over and watched a lad make his way toward the dueling platform looking distinctly unhappy about it. And fair enough, he had drawn me in the first round. His opponent, last year's dark horse, this year's favorite, the reigning champion, Draco Black, Great Britain. I gave a nod to everyone in the box, made my way out, and arrived at the dueling platform without hurrying. This year the rules have been amended slightly. Permitted movement has been reduced by half. The referee ran through the restrictions placed on competitors, and only once he had finished did he invite us up onto the platform. I walked calmly to the center and extended my hand. My opponent was somewhat at a loss, but that didn't stop him from making his way woodenly to the center and extending his in return. Don't be nervous. Show me everything you've got. Right, as if I've got anything to show you. None of that. I shook my head. Just do your best. I've also placed certain restrictions on myself this year, so you'll have a real chance to demonstrate what you can do. The boy sighed. We let go of each other's hands, turned, and walked to our starting positions. We turned back to face each other and bowed. First bout begins in 3, 2, 1, start. A combination of spells flew at me immediately. The boy was good, well-trained, with evident dedication. I could almost have paused to appreciate his attacking sequence, if I hadn't been busy meeting it with counterspells. Some I broke apart, others I caught on the tip of my wand and sent back. Fighting this way was not easy, but as I had told the boy, the restrictions I had placed on myself were not intended to demean my opponents. They were for my own growth. Spell by spell I dismantled his attacks without moving from my starting position, while he was forced to dodge his own spells, which I had lightly amplified before returning them to him. He simply couldn't keep it up indefinitely. One more stunning spell, caught on the tip of my wand, flew back and struck him squarely in the center of his chest. Stop. Winner, Draco Black. And once again he has shown us something extraordinary. The referee announced my victory and couldn't resist adding commentary. I had already removed the spell from my opponent and was offering him my hand. Thank you. He gave a short nod. You were good. I think next year you'll have every chance of making the semifinals, possibly even the final. Thank you. The boy clearly hadn't expected those words. We stepped down from the platform and went our separate ways. Shortly afterwards, once the first round of the junior qualifying bouts was complete, Fleur was called for her first duel. She won easily. And she showed exactly the same weaknesses she had displayed last year, even though I knew she had worked on them. Cunning. I shook my head when she returned to the box and we settled in to watch the rest of the day's bouts. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course not. I nodded along as though I believed every word, though in reality I didn't much mind either way. Given her level, there was a fair chance we would meet in the cross-group bout at the end of the tournament. I knew her abilities, just as she knew mine, and she knew I was stronger, given that we had sparred a number of times over the past year since we'd met. But that didn't stop her from hoping to win. If it had, I would have been disappointed in her. So then, what are our plans for this evening? When the last bouts of the day were done, I directed the question at Fleur and Penny. A restaurant. They said it simultaneously and in almost the same uncertain tone. That works. I nodded, and the three of us headed off to find somewhere to eat. Honestly, somewhere in the back of my mind I half expected trouble, much as had happened last year, but what I did not expect was for Luna to come bouncing across the restaurant floor towards our table. Hello, Draco. She stopped at our table and looked at us. Penny. Fleur. I was genuinely surprised she knew Fleur's name, though I didn't dwell on it. Luna. I nodded to her. What brings you here? I thought you and Ginny had both turned down our invitation. Well. Luna tugged at her radish earring and looked thoughtfully at Ginny and Mr. Lovegood, who were making their way towards us. Ginny's parents wouldn't allow her to accept your invitation. So I asked Father to arrange a trip of our own. I see. I glanced briefly at Fleur and Penny, both gave me a small nod. You're welcome to join us, if you'd like. I'd like that. Luna sat down, which left Ginny and Mr. Lovegood without much choice in the matter. Mr. Black. Mr. Lovegood. We nodded to each other, after which Luna's father lost interest in us entirely. The girls fell into conversation, though Ginny was a little self-conscious at first. Eventually she joined in properly and stopped giving one-word answers. The dinner together was genuinely pleasant, and when we left, I invited them to join us in the box. Then Fleur, Penny, and I set off on a more private outing. An evening walk through Berlin was a thoroughly agreeable way to spend the time. We strolled through the streets talking, not paying particular attention to anyone around us, which was made considerably easier by the sheer number of Aurors. They were patrolling everywhere, and not only Aurors, ordinary Muggle officers were out in force as well, and that struck me as significant. It seemed the Muggle authorities were already reacting to encounters with the dark creatures coming through the rifts. Which meant there was hope. A chance to survive and adapt. In fact, I should think about having our mothers purchase surplus weapons from the Crown. It would support the manufacturing sector and give us our own supply, and if those weapons were enchanted. What are you thinking about? Nothing really. I shook my head. I saw the Muggle patrols and started thinking we ought to buy some conventional weapons from the Crown. A wand isn't always the most effective tool, especially in the hands of someone who's barely been trained. Their weapons are just as useless in untrained hands. Fleur shrugged. True. I agreed. But teaching 30 combat spells strikes me as harder than teaching someone to pull a trigger. I ought to try shooting one of their weapons. Just to understand what I'd be working with. Fleur watched a Muggle police officer pass, thoughtful, and then we walked on. By the time 10 o'clock approached, we turned back towards the hotel. We had an early start for the tournament, Chapter 83, The Bouts. Chapter 83, The Bouts. Several days passed as if they were a single day. In my age group, I faced no meaningful opposition at all, and from what I observed in Fleur's group, there would be only a handful of true challengers to contend with. Still, those few would reach the final, which meant my opponent there would be worthy of the name. And in all probability, that opponent would be Fleur. In any case, today would settle it. Today was the final. The referee called me and my opponent, a completely unremarkable-looking girl who had somehow made it through to the end. I confess I had not retained her name. I jest. Her name was Elisa Selezneva, from Russia, and she was quite good for a girl of 11. Good Lord. I was beginning to sound arrogant. But no, it was simply an honest assessment of my peers. I was perfectly aware that given the same start in life, any number of these children might have matched me in skill and strength. I had simply been fortunate. On the platform, my opponent and I stepped up. I walked to the center, as did she, and there I kissed the air above her hand. She gave a barely perceptible snort and a small curtsy, then we separated. Begin in 3, 2, 1, start. She was good. She worked quickly, built interesting combinations, and her sequencing was thoughtful, but even she could not make me move from my spot. I used the same approach as before, counter spells broke apart each attack, and those I chose to catch on the tip of my wand I sent back to her with a slight boost. 10 minutes in, she fell after I drove a striking spell under her feet, crossing the boundary of the permitted movement zone. Stop. Winner, Draco Black, Great Britain. The stands erupted. I was already stepping forward to offer my hand and help her up. She knocked it aside and stood on her own. I simply shrugged. The crowd, however, was displeased by her reaction. Understandable, really. I had been perfectly gentlemanly, and she. But I showed nothing and walked calmly off the platform and back to the box, where Fleur was already making her way out and her opponent was crossing from the far side of the stadium. This was the bout worth watching. His opening spell was an attempt to overwhelm Fleur with water magic. Fleur simply gave a thin smile. It was no coincidence that she had spent her semi-final grinding through exactly this kind of attack, countering it laboriously with fire. But this time, a short lightning spell, and her opponent left the platform at considerable speed. Silence. Nobody had expected the final of the second age group to end that quickly. In our box, the applause came immediately, the moment her opponent went out of bounds. A moment later the rest of the stadium followed, at first hesitantly, then with growing enthusiasm. Well. Fleur came to stand beside me and looked at me with interest. Excellent. Well done. She nodded with satisfaction. Yes, I'm good. Keep saying it. I'll praise you as much as you like, just be ready, because tomorrow I'm challenging you. I'll be ready. She nodded, and we settled in to watch the remaining finals and consider who among our potential opponents posed the greatest difficulty. The next age group's competitors stretched their bout to a full 10 minutes, and unlike me, they held nothing back. It was spectacular and wonderfully varied. Looking at it now, I thought I had a real chance. It no longer seemed as impossible as it had the previous year. The same was true watching the 17 to 18 group. Fleur and I studied our future opponents carefully, knowing those bouts would not be easy. What do you think? I think we both have a real chance against the 15-16 winner. The 17-18 champion will be harder, a great deal harder. I think I can manage him. As for your chances against him, I shrugged. Forgive me, but I don't know your abilities well enough to assess them properly. Fleur has no chance. Gabrielle said this with total confidence. No chance even against Paul from the next group up. Excuse me. You're my sister. You're supposed to be on my side. Well. Gabrielle looked at Fleur with something like sympathy and patted her hand. Big brother is going to challenge you to a bout. Fleur blinked in surprise, then transferred her gaze from Gabrielle to me and sighed. I hadn't thought of that. Right, enough of that attitude. I let my voice rise just slightly. Fleur frowned, then shook her head and gave a cheerful snort. Don't raise your voice at me. Remember, I'm a firebird. I can singe you. Oh, come off it. You're a firebird, yes, but you flew into your cage willingly and latched the door behind you. Don't try to frighten me. PFF. Fleur has fire, so what have I got? Penny looked at me with interest. Do you need something? Isn't it enough that I find you attractive exactly as you are? PFF, you idiot. She shook her head, but I could see she was pleased. After that we headed back to the restaurant for a romantic dinner and then off to bed. In the morning we attended the medal ceremony. The dueling champion in the 11-12 age group, for the second year running, is Draco Black of Great Britain, trained by Phileas Flitwick. The applause was deafening. I was fairly certain I heard an elderly voice somewhere in the crowd shrieking something I chose not to acknowledge. Dueling champion in the 13-14 age group, a formidable competitor who already made her mark in the younger age group last year and even took the title once, Fleur Delacour, trained by Jean Delacour. France. More applause, though some of the shouts from the crowd were far from dignified. Dueling champion in the 15-16 age group, Ina Lyman, trained by Serge Cook, Moussa. Applause again. I noted, though, without diminishing her achievement in any way, that she had benefited from the fact that last year's finalists had both moved up to the next age bracket, and the runner-up from the year before that simply hadn't appeared at this tournament. She was good. I was simply being realistic about the field. Dueling champion in the 17-18 age group, Alexei Korshinov, trained by Pyotr Koshchev, Russia. And applause once more. When it died down, the official who had just placed a medal around my neck turned to me. Would you like to say a few words? Yes. I would like to issue a challenge to champion Fleur Delacour. We rather expected that, didn't we? He directed the last question at the stands, and a chorus of voices answered in enthusiastic agreement. If I may just ask. I gave a nod. As I understand it, you and Miss Delacour are on very good terms. Are you not concerned that this challenge may damage that friendship? No. I shook my head. I'm not. Fleur and I have an agreement, here, first and foremost, we are wizards and duelists, and friends second. Besides, knowing her as I do, I suspect she would find it more offensive if I didn't challenge her. And what do you say to that, Miss Delacour? I would say he'd have something coming to him if he held back on my account. If you don't fight a strong opponent, how do you grow as a duelist? Well said. A sardonic smile spread across the official's face. But will your friendship truly survive the test of a real duel? We're about to find out. Fleur and I took our places on the platform. The rules of the bout were read aloud for what felt like the 100th time, then we stepped forward and walked in step towards the center, where I kissed the air above her hand while she gave an elegant curtsy. Good luck. May the strongest and cleverest prevail. Good luck. Victory will go to whoever outshines their opponent. We separated, took our stances, exchanged brief bows, and readied ourselves. Bout begins in 3, 2, 1, start. And we both exploded into action at once, exchanging volleys of spells and counter-spells. I ducked my head to let a beam spell pass, cut a slashing hex on my shield, and sent back several counter-spells that broke apart an explosive and a fire spell, all while sending a water spell at Fleur and raising cover against her likely counter, with good reason, as the moment my water spell left my wand, she tried to counter with a lightning charm. I answered with a blast of air, blades, a battering ram, and a volley of air bullets. I had no intention of holding back, because that would have been an insult to Fleur. And knowing her level, she would turn any concession I offered into a victory. I wanted to win, which meant I had to give everything I had. At some point I realized she was at her limit and began pressing harder. She was forced to stop attacking entirely, reduced to defense only, shield after shield. Then she moved to shields alone. And eventually I knocked the wand from her hand. Damn it. She stood there, unable to catch her breath. In fairness, the bout had taken something out of me as well, not only because she was formidable, but because we knew each other's preferences well enough after a year's acquaintance. It had not been our first duel. And the winner of this bout, Draco Black. He is now the winner across 2 age groups. And now. The referee approached me and I gave a slight smile. I would like to issue a challenge to the champion of the next age group. Somehow we all knew you would say that, didn't we? That last was plainly addressed to the stands, which gave a resounding and enthusiastic reply. The bout will take place tomorrow. I nodded. Fleur and I stepped down together and walked back to the box, where her parents and Gabrielle immediately pulled her into a hug. You fought brilliantly. I smiled at Fleur, and once her parents had stepped back, I drew her into a hug myself. Penny decided to join this particular display of warmth and support. But it wasn't quite enough. You're right. I smiled, and Fleur looked at me with a trace of injured pride. It wasn't quite enough. But you have clearly grown enormously compared to the Fleur who competed last year. The problem is I haven't been standing still either. She looked down. Right, I propose dinner tonight. All together. I'm in. Fleur gave a brief nod, and Penny had no objections to a restaurant either. We set off for a walk first, wanting to work up an appetite. Will you look at that? Isn't 2 hides a bit much for one little pup? I turned my head slightly, taking the measure of the situation. The speaker and everyone with him were clearly magical, and sighed. Apologize to my companions. Then you can go wherever you please. What? My wand was in my hand. I said you are a piece of work, and you either apologize to my companions and disappear, or you spend the next few months in the hospital being reassembled, after which you spend the rest of your life working to pay for your medication. Oh, you've got nerve. Do you even know who my family? Hey, Gunter. One of the boy's companions stepped over and touched his shoulder. What, Olaf? Don't. Just apologize. What? I bought tickets to the dueling final, right? The boy is champion of the first 2 age groups, and the girl won the 13 to 14 category. So what? There are 15 of us. You just haven't seen what they can do. And at the championship they were limited by the rules. What's going on here? A group of aurors was already moving towards us. This creep and his. The boy started. I closed my eyes and gave a short flick of my wand, but the spell met a shield conjured by one of the aurors. It was only at that point that the boy realized something had happened, and he stumbled backwards and sat down hard. Mr. Black, I understand this young man insulted your companions, but to kill him. Kill him? No, no. I shook my head. He's insulted my companions twice now. Either I leave him a cripple who'll be working indefinitely to pay for his treatment, or I deal with his entire family. Do you know who my family is? I don't care. I looked at the aura. Perhaps it would be easiest to summon his parents, and yours if applicable, and settle this in a calmer setting. Very well. I closed my eyes. It's much more convenient to deal with people once you can put faces to them. Chapter 84, Consequences. Despite what I had said, I conjured a Patronus and sent for solicitors, my own and the Delacours, as well as consuls, or rather, I asked our mothers to do so. When the boy heard the word solicitor, he only smirked, but when he heard consuls, his expression soured. It was clear he didn't much like the sound of that. We walked to the Auror station, walked, because I refused any other means of travel. The reason was simple, it would have been difficult to know exactly where they were taking us, whereas this way I memorized the building and the address. On the way, the Auror sent off 2 patron muses, their expressions visibly strained, one to the boy's mother, one to his father. The second was sent despite the boy's conspicuously unhappy face. The father's name struck me as familiar, though I didn't dwell on it. Coincidences happen. My darling, are you all right? A woman who bore a vague and distant resemblance to Rogue from the comics rushed towards the boy, grabbed him by the shoulders, and began turning him this way and that, looking him over. You are obliged to punish them. That last remark was directed at the Auror, her finger pointing accusingly in our direction. No. No. How dare you? I will have you dismissed. At that moment the fireplace flared, and outstepped our mothers, then Monsieur Delacour, then the solicitors and consuls. So, what has happened here? An insult to the honor of my companions. Fortunately for the boy, the Orus arrived in time. I hadn't yet managed to cut off his hand, as I once did in Russia. Even so, I believe we are owed Wergild. What? The woman spluttered with indignation. Who do you think you are, you little upstart? Do you have any idea who I am? Who my son is? Do tell. I looked at her with mild amusement. Adelina Morph. And my son is Gunter Morph. Charmed. Allow me to introduce myself, Draco Black. At the sound of my surname, the woman flinched slightly. And my companions, Penny Clearwater. Adelina gave a little twitch of her nose, presumably meant to convey contempt. And Fleur Delacour. Her eyes went wide with shock. Understandable, really. The Blacks are well known, but we are not a politically active family, at least not at the moment. The Delacours are another matter entirely. So, your son has insulted my companions. He will apologize to Lady Delacour. Mother. The boy's outraged protest was music to my ears. Son, I have told you any number of times, you need to know who you're dealing with and how to handle it. Your usual approach won't work here. I was genuinely curious now, and catching his gaze, I slipped into his thoughts. It was somewhat blunt work, but he had no talent for occlumency and didn't realize I had read the surface layer of his mind. It turned out that his usual method was to assault girls and pay them to stay silent. His victims were typically Muggle-born, which meant the whole business tended to go unnoticed. His father had reproached him for it, but his mother had simply waved a hand, Muggle-born, after all. How remarkable, I didn't expect to find a family in Berlin openly living by Grindelwald's principles. The woman flinched. In any case, you will apologize to both of my companions, as they are betrothed to me. But the Muggle-born, the House of Black is ancient, and who enters my family is not your concern. I cut her off. Son, calm down. Leave them be and walk away. Bella waved a hand. I was in the middle of recruiting mercenaries, as it happens. Of course, 200 years ago the sensible thing would have been to wipe the family out entirely. Adelina flinched and actually took a few steps back. Her son was beginning to understand, slowly, that the advantage here was very much not his. And you're simply going to let this stand? The woman turned to the Aurors. Did I say something to suggest otherwise? Bella put on an expression of complete innocence. I merely mentioned that I hire mercenaries, and that in former times an insult like this would have been grounds for exterminating a family, root and branch. Regrettably, that is quite true. The fireplace flared, and in stepped a man, the same referee who had officiated my bout with Fleur, and many of the other bouts at the tournament. His gaze moved across our group, then settled on the boy, and I had no doubt at all by now that this was his father. The boy had thought of him as such. The man pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. No. No, no. You're not actually this stupid, are you? Tell me you're not a complete idiot. Please. He lowered his hand and looked at his son. Tell me we are not here because you insulted Mr. Black, Miss Delacour, or that young lady whom I don't know personally but who is clearly not unimportant to either of them. Well. Oh, for. The last word trailed off into the sound of a man whose soul had left his body. My name is Patrick Morph. He gave a short bow, though I had already heard his name when he was introduced during the tournament. I offer you my most sincere apologies for the words of my foolish son and my foolish wife. Only the words. Narcissa raised an eyebrow. Well, I rather think that if my son had wronged these young ladies or Mr. Black indeed, my foolish son would currently be in the hospital being put back together piece by piece. I know what my son is capable of, and I know what Mr. Black is capable of. So yes, I apologize, and I am prepared to pay Wergild. I let my eyes close for a moment. Actually, I have an idea that may suit you, and that I believe will satisfy. I glanced at Fleur and Penny. Our interest in Wergild. And what would that be? As I understand it, your son has a history of acting without thinking. So, what if we were to cut off his funding entirely and put him to work? Not just any work, say, as an orderly in a hospital. The work isn't complicated, bedpans, sponge baths, that sort of thing. The man's eyes widened, but I saw no objection in his face. He would need to learn a handful of spells, the minimum required for the role, but if his future colleagues were informed that you would not be intervening on his behalf, and if your wife were prevented from interfering, then I believe a year of unpleasant work would teach him that money doesn't appear from thin air. And he might learn to treat people a little better. Darling. Father. Both of you, be quiet. He sighed and looked at me. I agree. I'll put my son to work, though not in a hospital. I won't put him near patients. But I'll think of something suitable. Excellent. I nodded, then turned to the girls. Is that acceptable to you both? Yes. Fleur and Penny answered in unison. Then I believe we are finished here. Jean brought the unpleasant meeting to a close, and we left the Aura station, leaving the Morph family behind, though I doubted they would linger long. We left, naturally, by Flo, arriving in the foyer of our hotel and making our way upstairs in silence. Only once we were in one of the rooms did the conversation resume, and it was Jean who began. Draco, you've become more restrained. I allowed myself a faint smile, acknowledging the joke. Father, he simply didn't have the chance to do anything. There were too many Aurors around, and they arrived the moment Draco finished threatening to put the boy in the hospital. I see. Jean chuckled. Well, I'll hire a detective to verify that Mr. Morph keeps his word and actually sends his son to do unpleasant work. If he doesn't, we'll need your assistance. He looked at the solicitors and consuls. Always at your service. The reply came with remarkable unanimity. We dismissed them, and they took their leave. Mum, I've been thinking. We need to acquire some conventional weapons. We've been buying them for a while now. Bella waved this away. And I've engaged a private security firm from the Muggle world. They're currently being retrained and will soon have the necessary qualifications. We're also working on bringing in Muggle nurses and doctors. Narcissa was quick to reassure me. We're handling a great deal that you haven't thought of yet. We simply don't send you all the paperwork, only what can safely be seen by others. I suspected as much. I shrugged. You've been preparing me since I was little, after all. I simply didn't think you'd considered the Muggle angle, given your general feelings on the subject. Excuse me, does anyone mind that I'm still here? Flitwick looked at me with mild surprise. Not at all. I shook my head. You're my mentor. A proper flat will be prepared for you in our quarters. Hogwarts is my home. Flitwick gave a lopsided smile, though it was plain this wasn't because of any ill feeling towards Hogwarts. He thought we were trying to lure him away. I respect that entirely. But are you confident it will still be standing? Flitwick stiffened. The convergence is dangerous and unpredictable. For now, the rifts aren't strong enough to break through Hogwarts's wards, but if the castle's defenses aren't restored to their original state, the odds of it surviving aren't as favorable as one might like. What's to be done? The enchantments need rebuilding. I'll start after the new year. Candida will give me enough theoretical grounding to begin restoring the simplest of the castle's weavings, but it won't be the work of a single year. But, why did she come to you rather than the headmaster? Though, yes, I suppose she doesn't trust him. Flitwick bowed his head. Could I be of help? I could bring in Pomona as well. I wouldn't suggest Snape, he's completely devoted to Dumbledore, as you well know. Nor Minerva, she'd most likely report to the headmaster too. But the three of us working together would certainly be faster. When we're back at Hogwarts, I'll speak with Candida. Right. The flat will be prepared for you regardless. Having somewhere to go in an emergency is never a bad thing. Very well. Flitwick nodded. Right. Enough of the serious conversation. Let's get something to eat and get some sleep. Apollon clapped her hands twice. Agreed. We all nodded and made our way to the all-night restaurant on the ground floor, had a quick meal, and went back up to our rooms. A quiet knock at the door pulled me out of my attempt to sleep. I got up, slipped my feet into a pair of soft shoes, and went to the door. On the other side stood Penny. Penny. Could I stay in your room tonight? I sighed. I hadn't expected this from her. Not now. I could take the sofa in the sitting room. She was whispering loudly. Don't be silly. Take the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa. Draco. She stepped into my room, but before I could close the door I caught the movement of a handle across the corridor. Fleur's door opened, and the girl slipped out, then met my eyes and went very red indeed. Draco. Penny's surprised face appeared over my shoulder. Penny. Fleur. Fleur's voice held bewilderment and a trace of hurt, evidently at not having thought of this first. Penny's voice held satisfaction and faint superiority. I'm coming too. Fleur came forward, I stepped aside, and she walked in. Right, girls. The bed is yours. I'll take the sofa. I raised a hand, cutting off their protests. I'm not hearing objections. Chapter 85, A Change of Plans. Ladies and gentlemen. Today we bring you the next match. This year, just as last year, the champion of the first age group has shown the nerve to challenge not only a competitor from the 13 to 14 age group, but the winner of the 15 to 16 group as well. The stands erupted. I stood before the platform and felt a pang of regret that some of our group had to return to Hogwarts. Their request for a short study leave had been refused, despite all of them being exemplary students. Though that was beside the point now. Calling to the platform the winner of the first two age groups, Draco Black. I stepped up. And his formidable opponent, Ina Lyman. We walked to the center of the platform. I moved to kiss the air above her hand by force of habit, but she simply gripped my hand firmly, making her feelings on the subject clear. Separate. She released my hand and we moved to our positions, faced each other, and exchanged the traditional bow. Bout begins in 3, 2, 1, start. I decided to press the attack immediately, sending a rapid sequence at my opponent, a fire lance, a volley of air bullets, a compact ball of lightning, and several explosive spells. She went straight on the defensive. I buried her under a relentless barrage, the most powerful spells aimed not to harm directly but to crack open a new shield, before lighter follow-ups finished it off. She clearly hadn't expected this kind of aggression from me. In previous bouts I had never forced opponents onto the defensive like this. And no, I wasn't reacting to her refusal to let me observe the courtesy at the start, it was simply that she was older, more experienced, and had been watching my bouts carefully. I needed to knock her off balance. Blow after blow, I kept her pinned in defense. She wasn't about to lose in a hurry, though, she held her ground with considerable skill. A shield charm deflected a small lightning bolt she managed to fire in my direction, but it didn't give her the opening she needed to counterattack. I kept the pressure on without pause, and eventually she couldn't take it any longer. She understood perfectly well that sitting in a tight defense and occasionally snapping back would only lead to defeat. So she committed, she poured as much magic as she could into her shield, then began building several spells at once. But at that moment 5 powerful spells slammed into her shield and it shattered. I had to lean aside to let her return fire pass over me, and I took part of it on my own shield, but her attack went no further, because her shield was gone and she had to raise another. And it was plain that this was costing her greatly. She was beginning to breathe hard. 3 spells and her next shield shattered. In a last desperate attempt she hurled an explosive hex at me and I moved to take it on my shield. And at that exact moment, with a grinding screech, a rift tore open directly between us, and creatures began pouring through. What in the... Without moving from my spot, I raised my wand and channeled half my remaining reserves into the spell. Fiendfire. A literal wall of fiendfire blazed up in front of the rift, and the flame consumed every small creature that tumbled into it with ravenous hunger. Evacuate the spectators. I called out to the referee. He nodded and pressed his wand to his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, an unforeseen incident has occurred. You will be informed in due course about the continuation of the tournament. For now, I ask all of you to leave the stands and make your way to the pre-designated shelters. The Aurors will direct you. While he spoke, our mothers, Flitwick, the Delacours, and everyone else who had stayed to watch the bout leapt down from the box and formed a semicircle facing the breach. Draco, how long can you hold it? Well, there are a great many creatures in there, and fiendfire sustains itself, but it becomes harder and harder to control. I think I can hold it for 5 minutes. After that, it'll need to be dispersed. Hold on. We'll prepare a proper defensive line. The Aurors were already with us, adding their own workings to the fortifications. That's it. I held the spell for approximately 5 minutes. I can't maintain it any longer. I'm bringing the fire down. I dispersed the fiendfire and immediately fell back towards the fortifications. They had been thrown together quickly, but even so, they protected the Aurors and everyone else who had stayed to hold the line, including me, once I was behind them. Draco, are you all right? Fleur was at my side, casting a quick, anxious look over me. I'll live. Give me a couple of minutes and I'll be back in it. Stay and rest. One of the Aurors turned to me. You've given us the time we needed to organize. Because of you, a great many civilians will survive today. It's a pity we can't always react like this. These rifts tend to open where there are no auras at all. I simply shrugged. After a couple of minutes, when I rejoined the fight, nobody said a word. The creatures were coming through in staggering numbers, far more than in that wretched incident in France the previous summer. When will they stop? At that moment a red projectile flew out of the breach, struck one of the creatures, and detonated. That. I looked at Fleur in surprise. She was standing beside me. It looks as though someone on the other side is also trying to kill them. Or it was aimed at us and hit the creature by mistake. I shook my head. I'd like to believe the first, but it's too early to say what that red projectile was. Agreed. Fleur nodded, and we continued destroying the creatures when suddenly something else came through the breach, another creature, but significantly larger than anything we had seen. It vaguely resembled a large bear, and the bony protrusions across its body served as armor, which became obvious the moment several spells bounced off it. Rah! The creature reared up on its hind legs. I immediately sent a powerful severing hex straight into its underbelly, which split it open cleanly, and it sank to the ground and dissolved into black smoke. But this was not the end. Now these larger creatures were also pouring through the breach, and dealing with them was considerably harder. Not all of them were obliging enough to rear up and give me a clear shot. And the endless smaller creatures kept demanding attention at the same time. We're building a second line, hold on as long as you can. I watched my recent opponent fall back with several auras and begin constructing a new defensive position. Without aura support things became significantly harder, and I decided to use Fiendfire a second time. Fiendfire. The flame roared up and sealed the breach, consuming every creature that tried to force its way through. I went down on one knee. The fight had already cost me a great deal of magic, and controlling the fire now demanded pure willpower, as did staying conscious. Take it, Draco. Bella was suddenly beside me, hands on my shoulders. A flick of her wand, and the crushing weight lifted. She had taken the spell from me. Thank you. Fleur caught me before I fell backwards and steadied me, keeping her eyes on the Fiendfire as it consumed the creatures. Holding the spell was far easier for Bella, but I didn't understand why she hadn't simply cast it herself from the start. I would need to ask her about that later. For now I needed to recover. I reached for a small pouch on my mother's hip and found a vial of general strengthening potion. It wouldn't restore my magic, but it would at least help me feel steadier on my feet. We're ready, fall back. We all made it to the second line. How long can you hold it? About 20 minutes. Bella said it as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Then why didn't you cast Fiendfire in the first place? Don't shout at me. Bella threw a sharp look at the aura. As for your question, I didn't do it because the situation gets worse every month. Another year or two and there will be very few safe places left on this planet. We all need to learn what creatures exist on the other side. We need to learn how to fight them and develop tactics. Fleur, a favor. I took a small keychain pendant in the shape of a battle axe. She enlarged it with a flick of her wand. I grabbed it, adjusted my grip, and gave it a testing swing. Draco, don't you dare. Narcissa was watching me carefully. Mother, I'm not losing my mind. I have no intention of walking into the space between the creatures and the spells. But if they breach the line, you'll need someone who can draw their attention. No. Yes. I simply didn't listen and kept my eyes on the breach. Bella allowed the Fiendfire to disperse, and the creatures once again threw themselves at us in a wave. Some time later. Is that it? We stood watching the breach. The relentless flood of creatures had finally slowed. Now only a handful emerged per minute, and we were handling them without difficulty. Not until the breach closes. No. I shook my head, answering one of the auras. By this point I had been forced to use the axe, if only briefly. Even so, I was drenched in sweat and streaked with blood from several wounds the creatures had left, not dangerous ones, but unpleasant enough, and they bled freely. Draco, come here. Narcissa called me over. When I reached her, she cleaned my wounds with one sweep of her wand, wrapped me in bandages with another, and then removed all the blood that had spilled onto the ground around me with a third. There. That's better. She looked me over carefully. I gave her a grateful nod. Thank you. Thank you. The axe genuinely helped. Glad to hear it. I smiled at her, then went over to Fleur, who was sitting on the ground with her back against the wall of the defensive structure. How are you? Awful. She sighed. Although right now I'm less worried about us than about Penny. There's nothing to worry about there. Hogwarts is safe, for now, at least. Those creatures aren't a threat to her. Not with the number of students and staff there. I looked thoughtfully at the rift. Even if a breach opened just outside the grounds and creatures flooded in, they'd be buried in stunning spells. She's safe. I'm more concerned about our quarter and the Vila Coven. You know. Jean spoke up unexpectedly. I think I'll accept your invitation after all. He directed this at Bella and Narcissa. If the rifts grow any stronger, I won't be able to protect my family and friends with what I have now. And you've already begun building defenses that would at least let a person sell their life dearly. Father. Fleur looked at Jean with shining eyes. Are we moving to Britain? Yes, and you and Gabrielle will have the chance to choose where to continue your schooling, Beauxbatons or Hogwarts. I choose Big Brother. Gabrielle, who had stayed close to us throughout but wisely kept out of the fighting, announced this with enormous enthusiasm. And I. But at that moment something happened that none of us expected, and Fleur stopped mid-sentence. A creature resembling a bull came crashing through the breach, the rift slammed shut behind it, and a human figure dangled from its horns. The bear creature. The bull creature, Chapter 86, The Guest. A person. I watched with no small surprise as the creature's body crumbled to ash and the figure dropped to the ground without moving. I had spent a considerable amount of energy, but the axe in my hand was still a formidable weapon, and I stepped out from behind the barricade and walked towards the figure. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to check who that is. I didn't respond to the mothers and carefully approached. When I was close enough I could see it was a girl, not very young, but certainly not old. Black hair with red streaks. Black clothing, all torn. The remains of a cloak, red. Or had it been another color, soaked through with blood? It's a girl. Looks about 30. She definitely needs medical attention. Allow me. Narcissa was at my side within moments, her wand moving in quick passes over the girl's body. Extreme exhaustion, and a great many superficial wounds. Remarkably, I can sense energy in her, but it isn't magic. I would call her a squib, except she is significantly more resilient than one, and will clearly recover quickly. I nodded, then exhaled and dropped the transfigured axe, crouched down, and lifted the girl into my arms. And where exactly are you planning to take her? Hospital. I looked at the aura with a slight shrug. She won't survive in your offices. But there you can post a guard outside her ward. That's reasonable. At that moment the girl's eyes opened. They were silver. Her hand shot up and seized my shoulder. Ani us kabotira 2 konop. Panic rang through her voice. Easy. You're safe. I kept my voice calm and low, even as the Aurors and Narcissa brought their wands to bear on her. But the girl paid no attention to anyone around her, her eyes were fixed on me, and I kept talking quietly, steadily, while gently projecting feelings of calm and safety towards her. This required very little magic. Within 2 minutes, her grip loosened and her eyes closed again. You'll also want a legilimens to teach her our language. Ours. Not the other way around. The Auror looked at me with a slightly mocking expression. Both directions will be necessary, eventually. I suspect her language contains a great deal of terminology that has no equivalent in ours. But for initial communication, teaching her our language will be more than sufficient. It will also be far more convenient for questioning. The Aurors gave a collective snort. We moved towards the exit and left the arena. Outside, one of the Aurors wrapped a chain around my wrist and the girls, took hold of it himself, and turned to his colleagues. You, to the Department of Mysteries. Tell them we have a visitor who came through a rift. Have them go straight to the hospital. We'll meet them there. Yes, sir. The Aurors obeyed. The men spoke a code word, touched a port key, and in an instant we were in the hospital. Line. One of the orderlies shouted at us. I gave a quiet snort and walked straight in. I said line. This is a material witness. She may be able to tell us a great deal about the rifts, the aftereffects of which you are currently surrounded by. If she dies and we learn nothing, you'll rot in Azkaban. The young man flinched. But we simply don't have a specialist available. Don't trouble yourself over that. The next moment the apparition point crackled and both my mothers stepped through. One of my mothers is a qualified healer. She can treat the patient. Very well. 5th floor, Ward 20. I nodded, carried the girl up, and settled her in the ward as Narcissa began working on her. I found a chair in the corner, sat down, and closed my eyes. Blissful rest. I was utterly exhausted. Tired. An aura came to stand beside me, leaning back against the wall. Yes. Well, you did brilliantly, for what it's worth. Without you, that arena would have had far more casualties. I gave a grateful smile. Though I'd suggest you head back to the hotel and get proper rest. Once my mother's finished with the first aid. Then we'll both go. As you like. I had to wait nearly an hour for Narcissa to finish. After that, the whole family flooded back to the hotel and went straight to our rooms, though not before ordering several full meals to be sent up. Draco. The moment we stepped off onto our floor, Fleur was there, standing outside her door. She saw me and immediately came towards me. There. I pulled her into a hug and gently patted her back. I'm fine. You saw me yourself when I was carrying that young woman to the hospital. You don't need to worry so much. I know. Fleur gave a small sob. But I worried anyway. I sighed and brought her into my room. I had ordered plenty of food, and when it arrived, we both set about doing it justice. She even forgot for a time how anxious she had been. Afterwards, we fell asleep in the same bed, holding each other tightly. The morning was somewhat unpleasant. Not because of the company, quite the opposite, that was the only thing softening the discomfort, but because I had come very close to exhausting myself the day before, and my body was making its feelings known in no uncertain terms. I had overdone it. There had been no other way, but I had still overdone it. I climbed carefully out of bed and unfortunately woke my girl in the process. While I showered, she ordered breakfast from the restaurant downstairs, and we ate together in our small group. What do you think will happen today? Well, they'll either offer to refight the bout that never finished, which was already decided in everything but the official result, and if so I'm in rather a bad position because I'm in no state to duel today. Or tomorrow. I shook my head. Or they'll decide not to continue the tournament at all after yesterday. Possibly. I shrugged lightly. We'll see. Judging by the time, we ought to be heading out. Shortly afterward we were standing in the arena, waiting for the judge's decision. Ladies and gentlemen, we spent the entire night in fierce debate over the bout that was interrupted yesterday. Some argued for a rematch, but every judge understood that in the case Mr. Black, who played the most prominent part in holding back the creatures, would have no real chance of victory. He quite simply pushed himself too hard yesterday. He was visibly unsteady on his feet. I shot a glance at Fleur. She nodded, yes, apparently I had genuinely been swaying. I hadn't noticed at the time, which told me a great deal about how thoroughly I had overextended myself. Others argued that the victory should be awarded to Ina Lyman. Still others argued that it should go to Draco Black. There were even some who simply proposed declaring the bout void. But in the end, we have reached a decision on who deserves the win. The referee paused. The other members of the judging panel, who usually remained in the background and played no active part in deliberations, stood behind him and nodded, though I could see that some of them were not pleased with the outcome. And the winner of the champions' duel is... He let the pause hang, though he didn't stretch it too long. Draco Black. Great Britain. Trained by Phileas Flitwick. The applause was thinner than usual, not because the crowd lacked enthusiasm for me, but because there were far fewer people here today. I walked up to the judges calmly and accepted the trophy. Mr. Black, once again you have a chance to say a few words. Could you amplify my voice? I looked at the referee. He nodded and cast the necessary charm. Hello to all the guests of this wonderful tournament, wonderful even if overshadowed by yesterday's events. I would dearly like to repeat the words I said after my victory over the champion of the 13 to 14 age group. I hereby issue a challenge to the winner of the 17 to 18 age group. Silence fell across the arena. However, to my regret, I have pushed myself to the point of exhaustion, and for the next couple of days I am unable not only to duel but also to cast spells at all. So I will simply say this, every one of you can achieve results like these. The only thing required is not to give up, to work on yourself, day after day. Thank you to everyone who followed my journey and cheered for me. Next year I will do my best not to disappoint you, and I intend to go the full distance. I gave the audience an elegant bow, and left to a round of applause. A short closing ceremony followed, without much fanfare. Yesterday's events had been deeply serious, and casualties across the country were numerous. We were essentially sent home. So then, Fleur. What? When should I expect you at Hogwarts? I think. She closed her eyes. From next year. I'll transfer, and so will Gabrielle. At precisely that moment, as we were making our way back to the hotel to collect our things, an aura jogged up to me. Draco Black. Yes. I looked at him with mild confusion. You need to come with me. Air. The emotions he was pouring out to me were almost overwhelming. He wasn't compelling me, it was more like pleading, but the words and the feeling behind them were so urgent. What exactly has happened? That girl came round in the night. A Legilimens worked with her until recently, and she now understands our language. And the very first thing she did was demand to see someone called Ozma. What does that have to do with me? Honestly, we're not entirely sure, but when we asked her to describe who she meant, the description matched you. So we need your help. I see. I gave a slightly bewildered shake of my head. This is rather unexpected, but if you need my help, I won't refuse. Lead the way. I nodded to the aura. You'll need to take me yourself, or rather, if you don't mind, my mother would be better. Of course. Whatever is most convenient for you. Then my mother will bring me to the hospital. The girl is still in the same ward. Yes. Good. Mother. I half turned to Narcissa. Yes, yes. She nodded and came to stand beside me. I turned back to Fleur. Forgive me, love, duty calls. Of course. Off you go, you stealer of hearts. She gave a quiet snort as she said it, and then Narcissa operated with me directly to the hospital's apparition point. Another aura, a different one, was already waiting, and hurried to direct us to the right place. Mr. Black. Miss Black. A nondescript man in a black business suit nodded to us. My name is Ben Schmidt. I represent the Department of Mysteries, and I will be observing your conversation. The girl has declined to answer our questions, so we have prepared a list of things we need you to ask her, though if anything occurs to you on your own, we have no objection. I nodded, took the small scroll he offered, and ran my eyes down the list. Everything was well considered, nothing I would have thought of myself was missing. Which was hardly surprising, the Department of Mysteries were not children, and they thought through everything thoroughly. I pushed the door open and entered the ward. The girl who had been lying in bed sat upright the moment I appeared. Director Oz. I sighed. This conversation was going to be a long one. Chapter 87, a conversation. So then, miss, let's begin with introductions. My name is Draco Black. Draco is my given name, Black is the name of the family I come from, in some cultures it is also called a surname. As for this director as you just mentioned, I'm afraid I have no idea who that is. Beside me is my mother, Narcissa Black, who provided your initial medical care. I looked at the girl expectantly, she appeared utterly lost after my words. Summer. Summer Rose. Summer is my given name, Rose is my surname. I nodded, a faint smile on my lips. Well then, let's talk, since you specifically asked to see me. You look young. Perhaps 15. She was studying me very carefully. I'm 12. Her eyes went wide with shock and disbelief. And my first question is this, what are those creatures that come through the breaches? I don't understand. She shook her head. I'm referring to these black creatures with bony growths. Personally, I've encountered wolf-like ones and bear-like ones, and it was a bull-shaped creature that carried you through the rift to us. Grim. She said it simply, and seeing that the word meant nothing to me, she sighed. I need to go home. I'm afraid that isn't possible. I shook my head. The girl frowned slightly and tensed. And that isn't because we have any wish to keep you from going. It's because we have no way to send you. The rifts appear spontaneously all over the world and we have not yet learned to predict where they will open. The creatures, the grim as you call them, pour through in droves, intent on killing every living thing. That suggests that the other side of a rift is even more dangerous than ours. So even if by some miracle we learned that a rift had opened at a particular point in the world, and getting you there would take all of 5 minutes given a capable wizard nearby, what would you do then? You have no weapons. You cannot protect yourself on the other side. And what if the passage is one-directional? What if travel is possible only from your world into ours, and going back simply means becoming a corpse? She bit her lip. In any case, rifts of this kind have appeared in our world before, though it was a very long time ago. No living witnesses remain, and the events are recorded only in the oldest books. But those records make one thing plain: the rifts will appear with increasing frequency, and in time whole fragments of your world will cross into ours. She flinched. And your world, I'm afraid, will ultimately be destroyed. Why are you telling me this? Why? I frowned slightly and looked at the scroll of questions, then set it aside. I suppose because neither you nor we wished for any of this, and yet it will happen. Regrettably for you, your world will be destroyed, being the weaker of the two. Fortunately for us, ours will survive. But the process will affect our world profoundly. We have already encountered the creatures you call grim, not an overwhelming threat individually, but numerous. We would very much like to learn about them, and about the other dangers from your world, in as much detail as possible. And in return, I looked at her steadily. In return, I offer you a flat, large, in a protected location, assuming the location itself survives the final convergence, into which you could bring your family. She flinched. You do have a family? Why, yes. She nodded, and tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. Are they strong? Yes. Taiyang is strong, but my daughters are still so young. If your husband is strong, he can protect your daughters. Your duty, as a loving wife and a caring mother, is to create a place they can come home to. She looked at me, tears running down her cheeks. If you wish, we will take you to a rift the moment we have the means to do so. The unspeakable standing in the corner of the room looked up sharply. Summer caught it, and gave only a bitter smile. She took it for empty words. Don't look at him like that. It's his job. Besides, I don't believe you wish us harm, and so you'll tell us about the grim and the other dangers from your world regardless. You will, won't you? She nodded, though the gesture was slightly jerky. You see. Which means there's no point in detaining you here. You'll be taken to a rift when one appears, and you can try to pass through. She looked down. Or, as I said before, you can begin preparing a place for your family. We'll see to it that you have work. We'll create a small school where you can teach the fundamentals of your method of fighting these creatures. Fundamentals? Well, we have schools for wizards already. I shrugged. Mine is already shifting towards a more practical curriculum, so after a few years of study our wizards will be able to hold their own in a fight. What you'd mostly be teaching is everyone else, the people who would benefit from that energy you carry. Aura. Yes, exactly. Though personally I'd love to understand what it is and what it can do. So, shall we work together? Yes. Summer nodded twice and wiped the tears from her cheeks. We will. I can't risk myself in the rifts without knowing what's on the other side, so if you can promise me a place that my family and I can call home, I'll help you prepare for the grim. Good. We'll arrange the flat. You are exceeding your authority. She appeared on German magical soil, and we will decide what becomes of her. The unspeakable made himself heard. Then decide. I shrugged. Only bear in mind that she is a human being, not a witch, but a human being with vital knowledge. The International Confederation of Wizards will be extremely displeased if it learns you chose to detain her and extract information by force. Knowledge obtained under those conditions cannot be considered reliable. On the other hand, I offer you an excellent alternative. I will furnish a classroom. The first group to attend will be unspeakables, a few from each country, and she will teach you everything she knows about the grim and her world. That way no country gains an advantage in preparation. Very tidy. Except for you, who'll be able to train fighters at will. Please. I shook my head. I'm not arrogant enough to think my country, even with Mrs. Rose's assistance, could hold off everything that will come from her world. The school will be open to fighters from any nation. Yes, it will charge fees, but surely you understand that to prepare a home for a family to come to, Mrs. Rose will need funds. The unspeakable grimaced. Very well. We will consider this proposal. Excellent. The classroom will be ready. I glanced at my mother. In 2 days, if Mrs. Rose is permitted to come with us, she can take part in organizing it. If she is not permitted to leave, then I suppose the ICW's human rights advocates will be making themselves known shortly. Oh, damn it, fine. But we begin questioning her now, and if she refuses to speak. I glanced at Summer. She gave a small nod to indicate she was, in fact, prepared to speak right away. As you can see, she is quite willing. And since we've reached an agreement, I'm afraid I need to be getting back to Hogwarts. I sighed. Years 1 through 3 won't teach themselves charms. All right, I'll stay here and make sure no pressure is applied to Mrs. Rose. You go on. I walked over to Narcissa and kissed her on the cheek, picked up the scroll of questions, and headed for the door. The unspeakable slipped out after me, and didn't speak until we'd gone several floors down. Thank you for your help. She'll realize in time that this was a performance of sorts, but by then she'll already have begun cooperating. A performance? Come now. I shook my head. If you had a way to quickly extract the necessary knowledge from her mind, you would have done it already, and the fact that she might have ended up a vegetable afterwards wouldn't have stopped you. Ahem. The unspeakable looked at me with mild disapproval. I'm not judging you. I'm stating a fact, and I'll acknowledge that in your position I would probably have done the same. The fact that you found this way to get her talking and presented it to me as an alternative to direct questioning tells me you have no such method available, and you need the information. Fine, you're right. But you've gotten something out of this yourself. A source like her, and she'll be right beside you. If not for that, I wouldn't have participated in your performance. You simply made me an offer I found sufficiently interesting. We reached the ground floor. I fled back to the hotel, went straight up to my floor, and found Bella waiting in my room. Mom, could you stay here for a while? Mom, Sissy needs cover. I don't entirely trust the unspeakables. Fine. And what about you? I'll go back to Britain with Flitwick, straight to school. All right. She nodded. I told her where to find Mom Sissy, then sent a Patronus to Flitwick and, once he arrived, the two of us made our way to the International Portkey station and headed home. This time there were no journalists waiting. When we stepped out into Diagon Alley, we found damage in several places. So it happened here as well. I closed my eyes for a moment. Yes. Though I had hoped Britain might have been spared. Flitwick nodded as he said it, and then we hurried to the leaky cauldron, from which he sent a Patronus to Dumbledore. The headmaster unblocked the fireplace in his office, and that was where we arrived. How are things here? We repelled a grim attack. Grim. Dumbledore looked at me. The creatures, black with bony growths. They're called grim, at least in the world they come from. We know this because this time we were fortunate enough to have a resident of that world carried through the rift on one of them. Dumbledore's glasses caught the light. So a school will be opening shortly, for unspeakables and horrors, where this young woman will explain what these creatures are and how best to fight them. That is good news. The headmaster gave a satisfied nod. I wouldn't entirely say so. I shook my head. Or rather, yes, it is good news, but the Grimm are growing more numerous and larger by the month. My estimate is that we have 5 to 10 years to prepare. At best. In the worst case, it could all happen tomorrow. The headmaster grimaced slightly. Well, that is of course of vital importance, but it can sit for a few hours. How did the competition go? I won my age group and the two above it. I would have liked to issue a challenge to the 17 to 18 champion as well, but I'm too exhausted at the moment to manage a Wingardium Leviosa, let alone anything useful. Those are good results. Dumbledore nodded. Your victory will raise Hogwarts' standing considerably. Yes. And we should also put more emphasis on combat spells, or the standing will be all we have to show. I understand. After the most recent rift, our current defense teacher came to me and suggested making the subject entirely practical. I agreed. But your subject? Dumbledore shook his head. No more than half the spells your students learn should be combat spells. After all, our students need to find employment after school, not just survive duels. Most careers do not require combat magic unless one becomes an Auror. Don't worry. Flitwick shook his head. We won't overload the students with battle magic. But wherever possible we'll choose spells with broad practical applications. The dueling club, however. In the club you may do whatever you like. Just don't maim the children. Dumbledore left us, and Flitwick and I settled at his desk and turned our minds to everything that still needed to be done this half year. The list was very long indeed. Chapter 88, Salazar. The next 2 weeks passed under enormous pressure. To begin with, I needed to recover, and so for the next lessons, Flitwick stood in for me. Not that this troubled him, he was a seasoned hand, and a few extra lessons a day were not enough to break him. For my part, I buried myself in theory. In the meantime, I spoke with Candida and Helga, proposed bringing Flitwick and Pomona in to help restore the castle, and they agreed. I passed on several runic chains and explained precisely where they needed to be applied. I was also deep in preparation for summoning the imprint of Salazar Slytherin's personality and soul, though at this stage the preparation consisted primarily of drawing the ritual circle and gathering the various components. In short, 2 very taxing weeks. And today I had finally recovered enough to perform the ritual. I only needed to deal with one small, persistent inconvenience that had been following me around all day. So before heading to the room of requirement, I stepped into one of the unused classrooms, drew my wand, spun it between my fingers, and cast locking charms on the door and all the windows. Rita. I kept my voice low and even. This really isn't the way to go about things. We had an arrangement: if you ever need something, you simply come to me or my mother's and we'll do our best to give you a proper interview. The beetle I had been tracking from the moment we entered the room fluttered about anxiously, and she only transformed back into the journalist once she realized I was watching her. I was hoping for something exclusive. She looked slightly unnerved. The wand in her hand suggested she was prepared to fight for her life. Rita. I shook my head. Put the wand away. Steel had entered my voice, enough to make the girl flinch and take a step back. Her hand trembled faintly, though her fingers only tightened further around the wand handle. Rita, do you really think that once you lower your wand I'm going to hurt you? You know what I'm capable of. You understand that if I had wanted to attack you, I would have done it while you were still in your animagus form. I could have conjured a jar, put you in it, and made a few holes in the lid. She stared at me with something like fear. And there would have been nothing you could have done about it. But I did none of that, so perhaps we could simply have a conversation. All right. She nodded slowly and tucked the wand back into the holster at her waist. So. What possessed you to do something so reckless? I already said. I was hoping for something extraordinary. I'd heard through my contacts that you'd purchased a great many rare ingredients, and I decided to follow you and see what you had in mind for them. What exactly? I regarded her thoughtfully. For now, I won't be answering that question. Making it public would stir up far too much debate. But I can promise you this: it is something extraordinary. And you will be among the first people I invite when the time comes for the world to know what has happened. Ahem. That is rather tempting, though I still have no idea what we're actually talking about. You don't need to yet. I shook my head. For now it's enough to know that it genuinely is extraordinary. Nothing like it has ever been done, and once it happens, Britain will feel the change. You're building my interest without giving me a single piece of information. I know. I smiled at her. But that's all you'll get from me today. For now. The unlocking charm flew from my wand to the nearest window. You should leave Hogwarts. I have a great deal to do and very little time. All right. Rita nodded. I could see in her eyes that she was not particularly pleased about being sent away, but she didn't press the matter. In that case, I want an interview. I want you to tell me, and only me, everything that happened at the tournament and during the attack. And I want to know who the young woman is who returned from Germany with your mothers. There are parts of it I won't be able to discuss. I shook my head. But I have no objection to an interview as such. I think I can find a couple of hours this weekend for a productive conversation. Very well. Rita walked to the window, opened it, and swiftly transformed into a beetle and flew out. I closed the window, cast an unlocking charm on the door, and hurried to the room of requirement. You're late. A journalist got her hooks into me. That's a very convenient animagus form for surveillance. It's fortunate I checked whether I was being followed before coming here, or we might have had an unexpected audience. Right. Let's get started. I nodded and finally began performing the ritual on Salazar Slytherin's portrait. Some time later. And what, precisely, is happening here? A quiet, faintly imperious voice filled the room. Salazar, we'll explain everything. For now, you'll simply have to be patient. Candida addressed her old companion, who looked her over carefully. We are portraits now. You. Helga. Godric. Not yet. The ritual is too costly to perform in quick succession, so there must be a certain interval between them. Though the issue isn't money. I believe Draco has already begun selling your basilisk's venom, so funds are not a concern. I myself pay for the ingredients out of my own reserves. The problem is simply that not all the ingredients can be sourced quickly. Perfectly clear, and perfectly opaque. How is the basilisk? Several pairs of eyes turned to me, and I understood very well that if I failed to answer, the conversation that followed would be more humiliating than bathing in a slurry pit. Someone, using your heir's name as cover, found their way into the chamber, placed her under a compulsion, and directed her to attack. The first attack was on the caretaker's cat. No lasting harm done. Before the new year, a mandrake restorative draft was prepared. There will not be a second attack. I've removed the curse that was used to control her. I feed her regularly with suitable animals, and she hunts on her own in the Forbidden Forest. Good to know she's well. Salazar nodded. Portraits, then. I'll leave you all to it. I decided to leave the portrait gathering. I still have studying to do, and lessons to prepare. Come back tomorrow. Once Salazar has heard our plans, he should be able to offer more concrete assistance in preparing for the convergence. The convergence? Panic filled Salazar's voice. I said my farewells and left the room of requirement, knowing I would return the following day. The following day. The room of requirement. So. My sisters have told me what is happening, and quite frankly, I'm appalled that the person preparing for the convergence is a schoolboy, even a newly made apprentice, rather than the school's headmaster or the ministry. Well, they are preparing, in their way. The unspeakable certainly are, and the Aurors as well. Beyond that I have no detailed knowledge. But the headmaster. That was Lady Ravenclaw's decision. She decided the school's preparation could be entrusted to me, to Dean Flitwick, and to Dean Hufflepuff. Yes, she has explained all of that and given her reasoning. But. Salazar closed his eyes. In short, the plan must change. In my time I did a certain amount of work on the castle systems, and there is a way for us to place our portraits in the Great Hall, where no one will be able to remove or enchant us. I wouldn't rely on that. I shook my head. I'm not talking about faith in human goodness. I'm talking about a number of spells that don't function in the conventional sense, but will allow whoever activates them to take control of the castle. I blinked in surprise. What? No, this is a great honor. Honestly, I'm thinking about how to tactfully pass that honor along to Professor Flitwick. Candida thought you might say something like that. I didn't believe her. Salazar shook his head. But you don't have a choice. She trusts you more than anyone, and besides, we're not asking you to take over the running of the school, only to take control of the specific enchantments that have been laid upon it. I sighed. I would honestly still prefer to hand this honor to Flitwick. This is no longer your decision. I closed my eyes. Actually, it is entirely my decision. Forgive me, but you are portraits. Without my help, or the help of another wizard, you cannot do anything at all. And I have no desire to take this on. I have no time as it is, even with the projection charm handling the theory. I opened my eyes and looked at the portraits with an expression that probably communicated the stubbornness of a particularly determined ram. I've already shifted to working almost entirely on practical magic myself, which simply means I'm significantly more tired all the time. I did warn you. Candida's voice was mildly amused. She lifted a fan from the small painted table beside her and covered her lips, which were almost certainly curved in a smile. I don't understand this. It is a great honor. You would become our voice in this school, your authority would surpass even Dumbledore's. I am not interested in power. My smile was crooked. If the ministry were visibly preparing, I would honestly prefer to hand our family's resources over to them entirely and let them sort it all out, so that I could simply live and ready myself for what's coming. Salazar grimaced. What do you want? I closed my eyes for a couple of minutes, thinking about what I might actually want in exchange for taking on this particular burden, and it would certainly be a burden. I would have to work twice, possibly 3 times as hard. You are, if the historical record can be trusted, a brilliant potioneer, among your many other achievements. Is that accurate? It is. Though Helga was no less skilled than I, we simply had somewhat different approaches. Good. What I need are potions, strong ones for recovery after physical, mental, and magical exhaustion, but with minimal side effects. Any side effects that do exist should be manageable through correct administration and antidotes, which I will also need. And the potions must be safe for children from the age of 7 or 8. Ahem. Salazar gave a small cough. Is that all? For you, perhaps. For anyone living today, those potions cost an extraordinary amount of money, and while my mother, as a healer, has the qualifications to brew them, we don't have the recipes. Those exist only within the Potioneers Guild. I see. Very well. I'll dictate the formulations to you, and explain how they are to be administered. I should note, however, that while they are essentially safe, one need only allow 2 days per week for rest and the antidotes. Even so. He shook his head. Prolonged use of potions of this kind leads to a cumulative toxicity. Taking them continuously over several years is not feasible. The optimal frequency is once or twice per month. I grimaced slightly, but nodded. I reached into my bag and produced a scroll and a self-writing quill, which began transcribing the formulations as Salazar dictated them. The ingredients were remarkably ordinary, available in any apothecary, which made it all the more puzzling that such recipes had been suppressed. Or perhaps not so puzzling. People take the path of least resistance. No doubt someone at some point had died of an overdose, and all the recipes had been quietly removed from circulation so that people's own foolishness couldn't kill them. The antidotes I'll dictate once you have connected yourself to the castle's auxiliary enchantment system. It's considerably more limited than the primary system, but given what's been done to the primary system over the past year. Salazar shook his head. Very well. Tell me how it's done, and tell me exactly what you expect of me as the person managing these enchantments. To begin with, you need to go to the Great Hall. On the wall bearing the 4 house crests, directly below the crest of my house, there is a small hollow in the stone. It's concealed among the natural unevenness of the wall, you won't find it without knowing where to look. Salazar went on to describe precisely how to locate the hollow, how to press one's wand to it, and how a small passage would open behind it, leading to a hidden room with a pentagram on the floor. That pentagram would bind the castle's enchantments to my magical signature. I trust you understand that I'm going to copy this pentagram first and have it checked by specialists before I do anything with it. And why are you not in my house? Because even though I understand that everyone acts in their own interest, and I do the same, I'm drawn more to seeking and mastering knowledge than to scheming. And on that note the conversation ended. I hurried to leave the room of requirement. There was far too much still to be done. Chapter 89, Everything has a limit. So do I. Not until the end of February did I finally receive the report from the ritual specialist, who had been dying to know where I had obtained the diagram, confirming that the pentagram was designed to connect me to a complex of enchantments and allow me to manage it almost intuitively. Beyond that, the design was laden with fail-safes. The enchantments could not draw energy from me against my will. There were a great many fail-safes. In short, I was satisfied, and one night, during my duty shift, I visited the small room. And the moment it was done, I quite literally felt the castle. It was extraordinary. Incomparable. Utterly unlike anything else. It took my breath away. A small act of will, and the head of Hogwarts's house elf colony appeared before me, blinking in confusion. Not a word to anyone about my new situation. And that goes for every house elf in Hogwarts. Otherwise. I snapped my fingers. Not another drop of the castle's energy for any of you. Mercy. The elf collapsed to his knees and struck his forehead against the floor. If you do keep silent, however, then within a year or 2 I'll increase the supply of energy to your colony, and there may even be elflings. The head-banging stopped. The elf raised his eyes to mine very slowly. Great Master of Hogwarts is not lying. I'm not lying. Within a year or 2 I'll have the castle's enchantments in a reasonable state of repair. They'll stop bleeding magic into the air at such a rate, and I'll be able to redirect some of that energy to sustaining your colony. But nobody will know. House elves will tell nobody. Excellent. One more thing. The Black family house elf is to have unrestricted access to the grounds. He'll be assisting me with the enchantment restoration. It shall be done. You may go. The elf vanished. I looked up at the ceiling, thoughtful. I was beginning to understand why Dumbledore clung to this position so fiercely, as it was obvious to everyone that he held far too many posts and could spare very little time for the school. If he felt even a fraction of what I was feeling now, even with access limited to the damaged primary system, walking away from this would not be easy. Creature. Master called Creech, R. Yes. Tell my mothers I'll need sacrifices, magical creatures would be ideal. I sighed. Within the next day or 2 I'll have another batch of basilisk venom ready for collection. By then I'll need a great many subjects. I need to feed the castle's auxiliary enchantments, they've been starved for too long. I shook my head. Everything will be passed on. Creature swept his ears along the floor and vanished. I went directly to the room of requirement to share the news, then left the portraits to discuss matters among themselves and returned to my room. Unfortunately, the auxiliary enchantments gave me no way to track down the Horcrux I knew to be somewhere within Hogwarts. In general, these reserve systems offered very little in the way of active ability. Only the capacity to sense the enchantments themselves, assess the condition of the primary systems, redistribute energy through the castle, and channel the castle's energy as though it were my own. But I had no intention of abusing that last ability. At this stage it would do me far more harm than good. The following week passed in a blur of obligations, teaching, studying under Flitwick and Candida, with Salazar and Helga also contributing to my education in smaller but meaningful ways, and running the dueling club. All of it consumed enormous amounts of time. And I still had my own gift to develop, the sacrificial rituals to perform to feed the castle's enchantments, and the summoning ritual for Godric's imprint to prepare. In the end, when I finally summoned Godric's imprint, I didn't even make it back to my own room. I lost consciousness right there in the room of requirement, and woke only when Flitwick's voice sounded directly above me. My boy. You are overdoing it. I opened my eyes and looked up at my mentor. Professor, don't worry. The business of summoning the Founder's portraits no longer hangs over me, at least until they've devised the next ritual. So I'll be able to get more rest. Though the potions still haven't been tested, so I can't take them yet. I sighed with genuine regret. Frankly, young man, I am not at all pleased to see you drive yourself to this state. Godric spoke sternly, and there was not the slightest warmth in his gaze. And I am even more displeased by the behavior of my companions. What were you thinking, allowing the boy to reach this condition? Brother, don't grumble. We were watching over him. But we could not intervene yet. We needed to see whether he would push through difficulties or simply give up. He had already demonstrated his mettle many times over, but an additional test is never wasted. You were testing my student. Flitwick looked at the portraits. And to what end, precisely? We need our own person, someone who will advocate for our rights before the ministry. In exchange, we are prepared to reward your student with knowledge and ability. I believe he is already capable, with some effort, of sitting his mastery examination in charms and enchantments. It was Candida who answered. He is the dueling championship champion, so I imagine he could also earn at least an apprenticeship classification in combat magic. As I understand it, he is also working on transfiguration. In short, he works like a man possessed, and if you assist him in charms and enchantments, as you have in dueling, then we will see to his development in other disciplines. I have had absolutely enough of all this. I said it in a quiet, nearly hollow voice. I need to ask my mother to buy a plot of land in Russia, somewhere in Siberia, and put up a small hut and become a hermit. I pushed myself upright and looked at the portraits with mild but genuine irritation. I am so bloody tired of studying. I have been studying for as long as I can remember. I haven't had so much as 2 months off in my entire life, and now dead scoundrels have decided to push me into a nervous breakdown. You can all go to hell, the lessons, the studying, the rituals, the repairs, the maintenance, the whole bloody lot of it. I got up from the floor, walked out of the room of requirement, made my way to my office, and poured myself into a chair to wait for the next lesson. I didn't even notice when one of the house elves brought me a very large mug of cocoa and a couple of sandwiches. 2 days later. The headmaster's office. Phileas, where is Draco? Dumbledore looked at the Ravenclaw head of house with mild surprise. The young man had not previously allowed himself to miss staff meetings. He's resting. Resting. There was a sharp, venomous amusement in Snape's voice. From what, exactly? Let me think. He is 12 years old, and he already teaches the first 3 years at Hogwarts, runs a dueling club for the same students, holds an apprenticeship and continues working towards a mastery, has, as I recently learned, been carrying out commissions for Lady Ravenclaw, and still finds time for physical training and developing his personal gift. And then there's preparing material for all his other subjects for next year. Yes, one does wonder why he needs rest. Flitwick's voice as he answered the potions master's question was laced with entirely unmasked venom, the kind that practically dared someone to say one more word and start a fight right then and there. Friends, there's no need to quarrel. Dumbledore raised his hand slightly to defuse the escalating tension. And yet, while I fully understand that Mr. Black is deeply fatigued, and I can see for myself how hard he works, and in that respect I'm entirely on Phileas's side. McGonagall gave her colleague a nod. Missing a staff meeting is another matter. Minerva, by all means go and inform him that he is required to attend. But I should warn you, a few days ago, when he came to from his collapse, physical and mental exhaustion, thankfully, not magical, the first thing he heard was my voice, and he told both Candida and me to go to the devil. And I rather suspect that if you appeared and told him he was obliged to be here, his response to you would be exactly the same. Ahem. McGonagall looked distinctly ruffled, indignation and embarrassment at war on her face. He said what? Oh, Minerva. Flitwick waved it off. He is a young man who needs at least 2 weeks' rest. After that he'll be back at full capacity. Well, since we've settled the matter of Mr. Black's absence, I suggest we move to more pressing news. The castle has begun to come alive. And given that Phileas recently mentioned Mr. Black has been carrying out commissions on Lady Ravenclaw's behalf, I don't think I'm wrong in assuming these commissions have a direct bearing on why the castle feels, however slightly, more alive. And what could he possibly have done? Severus's voice was heavy. Well, that I can actually answer. Flitwick shrugged. Lady Ravenclaw explained it to me. He spent money that Lady Candida released from her own reserves to purchase magical creatures, which he has been sacrificing to the castle. Sacrificial magic is forbidden. McGonagall was on her feet before she'd quite finished the sentence. Is it? Well then, I presume, my dear colleague, that you'd be prepared to personally deliver the letters of condolence after the next rift breach, something like the one that occurred in Germany not long ago, or here in Britain, and explain to grieving parents that you knew about the coming convergence, and that rather than preserve Hogwarts' standing as the safest place in Britain, you chose to cling to outdated statutes. Particularly since the creatures being sacrificed are magical animals, not sentient beings. I take it you didn't bring this up without reason. Correct. Lady Ravenclaw initially hoped that Draco alone would suffice. After the new year he brought Pomona and me into the work of restoring certain enchantments, but she now understands the original plan was wildly optimistic. The entire teaching staff will be needed if Hogwarts is to hold. Hogwarts will hold regardless. No, Minerva. Dumbledore shook his head. Previously I couldn't feel it, the flow of energy through the castle's enchantments had dropped too low. But now that Mr. Black has sent fresh energy through them, I've realized there's a great deal of restoration needed. Too many gaps left by past repairs, through which energy bleeds away. The castle may well survive the convergence itself, but it will no longer be able to call itself the safest place in Britain afterwards. Headmaster. McGonagall looked at her mentor with something like bewilderment. But sacrificial magic, blood magic. In my time, this branch was still taught, and I have some familiarity with it. In any case, I am frankly ashamed that a child who should be a pupil in my school is doing more for its survival than I am. So. Dumbledore shook his head. I have decided that before the end of this school year I will be stepping down from all my other positions and remaining solely as headmaster. I know I have always wanted to help everywhere, but the children must come first. Flitwick blinked and gave a quiet shake of his head. The announcement surprised every teacher in the room. More than one of them had the fleeting thought that something very large must have died somewhere for Dumbledore to be voluntarily relinquishing everything except the Hogwarts headmastership. Very well. McGonagall closed her eyes, plainly exerting considerable effort to control herself. I will help. I only ask that no one count on me to perform the sacrificial magic, but everything else, everything within my ability. I am prepared to do whatever is necessary. Severus looked at his Gryffindor colleague and a thin, sardonic smile touched his lips. Unlike some, I am not particular. I could even offer up sentient beings if the need arose. Who would doubt it? Enough. Dumbledore stopped the fresh exchange before it could ignite properly. Minerva, it pains me to say this, as I have spent my life opposing the dark arts. But without them, we cannot prepare for the convergence. I'll tell you more, the Blacks have obtained official permission from both the Ministry and the Crown, and are specifically purchasing prisoners from the jails to raise a highly reliable barrier over the quarter they are building. A similar barrier is being raised around the palace. Dumbledore shook his head, and McGonagall stared at him in open astonishment. Furthermore, there are plans for the same kind of barrier over Diagon Alley. The Ritualists' Guild has already been commissioned for the calculations, and the Ministry is now urgently re-examining every prisoner in Azkaban, with truth serum and a legilimens. Those who do not pass. Again Dumbledore shook his head. But that's. This is the new reality, Minerva. No one wants the next rift breach to claim as many lives as the last ones. And everyone who knows what is coming understands that it will only get worse. I cannot accept this. McGonagall looked down at the table. You will have to. Flitwick rejoined the conversation. Because our survival after the convergence depends on it. The creatures from the world we are converging with are extremely numerous. An entire continent there is inhabited only by them. The teachers went very still. Every face in the room held a trace of shock. How do you know this, Phileas? Because I receive every new lecture from Mrs. Summer Rose, the woman the Grimm carried through a rift into our world. In her world, she belonged to an organization called Huntsmen, who protect the civilian population from these creatures, which means she knows a good deal more than an ordinary citizen would. In short, we must prepare ourselves for the fact that the world as we know it will no longer be peaceful. We face an ongoing war with the Grimm, and there will be vast numbers of them. They will prey on Muggles first, and when the final convergence comes, a great many ordinary people will die in the first days alone. Silence settled over the office. Every teacher sat with their own thoughts, but each of them understood, with quiet clarity, that it was truly not right to leave all of this work to a 12-year-old boy. Chapter 90, A Great Deal of Everything. Draco. Flitwick stepped into my office. He had given me a full 2 weeks to rest. Not that I'd done nothing during that time, but I hadn't studied anything new, I only kept myself in physical and magical trim. So it would be fair to say I was rested and refreshed, as everyone who knew me was kind enough to point out. Professor. I nodded to my mentor. I'm nearly ready to return to teaching. Please forgive me for losing my temper that day, and for spending 2 weeks ignoring all my responsibilities. I needed it. Oh, I'm not here about that. My mentor shook his head. Though I must admit, your breakdown caught me off guard, right up until I found out how much you'd been carrying. After that I stopped taking it personally and decided to give you some time. Especially since, after you summoned Godric, the founders changed their minds and decided to bring all the heads of house and professors into things. So for the past 2 weeks we've all been working together. They don't yet know, of course, that they're following instructions not just from Candida but from all 4 founders. Flitwick gave a small smile, and one appeared on my lips as well. So what brings you here, then? The trap has been triggered. For a moment I was bewildered, and then my eyes went wide with sudden understanding. It seemed rest was over. With that thought I rose from my chair, threw on the cloak hanging from the back of it, and set off at a quick pace towards the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Honestly, I had nearly given up hope that the trap would ever work, and yet here we were. We reached the place quickly. I opened the passage, and we descended into the chamber. Basilisk, it's us. Wand at the ready, I stepped inside and spotted the basilisk looming over a Slytherin student. The boy was unconscious on the floor, a diadem on his head. The basilisk herself was swaying slowly back and forth above him. As we drew closer I heard her hissing voice in my mind. To eat or not to eat? To eat or not to eat? To eat or not to eat? That's quite enough of that. I walked up to her without hesitation and gave her a firm pat on the nose. Only after that did I reach into a small inner pocket and produce a miniature case, inside which sat a piece of dragon hide. Draco, do be careful. Yes, yes. I nodded. Caution is my middle name. With that, I took the piece of dragon hide, laid it over the diadem on the boy's head, gripped it carefully from both sides, and lifted it off. I wrapped it in the same hide and placed it in the case, then snapped it shut. Right. The Horcrux is dealt with. Now, what to do about the boy? What is there to do? Flitwick shrugged. He was under its control, so we obliviate those moments from him and leave him in one of the unused classrooms. I looked thoughtfully at the third-year Slytherin. Frankly, I had not expected this at all. The boy was quiet and diligent, someone who showed a great deal of promise. I'd suspected Flint, not, perhaps 10 other people. But this boy. All right. He genuinely doesn't deserve to be dragged through the ministry, through court proceedings, possibly even sent to Azkaban. I was forced to agree with Flitwick. The trouble is, I don't have obliviation at that level of precision. I only know the spell itself. To selectively erase specific memories, you need to have truly mastered it, and not just on practice dummies. I can manage it, but not with perfect precision either. So it's rather bad luck for him, we'll have to erase his entire year. Targeting only the memories connected to the Horcrux. Flitwick shook his head. Well. I shrugged. He drew the short straw. The main thing is that this doesn't trace back to us. It won't. Flitwick reached into his inner pocket and produced a small case, from which he drew a wand. He pointed it at the boy and cast Obliviate. There. He won't remember a thing. He tossed the wand aside, then drew his own and simply burned the other where it lay. Right. We take the boy and consider the matter closed. And you ought to apologize to the founders. We all understand, but still. He shook his head. I will. A couple more days rest and I'll apologize. Flitwick picked up the boy and left the chamber. I walked over to the bowl onto which I'd transferred the curse from the basilisk and killed it with a single spell, then transfigured it into a small pebble, which I planned to dispose of and burn somewhere outside the castle, perhaps the Forbidden Forest. Well. I think that's everything. Nothing can compel you now. Finally. The basilisk exhaled with relief. By the way, what was that small, funny little head of house saying about the founders? Has Sal come back? There was so much hope in her mental voice that it was genuinely painful to tell her the truth. No. I only managed to summon an imprint of his mind into a portrait. They're working now on a plan to restore Hogwarts to its former strength and greatness. I see. Sadness crept into the basilisk's mental voice. Is something wrong? I was hoping he had come back. But a portrait, even one that can speak, it isn't the same. It simply isn't. Is there anything I can do to make you a little less sad? HSSSS. She hissed thoughtfully, the sound echoing in my mind as well, and then she gave an unexpected nod. A little bull, roasted. It was said in a faintly wistful tone, and I found I could not refuse her. Before long, a young bull was roasting over a magical fire in the middle of the Chamber of Secrets, whole and unbutchered at the basilisk's request. It was fortunate that one spell was enough to remove the hide, or the smell would have been considerably worse. The basilisk simply hung above the fire and thoughtfully tasted the air with her tongue, gauging when it would be done. And when it was done, I was asked to take it off the fire and tidy up whatever mess I'd made, after which I received a dismissive wave of the tail, as if to say I was welcome to leave. Several days later. Good day. I entered the room of requirement and greeted the founders. First of all, I want to offer my sincere apologies. I wasn't myself that day. I had no right to speak to you in that tone, or with those words. Think nothing of it. Candida waved a hand. We understand that you were already on the edge of a breakdown, and that in that moment you simply couldn't hold yourself together. Tell us instead, did you rest properly? Yes. I nodded. I'm ready to work through to summer. I believe I can accomplish a great deal in that time. First things first. Now that the headmaster and the other professors are willing to make sacrifices for Hogwarts, we must hang our portraits in the Great Hall, each one beneath the crest of its founder's house. Hogwarts will then have enough energy to activate the enchantment, and nothing and no one will be able to do anything to our portraits. I gave a thoughtful nod at the words of my house's founder. Tonight. Yes. Godric entered the conversation. Night will be the best time to hang them. Oh, I can only imagine what the morning will bring. A mischievous smile appeared on the founder's lips. Quite. And on another note, I'm pleased to tell you all that there will be no more attacks using the basilisk. Professor Flitwick and I worked together to catch the culprit, removed the Horcrux of the self-styled heir of Slytherin from him, and wiped his memory of the entire year. Tell us in more detail. Salazar was clearly keen to hear everything, and I had no objection to obliging him. So I gave a thorough account of who exactly his self-proclaimed heir was, what the boy had managed to do, and what manner of reputation he had earned in Salazar's name. With every word I spoke, Salazar grew darker and more somber. Godric, meanwhile, couldn't resist commenting on nearly everything he heard. By the time night fell, Salazar was in a thoroughly foul temper, while Godric was in exceptionally high spirits. I didn't particularly mind either way, and when the right moment came I moved the portraits to the Great Hall. There I used permanent sticking charms to fix them to the wall, then activated the enchantments that would prevent anyone from touching them. As a personal touch I added a small inscription above each portrait naming who it depicted. In the morning, when I arrived in the Great Hall among the first to enter, I settled in to watch. The first to notice was Snape, who walked in and stopped dead. The portraits of the founders hung directly in his path along the wall, conversing quietly among themselves. This is unexpected. Students, noticing Snape frozen beside the staff table, finally looked up and saw that the walls of the castle were rather differently decorated than they had been the day before. Is this someone's idea of a joke? Marcus Flint was on his feet at the Slytherin table. Mr. Flint, please lower your voice. Severus gave a slight grimace. And no, it is not a joke, at least as regards the distinguished Candida. I was already aware that her portrait had appeared in the castle, though she had until recently declined to interact with anyone beyond a very select few. As for the others, oh, there is no need to wonder. I arranged with the same person who created my portrait to perform the same rituals for my companions' portraits. So all the portraits you see here are indeed my brothers and sister, the same ones with whom I founded this school. Ahem. Dumbledore walked into the Great Hall and also stopped, but only for a moment. The old man knew how to compose himself, and did so quite quickly, making his way to his seat. That chair, though, you could have chosen something simpler. That is practically a throne. Godric shook his head disapprovingly at whatever Dumbledore had settled himself into. Oh, let it go, Godric. A wizard of his years can be forgiven a harmless quirk like a taste for grandeur, provided he keeps it in check. Look instead at the manners at your table, half of them don't know even the most basic rules of etiquette. Shut your filthy mouth, you slimy Slytherin. Weasley sprang to his feet, and I couldn't quite suppress the urge to press my hand to my face. You. Shut your wretched mouth, you miserable little wretch. Godric leapt from his chair with a fury that made Weasley step back, glaring across the hall. Well, it was a good thing I'd calibrated the enchantments properly. Their voices carried perfectly when they spoke or raised their voices, but when they spoke quietly among themselves, no one could hear them except the professors. How dare you open your mouth and address one of the founders of the school you attend in such a manner? My companion. Now. The sixth year began to stammer. If anyone insults my brother or my sisters again, I promise you, I will turn your life into something resembling the lower circles of hell. Even in this limited form I am capable of a great deal. Weasley stood pale and trembling. Most esteemed Gryffindor, I ask you to show some indulgence towards a student of your house. Mr. Weasley is, on the whole, not a bad person, his tongue simply tends to outrun his brain. Dumbledore decided to intervene. But I don't care which part of him outstrips which. I will not stand for my companion being insulted. Whispers spread through the tables, with every student buzzing over the fact that Godric was defending Salazar. I glanced at the small beetle that had landed on my shoulder, its legs twitching with obvious agitation. I had summoned Rita just before dawn, with all the Founder's blessing, telling her she ought to be in the Great Hall in the morning if she didn't want to miss a sensation, and that she would do well to hold the Prophet's morning edition or arrange for an emergency one, because she wouldn't want to wait until the next day. But, Lord Gryffindor, it is common knowledge that you quarreled with Lord Slytherin, and that he left the castle. And we quarreled like that 3 times a year. Sometimes he left the castle, sometimes I did. Gryffindor gave a perfectly casual shrug. We had rows with Helga and Candida that left all of us with scratch marks, and the girls. Don't you dare. The combined shout from both Foundresses silenced Godric at once, while Salazar quietly laughed into his fist. All in all, the morning was a success, though it was in all likelihood the last free morning I would have for some time, because from here on I was going to have to work with extraordinary diligence. Ah, life. What a business. Chapter 91, a working chapter. So, here is our plan for your education. Godric finished speaking and looked at me carefully. In truth, all the Founders had been watching me with careful eyes throughout. And I probably wouldn't have argued with the plan at all, were it not for one particular thing. And this is the thanks I get. I shook my head. Something doesn't suit you. Yes. I'm entirely unhappy with the curriculum you've drawn up. It requires me to give up several plans of my own. What exactly is it that doesn't suit you? Salazar cut in. His tone was acidly amused, as if to say, my dear child, what business do you have meddling with your unwashed hands? The adults have decided everything. You simply need to say thank you. And honestly, that sort of dismissiveness irritated me quite a bit. To begin with, I don't see any time in this plan of yours for developing my gift. I'm not talking about rest time, rest is rest. I mean dedicated time for working on the gift itself. Are you asking me to abandon it entirely? And no, my gift is not charms and enchantments. It's just that progress and that discipline supports the development of the gift, which is exactly why I pay particular attention to it. We were in the room of requirement. Hanging on the wall were previously empty frames, which I had linked to the Founders' portraits now fixed in the Great Hall. Beyond that, I'm unhappy with the reduction in time for combat magic, the dueling arts, and work with cold steel. I devote criminally little time to the last of those as it is, just an hour or 2 in the mornings, and even then mostly practicing with the axe I already know. Any further objections? Godric was watching me, and with every word his expression grew steadily darker. Not objections, observations. With all due respect to Helga, I am not a herbologist and have no plans to become one. Not in the foreseeable future, at any rate. So tell me, why do I need to study the subject in depth? For general development. Besides, the convergence is drawing near, and afterwards it may be necessary to cultivate new species and then recruit a class of students for it. Longbottom, for instance, has a genuine gift for herbology. I do not. I have always studied only the school curriculum and never pursued anything beyond it. Next, potions. I sighed. Undoubtedly a very useful subject, especially given my gift. But I do not need to know everything. Being able to follow a recipe without making a mess of it is quite sufficient for my purposes. And transfiguration. I looked at Godric. Is equally useless to me. Oh, stop whining. Four of the greatest wizards in Hogwarts' history are offering to teach you, and you're turning up your nose at it. Candida had lost patience and raised her voice. Teaching me? The way I see it, you're trying to put me in an early grave. You see, I absolutely must earn it, and through no fault of my own, it's now impossible this year, but at least next summer, I need my mastery in charms and enchantments. With the program you've drawn up, I won't earn that mastery next summer. I won't earn it by the time I leave school. Very well. We can concentrate. We cannot. Because once I have that mastery, I intend to take on my betrothed girls as apprentices and train them in that discipline with every effort I can give. The survival of the people closest to me matters more to me than almost any body of knowledge. And if you also factor in the fact that the obligation to repair the castle and restore its enchantments has not been lifted from my shoulders. I shook my head. Trying to fit everything together will produce nothing at all. Don't forget, I'm only 12. I already know and can do significantly more than many Hogwarts graduates. But I am still human, and I cannot do the impossible. And then there is this aura business as well. I shook my head, thinking of the study notes my mothers had sent me. They had been compiled after summer's first few lessons. The early sessions had focused entirely on the Grim, making it plain that one could never truly be prepared for them, since they mutated and existed in as many forms as there were species of animals. After that she had moved on to explaining how her world fought them. From what I understand, aura is a kind of power that exists in a significantly larger portion of the population than magic does. My mother said it was successfully unlocked in 35 out of 40 squibs we'd hired as guards, and in 40 out of 50 ordinary people. Those people were now learning to use it. I looked around at the portraits. My mothers had also unlocked their own aura, though they hadn't made much sense of it yet. They can only say that Narcissa's appears to be connected to healing, and Bellatrix's to fire magic. Which means this summer I'll also need to unlock mine and train with it. I sighed. So where, exactly, do you propose I find the time for all of that? Ahem. The portraits exchanged glances. Perhaps we got a little carried away. Helga said with mild embarrassment. But you must understand our position. For each of us, finding someone to pass our knowledge on to has become a reason to exist. Yes, in time there will be many such people, assuming Hogwarts survives the convergence, but that is all in the future. I do understand. I nodded to Godric. And I am genuinely grateful for the honor. But you must also understand, I simply cannot absorb that volume of material. Right now I can maintain only one astral projection. By the start of the next school year there may be two, but that only handles theory. And what I chiefly need to master is practice. Well. Candida tapped her chin thoughtfully. There is something in one of my hiding places, an object that could give you more time. I flinched. From canon, I knew of only one object capable of giving a person more time for study. Please don't say a time turner. I shook my head and actually took a step back from the portraits. What? Candida nearly rose from her little chair. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Using a time turner for study purposes. That's like using fiend fire to swat a fly. Time turners are deeply unpleasant devices. They don't actually travel through time at all, they transport you into parallel worlds. And those worlds differ from the one you left. Usually the differences are so small you won't notice them, but... Candida shook her head and, composing herself, settled back into her chair. No. I haven't gone quite mad enough to hand one of those to anyone. What I have is an artifact that allows you to enter a space where time flows somewhat differently than it does here. I call it the mirror dimension. There you can practice spells, rest, and practice again. It will allow you to progress much faster in hands-on work. The only drawback is that we cannot be there with you, but you can take your mentor along. I nodded slowly. Interesting. It's rather like the mirror dimension from Marvel. That is genuinely interesting. What about aging? In what sense? Will I age faster? No. It's all very complicated, and explaining it properly would require knowledge of advanced magic, not a handful of spells but genuine mastery across several disciplines. All right. Let's say I accept that. I nodded slowly. Let's say the bracelet gives me time for practical work. But you still can't fill my head with all the theory. I looked around at the founders. So let's negotiate what needs to be learned first, and don't forget that I also have a castle to repair. Very well. Several hours later. Finally. I was genuinely glad we had finally finished discussing what I would be taught first. The answer, in short, was this: all 4 founders would begin by teaching me the school curriculum, so that by the start of my 3rd year I could sit examinations covering every Hogwarts course. Given that I already knew the material for the first 3 or 4 years in every subject except charms and enchantments, which I knew far beyond any school standard, being an apprentice after all, this was at least manageable. From the following year onwards, the real work would begin. In short, I was not going to have an easy time of it. Good. That's settled. I sighed. Now we need to collect the artifact Lady Candida mentioned, and try working with it. Yes. Find my daughter and ask her to take you to my private chambers. There's a portrait of her hanging near the bed, behind it is a small alcove with a safe, which contains a bracelet. Don't touch that bracelet. In the right-hand wall of the safe there is an unassuming door that opens with a simple push, and inside is the bracelet you actually need. I gave a grateful nod. Right. I suppose I should start by finding Helena. Yes. Candida nodded. I said my farewells to the founders and left the room of requirement to go and find Candida's daughter. Helena. It took almost 2 hours to find her. It wasn't wasted time, however. I used it to think everything through properly. And I concluded that regardless of what had been agreed, I would end up being taught everything. Because the founders would almost certainly teach me according to the curriculum of their own era. Well, not quite, since the modern program is in many respects more refined. But they would study it quickly and compress it into something they considered more suitable. I had no objection to that in principle. The main thing was that they didn't forget I was human, with a child's body, and that I could not bear an unlimited load. Draco. She gave a small nod. You need something? Yes. Your mother asked you to take me to her private chambers. Very well. She nodded and turned, gliding off in a direction only she knew. She glided for quite some time. We climbed several floors, walked down several long corridors, and finally came to a halt before an unremarkable door. That's it. I raised an eyebrow. Strange. I expected something grander from the entrance to a founder's private rooms. I placed my hand on the door handle. It opened quietly and without resistance, and I found myself in what appeared to be an ordinary, unused classroom. Ahem. This way. Helena drifted to one section of the wall and touched several points on it. I tapped each one with my wand, and the wall opened to reveal a small sitting room. Now this. I moved through the room and looked around carefully. This is considerably more interesting. I walked to the far door. And where is? Through here. She drifted to a door and I passed through it into rather sparse surroundings, a wardrobe, a bed, a portrait of Helena, and a pair of bedside tables. Not a single book. Unexpected. I shook my head. What is? I expected there to be a great many books. But it's rather. I looked around the room again. Empty. Mother preferred not to keep books in her bedroom. She understood that if they were there, her sleep would suffer. I see. I walked to the portrait of Helena and carefully moved it aside, then gently opened the safe and the hidden panel inside, where the bracelet lay. I placed it carefully in my pocket, then returned everything to its original position. I suppose I should go back to Lady Candida now, so she can explain how the artifact works. With that we left the room, and I made my way back to the room of requirement. I'm back. This bracelet. Yes. Everyone nods. Shall I put it on? Yes. I put the bracelet on obediently. They explained how to activate the transition into the mirror dimension and back, and I even tried it. And yes, the mirror dimension really did resemble its Marvel counterpart, Chapter 92, Hard Training. The next several months, right up to examinations, were extraordinarily full, teaching my own lessons, attending the lessons given to me, and working on the castle's enchantments. In short, all very interesting. And, somewhat to my surprise, the bracelet Candida had given me genuinely allowed me to rest properly and no longer snap at my mentors. With rest built in, lessons became considerably more productive. At some point I simply realized that I genuinely enjoyed working at this pace. The founders noticed it, and gradually raised the workload. An outside perspective. I think it's too soon. Candida shook her head, looking at the images of her companions. Candida. Don't Candida me. I want even the ghost of a body just as much as you do, and perhaps a real one, even a homunculus body, eventually. But trusting him with those rituals is too soon. He would perform them, but without the real knowledge and practical foundation, it would be entirely meaningless for his development as a wizard. At the very start of next year, performing those rituals will genuinely benefit him. Now it would not. But during that time we could do nothing in any case. Candida shook her head. And besides, we cannot bring Hogwarts out from under ministry control before the start of next year. That means we cannot teach children what we consider truly correct until then. Very well. Salazar was forced to concede with a sigh. Then we must increase the students' workload. We need to accomplish everything possible before the new school year begins. I think we can raise it a little, but it would be better to consult with Flitwick. He is alive, and unlike us, he can notice things in the students' behavior that tell us the load should not be increased further. Agreed. Godric nodded. End of aside. Now then, my dear students. I surveyed the students gathered in the dueling hall. I can tell you that I'm proud of what you've achieved. Your defense teacher has also spoken highly of your progress, and I want you to know that you've all done well. I looked up at the ceiling, considering. As you all know, we're approaching the end of another school year. For some of you, it's just another year, for others, your very first. And as always with my lessons, there is a reward for whoever demonstrates the best results in dueling and in charms and enchantments. A happy murmur went around the students. Everyone wanted recognition from me, though on several faces I could see the quiet sadness of those who knew nothing was coming their way. That was their own doing. My standards were the same for everyone, and if they had put in less work than others, or had the talent but decided the minimum would be enough, the consequences were theirs to accept. Let's begin the tournament, then, for which 2 prizes will be awarded. I'd first like to invite Hermione Granger and Harry Potter to the platform. TCH. Hermione stepped up, clearly not thrilled, but there was nothing I could do about it, the draw was random. She wasn't in the best position. Harry was very well prepared for dueling, and for defense in general. He knew fewer spells than Hermione, but he executed them significantly better. The rules are known to you all, but a brief reminder. Second years have a circle 5 paces in diameter within which they may dodge their opponent's spells. Pure elemental spells are prohibited, so if you've learned any, I'd advise you not to use them for the duration of the duel. I looked at Hermione with a particular expression that said, I know you love to learn everything you can, but let's not demonstrate the full extent of that here. Unforgivables are also prohibited. Now, bow. They bowed to each other. Begin in 3, 2, 1, fight. I flicked my wand to release a brief spark. Harry immediately sent his signature disarming charm at Hermione, but she knew it well enough, she literally dropped to the floor, letting it pass over her. At the same time she threw a repelling jinx at him, and, crucially, without saying the incantation. Harry plainly hadn't expected that. He managed to raise a shield, but his opponent seized the moment and kept casting spell after spell at him. A solid plan, if Harry had been slightly weaker. As it was, however. When Harry sent another disarming charm at Hermione, she neither defended nor dodged. Instead she did something unexpected, she caught the spell on the tip of her wand, added a touch of her own magic, and sent it back at its sender. Harry was not prepared for that. The disarming charm punched through his already weakened shield and struck him in the chest. His wand flew from his hand in a smooth arc, landing at Hermione's feet. Unexpected. I shook my head. The winner is Hermione Granger. She demonstrated some rather impressive technique and a sound tactical mind. The applause that broke out made Hermione lower her eyes to the floor, a faint blush spreading across her face. Hermione, please return to the spectators. I now invite Tracy Davis and her opponent Pansy Parkinson to the platform. The girls stepped up, I gave the starting signal, and the bout began. Several days later. Well. The final turned out to be a surprise. Evidently the girls had been putting in serious work. They'd each learned a trick or two that no one expected of them. Even I hadn't expected it, and I was the one who taught them and had seen them progressing well. But not quite like this. The final bout. Daphne versus Hermione Granger. Competitors, to the platform. I nodded to the girls, who stepped up with their heads held high and faced each other across the platform. Once again it fell to me to run through the rules, which I did while casting my eye around the Great Hall. Yes, the Great Hall. The semifinals, the third-place bout, and the final had all been moved here. The entire school had turned out to watch, from the youngest first year to the eldest seventh year. Begin in 3, 2, 1, fight. At my signal the girls launched into a swift exchange of spells, not quite full speed, but close. Notably, neither of them was using shield charms, preferring counterspells, and when those weren't an option, simply stepping out of the way. Their duel looked more like a dance. An attack, a sidestep and a small forward lean to let a spell pass by, another attack and something resembling a curtsy to duck under one aimed at her head. 2 spells, a step back, another step to the side, then several more spells in sequence. They were using spell chains, simple ones for now, but effective. Stop. A shield appeared between them. Daphne, your foot crossed the boundary of the permitted zone. That is a warning. A second violation will result in a loss. Daphne gave a composed nod. Hermione allowed herself a small smile, for which she paid dearly just 2 minutes later, when Daphne frosted the floor and, retreating to one side, Hermione stepped onto the ice, her foot sliding farther than intended. Stop. The shield appeared again. Hermione stepped back to the center of the circle, then made an elaborate, performative bow at Daphne, as if to say, 1 all. Daphne didn't pretend to be above it and returned the bow with equal ceremony. Granger, your foot crossed the boundary of the circle. That is a warning. 1 more and a loss will be recorded. 1 warning each. 3, 2, 1, fight. The shield dropped and the girls resumed their exchange. Beautiful, truly. But as beautiful as it was, I could see that if the fight continued at this pace, Daphne would win. She was magically stronger by birth, born into an ancient line where centuries of selection had ensured it. Hermione's expression showed she understood this too, and the prospect did not appeal to her. Nor, it seemed, did it appeal to Daphne, because at one point both girls simply stopped. No dodging. It was Daphne who spoke. Agreed. Only magic. Let the cleverest one win. Hermione smiled at her friend's words, and raising her wand to show she was ready, echoed. Let the cleverest one win. Daphne mirrored the gesture, and I understood what they wanted from me. A second later, to everyone's surprise, green sparks shot from my wand, the signal for the new phase of their duel. Neither girl moved from her spot now. Spells were either met with counterspells or caught on the tips of their wands and sent back. There was Hermione with a modified binding spell, and there was Daphne conjuring a length of rope in its path, which obligingly tied itself into a neat bow. An elegant solution, the spell used existing rope rather than conjuring its own. Then Daphne sent a jelly legs jinx, which Hermione deflected with the dancing feet spell. But the duel couldn't go on forever. Someone had to make a mistake, and one was made. Hermione moved her wand in too wide an arc, giving Daphne the opening she needed for a more complex sleeping jinx, which left her wand's tip the moment she released it. Then, in the same motion, she caught Hermione's Petrificus Totalis on the tip of her wand, amplified it, and sent it back. I cancelled the spell on Hermione, and she rose slowly from the platform. Both girls walked to the center and shook hands. The Great Hall applauded, and we still had the third-year duels ahead of us, followed by the older years for whom Flitwick was acting as referee. The third years, as I had privately anticipated, turned out to be rather dull. The two who had reached the final had simply ground their way through their opponents with raw power. I don't particularly approve of the approach, but I acknowledge it has its place. The winner, among second years, is Daphne. In second place, Hermione Granger. In third place, Pansy Parkinson. An entirely female podium. Let's applaud these 3 girls, who have shown us precisely how a duel should be fought, how it should be prepared for, and that brute force does not solve everything. The applause made the girls color, and once it had died down, I called the third years to the platform. They were a Gryffindor and a Slytherin. Incidentally, the inter-house rivalry had quieted somewhat since the portraits had gone up. Watching the founders converse calmly with each other, calling one another brother and sister and roundly insulting anyone who tried to start something, had apparently given the students pause. Which was a welcome development. As I'd said, this bout was nothing remarkable, two strong wizards grinding at each other with raw power. I gave an inward sigh of relief when the Slytherin representative won. Not because I was favoring anyone, but because this particular spectacle was at last over. When my part of the judging was done, I stepped down from the platform and moved to where the other professors were standing, leaving Flitwick to take my place. You didn't seem very inspired by the third year's final. Only the final. I answered the defense teacher's question with no particular outward expression. The bout for third place was reasonably interesting. But you do understand that a real fight, it doesn't tolerate elegance. Well. I very nearly waved the comment off. In a real fight, the first thing I used was fiend fire to hold back an oncoming horde of Grim. In a real fight, there are obstacles, there are comrades covering your back, and yes, brute force pressure absolutely has a place. I gave the faintest shrug. But you ought to understand that if either of those two powerful opponents had also been clever, the fight would have been over 2 or 3 times sooner. Fair enough. The teacher nodded. Come now. Dumbledore chose to join the conversation. They are children. He paused here, seeming to realize mid-sentence that I was also not quite an adult, and stroked his beard, looking slightly flustered. And they haven't been dueling long. Another pause, slightly at a loss. After all, I had only taken up dueling in my first year. And they haven't been studying magic for long. That, at least, was true, and an argument I could accept. I'd had significantly more time to study magic than they had. Even so, I had something to say. Daphne hasn't been studying magic much longer, either. In terms of practical application, I would argue she's had less time with it than either of the boys we were just discussing. And yet, personally speaking, her duel was considerably more enjoyable. I cannot disagree. McGonagall joined the conversation as well. Both Miss Granger and Daphne were genuinely impressive. They used varied types of magic, making for something far more cohesive. Chapter 93, End of Year. Prizes awarded, exams taken, and here I sit in the staff room among the other professors at the final meeting of the academic year. Well then, colleagues, the time has come to take stock. Who would like to begin? Silence was the only answer, so Dumbledore sighed wearily, stroked his beard, and nodded to Snape. Severus, would you start, please? Right. Snape gave a perfunctory nod and began in a thoroughly flat voice. This year, the herd of dim-witted sheep. Young men. Slytherin's voice from one of the former headmaster's portraits made him stop short. If you dislike children so deeply, what exactly are you doing as a professor and head of my house? Those words visibly threw Snape off balance. I have complete trust in Severus. Whether you trust him is not what we are discussing. We are discussing his attitude towards his students. I would point out that none of the other professors present here have the same difficulties with their students. Or rather, they have difficulties, naturally, but by all appearances, nowhere near as many as you, and that is simply because they do not refer to children as a herd of dim-witted sheep. Children, you will find, are very sensitive to how they are regarded. They're simply. Be quiet, young man. I taught the great art of potions in my time. Helga taught it as well, and neither of us had difficulties of this kind. Perhaps, then, the problem lies with you. I hold a mastery, and I do not doubt your mastery. I doubt that you are suited to teaching. A private laboratory would be the proper place for you, St. Mungo's, perhaps, working as a staff potioneer. Not with children. Unfortunately, there is simply no one to replace Severus. Dumbledore spread his hands. Yes, yes. Salazar nodded with apparent understanding, while the other founders on their respective portraits only smiled. Of course, ever since Mr. Snape took up the post, the number of students choosing to pursue further study in potions has fallen sharply. Ahem. I rather think we have a somewhat different subject to discuss at the moment. As you wish. Salazar shrugged, and I looked at him thoughtfully. It had been a good year's work on my part. The founders could now appear not only in their 2 portraits in the Great Hall and the Room of Requirement, but in every portrait in the castle. In any case, Snape attempted to set Salazar's words aside and resumed the report he had never quite managed to begin. And the picture he painted was a bleak one. No capable students, everyone apparently dedicated to ruining their potions, the occasional faint glimmer of promise, but so very faint. It was deeply unpleasant to listen to, because several of the students he mentioned were genuinely talented, by my estimation at least. Having to sit through insults aimed at them, not that it was only because he had taken a swipe at Penny, though that alone was enough to make one want to throttle him, was galling, because the students at Hogwarts were, for the most part, genuinely bright. Well, I honestly wouldn't know. Once he had finished his litany of complaints, I decided to continue. I have no such difficulties with my students. The first through third years that Mr. Snape has complained about so thoroughly are diligent, and they study well beyond the required curriculum. Of course they do, given the prizes you hand out. Snape could not help himself. And what's stopping you? Brewing a cauldron's worth of something genuinely useful over the course of a year and distributing a vial each to your best students at the end of it, and you might just find your subject regarded with the same enthusiasm as mine or Transfiguration. I shrugged. Or will you tell me that Professor McGonagall is also bribing her students? Draco, enough. Dumbledore cut me off. We have already understood that you share the others' dissatisfaction with what Severus has been saying about the students. It isn't merely dissatisfaction. I find it infuriating that a person like this holds a teaching post, for reasons I cannot begin to fathom. But that, of course, is your concern as headmaster. I am simply pointing out that the students at Hogwarts are intelligent, conscientious, and hungry to learn, and if someone— I let my gaze drift briefly towards Snape— is unable to make their subject interesting to those students, that speaks to their caliber as a teacher, and nothing else. I said enough. Dumbledore's voice grew somewhat harder, and I simply shrugged and fell silent. And I quite agree. Pomona gave me an approving smile. I give my students nothing, well, nothing except the use of the empty greenhouses throughout the year. And yet, there they are, studying, reading books beyond the syllabus entirely of their own accord. Enough. I understand that all of you are dissatisfied with Severus's remarks. Severus, I ask you, going forward, to express yourself with somewhat more restraint. Very well. Snape was forced to agree, though the look on his face made it abundantly clear he was deeply unhappy about this turn of events. Frankly, I have serious doubts that anything will actually change, and that Snape will begin treating students with any greater respect. The fact that he has at least stopped insulting them during lessons is already something. To demand more from a man of his character would simply be foolish. The other professors, for their part, did not attack Snape as openly, but each of them, in recounting their own year, highlighted the strengths and diligence of the very students he had deemed most hopeless. This made Snape grind his teeth. Dumbledore said nothing. He understood perfectly well that his loyal hound had gone too far in his remarks about the students, and that the other professors, prompted by one of the founders and met with the silent approval of the rest, were not prepared to let it pass. At least this time they were going about it rather more gracefully, which gave him nothing to interrupt and no occasion for a reprimand. Good. There remains only one matter to discuss, namely, how we intend to work on Hogwarts over the summer. Well. I shrugged and decided to speak first. I've already arranged things with the founders. I'll be coming here every afternoon and working on the enchantments and charms that need restoring, as well as conducting the rituals. We've drawn up the program for the entire summer already, and it is extremely full. Yes, extremely full, much like the program for my own education. Summer was going to be very demanding indeed. I've also put together a program with the founder's help, Flitwick said, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the table. I'll be restoring one of the castle's protective circuits. Should be finished by the end of summer. Though the work is considerable. There are so many foreign patches and breaks in it that. Don't worry, I'll be covering the cost of some of the more expensive ingredients that will help speed up the restoration of the enchantments. Well, the basilisk would be covering it, strictly speaking, and naturally I wouldn't neglect my own needs in the process. After all, I had the defenses of my quarter to think about, and it continued to grow both in territory and in population. Right, you have the list, so I'm counting on you. I'll see to repairing the golems. McGonagall gave a thoughtful nod. The enchantments on them are beyond my ability to restore, which will need Phileas, but I can manage the golem's physical integrity. I'll help you with the enchantments. Dumbledore took the floor. I sent word to Fudge yesterday. I am no longer Supreme Mugwump. I also wrote to the International Confederation of Wizards to resign as its head. So from now on I am only headmaster, and I can give my full attention to the school. At last. Candida shook her head. At last you are being a headmaster and caring for this school, rather than pursuing yet another title. Ahem. Dumbledore colored very slightly. Well then, if the enchantments and the golems are to be repaired, we should also address the forest. I think the time has come to deal with the acromantulas that have taken up residence in the Forbidden Forest, and to remind the centaurs that they are on school grounds and are therefore bound by the old agreement. Agreement. Dumbledore and most of those around him looked rather lost. The agreement. Godric nodded. They were meant to protect the school, not to allow creatures to breed unchecked in the forest. Did you imagine we simply allowed a community of beings, some of whom were openly hostile to humans, to settle on our land for nothing in return? The Merepeople, the Grindylows, and the giant squid still fulfill their duties to this day. But these others. Forgive me, duties. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor interrupted Godric, who threw him a mildly irritated look. Good grief, and he calls himself a professor. How much magic is generated within these grounds? How much of it do the children release into the surrounding air? Without the large house elf community absorbing that excess magic, these grounds would be absolutely overrun with magical parasites. Godric shook his head. The same applies to the lake. The Merepeople, the Grindylows, and the squid prevent parasites from establishing themselves there. I see. A thoughtful silence settled over the room. No, you don't see anything. The knowledge you have lost regarding this castle is so staggering that I find myself astonished it hasn't simply collapsed into rubble. We have maintained it, after a fashion. Dumbledore attempted to say something, though in my opinion he would have been wiser to stay quiet, as the look Godric and the other founders turned on him made their precise assessment of that particular maintenance entirely clear. We may need to wake Carilla. Carilla. Everyone looked at Candida in surprise. Yes, Carilla. My bone dragon. She sleeps in one of the spatial folds, and reaching her is no easier than reaching Salazar's basilisk. Basilisk. The basilisk. I shrugged. How do you know about that? McGonagall looked at me with unconcealed suspicion. I found her at the start of the year, after the attack on Argus's cat. I nodded to the caretaker, who was sitting quietly in the corner of the staff room. I helped lift the compulsion that caused the attack, and together with the professor. I nodded to Flitwick. Set a trap for whoever had put it there. And you caught them? Yes. I nodded in answer to Dumbledore's question. It was a student from Slytherin, but... I raised a hand, stopping Filch before he could react. He too was under the influence of a dark artifact. The artifact is currently contained in a specialized case and stored somewhere secure, awaiting the day the founders determine a way to remove the curse without destroying the artifact itself. We would rather not destroy Lady Ravenclaw's diadem. Every person in the room stared at me. And you said nothing. Why ruin the boy's life? He's already going to have to repeat a year because of what happened to him. I shrugged. But you've decided to tell us now. I thought, since today seems to be a day for candor, it wouldn't hurt to draw back the curtain slightly. On another note, Headmaster, do you have a method for locating a Horcrux if one happens to have several of them already in hand? A Horcrux. Dumbledore was half out of his chair. Oh, come now, as though you don't know what one is. Or are you simply surprised to learn that more than one exists? Tom. What have you done? Dumbledore dropped his head into his hands and shook it slowly. And incidentally, Snape's memory will need to be modified. As though I would agree to that. Snape's lip curled with contempt. You don't have a choice. Because your master will find a way to return eventually, and I have no wish to learn that you told him everything and he went and made several more. How many? Dumbledore raised his eyes to mine. I have 4 in my possession. I know of one more. I looked at Dumbledore meaningfully, and he gave a small nod to show he understood which one I meant. How many more there may be, I have no idea. Chapter 94, Home Sweet Home. In the end, no one modified Snape's memory. Instead, they simply extracted several oaths from him, ones that would prevent him from passing on any of the information by any means whatsoever, or from revealing who possessed it. In short, they wrapped the greasy men in a few more binding vows. Not that I particularly cared at that point. I hadn't told Dumbledore the whole truth regardless, though perhaps I should have, on the matter of the ring. In any other circumstances I might have done exactly that. But with the convergence looming, a wizard like Dumbledore, fond of his schemes and his grand designs for the greater good as he was, would be more useful alive than not. To put it plainly, the problems Dumbledore was likely to cause did not outweigh the advantages of having him in the world. And the gains from his death were considerably less significant than the losses his death would bring. I'm starting to reason like that particular spider. I shook my head and settled back against the seat of the compartment, which I had already expanded to accommodate our rather varied group. Hello. Hermione came in and glanced at Daphne, who was making tea and sandwiches on the little folding table. And to you. I nodded. Listen, is the offer of the flat still open? Did they finally wear Dan down? Yes. Hermione nodded. The military have been tightening their grip significantly. It's looking like an outright dictatorship, and our chances of reaching any real position of influence within it, she shook her head, are essentially nil. On the other hand, I'm your friend, and there's hope that we might have certain advantages because of it. You won't. I shook my head. The world that's coming isn't one where privileges get handed out for friendship, or for anything else along those lines. On the other hand, you're a clever witch, and you've kept up with the non-magical curriculum as well. Hermione nodded. Which means you'll find your place regardless. Not necessarily on the combat side, there's production, research, any number of things. You might even teach. At Hogwarts. Hermione's eyes lit up. Possibly eventually, but I was thinking first of opening a preparatory school in my quarter, so that children arrive at Hogwarts already equipped with a solid basic foundation. And for that someone would need to put together. The door opened and several people piled in at once, among them Penny, who immediately settled in beside me, and Nymphadora, who took the seat opposite. A proper curriculum, have it approved by Hogwarts, and generally do a very great deal of work. What are we talking about? Another future resident of my quarter. I nodded towards Hermione. I'm telling her about the possibilities, assuming, of course, she doesn't decide to coast and let her studies slide, in which case she'd probably lose the flat as well, and the pinnacle of her ambitions would be the post of 5th deputy assistant to the 3rd underscullery maid of the 7th storage cupboard. Right. We moved on from that topic soon enough, but I noticed that Hermione had heard me, and from the look on her face, she had no intention of coasting. For you, sir. Daphne passed me a sandwich. And for you, my lady. The next sandwich went to Penny, who gave Daphne a grateful nod, as did I. The others were left to help themselves, which nobody objected to, since Daphne had made considerably more than enough, and all one had to do was reach out and take one. Draco, do you think you might give the Quibbler an interview this summer? I glanced at Luna, who over the course of the year had shed some of her detachment and drifted into our group, and shrugged. Honestly, I don't know. My summer schedule is very full. Study, work, more study, and a great deal more work, and that's before family obligations and the quarter. So, no. So, I don't know. Let's do it this way, I'll send you a letter with any windows of a couple of free hours I have, and my days off, and then you or your father can send me a proper request and we'll discuss the details from there. All right. Luna gave me a sunny smile. Thank you. Don't mention it. Just remember, you all have access to my quarter and are welcome there any time. That goes for all of you. I looked at the rest of our group, who had just finished filling the compartment, and everyone gave a grateful nod. Come and go, meet up, talk, learn. And you? I looked at Ginny. Have a special assignment. Yes. Keep an eye on our Luna. She shouldn't be left alone for long stretches. She's only just started finding her footing with people. Understood. Ginny gave a serious nod. The rest of the journey passed in conversation, occasionally drifting towards weightier topics, but for the most part it was simply easy, inconsequential talk about nothing in particular. Then the train began to slow towards platform 9 3/4, and I noticed an unusually high number of Aurors standing on it. I had ample opportunity to study them, since we all chose to wait in the compartment rather than jostle with the rest of the students. Only once the crowd had thinned did we leave the compartment and head off, exchanging goodbyes, to find our families. Dan and his wife were standing near my parents, and while Hermione's mother was simply overjoyed to see her daughter, her father was casting looks in my direction that were not particularly warm. He said nothing, however, and raised no objections, and that was quite enough for me. I could endure his disapproval. So then, home. Sissy looked at me inquiringly. Yes. I nodded. I want to see how things stand with the quarter, just to get a sense of where things are, and then starting tomorrow I'll be getting back to studying and working. Good. Come along then, you can ride in the car the villa enchanted for us. They've been moving into the quarter. I looked at Sissy with interest, then at Bella, but neither of them showed any inclination to elaborate, so there was nothing for it but to shrug and follow them. Hermione and her parents hung back slightly, since Hermione had already begun pouring out a torrent of information on them. Hello, hello. The moment we reached the car, Summer twisted around from the driver's seat to face us. Oh. That's unexpected. What's unexpected about it? Driving is easy enough, we had cars where I come from, so. No, it's not that. I shook my head. What's unexpected is that they let you out of the quarter. Oi. I'm not a prisoner. Not a prisoner. I shrugged and studied the girl, who was clearly more animated than before. But you are carrying some very important information. I'd go so far as to say vitally important information, so until they've extracted all of it from you. I left it at that, but the slight grimace that crossed her face told me I'd read the situation correctly. Exactly right. They didn't want to let her go. We've got an entire house in the quarter set aside for the temporary lodging of Aurors and Unspeakables, and they all kicked up an enormous fuss. It was only her threat to simply stop teaching altogether that made them agree, through gritted teeth. And some of them, Bella added, were literally grinding their teeth. Yes, thank you. Anyway, she was given permission to go out for a bit of air. I see. Well, bear with it. I don't think it'll take you more than a year to not just provide a general summary, but actually train 1 or 2 groups to fight Grimm. After that, your situation will improve considerably. I know. Summer nodded and turned back to face the road, and the car pulled away. I know, and I understand. It's just that. She shook her head. I'm tired, is all. How will I understand that? I sighed. If only the convergence would just happen, then at least I could breathe a little easier. Do you think there'll be fewer worries after? Daphne asked with mild curiosity. Owing to the natural attrition of the people who supply them. I said with a slight smile, then suggested we change the subject. Since Summer was with us, I also proposed we find a restaurant somewhere and simply sit down, eat, and talk for a while. Some time later. Summer stepped into the flat that had been set aside for her. It was in the house next to Draco's, and while the flat itself was only 3 rooms, she had been told it could be expanded to an almost limitless size without any difficulty. She had already mapped it all out in her head, a small wood to walk in, a training ground with everything she'd want on it, and a proper flat with 5 or 7 rooms. Lucky me. And to think, if I hadn't listened to that instinct and insisted on negotiating with Draco directly. Summer shook her head, picturing what the Aurors and Unspeakables might have had in store for her otherwise. In the months since, she had been in this world just under half a year now, she had come to understand that nothing good would have awaited her. She had also worked out that back at the hospital, Draco had been acting in concert with the Unspeakables rather than simply issuing his own demands. But that didn't change the fact that without that arrangement, her situation would have been very grim indeed. She wandered through the flat and stopped in the kitchen, staring into the open fridge. The light illuminated its contents in a way that seemed to quietly announce there was nothing to eat. Well, she didn't fancy dumplings. The lasagna from yesterday, no, it was perfectly good, but she wasn't in the right mood for it. Maybe make a quick soup. Or just put together some sandwiches. She had got hungry again during their drive around the city after the restaurant. So much food and nothing to eat. She shook her head. Right. I'll go and put the telly on. Maybe something useful will occur to me. With that she went through to the sitting room, dropped onto the sofa, and clicked on the first channel that came up. And her thoughts kept drifting back to that unusual boy. Draco Black. Barely 12 years old, still a child, really, and already earnestly preparing for a catastrophe, not as someone's errand boy but as the person building one of the places that was meant to become a stronghold for the world that would follow. She wondered whether he would manage it. Then again. Remembering the look in that young boy's eyes, Summer had to admit that this one would manage it. And if anyone stood in his way, they would simply be torn apart to stop them obstructing him, and buried under the nearest tree as fertilizer. No. I definitely did the right thing. Eyes half closed, half listening to some inane program, Summer couldn't help but feel glad about her choice. Her daughters would certainly be safer here, near her and near this boy. And she would make sure his enterprise succeeded. After all, its success was now partly down to her as well. Yes. I think it's time to make myself a new weapon. Without dust it won't be quite the same, of course, but there's magic here, and I can talk to Draco about it. Maybe there's some way to give a weapon some unusual properties. She opened her eyes, got up from the sofa, turned off the television, and went through to the room that served as a study. She sat down at the desk, pulled out a sheaf of blank paper, and began to sketch a first draft of her new weapon. And I need to ask about magic too. Maybe I have a chance of learning something. Nothing elaborate, just a couple of tricks. Working on the preliminary sketch, Summer lost all track of time and only realized it was 2 a.m, with barely 4 hours until her wake-up call. Draco, as he had mentioned, was planning to be up at 5, which meant 3 hours of sleep if she wanted to catch him. Though there was no reason they couldn't talk over breakfast, lunch, or dinner. With those thoughts she made her way to the bedroom, collapsed onto the bed fully dressed, and was out immediately. Chapter 95, Aura. Right then, Draco, this is your first lesson with me as your teacher, and I need to understand what you actually need from me. So to start with, tell me, what have you taken away from the manuals about Aura? Summer looked at me attentively. Nearly a week had passed since I got back from Hogwarts, and in that time I had only managed to check on how things stood in the quarter, not counting studying and the work at Hogwarts, of course. In short, this was our first lesson with Summer, and I had no illusions that they would be particularly frequent. But I simply wasn't prepared to ignore an opportunity like this. Well, as I understand it, aura is the energy of the soul. Everything with a soul has it, while the Grimm, by your world's classification, have no soul and therefore no aura. Even though everything has aura, using it requires it to be unlocked. Though that's probably not quite the right way to put it. I shook my head, and Summer frowned. My assumption would be that it's already unlocked in every person in your world, it's just that what you call the unlocking process allows them to begin sensing it, and through that, to take conscious control of it. That gives the individual additional capabilities. Say, if a person with passively enhancing aura can jump 1 meter, then someone who has learned to direct that enhancement deliberately could jump considerably higher, 2 meters, easily. Summer gave a slow nod, her frown fading. It was clear she had heard me and had no intention of arguing. What can you tell me about how it manifests? The manifestation of aura. It's primarily an expression of color, which can vary enormously. The manuals I had access to mentioned pink, red, gray, white, violet. That's enough. How does aura's protective function manifest? Primarily as an active barrier. Ahem. Summer raised an eyebrow with a faintly amused expression, as though I had made an error but still had a moment to correct myself. I say active barrier because that barrier intensifies once aura has been unlocked, or activated, as one of the manuals put it. And that is, fundamentally, aura's primary function, protection. Everything else is rather. I waved a hand to indicate it was secondary. Aura doesn't block the pain receptors, so the individual still feels the impact of blows. At the same time, as long as aura is actively protecting its user, serious injury is unlikely. Minor cuts will close quite quickly. That said, aura doesn't eliminate the possibility of being wounded. If an opponent concentrates all their force into a single point, they can kill you even while your aura reserve is barely depleted. Very good. What else? The manuals mentioned you'd heard of techniques for manifesting aura as a shield or offensive technique, but that you don't practice them yourself. Exactly. She nodded. My primary weapon against the Grimm is. She pointed to her eyes. And my secondary weapon is my actual weapon, which I lost in my last engagement. All the weapons we use have at least 2 configurations. Mine were an axe and a rifle. My younger daughter prefers scythes, and her second configuration will be ranged as well. My elder had gauntlets that fired too. In essence, our primary method of fighting the Grimm is our weapons. So that means. I pointed to myself. An axe. I'm capable with bladed weapons, but combining one with a firearm. I shook my head. That's unreliable. It would be simpler to carry a couple of pistols, or a carbine. Especially with the option to collapse them for easy carrying. A dedicated carbine will always be more reliable than something that merely transforms into one. Well. Summer looked at me with mild skepticism. In general, you're right, we simply didn't have that option, so we went with transforming weapons. I'm not criticizing it. I just expected you might suggest I needed something similar. I wanted to let you know we have a simpler, more elegant solution. Fair enough. She nodded. But you will need to choose a firearm and start learning to use it. Magic and an axe are well and good, but... She looked me in the eye. Trust an experienced huntress, there's either too little weaponry, or too much to carry. Perhaps I should start with a minigun, then. I raised an eyebrow inquiringly. You'll get to that as well, but I think what you need first is something for close to mid-range, pistols, a submachine gun, maybe a shotgun. She nibbled her thumbnail. But that choice has to be yours alone. For now, let's get your aura unlocked. Lean forward slightly. I did as she asked, and Summer rose from her chair, came around behind mine, and placed her hands on my back. Close your eyes. Focus on the feeling of my hands. Breathe in, breathe out. I felt something like an unknown energy being driven into me all at once, and around me a black and white fire blazed into existence. Interesting. Summer walked around to face me and stood there studying me carefully. What's interesting about it? You said yourself that aura is a reflection of the soul, and that the colors can be absolutely anything. It was written clearly in your own manuals. Yes, you're quoting correctly, but usually there's only one color. I've never heard of an exception. Then I'll be the first. I stretched with a slight smirk, turning my attention inward and finding, to my quiet satisfaction, that I could already feel it and was beginning to understand how to control it. I extended my right arm and concentrated a portion of my aura into it, and the field around it grew visibly denser, while the rest of my body dimmed slightly. With a deliberate effort, the black flecks within the aura around my right arm nearly vanished, leaving the field there almost wholly white. Conversely, when I pushed in the other direction, the black grew more saturated and the white threads became barely visible. Very interesting. I'll need to set aside some time to experiment with aura. It might be possible to amplify spells with it, defend against them, or use it in other ways entirely. I stopped maintaining the concentrated aura in my arm and it quickly evened out, returning to the same coloring as the rest of my body. So. I looked at Summer, and she simply smiled. From here, the only way to grow is to fight. Fight, and fight again. Experience and exertion will gradually build your aura reserve and sharpen your control over it. But don't expect dramatic leaps. We were never able to determine what exactly drives the reserve to grow. We simply observe that it does, sometimes. Understood. And the semblance? That I can't help you with. It may awaken, or it may not. It's entirely individual. You'll have to find your own way there. What I can offer is aura training, and a series of lectures that didn't make it into the manuals. She gave me a knowing look. Agreed. There was nothing else I could do but agree. Then Summer surprised me by shaking her head. Not so fast. I want to learn magic. I blinked. And I want help having a weapon made. There's no dust here, and none of the alloys I know, so I'll need a wizard who can tell me whether what I want is even possible with the available materials. I closed my eyes for a couple of seconds, then looked at Summer again and gave a nod. No problems there. Well, almost none. Almost. Not everyone is capable of magic, so the most I can promise you on that front is to determine whether you're a witch or not, and if you are, to find you a tutor who won't ask unnecessary questions and will simply teach you from scratch, with a focus on combat magic. And you won't even try to deceive me. Why would I? Well. So that I'd feel indebted to you. So that I'd think I owed you so much that even if you pointed me towards someone's bed, I'd still be in your debt. I just shook my head. That's not how I operate. Deception has its uses, but not in situations like this one. She gave a small, quiet snort. Don't snort. I know what you're thinking, but back then, the options weren't exactly plentiful, not only for you, but for me as well. The unspeakables are the sort of people you don't refuse without very good reason. I could have, technically. I'm a foreigner, and those particular unspeakables couldn't have reached me. I smiled slightly. But in that situation, you surely understood what would have happened to you if I hadn't used deception and convinced you to work towards my world's benefit, if I can put it that way. She nodded slowly. Now, though, there's no need for deception on either side. So we work on terms that suit us both. Understood. She nodded. So. We work. Another nod. Good. Then let's go and have a fight. I rose from the chair. She smirked and nodded, and together we made our way to the small training ground, where we picked up practice weapons and took our stances. Well then, who starts? Summer looked at me with a faint smirk, spinning a large axe in one hand. Let the coin decide. I pulled a copper coin from my pocket, tossed it into the air, and immediately readied myself. The coin spun upward, rotating slowly, reached the apex of its arc, and began to fall, turning as it descended. 3, 2, 1. Time seemed to slow, and the moment the coin's edge touched the ground, I launched myself forward. Summer stood perfectly still, a knowing, mildly amused smile appearing on her lips. My first strike came, and she sidestepped it elegantly, simultaneously driving her foot into my body. I saw the kick coming. I simply could not avoid it. So I flew backward, rolled twice across the ground, and came to a stop face down. I got up slowly. I looked myself over. It hurt, but... I shook my head. What's strange is that I'm entirely ready to keep fighting right now. That's Aura. She said it simply, then beckoned me forward, and I didn't need to be asked twice. I launched myself at her again. This time I opened with a feint, converting a diagonal axe strike into a sweep attempt, intending to follow through with the heel of the axe, but it all stayed in the realm of intentions. She blocked the swing cleanly, then rotated her axe in a tight movement that ripped my axe clean from my hands, and her foot met my stomach for a second time. KGH. And once again I was flying, then rolling, then skidding across the ground on my stomach. And once again I stood, taking careful stock of myself. That I'm ready to continue. Summer hooked my axe with the toe of her boot, flicked it into the air, and pushed it towards me. I caught it cleanly. Thank you. I gave Summer a nod, settled back into my stance, accepted her invitation with a glance, and went at her again. This time I managed to avoid the kick to my midsection, and followed with an attempt to drive the practice axe into that same leg, but in the next instant I was on the ground with the blade of her axe resting against my throat. I'll say this, you're not bad. She smiled down at me. Not perfect, but for a 12-year-old boy, you're genuinely good. That said, we are going to work on your technique. And we are going to work on it very, very hard. I sighed. And I thought I was a decent fighter. I shook my head. But if you're willing to train me properly, I'll be grateful. You are decent, you're just comparing a 12-year-old boy against a professional huntress who has spent a significant portion of her life killing Grim and fighting other people in training bouts and in very real engagements against terrorists and criminals. I looked at Summer carefully. Nobody is stopping me from aiming for the ideal. In fact, that's preferable, far better than floating along thinking everything is fine and then dying in an instant. Well, you're right there. Summer nodded. Chapter 96, The Statute in Ruins. I stood in the dressing room and gazed, with a rather distant expression, at the mirrors, the costumes hanging on the rail behind me, and the bustle of people moving around them. But if I'm honest, I was not simply standing and looking, I was fighting off a state of shock brought on by the unexpected news my mothers had just delivered. The Queen had, by royal decree, abolished the statute of secrecy throughout her realm. This was happening in a great many countries at the moment, and that in itself was not surprising. What was surprising was that they had specifically chosen me to appear on the first television broadcast in Britain dedicated to this subject, where I, as a representative of the wizarding world and a scion of an ancient and noble house, was to explain to the public who and what wizards actually were. I was not alone, of course, my mothers would never have let me come here unescorted, so I had a contingent of loyal witches, wizards, and squibs ensuring my safety. But none of that changed the fact that I was in shock. It helped, at least, that I had dealt with the press before, even if only the wizarding press, so I had some idea of what to expect. 10 minutes. The presenter came over and placed a hand on my shoulder, squeezing it lightly. Don't worry, lad, it'll all be fine. The familiarity grated on me slightly. Not that I clung particularly to my title as heir to the house or future earl, but I had grown rather accustomed to that kind of informality coming only from people who either had no idea who I was, or had been granted explicit permission by me to address me that way. And the former were few and far between, because in the wizarding world, if you were not an idiot, you learned to respect certain boundaries. I am not worried. I carefully lifted the man's hand from my shoulder, which left him momentarily off balance. And please, do keep to a reasonable distance. I have no objection to a first-name basis and so forth, but certain boundaries shouldn't be crossed. It is, at the very least, rude to someone you've only just met. Umph. The presenter snorted, and I found myself wondering whether he even knew what today's program was actually about, or whether someone had simply told him the bare minimum and he hadn't bothered to prepare. We would find out soon enough. We're on in 3 minutes. While turning all this over in my mind, I had already made my way to the comfortable chair and settled into it. Scanning the audience, I spotted several wizards, including some from my security detail. They were not difficult to pick out, dressed in robes, which were already drawing bewildered glances from the muggles around them. 3, 2, 1, we're live. On the last word, the title music played, and almost immediately after it faded, the presenter began. Good evening, good evening, good evening, I'm John Cope, and this is An Evening with John. And tonight we have an extraordinary edition, because a little bird has been whispering in my ear that magic is real. He laughed at that, as did much of the studio audience. I gave a quiet snort of my own. And joining us tonight is a rather remarkable young man who is here to prove that it is. Please welcome, Draco Black. Despite the host's mocking tone, the applause was quite generous. People were happy enough to welcome any novelty and willing enough to hear my story. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I rose from my chair and gave a brief bow. So then, Draco, when did you first realize you were a wizard? The condescension in his voice was audible to everyone in the room. You know. I glanced thoughtfully at the ceiling. Before I answer your question, I think I'll make use of something I prepared earlier. I rather suspected you might not believe that magic is real, and so I contacted Her Majesty the Queen's service, which means that tonight, somewhere in the studio or one of the dressing rooms, there should be a gentleman carrying documents confirming his credentials, along with several very interesting papers. I looked at the host. I think we ought to invite him out, and... That won't be necessary. The host waved me off. Apparently he was enough of a celebrity to run his program however he saw fit. Unfortunately for him, this was not that kind of program. I rather think it will be. A distinguished-looking man entered the studio floor, walked up to the host, and showed him his credentials. Ha! I could buy papers like that in any underpass. Then call to verify. Every person in Britain knows that if an official of the law comes to your door, you can call the police and confirm that the individual is who they say they are. I appreciate that our local constabulary does not have clearance to access my department's databases, MI0, but they can at least make contact with us, and it would take no more than 20 minutes. My program doesn't have that kind of time to spare. The host was growing impatient. On that point, you don't need to worry. Tonight's broadcast has no fixed end time. It will continue until all the important matters have been addressed, and it is being transmitted simultaneously across every television channel in the country. If you had seen fit to prepare for this program rather than disregarding the brief your editorial team sent you, you would have known that. What on earth do you think you're doing? The show's director ran onto the floor, quite indifferent to the fact that this was all going out live. I told you. This episode was commissioned from the palace. He said that last word in a tone that left no doubt as to which particular palace he meant. Oh, come on, Pete. This is not a joke. Pete. The presenter's swagger was draining away, though he still hadn't entirely convinced himself that any of this was real. Perhaps you might sort this out off stage. I drew both the director's and the presenter's attention back to me. In the meantime, I can give the background with the help of our colleague from MI0. Shall we? Of course, Lord Black. The director gave me a nod and immediately took hold of his presenter's arm and pulled him off stage. The cameras swung to focus on me. Very well. The story begins in the Middle Ages. Everyone knows that chapter of history, the so-called witch trials. There were a few chuckles from the audience. And, so-called, they remained, in your history, the history of ordinary people. In the history of those to whom nature granted the ability to do extraordinary things, however, that period was entirely real. We stood at the threshold of a global war, with witches and wizards on one side and ordinary humans on the other, and it would have ended in mutual annihilation. Yes, you already outnumbered us even then. But wizards, then and now, are weapons in their own right. Each one walks around, you might say, with an assault rifle and a handful of grenades. I paused thoughtfully. And so the most powerful figures of that era, and by most powerful, I mean not only kings and queens but the greatest wizards on the planet, drew up a document. The so-called Statute of Secrecy. I nodded to the MI0 representative, who produced a document from the case. This is the original of that agreement, enchanted to be indestructible. And under its terms, wizards created a state within a state. We paid our taxes, in our case to the crown, but in essence we were isolated. Not merely isolated, we concealed ourselves behind specialized enchantments, often living in the building right next to yours, a building you were entirely unaware of, because it was hidden within a fold of space. At this point the presenter returned to the stage, white as chalk, having clearly been given a thorough talking to backstage. How is that even possible? The shout came from the audience. It's simply magic. I shrugged easily. Most wizards, if you ask them that question, would probably shrug and say it works and leave it at that. It's much the same as if I asked you how a television works, what would you tell me? That you plug it into the wall and it goes. Laughter rippled through the audience. I was privately aware that this was probably the most charitable answer I could give, saying that they simply lacked the capacity to understand the principles by which magic operates would have made me come across as an insufferable prig. That said, I can demonstrate. All I need is 3 apples. A tray bearing 3 apples was brought to the stage. Watch, first, I use magic to hide the middle apple. I cast a disillusionment charm on the middle apple. All anyone could see me do was trace a small flourish with my wand and touch the apple, after which it vanished. And just as we can hide an apple, we can hide a house. Then 2 more spells. We apply a slight adjustment to visual perception, and only 2 apples appear to be on the tray. Concealing a house is naturally more complex, and requires a considerably deeper level of enchantment. But fundamentally, it all begins with exactly this sort of spell, the kind any 5th-year student can perform today. AFF 5th year? The presenter, still pale and now stammering, managed to ask the question. Most of us attend an actual school, and for roughly half the wizarding population of Britain that's quite sufficient for a comfortable life, provided you didn't spend your time idly and stuck only to the standard curriculum. In general, any graduate of Hogwarts, that is, Britain's School of Magic, who put in even a modest effort preparing for adult life, particularly in their 6th and 7th years, will have the skills to build a decent life for themselves. What about further education? The question came from the audience. Broadly speaking, we wizards live, in social terms, in the Middle Ages. We have guilds. The Healers Guild, the Combat Mages Guild, the Potioneers Guild, and so on. Advanced training after school typically takes the form of an apprenticeship under a master or magister in whichever discipline one wishes to pursue. Those with sufficient means can begin that kind of training while still at school. There is also a second route, vocational courses run by whatever institution you intend to join as an employee. And you personally? The presenter was sweating and clearly did not know what to do with himself. I am comfortable enough financially. I had private tutors from an early age, and after entering Hogwarts one of the heads of house took an interest in me and offered me a personal apprenticeship. I shrugged pleasantly. But. Why go public with all this at all? You were talking about the statute of secrecy, so why break it now? The question came from Rita Skeeter, who was seated among the audience in a smart little suit. Few people there would have taken her for a witch. Miss Skeeter. I'm surprised to see you here. You know this woman? Yes, she is a member of the press, from our side of the divide. I confess I hadn't expected them to invite a journalist quite so colorful. Though on reflection, perhaps only she is capable of covering this story in a way that is suitably scandalous and yet genuinely informative at the same time. I turned to address her question directly. To answer you, Miss Skeeter, the reason is this. The dark creatures whose name has become known to us. I flicked my wand and a glamoured image of a grim appeared in the air. Are not going to stop appearing. On the contrary, their numbers will only grow, and every influential individual in the world, on both sides of the statute, already knows this. Which means the time has come to come together. Not necessarily to declare our undying love for one another, but at least to acknowledge that we need each other. Need each other. What are those things? What does all this mean? Rita rose from her seat and made her way down to the floor with a pronounced sway of her hips, then settled herself into the empty chair. It is quite simple. There exist many worlds. I let my gaze travel slowly across the audience. By worlds I do not mean planets, I mean worlds. Some may consist of a single planet. Others will contain millions of planets, much like our own. What has happened is this: our world has begun to merge with a neighboring one. And this cannot be stopped, not at our current level of magical and scientific development. The Grimm are a mortal threat native to the world that is merging with ours. These creatures respond to emotion, to negative emotion in particular. Like Dementors. Though I thought Dementors fed on positive. No, Rita, not Dementors. The Grimm. They come in as many varieties as there are species of ordinary animals in our world, and they will keep coming endlessly. And in that world, as far as we have been able to learn, there is an entire continent inhabited solely by Grimm, no people, no other sentient life. The studio went quiet. When the convergence is complete, the Grimm will become our problem. Along with them will come those who haunt them. One woman is already training the finest witches and wizards from across the world in their methods, how to kill them, what the customs and knowledge of her world have to offer, and everything else that may prove necessary. There will be others like her in time, but there will never be enough of them. So the very least we can do is stop working against one another. As an officer of MI0, I can confirm Lord Black's account. All nations have begun preparing for conflict with these creatures. Governments are in talks about standing down operations against one another. In short, the world is preparing for a war the like of which it has never seen. Precisely. And I am here tonight to introduce the people of Britain to magic, to show them that it is real, and to prepare them, if I may put it that way, for what is coming. But what are we supposed to do? The shout came from one of the men in the audience. What should you do? My advice, while there is still time, is to join, if not the armed forces, at least a shooting club, and learn to handle at least one kind of weapon. Or to enroll on a course and acquire a qualification that will be in high demand when the war inevitably arrives. I looked out across the audience with complete seriousness. And now I will turn to a more detailed account of wizards and what we can do, abilities that will soon be available to ordinary citizens of Britain as well. Chapter 97, A Day Off. After that program, I woke up famous. Not that I particularly felt it, my life continued exactly as before. There were some changes I did notice, though. The people in our district had begun to look at me differently. Not just the wizards, but ordinary people too. But they stayed out of my way, and that was all I asked. I followed my extremely packed schedule without a break, barely finding time to spend an evening with my fiancées. We managed to meet in one room late at night, where I would collapse and fall asleep instantly. Fleur was horrified when she saw my schedule. She couldn't understand how anyone could study and work at that pace. I simply kept going. Right, enough. Fleur stopped me one day as I was heading off to another training session with Summer. I looked at her in surprise. She looked extremely determined. Fleur. Don't fleur me. I can't stand here and watch you run yourself into the ground. Stop. Today you're coming on a date with us. I blinked. But I've already told everyone. Because otherwise you're going to burn out, and we can't allow our men to burn out. Draco. Penny came to stand beside Fleur, her expression worried. Fleur and I are working hard too, but we don't work at anything like this pace. We understand that you, as our future husband, need to be strong, but we don't want you to break yourself now and end up a wreck of a husband later. Fleur finished the sentence for her friend. All right. I sighed. Let's take a day off. In truth, I knew perfectly well that I needed some relief from the pressure. The pace I had set was relentless: study, work at Hogwarts, more study, but I could not seem to slow down. I felt as though time was slipping through my fingers, and the fact that we had now bought up every property in the block containing our manor did nothing to calm me. Neither did the fact that we had demolished the outermost buildings and were already raising a wall, with the entire district now covered by a ward, weaker than the one protecting our house, but solid enough. There were enchanted obelisks going up along the inner face of the wall to reinforce the barrier further. Our school for beginning students was already open, the one where children under 11 would be taught the theory they needed so that when they arrived at Hogwarts they could devote their full attention to practical work. Yes, some theory was still unavoidable, and they would have to learn a certain amount at Hogwarts itself, but nothing like as much as students currently did. The school was not yet in great demand, since we did not have many children of wizarding families in the district. But they also taught the standard Muggle curriculum there, as well as physical training. And then there were the schools for ordinary children, and the academy that was already in the planning stages, the one for training hunters, where Summer would teach alongside skilled weapons masters from across the disciplines. Despite all of this, I could not seem to find any peace. There you are, thinking about work again. Fleur shook her head. Sorry. I smiled at her. I've just got so used to keeping myself constantly occupied. Yes, yes. She looked at me and waved it off, then looked at me again, more carefully. Well, you look presentable at least. Come along. We're going to that little restaurant the Villa opened just down the road. The food there is absolutely wonderful. Fleur closed her eyes in anticipation. Well. I shrugged. I have nothing against it. And so we set out, and indeed the restaurant was only 2 houses from the Black family home. Somehow I had never even noticed it, though I was fairly certain I had read something about it in one of the reports. Fleur. The waitress who came to our table greeted one of my fiancés with a warm nod. And this must be. I know, Penelope Clearwater, second fiancée of the Black Heir. My name is Lillian, and I'll be looking after you today. The young woman nodded first to Penny, then to me, with considerably more deference, and set 3 menus on the table before us. May I help you with anything? I'll manage, thank you. Fleur shook her head. Something light but filling for me, please. I could suggest. While Penny and Lillian debated the best option, I quickly scanned the menu, noting what appealed. Naturally, when my turn came, I ordered a generous selection of meat dishes, a small salad, and a fruity drink that was somewhere between juice and tea. 5 minutes later they began bringing our order. How on earth? I looked at the waitress in genuine surprise. She gave me a pleasant smile. You gave permission on your grounds for wands to be used freely, and among us there are quite a few who learned magic, though not officially. Far more, in truth, than those who obtained formal authorization through the proper channels. So the girls decided to make the most of it. We had very high-quality stasis cabinets installed. Everything is prepared in advance and held in those cabinets, which means we can serve our guests immediately. I nodded with genuine respect. I hadn't realized how severe the restrictions were in France. Not as severe as in some countries, or in Britain, but wands were still only permitted to those who had formally earned the title of mistress. And even then, each mistress among our people was permitted to take only 1 apprentice from our own kind, but only after having first trained at least 5 students from the wizarding community at large. Only then could she train a Vila. She gave a sad smile. But you found ways around it, of course. Yes. We had hidden schools. She nodded. The education was not what you would receive at Beauxbatons or Hogwarts, but it gave us the basics. And the most diligent students were raised to something close to journeyman level. I smirked. Clever. And some of your people were registered as half-bloods, weren't they? I wagged a finger playfully at Lillian, who simply shrugged and turned to attend another table, swaying her hips as she walked away. Do you disapprove? Fleur looked at me attentively. I could see that despite the casual tone of the question, my answer mattered to her. No. I shook my head. I simply don't understand it. What don't you understand? Well, I may have missed something in the paperwork, but I don't recall seeing a document admitting Vila children to our school for young wizards. Which leaves me wondering, do you genuinely prefer the isolation? No. Fleur gave a sad smile. We simply grew accustomed to being told we weren't allowed. Well. I shrugged. The royal decree has abolished the statute, so now all you need to do is file the paperwork. You have lawyers among you, surely. She nodded. Then let them see to it, file for citizenship, and file for school enrollment. Because on my land there will be no division by race or kind. The werewolves were welcome too, after all, though they are living in a slightly separate arrangement, but as you'll understand, they aren't quite as safe to have next door as your people are. I suppose. I noticed a small commotion to my left and turned my head with a slight frown. Young man, what exactly do you think you're doing? My voice carried across the restaurant. Back off. The young man had the rough-hewn look of a werewolf. I set down my napkin and stood. Young man. I said, back off. My wand was in my hand, and the werewolf leapt aside. A spell crackled past exactly where he had been standing a moment before, interrupting his harassment of a waitress who was visibly struggling to keep her composure. You. Me. I am the Black Heir, and you are on my land. And you see fit to accost my people. She's a Vila. And. I raised an eyebrow. The young man had been alarmed enough by the realization of who he was being rude to that his next words, though still meant to sound defiant, came out considerably more meekly. They're always. I mean, they don't mind. This last part trailed off into uncertainty. The ones who don't mind are not working in restaurants. They stand along the road and wave at passing customers. What you were just doing was harassing a young woman who had made it perfectly clear she wanted no such attention. I sighed. This is what will happen. I will speak to the elder about you and let him deal with it. But I am giving you fair warning now, if a complaint against you is ever filed, specifically that you are a rapist, and that accusation is confirmed under Veritaserum, you will be laid on an altar and put down like an animal. That's not legal. It is. The law has become considerably harsher of late, because we need strong wards over large territories. And for almost every crime that can carry a capital sentence. I left it there. The werewolf had gone pale. I understand. It won't happen again. Good. Now apologize to the young lady. The werewolf apologized and left the restaurant at speed. From a corner of the room came the quiet sound of applause. Miss Bones. Susan. I nodded to the woman, then to her niece. A pleasure to see you both. You know, Mr. Black, I had my doubts about whether we should move here. But I must say. She studied my face for a moment. What I'm seeing rather appeals to me. Vila wearing artifacts, going about their business freely. Werewolves gathered in one place, also wearing artifacts, and obliged to be within range of their counterpart artifacts at the full moon, or else. She glanced briefly upward, as if to imply death. You're mistaken on that point. Oh. Those artifacts won't kill a werewolf who happens to be out of range. They're considerably more sophisticated than that, they interact with legilimency-based magic. They read intent. A werewolf who maintains control and takes the potion provided to all those fulfilling their community duties can walk through the district freely in his animal form. But one who loses control and decides to harm someone, that one gets bound. I see. Amelia looked at me thoughtfully. Those artifacts must have cost a great deal. Not cheaply, no, but they were worth it. Werewolves have extraordinary reflexes. They'll be invaluable as rapid response units when a grim breakthrough occurs. Agreed. Amelia nodded. By the way, the ministry is not terribly pleased with you. Should that concern me? I smiled faintly. I went over their heads, after all. Took all my authorizations directly from the Queen. Yes, I had to offer her considerable financial support and the services of the wizards who work for me, so that she could prepare her most loyal people for the convergence. But even so, that route proved cheaper and considerably more sensible than paying the minister and every lord who would have wanted either to obstruct me or extract a bribe. I can't argue with that. How is your niece finding St. Mungo's? I love it. You know, I'll be opening a branch of it here eventually. I gave the girl a slight smile. Not immediately, next year at the earliest. But I expect I'll be rather short-staffed, so if she distinguishes herself at St. Mungo's this summer, and then comes to an arrangement with Madame Pomfrey. I glanced at Susan meaningfully. She had gone very straight in her chair. And doesn't let her Hogwarts studies slip in the meantime, I think she could very well be taken on as a medic. Or even as a junior doctor providing first aid. The final decision will naturally rest with the senior staff we hire. Amelia caught the expression on her niece's face and smiled. She understood that where her niece had been, shall we say, less than highly motivated before, the situation had now changed entirely. But as I said, there won't be enough of them. So if you have the necessary skills and a little practical experience behind you, they'll be happy enough to leave the straightforward cases to you. I won't let you down. Chapter 98, Unexpected Consequences. Draco, I think we have a problem. I looked at my mother, Bella, in genuine surprise. Contrary to her usual manner, she appeared deeply uncertain. And that unsettled me, because even when Bella was worried, she normally knew precisely what needed to be done. But now. We have an unusual visitor. Unusual enough to make you look like that. I let my voice convey how greatly her behavior surprised me, trying to introduce the faintest note of teasing, but she did not take the bait and turn it into a joke. Which told me a great deal about the seriousness of what was happening. Very unusual. And. What are you waiting for? Not me. The visitors are waiting. I sighed. Mom, stop stalling. Just tell me what's happened and let's deal with it. Well, we have some rather unusual guests. I sighed again. Where? The main sitting room. Right. Wait. Bella caught my arm. What? Dragonhide suit. Axe on your back, not in the amulet. Wand in your sleeve. Spare wand at your belt. Another spare in your boot, next to the knife. I looked at her. Mom. Do it. Trust me, once you see our guests, you'll understand why. Mom, it's not as though the Inquisition has turned up at our door. I said it with some emotion, intending it as a wry joke, but the moment I saw Bella's expression change, I understood that I had stumbled onto the truth by accident. No. I shook my head slowly. Bella gave a single nod. No, come on. What would they want here? That is precisely what I don't know. There are 3 of them. A young woman, she appears to be in charge. 2 warriors who refuse to remove their armor. Refuse to remove their armor? I frowned slightly. Yes. And the young woman. She kept hers on too. My frown deepened. I did not like this at all. And if they had decided to come like that? Werewolves are no use here. If I remember my history correctly, they always silvered their blades. They may not match us in raw power or speed, but the full-plate armor that Inquisitors wear is something wolves can't tear through with teeth and claws, not to mention that some of them may be warrior saints. That is correct. Bella gave a wary nod. Right. Surround the manor with every battle-ready witch and wizard not currently patrolling the district or guarding the perimeter. If I am attacked, and God forbid they actually kill me, not one of them walks away. Their heads come off, and they get sent to the Holy See. After which, I looked at Bella. You destroy them? No. I shook my head. No one is destroying anyone. You simply go to the Queen and purchase a nuclear device from her, which you drop from a broomstick under a disillusionment charm onto the Inquisition's headquarters. If they still don't get the point, the next one goes to the main church of the Protestant establishment. Understood. Bella nodded and immediately conjured a Patronus, whispered the necessary message into it, and sent it on its way. But we are attending this meeting with you. Sissy and I both. I sighed. Arguing about this point was useless. I could see from her eyes that if I tried to say no, she would simply stun me and that would be that. Besides, I was holding on to the hope that the Inquisitors had come to talk, not to fight. Fine, but remember that we have people to protect. My chances of winning against them are negligible, so I will be the distraction. You and Sissy are the main offensive force. She nodded. I got up and went to change, and shortly afterward I was ready. Are you going in that? Under this suit there's a close-fitting basilisk hide underlayer. I wear it all the time now. The enchantments on it are such that you barely feel it, so it causes no difficulty. Sissy has one too. Bella answered my unspoken question before I could ask it. I nodded and made my way toward the room where our guests were waiting. Why me specifically? It turns out they watch television. And they have eyes and ears in the wizarding world as well, so they know who is in charge here. Even though Sissy and I handle most of the day-to-day work at present, you are still the one who signs off on all the decisions that actually matter. I see. Draco. In a moment. I gestured briefly for Fleur to wait. For now, go to your room, take Gabrielle and Penny with you, and hold your position there. What? Nothing has happened yet, and quite possibly nothing will. But I want you to do what I'm telling you right now, without asking questions. All right, but afterward you are going to explain everything to me. Yes. I nodded, and Fleur hurried off, conjuring a Patronus on the way and sending a message to her parents. Right then. Into battle. I stood outside the door, waited for Sissy to join me, and then walked in wearing my best mask of composure. What I saw were 2 knights in full heavy plate, seated in their chairs in postures of barely leashed tension, and between them a young woman in armor, though at least without her helmet. Her hair was the palest shade of wheaten blonde, almost platinum, and her eyes were gray. Good day to you. I walked unhurriedly towards my chair and, to the obvious agitation of both armored warriors, lifted the axe from my back and set it down beside me, within immediate reach, before lowering myself into the seat. My name is Draco Black, heir to the House of Black. Beside me are my mothers, Bellatrix Black and Narcissa Black. I raised an eyebrow. Angelina, Deputy Commander of the British Order of the Inquisition. These are my bodyguards. You needn't have brought your axe. And you might have left your weapons in the hallway, or come without weapons or armor at all. But you chose not to, and you must understand that merely being in the presence of Inquisitors is enough to put any wizard on edge, to say nothing of arriving in this particular attire. I shook my head. Sometimes we are not masters of our circumstances. The young woman gave a disarming smile. We are always masters of them. It is simply that the choice available to us is sometimes not one we would prefer, and so we say there is no choice at all. She sighed. And what brings you here? The convergence. What about it? You do understand that it is a danger to our entire world. Though of course, what am I saying? She shook her head almost imperceptibly. I watched the broadcast. So yes, you understand that it is a danger to the entire world, and from what we've seen, you are preparing for it to the best of your abilities. I said nothing. I had no intention of answering unasked questions and thus handing the Inquisition additional cards to play. It is truly remarkable. She pressed her lips together very briefly, just for a moment, and I caught it, but gave no reaction whatsoever. Thank God for a clemency, which keeps the emotions in their proper place. Though as I recalled, Inquisitors had something similar, so this could easily be nothing more than theater for the benefit of a short-sighted boy. Creating such extensive wards over an entire city district. Angelina shook her head, apparently conveying the depth of her impression. It represents an enormous amount of work. And I had to prompt her slightly, as she had gone quiet and was clearly waiting for a response from me. You don't like me very much. I have no particular feelings about you one way or another. I chose not to play along. You are a complete stranger to me, representing a completely foreign organization, hostile, I would say, rather than simply foreign. In other times, you would have been neutralized before you came within sight of my front door. Or instead of me, you would have been met here by a coordinated strike formation of battle mages against whom you would have had no chance whatsoever. Pathetic boy. Seaman, be quiet. I am conducting this negotiation, and your remarks are not helping. Angelina's voice was dry and precise. Her bodyguard showed no sign of being frightened or of taking his superior's words less than seriously. He simply fell silent. As I was saying, in other times, you would simply have been killed. Believe me, assembling 1 or 2 strike formations of wizards who would arrive within minutes and reduce you to suits of armor and food for the wildlife is entirely manageable. However, as you correctly noted, the convergence is a danger to the entire world. And from the moment I learned of it, your organization and everything it represents became a matter of complete indifference to me. Bold words. Well. I shrugged. I have the full backing of the Crown for everything I am doing here. If you interfere with that, it will be treated as an act of sabotage against Britain in the face of an existential threat, and that is unforgivable. You would be dismantled on these islands, after which the Queen would reach out to the heads of other nations. How quickly do you imagine your brothers and sisters in other countries would distance themselves from the British Inquisition? Or would some of them also find themselves on the receiving end of an angry government before they had the chance? The young woman's frown deepened very slightly. Which is precisely why I have no interest in playing games with you. And this. I stroked the handle of my axe. Both the young woman and her bodyguards flinched. Is simply my answer to the manner in which you chose to enter my home. I see. Angelina closed her eyes briefly. I offer my apologies. Perhaps we were somewhat overly cautious in how we came to see you. But you must try to understand, so many years of open enmity. I gave a shrug that made it clear I was entirely unmoved. What do you want? Access to the young woman conducting lessons on these creatures, the Grim. The Grim. I allowed myself the faintest sigh. You have the name right. As for the young woman, what do you want with her? We want to know what faith she holds. Not ours. I shrugged. In the world she comes from, our faith did not exist in any form. No one there had ever heard of our gods. That much I can tell you myself. Then she must be baptized. Try again. I gave a quiet snort. If that is all, you are free to go, I am not detaining you. Or rather, you are free to leave in any case, because after words like those, spoken in that tone. I shook my head. No representative of the Inquisition will be permitted anywhere near her. You don't want us to be prepared? Frankly. I tilted my head inquiringly. Yes. Angelina nodded. Frankly, I don't care whether you are prepared or not. As I said, the entire planet is in danger, and whether your order is ready or not is entirely in your hands and the hands of your leadership. And it was to ensure our readiness that I came here. No. I shook my head. You came here to put pressure on me, assuming that at 13 years old I would be easy to manage. You were mistaken. I will not allow anyone to pressure me, directly or through my people. So you may leave my territory and inform your superiors that they are not welcome here. No other Inquisitor will set foot on my land. Not in armor. Not carrying weapons. She bit her lip for a moment. Sit down. One word, and her bodyguards, who had already begun to rise, dropped straight back into their seats. I apologize. Perhaps I truly did begin this entirely the wrong way. Chapter 99, Negotiations. Very well. I gave a slow nod. Our order will find it difficult to turn from one enemy to another. But we, the senior inquisitors, understand perfectly well that an external threat can bring even mortal enemies together, because if it doesn't, our chances of survival become far slimmer. She was right. The chances of surviving a war fought simultaneously against the Grimm, against terrorists who would inevitably declare them some kind of divine retribution, and against inquisitors would not be impossible, but it would be extraordinarily hard. And the same was true in reverse. The inquisitors would struggle to survive if the wizarding world remained one of their declared enemies. I was glad she understood that. But we will manage the transition, gradually. Right now, we simply need to survive, all of us, you and us both. And I am here to offer a mutual exchange. What kind of exchange? We open a school of the spirit on your grounds. Bella couldn't contain herself and let out a barely audible snort. No, this is not an Inquisition branch or a church. It is a school of combat arts developed by ordinary people. They allow anyone who completes the full course of training to multiply their capabilities many times over. And while mastering the discipline fully requires starting at around 6 years old, even partial training, which is possible at any age, will make your defenders stronger, faster, and more resilient. I sighed. I cannot hand Summer over to you, she is a person, not a commodity. But I cannot ignore a gesture of goodwill either. So I propose this, find. I thought for a moment. 5 individuals from your inquisitors, and please, let them be the most open-minded and reasonable among you, and we will add them to the group of beginners that will shortly be assembled for training. This will be a mixed group of ordinary people and squibs, whom Summer will begin teaching at the Hunter Academy when it opens. And when is shortly? I glanced at my mother. The first session is planned for the 1st of September. In the meantime, we can exchange manuals. Summer has compiled a manual covering the Grimm and how to fight them, in return for your manual on the spiritual combat arts. A tempting offer. But 5 inquisitors. Angelina shook her head. Isn't that rather few? I'm afraid we cannot offer more. Now it was my turn to shake my head, doing my best to convey something resembling regret. You must understand, she is one person, and we need to train ordinary citizens, people sent by the Queen, unspeakables, and those groups are mixed because every country wants at least one individual who can then pass on the skills and knowledge to others. I could go on at length, but the bottom line is that she simply will not have time for a larger number of students. Then what are we to do? Wait, and identify another 5 to 10 reasonable inquisitors. The full course Summer teaches will take no more than a month. In that time she will unlock aura in her students, teach them the minimum they need to use it, and that is all. That's all. Well, setting aside the knowledge about the Grimm, yes. The thing is, according to Summer herself, aura is primarily suited to defense and personal enhancement, and that is largely where it ends. It is extremely rare to find someone who can apply it to any active techniques. She cannot do so herself, which means she cannot teach it. There is also something called a semblance, but that manifests on its own after aura is unlocked, or it doesn't, and it is even more individual than aura itself. Only constant training and sparring will develop it. The one thing she has promised to do, working with the unspeakables, is to build a device that can measure aura volume. What for? As she put it, in her world the academies conduct sparring bouts until aura drops to 10%. They call this the red zone, a threshold below which you shouldn't let it fall in ordinary sparring. But she will explain all of that better herself, in the sessions. Aye, very well. Angelina gave a slow nod. Let us do it this way. We send you our manuals, and in return you send us the manual on aura. Then, by the 1st of September, you will have prepared premises where the spiritual combat arts can be practiced, and we will send both instructors and students. Agreed. I rose from my seat and, after a brief hesitation, extended my hand to the young woman. Every muscle in my body was coiled tight, my magical energy driven through my limbs. I was ready to throw myself aside, to strike with one of my spare wands, with the knife, or simply to go for her throat with my teeth. Very slowly, and with an expression that made it clear she could hardly believe this was happening, Angelina rose and extended her hand in return. She was clearly braced for some kind of reaction from me and equally ready to retaliate, but when her hand met mine, I did something I had not expected of myself. I turned our hands slightly and, bowing, pressed my lips to the air just above her knuckles. Ahem. She didn't snatch her hand away, though for a moment I thought she might. She waited until I released it, and then withdrew it calmly. I am glad we have reached a mutually beneficial agreement. A common enemy compels it. I shrugged. Agreed. Shall I see you out? Only as far as the front door. The moment I opened the door, I used my free hand, hidden from our guests, to signal to Bella, hoping she would understand that she needed to send a patronus to those stationed outside, telling them to disperse as quickly as possible. So then, Angelina decided to fill the brief walk with conversation. What was it that drove someone so young to take on something so thankless, accepting responsibility for the lives of the people around him? Well, I haven't accepted it yet, strictly speaking. I shook my head. I am still only preparing to. Preparing? Everything around us rather suggests otherwise. That is precisely what preparation looks like. We don't yet know whether our wards will hold through the convergence. We expect them to, and we've calculated that they should prevent small rifts from opening within the district's boundaries. I fell silent for a moment. You mean you don't know what will happen when the final stage of the convergence arrives? Precisely. I nodded. Which is why everyone who comes here receives some degree of combat training. Even just the basics, even simply learning to fire a pistol. I sighed. And we tell them all. No one knows how the convergence will end. I am only doing everything within my financial means to keep at least some people safe. No more, no less. You are already doing more than most. But what drove you to it in the first place? The thing to understand is that a title of lord means not only privileges but also responsibility. The Queen has not formally confirmed the titles of the ancient magical families for a very long time. Many of those families have faded, having forgotten that a title carries obligations alongside its privileges. But the important thing is that the title was never revoked, and I know that the responsibility it carries rests on me. Ah, if only all wizards were like that. Perhaps there would never have been a witch hunt. Angelina shook her head. There would have been regardless. In those days, it had nothing to do with the noble families. They caused trouble, yes, but they always cleaned up after themselves. It was the new generations, those born with magic outside the old families. I shook my head. They were the ones who most often ran wild. Power and ability went to their heads, and they went out to settle scores with those who had wronged them, or simply to take what they wanted. Perhaps. She sighed. By then we had reached the door. Goodbye. I opened the door and took my leave of her. Until we meet again. She said her farewell and stepped out onto the perfectly ordinary street, then set off towards the district exit with her bodyguards. It was fortunate, at least, that the residents we had gathered here were reasonably level-headed. None of them made a move against three people openly walking through with the visible markings of inquisitors. Bloody hell. The moment the door closed, I slid straight down the wall and sat on the floor. Not perfect, but well done. Bella gave me an approving nod and ruffled my hair. You didn't yield. You secured reasonably equal terms for the exchange of knowledge. Well done. I agree. Sissy nodded. It was plain to see that my mothers had been worried too. Right. Using the wall for support, I hauled myself to my feet and conjured a patronus, which I sent to Fleur and Penny, simply to reassure them that they could leave the room, that the danger had passed, and to promise to explain everything shortly. I'm going to get changed and wash. I rather overdid it with the nerves. Of course. With that, my mothers and I went our separate ways, and within a few minutes I was lying in a warm bath that had been infused with several potions, blissfully doing nothing at all. Right up until a small towel came flying through the bathroom doorway and landed directly in my face. Cover yourself. I recognized Fleur's voice and, with a mournful sigh, lifted the towel and tied it around my waist. Girls, there's really no need. There is. A moment later, Fleur and Penny slipped into the water on the opposite side of the small pool that I habitually called a bath. And a couple of seconds after that. Yahoo! Gabrielle launched herself into the pool. I barely managed to close my eyes in time as I heard her bare feet slapping across the floor toward me. Gabrielle, what on earth are you doing? What? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? Go and cover yourself this instant. Humph, humph, humph. The sisters' argument continued while I sat there with my eyes firmly shut, listening to their squabble. You've completely lost all sense of decency. Oh, come on, You only. He is my fiancé. And even I came in here wrapped in 2 towels. And you? What were you thinking? Not only did you soak the entire bathroom floor when you jumped in, but you came in with nothing on. Thank goodness Draco is a decent and perceptive young man and closed his eyes the moment he heard you running. He didn't see me jump in. Gabriel's voice was pure wounded pride. If he had, your father would have twisted his head off. Penny decided to join the conversation. And yes, Gabriel, go and get a towel and cover up. We did not come here to seduce him, for the record, he's already ours. We came to find out what all the commotion was about. Humph, humph, humph. But despite her grumbling, from the sound of it, Gabrielle climbed out of the pool and came back a moment later. There, much better. Fleur's voice was now satisfied. Where do you think you're going? Oh, no, I was wrong. She was in righteous fury now. I could have sworn the water temperature rose a degree or two as she instinctively began channeling heat, not through fireballs but simply by releasing the fire magic of her second nature. Ow, ow. Fleur, you're going to shift. I'll shift you in a minute. Where are you going, you shameless little? Me. It is not becoming for a young lady to sit pressed against a boy in the same bath. You'll never find a fiancé of your own if you carry on like this. But I already have a big brother. Gabrielle spoke in a tone of complete bewilderment. I could only sigh. Draco, you can open your eyes. Gabrielle is covered now. No, she is not. Fleur shrieked. I simply smirked and opened my eyes, looking first at the two sisters, who were standing in the pool clearly on the verge of open warfare, then at Penny, then specifically at Fleur. Though even as I looked at her and Gabrielle, I noticed that the lines of Fleur's face had begun to blur at the edges, and she was very close to shifting. Fleur, you don't have to feel awkward. I've already seen your other form, and it doesn't repel me in the slightest. You are admittedly somewhat less distracting in it than you are as a rather striking blonde, but... I shook my head. You're awful. But despite the disapproval in her voice, her eyes told a different story. My words had clearly pleased her, and she was starting to calm down. Right, you. Gabrielle stood firmly between Fleur and Penny. Sit there. And you. Fleur directed a pointed look at me as she settled down beside her sister. What in the world was all of that? Who were all those people surrounding the house, and who were those armored warriors who just left? Do you really know your history so poorly? Apparently not. She shook her head. But no. No, tell me I was imagining things. Those weren't actually inquisitors. They were. Chapter 100, Problems. The bath did us all good. At some point, Gabrielle could no longer endure the seriousness of the conversation, though calling it serious was generous, given that Fleur and Penny were quietly running their feet along my legs, doing their best to look as though it was entirely accidental and hoping Gabrielle wouldn't notice. In any case, Gabrielle eventually gave up, splashed everyone, and the conversation dissolved from something vaguely coherent into something entirely unclassifiable. Still, the release after the meeting with the Inquisitors was something I had needed. Now I was sitting in my study, staring at yet another report with a distracted frown, feeling that something in it was off. I just couldn't put my finger on what. I read through it again and leaned back in my chair, still holding the sheet in my right hand. What could possibly be suspicious about a routine delivery report covering basic supplies that we were not yet producing within the district? I raised the page and read it more carefully. The purchase, same supplier, same quantities, same prices, everything identical. With a flick of my wand, I pulled the previous reports to me and began comparing them side by side. Same supplier, same volume, same prices, same delivery times, so what had made me uneasy? I summoned several more earlier reports and went through them. Right, wait. What is this? My eye had caught a note added at the bottom of one report. The merchant pressed us to accept that the goods this time were of higher quality and therefore worth more. I read it several times, then went back through the others. Each one contained something similar. In one, the merchant had claimed his own procurement costs had risen, in another, something else entirely. But the thread running through all of them was the same: he had wanted more money than the agreed price. I checked the latest report again. No such note this time, but there was another one, saying that the merchant had seemed to be in a tremendous hurry to be rid of our people. Which was strange, given that we paid considerably above the market floor. I conjured a Patronus on the spot and sent it to the warehouse supervisor. Kenward, do not release anything from the latest delivery. Seal the warehouses. The Patronus darted away. I waited a couple of minutes, long enough for it to reach its destination, then sent the next message to the head of the werewolf contingent. Sidious White, I need someone with an excellent nose at the warehouses. The third message went to Sissy. Mom, please send someone capable of conducting a rapid analysis to the warehouses. I rose from my desk, gathered all the reports, and made for the door at a brisk pace. Draco. Fleur appeared in the doorway of her room. It was evening, and she was probably on her way to sneak into my room as usual, though why she still thought of it as sneaking in, I couldn't imagine, since everyone already knew perfectly well that both she and Penny slept there. I'll be late. Go ahead and settle in with Penny, same as always. Idiot. Fleur's door clicked shut. As I passed Penny's room a moment later, I heard the soft pad of bare feet moving away from the door. By the time I reached the entrance, I had conjured another Patronus for Bella. Bella, please assemble the rapid response group. We may be needed on an active operation. Experienced fighters, not new recruits. The Patronus shot away, and I set off for the warehouses. When I arrived, they were already cordoned off, and Bella was approaching at a quick march with her people. The others, including Sissy, were already on site. Draco, what's all this? Here, read this. It's the latest report, and these are the previous ones. Read them and tell me if anything strikes you as suspicious. I handed the documents to Sissy, and Bella immediately leaned over to look as well. Right, your name. Alex, sir. No, sir needed, Mr. Black will do. Is your nose particularly good? One of the best in the pack. Excellent. I gave a slow nod. Here's what I need from you. You'll be led into the warehouse and shown where the goods from the last delivery are stored. I need you to examine them very carefully for any unfamiliar scents. Can you manage that? I think so. The werewolf gave a slightly uncertain nod. I turned to the warehouse supervisor. Can you show him where the goods from the last delivery are kept? Of course. Both of you, be careful in there. I don't want to alarm anyone, but it's possible that breathing the air in there too deeply may not be entirely safe. The werewolf flinched. That is precisely why we're sending a werewolf in. You'll detect any foreign scent before it builds up to a dangerous level, which means we'll be able to treat you more easily if needed. He looked at me with a flicker of surprise, but my words seemed to settle his nerves somewhat. So, look here. Kenward used his boot to scratch a rough floor plan into the earth beside the warehouse. You won't need to go far in. The goods are here, and here. There's quite a lot of it, but I can manage. Alex nodded, and a few moments later the warehouse door was opened and he slipped inside, immediately beginning to move slowly and carefully, nose working. Draco, are you not overdoing this a little? Sissy came to stand beside me and handed the reports back with a slightly uncertain expression. The merchant's behavior is a bit unusual, I'll grant you that, but surely not enough to warrant. I agree, it does seem. Bella shook her head. Excessive. If I'm wrong, we'll count this as a readiness drill for our various departments. And I sincerely hope I'm wrong. But if I'm not, if there is something in there that could harm our people, then I am obliged to check. And my team is here to go after the merchant and extract the truth from him, if your suspicions prove well-founded. Yes. We'll need to reach him as quickly as possible, and if necessary, you shall extract it. That we can certainly manage. Bella gave a satisfied nod. At that moment the werewolf practically vaulted out of the warehouse. There. I caught his eyes. I chose not to attempt legitimacy on a werewolf, and so I did my best through sheer presence to calm him. Steady. Breathe in, breathe out. You're outside now. Nothing bad has happened yet. Take it easy. Yes. He exhaled. There's a smell in there. Several unusual plants. I couldn't even place it at first. It took me about 10 minutes to remember where I'd encountered it before, a certain shop in Nocturne Alley, where people used to bring in some less wholesome plants. I only went there a few times, but that doesn't matter. I raised a hand. The past is the past. What matters is living by the rules now, and everything will be fine. Right. The werewolf nodded. I looked at Sissy. Time for your specialists. Find everything with Alex's help, get it out, and work out exactly what someone was planning to do to us. Consider it done. Sissy conjured an air bubble around herself, the other wizards did the same. The werewolf took a breath and walked back towards the warehouse. We're moving out. Yes. I nodded to Bella, who looked faintly displeased. One request before you go. What? Out there. I nodded towards the district gate. Treat it as conditionally hostile territory. Understood. Bella nodded, then led her team at a swift pace towards the exit. I drew a slow, deep breath and let it out. Kenward. Yes. The men looked at me with a trace of anxiety. I apologize, but you'll need to submit to a short interrogation. 1 drop of veritaserum, 2 or 3 questions, to confirm you have no involvement in this. The same applies to everyone responsible for procurement. I don't doubt your honesty, most of your families live here, after all, but protocol requires it. Protocol? Yes. Protocol that we are creating here and now, before we have to write it in blood. Understood. He nodded, and I sighed and transfigured 2 small chairs from the ground for both of us. We sat down and waited to see what Sissy and her team would bring out. No one has taken anything from the new delivery yet, I take it. No. I always issue from the older stock first, so the earlier batches don't sit too long. I nodded, feeling a small measure of relief. Several hours later. We found it. Sissy emerged from the warehouse, floating a large pallet of sacks ahead of her with her wand. Several of her people followed, levitating more pallets behind her. 1/3 of the purchased goods are poisoned. I gave a slow nod. Can you determine which poison? Not immediately. But yes, we can. Good. And the rest, is the remaining food safe? Are there any other unpleasant surprises hidden among the other supplies? Everything else appears clean. But Alex and I have agreed, tomorrow he'll bring several packmates with good noses, and they'll go through the entire warehouse. I nodded in understanding. Excellent. Then we wait to hear what Bella turns up, and for your verdict as well. Certain poisons can be rather telling in their own right. Agreed. Sissy nodded, then left with her people, and I turned back to Kenward. The warehouse stays closed to everyone until tomorrow. Understood. He nodded, and I finally turned and walked towards home. There were things I needed to attend to myself, so it looked as though I wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. With that thought, I arrived at my study and set to work drafting several additional protocols that would need to be discussed with my mothers and the relevant specialists later. They would likely revise them beyond recognition, but I needed to produce a first draft, something that could eventually be put into practice. Draco, what happened? Fleur came into the study wearing nothing but a dressing gown. Problems. Someone nearly poisoned the district. We still depend on outside deliveries, the first harvests are a long way off, and someone slipped poison into a food shipment. Fortunately, I caught the suspicious notes in the report. If I hadn't, the delivery would have worked its way into circulation within a week, and then, I shook my head. Do you know who? Not yet. The main thing now is for Bella to reach the merchant before whoever hired him does, and for Sissy to identify the poison. And what are you doing? Trying to draft protocols so this can't happen again. May I help? Penny appeared in the doorway. Of course. I nodded and flicked my wand to draw up a chair from against the wall. I'll help too. Another flick, and a second chair appeared on the other side of me. The 3 of us bent over the work together and did not notice midnight come and go, or the first gray light of morning. But by the time we stopped, we had a working draft to build from.